The manhwa opens with a young man surrounded by knights. Reflecting on his father's words, he remembers, live for the clan. He understood that he should desire nothing and remain by his brother's side like a shadow. Exhausted from the battle, he kneels. A knight approaches, mocking him. What a priceless sight! A knight fighting off the continent's strongest commanders on his own. As expected of that man's brother. Very interesting indeed. The knight addresses the young man as Cyan glares at the figure before him, Boris, and silently curses him. Boris smiles at Cyan's failure. Cyan grips his dagger and demands, "Who made you do this? Was it the Emperor?" Boris, sensing Cyan's terrifying power, remarks, "That sickening black fog, just like the rumors said. You are an assassin from Mist. Mist is an organization that is like fog to our Knights of Light. I will report to the higher-ups that I got rid of an impure being affiliated with the heathens." Cyan challenges him, "Sure, go ahead. If you even have a mouth left to do that after this, I guarantee you won't even have a tooth remaining after I'm done with you." Boris warns, "If you intend to use your secret power, you better give up now. There is a ninth-star magic barrier cast here." He thinks to himself, "I need to get out of here somehow and reveal the culprit behind this with my brother." Cyan declares, "A barrier? I'll just tear it to bits." Suddenly, another voice speaks up, "That's enough, Cyan." A man clad in golden armor appears, surprising Cyan, who is lost in thought, recalling his father's words. "Live for the clan," his father always said. "Your brother, Askell, is by extension the clan. Askell Vert's success is Cyan Vert's success." Seeing his older brother's arrival, Cyan realizes that the culprit behind this was Askell. As Askell approaches Cyan's position, Cyan truly gives up. Askell remarks, "You seem confused that I'm here." They exchange a look in the dire situation. Cyan questions, "What is the meaning of this?" His brother responds, "Cyan, you've carried out your duties well for the clan, for the people, and for me." Hearing that, Cyan truly doesn't want to believe it. Askell continues, "Therefore, I'm just trying to take the burden off your shoulders." Cyan, puzzled, asks, "Did I do something wrong?" Askell interrogates back, "Wrong? That ominous fog. You're nothing more than a murderer. I can't even call you human anymore." Hearing such offensive words from his own brother, Cyan remained silent and somber. Askell yelled, "You fooled us long enough. Can you really say that you don't know your sins?" At that moment, Cyan inwardly questioned himself. "Murderer? My sins?" Now infuriated, Cyan exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about? The succession fight within the Empire, the Demon King's army's raid, the war to unify the continent. I helped you achieve all that because serving you was my life." Cyan slammed his fist into the ground in anger. "But now you're abandoning me? I worked like a dog for 20 years under you. It doesn't matter if my entire body breaks down. I will give everything I have right now if it means I can destroy you." Cyan's body emanated a dark magical aura, carrying his rage. The aura spread, instilling fear in all surrounding soldiers. "He still has that much mana left? That's impossible. That's no human," one soldier murmured. Cyan rebuked them. "How silly. The hero is trying to kill his younger brother because he's afraid. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Askell's face twisted in anger as he glared at Cyan. Cyan then exerted all his strength to attack his brother. He declared, "Just once is enough. If I can stab his weak point so that he can't regenerate." Cyan swiftly circled behind Askell and launched a direct attack on his back. But at that moment, a shield was created to protect Askell, angering Cyan as his attack was thwarted. Boris, standing beside Askell, was supporting him without hesitation. Askell immediately pierced Cyan with his holy sword and said, "You poor bastard. I wanted to do you the favor of giving you a painless death since you are my brother, but you have shown your true colors. I knew what you were from the start, a demon. It's a good thing I never trusted you to begin with." Shocked by his brother's words, Askell showed no mercy as he kicked Cyan off his sword and turned away, leaving Cyan to wait for death. Cyan lay on the cold ground, blood flowing from him. In that moment, he cursed, "Damn it, is this my end? What a foolish life I've led." Cyan's eyes gradually closed, but something compelled him. His body seemed to act on its own, charging straight towards Askell with fury. With blank white eyes, he screamed for Askell's death. Before the dagger could come close to touching Askell, the holy sword struck him away. A surge of energy from the holy sword enveloped Cyan's body. But something strange happened. A figure was trying to call him, "Young master." Young Master Cyan. Cyan suddenly woke up, his body drenched in sweat. Before him stood a maid, a girl with an annoyed face, saying, "How long do you intend to sleep? Get it together. You need to get ready." Cyan stared at the maid calling herself Emily and asked, "Why are you here?" Something felt off to him. It has been almost 20 years since I last saw her. She looks the same as the last time I saw her. The maid now looked at Cyan as if he were crazy. "What are you talking about? Are you still dreaming?" Cyan looked around and remarked, "This place. I remember it. It's the room I used to live in when I was younger. The furniture arrangement is the same too." He covered his face, realizing, "Wait, am I back to being a child?" Interrupting his thoughts, Emily called, "Young Master Cyan, you're stalling for time because you don't want to go for training, huh? Make up your mind and get going." Cyan didn't understand what Emily said and asked, "Training? What training?" After a while, he began to understand the issue. "Vert Clan Day. I'm certain I'm back in the duchy, in the past. Is this just like the thing where your life flashes before your eyes before death? I remember, 27 years ago, Foundation Year 985, March 1st. It was a year before I entered the academy. Every year, the duchy holds a dual training session. My father, Duke Vert, attends the event, making it a very big deal. My opponent is Krantz Vert. He is the same age as me, my half-brother. His mother, Margaret Urzeth, is the Duke's wife. Thanks to that, Krantz received a lot more attention despite the fact that we were both the youngest. I was a bastard son, and after being mocked in this fight, I became a laughing stock to everyone. This duel was the reason my father stopped paying any attention to me too." Cyan whispered to himself, "It's fine. I just need to win." The maid then whispered to him, "Why don't you just surrender instead?" Cyan sighed, "Ha, even a maid is looking down on me." He drew his sword and felt its weight. "It's just a rapier, but it's so heavy. My strength is the same as when I was this age. This sensation? It's definitely not a dream, nor is my life flashing before my eyes. I've never even heard of a magic spell that is capable of creating such strong illusions. Am I really back in the past?" Cyan wondered, standing opposite his half-brother. Krantz sneered, "You didn't run off, huh?" "Indifferent," Cyan pondered. "Then maybe I can change the future." The master of the house, also Cyan's father, signaled for the duel to commence. Krantz rushed forward, mocking, "Where are you looking, you idiot?" With a smug smile, he swung his sword towards Cyan. Observing him, Cyan evaluated. What is he, a snail? Utilizing skills honed over time, Cyan gracefully sidestepped the strike, catching his brother off guard. Enraged by the miss, Krantz cursed, "Dodging like a coward, huh?" As his sword missed its mark, Cyan simply flicked his own sword, knocking the blade from Krantz's hand. He then delivered a swift kick to his leg, causing Krantz to fall to the ground in pain. Both the master and mistress of the house were surprised by this turn of events. Looking at his fallen brother with the eyes of a predator, Cyan thought, "Now, if I just put my sword up to his throat, this duel is over." But that's not enough. Remembering how Krantz had always bullied him, Cyan seethed. "I need to really stomp him down so that he can never try to do anything to me again. In this life, I will pave a path on my own." The outcome of the duel was Krantz's defeat. The Duke ordered Cyan to see him, even clearing his schedule. Was my victory in the duel that impressive? Cyan wondered. A high-class knight named Yulkin, directly affiliated with the Duke, escorted him. Walking down the corridor, Cyan encountered Margaret Urzeth, the mother of Krantz, and her maid. Cyan silently speculated. Seems like she was talking about her son. Inquiring about Krantz's condition, Cyan asked, "Is Krantz okay, madam?" Furious, she retorted. "You have the audacity to ask such a question after beating your brother like that? How thick-skinned of you." Disdainfully, Cyan replied, "That's how duels are. See you." She didn't stop there, insulting both Cyan's mother and him. "This is why bastards shouldn't be treated like legitimate children. Like mother, like son. It's all because the mother is some dirty whore. You should be on the streets begging for food. Instead, you dare to put up a fight. You should know to be grateful." With a look as if preparing to kill her, Cyan thought, "She has crossed the line. Should I kill her?" That thought crossed his mind. Should I just kill her? But reason pulled him back. "No, I know better than anyone how to make her suffer. I'm going to torture her slowly, painstakingly slowly," Cyan thought. With a calm demeanor, he questioned the lady again. "You know I'm going to the academy along with Krantz, right? What exactly is your point?" I'm sure you want your son to graduate with his limbs intact, right? I guess you're not that worried about him. Huh, Duchess? Understanding Cyan's implication, the Duchess became enraged. You vulgar piece of shit, how dare you? Just as she raised her hand to strike Cyan, the knight by her side intervened. I apologize, Duchess. The Duke called for him with urgency, so I don't think we can delay any longer. We'll get going now. Fuming but unable to act, the Duchess stormed off. Cyan smiled inwardly. The Duke's orders are absolute. I'm being protected by the guard knight who was given that order, a knight who won't submit even to the Duke's wife. How nice and reliable. Arriving at the master's chamber, they knocked, and the master allowed them in, saying, "Come in." Facing his father, Cyan greeted him. Cyan, the youngest child of the House of Vert, greets you, father. He thought, it's been almost 15 years since we met one-on-one. The master turned to Cyan and gestured for him to sit down. Duke Willius Vert, the great feudal lord of Velias, a western feud of the Ushif Empire, was known to the world by a different name, Guardian of the Continent. The hero who stopped the invasion of demons for a long time with the help of his remarkable magic power and worldly wisdom. This man shouldered a responsibility no one compelled on him until his very death in battle against the invasion of the Demon King's army. All he wanted was peace across the entirety of the continent. But my memories of him are different, Cyan reflected. He saw his father as a man who utilized his free will to decide on living his whole life serving others. A stupid man. With a serious expression, his father asked, "Your eyes precisely followed the sword and dodged it." Cyan had to pay attention to what his father was saying. He continued, "The moment Krantz ran at you, you looked straight at the path of the swinging sword and turned your body to dodge it. When did you learn how to wield a sword?" Cyan evaluated. As always, he's sharp, and answered his father's question. "I wouldn't say I learned it. I practiced every night on my own." His father remarked, "From what I know, you've never had any interest in swordsmanship. Why did you hide such excellent skills?" Cyan replied, "I didn't really want to catch others' attention." His father persisted, "Despite that, you really went all out at taking down Krantz. But wasn't what you did after that unnecessary?" His intention behind that question seemed probing. Is he trying to get a feel of what I'm capable of? Cyan thought. "I wanted to prove myself," Cyan explained. "Prove what?" "That I'm better than Krantz, even though we share the same blood, which is also what I concluded as the meaning of the duel." "What you said made your father laugh, and he praised you. Excellent. A clear and concise answer that shows off your level-headedness. I didn't know you were so talented. I'm delighted you'll become a great, reliable support for Askell one day." When the name Askell was mentioned, Cyan froze, recalling images from before his regression. He thought, why would I become his helper? It's the same as always. He is still obsessed with Askell. His father continued, "It's not exactly a trophy, but I want to reward you for this duel. If you want something, you can tell me." Cyan thought, "Then I'll destroy everything that Askell will try to do." He smirked with implied meaning and replied, "What I want." Immediately after that, the scene shifted to Cyan's maid, who was frantically confirming, "You said you want to enter the battlefront?" "Yeah, that's right. Nothing certain yet, though," Cyan responded. "This is driving me crazy. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is?" she exclaimed. At this point, she imagined a scene of a horde of monstrous beasts and said, "It's swarming with wicked and terrifying demonic beasts all over the place." Velias, the western feud of the Ushif Empire, is the only place in the entire continent called a battlefront. Even in that, the Lemia Valley, which can be called the front line, is a ferocious battlefield where battles with demons have been going on for hundreds of years. Because of that, my father, who stubbornly opposed it from the start, gave me a condition: to become worthy of going to Lemia Valley within 1 month. I don't know on what basis he will decide my worth yet. I just have to raise my physical strength as much as possible in the time I've been given. I'm still weaker than my peers. At least I'm lucky enough to have the same combat sense as I had before regressing, and the little amount of magic I sense from within me. If I train this body to its full capability, I can definitely make good use of it." Cyan resolved, "Great, I'm going to start training right from today." Suddenly, at this moment, the door to the room burst open, and a voice called out, "Cyan." A woman with an angry face appeared, staring straight at him. Cyan recognized her as Alice. She rushed forward, grabbing Cyan by the collar and shaking him, scolding, "Are you crazy? I heard you asked father to send you to the battlefront." He tried to calm her down, stuttering, "Hey Alice, let me go first." It looks like defeating Krantz got to your head. This won't do, Alice demanded. Come with me to the rooftop now. On the castle wall, Cyan faced Alice. Now we start when we draw our swords, she said seriously. I'll let you go to the battlefront if you can endure my attacks for 3 minutes, Alice stated firmly. Cyan asked in return, Do you really have to go this far, Alice? Alice replied, I'm not hearing any of that. Just answer one question. Are you after the family's title? Cyan thought, that's why she's doing this. I'm not the slightest bit interested in that. Drawing his sword, he said, I'm not. So you are, huh? Draw your sword, Alice demanded. Cyan pleaded. It hasn't even been half a day since my duel with Krantz. I'm tired. This is exhausting. The whole day has been chaotic. Not allowing Cyan much time to think, Alice immediately attacked. But Cyan, not as weak as his sister thought, met her strike. No way. He blocked that. He's a 10-year-old, though. Are you really trying to go all out against your brother who's 7 years younger? After the collision, they separated. Alice, surprised, thought, a rapier has a very light blade, yet he cleanly parried my long sword's attack. God, was he just lucky this time? You got better intuition than I thought. Huh, my dear Cyan. Cyan said, I'm screwed. Alice resumed her rapid and aggressive attacks against Cyan. As one of Alice's strikes came down from above, Cyan tried to defend himself. At that moment, he executed a technique to twist his sword, redirecting the attack towards Alice. Alice was very surprised, but it didn't stop her. Quickly, she knocked aside Cyan's sword and stepped back. Cyan also stepped back, thinking, that could have been really bad. Had I not twisted my sword midway through, I would have killed her. Miss Swordsmanship skill, Thick Fog, mostly consists of skills meant to kill immediately. It's hard to fight without killing because my strength is lacking. How much is remaining of the 3 minutes? I'm compensating for my weak strength by imbuing the sword with my mana, but I'm almost at my limit. In anger, Alice began to chant a spell to enhance her sword's power. Earth, wind, come to me and act as my sword. Cyan was surprised and afraid. 6-star magic? Alice's entire sword was now enveloped in mana from multiple elements. Cyan thought fearfully. Is she trying to kill me? It's over. I can just tell by the look in her eyes. Alice now seems to have lost her will to a child's domination, repeating in her mind, I can't lose. Cyan, fearful and thinking, I'll fall out of the castle even if I were to block that, just had to trust that this would work. After carefully considering, Cyan rushed towards Alice. Before Cyan, Alice was gathering mana into her sword, causing it to soar high into the sky. Cyan prayed in his mind, Please, please come out, Yulkin. Just as Alice's dangerously large sword was about to touch Cyan, the knight of the family appeared, demanding that everything stop. He deflected Alice's attack with his sword and lifted Cyan with his other hand. The force of the collision lit up the night sky. With a serious expression, he warned, Miss Alice, you're being too harsh against a much younger opponent. Cyan sighed in relief. I was wondering when he was going to appear. Alice, now sobered up, immediately hugged Cyan and apologized. Sorry, Cyan. I must have lost my mind for a second there. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I was too obsessed with that. Cyan thought cheerfully, this is very like her. She always tries so hard with everything. He added, my sister was the elite of the elites, who got an S in all subjects in the Royal Academy, where all the talented children gathered, whether they were talented in swordsmanship, magic, or other fields of study. On top of that, her beauty was astounding, so people called her God's child. From a young age, she was trained in swordsmanship. She was mentioned as being the future guardian of the continent, along with the oldest son, Askelvert. But not long after joining the Knights of Light, she was killed. I missed you, Alice. I'll protect you this time, Cyan thought. Alice turned to him and said, now that I think about it, weren't you the Duke's guardian knight? But the Duke just left for the war. He responded, I'm carrying out the Duke's orders to protect the young master for a while. Although I couldn't tell you because I was supposed to carry that out in secret, Cyan thought, I felt his presence ever since I left the Duke's office. Would he not have shown himself if I continued to not notice him? But why did Father tell Yulkin to do this secretly? Sensing her baby brother's feelings, Alice smiled happily. He's still like a little kid. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. Apparently, she had come back just for a bit to see Father before her graduation. At this time, Cyan was struggling to push beyond his limits. I'm trying for the 10th, but I'm unable to. I felt that I needed to become stronger, so I've been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks. But 10 is my limit. I've only been hitting a wall for the past 2 weeks. I was pretty confident in my strength. I want to go back. I need a solution. Emily entered and said, "Young master, a package arrived from Miss Alice." Cyan confirmed with joy, but Emily, with a disgusted and pinched face, said, "What's this? It smells so disgusting." Cyan thought, "It's Hellhound's blood that I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in Lemia Valley, but I guess the rumors that it's in the black market were true. The blood of demonic beasts is considered poisonous because of its sickening smell as well as the feeling of burning upon consumption, but it actually permanently increases the mana and strength of the person who consumes it. Most people think that this is just a false rumor, but I know that it's true from my past life experience." "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" Emily asked. "Yeah, don't worry, Emily. I'm the only person who was able to adapt to your cooking skills," Cyan replied with a smile. "I can still remember the first time. Was it mushroom soup?" Cyan reminisced, a smirk playing on his lips. "My heart stopped for a moment after a single bite of that thing. Compared to that soup, this is nothing." After finishing the Hellhound's blood, he slammed the container down on the table and shouted loudly, "It's good." Then he called Emily. "Yes," she responded. "I'm going to go for a walk now. Let's see if that worked," Cyan announced. Walking through the forest, he thought, "It's been a while since I came here. I've been waiting for this day for the last 2 weeks, the moment when Yulkin is not here for his regular reports. He keeps following me around. It's annoying. I came to this place often when I wanted to be alone." He recalled, then one day, Askell received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lamindal. It said that an ancient temple is hidden somewhere in these mountains. I didn't really fully believe it, but there was really a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. Of course, the divine revelation has yet to come. Looks like it's around here, so only I know about this right now. Pressing his hand down on the ground, Cyan used mana to transmit underneath. The surrounding area collapsed, and he laughed joyfully, thinking, "Askell, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm doing right now." Looking down, he saw a staircase descending into the ground, with a light at the end of it. "Seems like it's about here," he noted. With determination, Cyan decided, "Let's go." "It's different from the last time I was here," Cyan muttered, taking in his surroundings. The place was an ancient temple that had once served the god of light, Lamindal, until all history on this land was erased due to the god-demon war that happened 300 years ago. Who could have ever imagined this place existed in the mountains just behind the castle? Cyan could see it now. The owner of this temple. In the year 999 before Foundation, on August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving out the Demon King's army from Velius. The Demon King's army was far stronger than the humans, but the humans found ancient relics called the gods' weaponry, allowing them to take the win. One of those relics, Duran Orc, was a holy sword blessed by the god of light, Lamindal. This sword was deemed the main cause of humanity's victory against the demons. Cyan would meet his pitiful death in the future due to this sword, which would be possessed by Askell Vert. Perhaps Duran Orc had something to do with his regression. Reaching out, Cyan touched the holy sword, feeling nothing. As expected, nothing's happening. That ruined my mood. Holy sword, my ass. Let's just take care of business and then leave. Walking past the light, he noticed a shadow that felt rather otherworldly. Found it. At first glance, one might think it was the sword's shadow, but that was impossible. Where there was light, there must be darkness too. It was a pathway that led to another room hidden by the altar of light. From the darkness, a staircase appeared, leading down to a mysterious wooden door. Cyan began to open the door and stepped inside. In front of him was a bloody red sword. "It's nice to see you, my sword." Demonic sword Kirim. Holding it, his face showed joy as the magical power emanating from it caused the surroundings to change. "Good morning, Kirim. Are you still not awake yet?" A gruesome voice emerged from the sword, "Kikiki. Child, don't you have any fear? Don't you know what it means to have awoken me?" Cyan, with a blank face, responded, "I don't know. It means that this sword is now mine." The darkness grew larger and said, waking up a sleeping demonic sword, "It's too late to regret it now, child. Your body is now mine." The darkness swooped towards Cyan, but as it got closer, he only needed one hand to grab it. The darkness transformed into a woman. Cyan said with a crazed smile and eyes, "You weren't this rash before." The woman, now trying to escape, asked, "What are you? How can you touch me?" "I told you this sword is mine," Cyan replied. Fuck off, she spat, attempting to attack Cyan with her claws. He easily dodged her assault. She leapt back, looking at him in disbelief. Who are you? Are you the successor? Why do I feel Error's aura from you? Right. I am the successor of Error. Your master's back. Bow down, Cyan declared. The demonic sword Kiram, now furious, retorted, You're just a kid. I can't accept this. Kiram launched into an aggressive attack at a very fast pace. While in combat, Cyan silently thought, I guess words won't do. The demonic sword's final goal is to take over the body of the user. I have no choice but to go a bit easy. Stepping back and smiling contentedly, he said, Demonic sword control. Suddenly, Kiram's entire body lost control and collapsed. I'll say this just once, Cyan warned. Why don't you just accept me as your owner while I'm still being nice? While being restrained, Kiram wondered, how can he use that? Eek, you arrogant little. Cyan continued, demonic sword control. Kiram's head was then forcefully pushed down to the ground. Cyan repeatedly said, demonic sword control. Demonic sword control. How about now? I'll accept, human, Kiram conceded, immediately changing her way of addressing Cyan and calling him master. At this moment, Cyan thought, now that I've done what I wanted to do here, shall I get back? I've been gone for too long. Exiting the basement with Kiram, he heard her say, it's been so long since I breathed fresh air. It's so refreshing. Hey, master, what's your name? Cyan Vert, he replied. Cyan, I've never heard of that name before. Eru really chose a kid like you? Yeah, in my past life, Cyan confirmed. Kiram asked, past life? What the hell are you talking about? I died once before, Cyan explained. What the hell? Kiram exclaimed, looking at the holy sword. He's still sleeping, huh? He'll have to wait 20 more years for his owner, Cyan explained. You talk like you know the future, Kiram remarked. With a serious look in his eyes, Cyan firmly held the sword and chopped off the handle of the holy sword. This surprised and frightened Kiram, who asked, What are you going to do with that? Who knows, Cyan replied, holding the broken sword in his hand and smiling deviously. Maybe it'll make things a bit more interesting in the future. The day finally come in the afternoon. A carriage left the ancestral mansion. Cyan, now wearing armor, thought to himself, I can't believe the day has already come. Time sure flies by so fast. A soldier approached and greeted him. Greetings to the Duke, the soldier said. Then the Duke asked Cyan, I'll ask you one last time. Are you still determined to go to the battlefront? If you want to back out now, I won't stop you. Cyan respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, sir. My heart already lies at the battlefront. The Duke ordered his knight, Yulkin, to proceed. Yes, sir, Yulkin replied, producing a magic scroll. From the scroll, a magic circle illuminated the area, summoning a large beast with a fiery body. It stared at Cyan with bloodthirsty eyes. A hellhound, a low-ranked demonic beast from the Lemia Valley? Huh? Cyan observed. The knights and father must have had a hard time preparing this test. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought, they'll sweep in if it gets dangerous. The Duke, watching, said, You must be responsible for your every action. So prove how strong your resolve is by passing this trial and showing it to us. A trial? Huh? Cyan thought. He recalled a conversation with Yulkin about a duel. There's only 3 days left until the deadline of my promise with father. I can't just keep swinging my sword in the air now, can I? I want to get a sense of a real fight too. Help me out, yeah? For a duel, someone your age like young Master Krantz would be, Yulkin started, but Cyan interrupted. I'm not sure why, but he runs away every time he sees me. What a hassle, Yulkin thought to himself. Aloud, he said, If you insist, okay. Instead, I will only fight you with my sword sheath. I'll only focus on defense, so attack me all you want. Thanks, Yulkin. I have another favor to ask. Whatever happens from this point on, don't tell father about it. This is an order, Cyan instructed. Yulkin was curious about what Cyan mentioned, but at that moment, Cyan rushed to attack. Yulkin could only use the sword sheath to defend. That was heavy. I can't believe this is the sword of a 10-year-old, he thought. He's quick. Cyan's swordsmanship speed and strength amazed Yulkin. Just a second of distraction, and Cyan disappeared, leaving Yulkin astonished. Right after that, Cyan attacked him from behind. Although Yulkin only stood still to defend against the strikes, it was quite astonishing. Phew, Cyan thought, as I thought, I can't win against you yet. Good job, Yulkin. Thanks for helping me, Cyan said. Yulkin, surprised, responded, "Great job, young master." In his heart, he thought, "I can't believe the weak young master Cyan has grown so much. If the hunch I had back then was right, by now the young master can overcome any trial that comes at him." Returning to the present, Cyan faced a large monster for training. A second later, he disappeared from his current position, his body swiftly rushing towards the monster. Here it comes. Cyan's figure passed by the monster, leaving it with a powerful strike. With my current strength, fighting a monster is still too much. I've got to end this battle as quickly as possible. I'm going to kill it off with this attack. After thinking it through, Cyan immediately channeled his power into his right hand holding the sword. His body leaped high into the air. Then he thrust the sword like a spear through the monster's head. The entire scene unfolded in awe before everyone's eyes. Cyan's father beamed with delight. Cyan looked at the monster and thought, "It feels like a waste. This much blood could fill a few bottles. If I did something like that here, they'd think I'm crazy. Should I carry something like a cup with me, at least?" His father applauded, saying, "Impressive, Cyan. Then I'll see you at the battlefront." Cyan stood there and thanked his father. Kirim spoke up, "Master, do I look like a kitchen knife to you?" Cyan asked back, "No, of course, you're a demonic sword. Why do you say that?" Kirim replied, "Then use me, damn it. I need blood to gain strength. Please, just let me have one gulp." Cyan reassured, "Don't you worry, because soon I'm going to use you to my heart's content. Look forward to it." That's when you should have woken me up. The scene transitions to a battlefield where a group of ogres is attacking. People shout, "It's an ogre! Ogre in the northwest. Set up a line of defense and take it out right away. Leave none alive. Start the restraint of salvation." The entire army is filled with fervor. On the battlefield, magic is cast, its light forcing the ogres to shield their eyes. Smaller magic circles begin to appear underneath them, from which threads shoot out, binding the ogres' bodies. The command is given for the attack. The entire army begins to attack the ogres, whose dazzled bodies await death. Some ogres try to escape, but a warrior charges in, and an ogre's head falls off, landing right where Cyan is sitting on his horse, observing. His maid, Emily, stands behind, frightened. She cries out, "Young master, why did you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you scared?" Cyan looks at the battle and thinks to himself, "To think I'd be back here. I feel nostalgic. It's just like hell, as usual." Cyan's father approaches and asks him, "How does it feel to be on the front lines, Cyan?" Cyan responds, "I'm a bit nervous." His father says, "As you can see, you will never know when you'll die in this place, so don't ever let your guard down." Cyan confidently smiles and replies, "Okay, I will keep that in mind, father." In the front lines, there are usually 3 to 4 battles a day, and every battle has its own detailed response manual. With the capable advanced knights as the core, they take care of all the monsters that try to cross the front lines. When this battle has ended, the tent assigned to Cyan is in the rearmost area, where it's the safest. With the guards here being so disciplined, Cyan thinks, "I won't even have a chance to feed Kirim. Do I really have to wait till dinner time?" Cyan asks, "What are you doing, Emily?" She responds, "Didn't the Duke tell us that we won't know when and where we would die?" Cyan wonders, "Unbelievable. Then why don't you pack up and return?" Emily exclaims, "Do you think I can when you can't even do anything without me? With the monsters all over the place, if I were to turn tail, who would take care of you, young master? Move, it's almost time to eat." Cyan inquires, "What about the cape that I requested?" But receives no response. He angrily thinks, "Should I just chase her away? Is this how she treats her master?" At this moment, a doll resembling Cyan is placed on the bed. Cyan assesses, "This should be enough, right?" Emily now in asks, "Are you planning to go out to exercise even in this place?" Cyan replies, "Yeah. Did I wake you up? You sure are diligent. The Duke would be proud of you if he were to find out." Throwing on a cloak, Cyan adds, "Anyway, I'll get going. So please take care of things as usual. I'm asleep right now. Got it?" "Okay," Emily responds. At this moment, Cyan is moving at a very fast speed. Because this is the front line, night guard duties are usually strengthened. So if I don't move now, moving around freely will be difficult. Cyan executes his skill, Thick Fog third move, Fog's Descent. If I remember correctly, there should be tons of monsters in this place. It's the perfect place to use Kirim. Isn't that right, Kirim? Kirim replies, This strong scent of blood, master. I don't think I can hold back. Quickly, let me cut something down." At this moment, A pack of hellhounds is charging towards Cyan to attack. Cyan confirms, "All right, Kiram, we'll do as you please." With the skill Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, Cyan moves through the hellhound pack, leaving them with deadly slashes. After a while, at the corpse of a hellhound, Cyan inserts a sharp tube into its blood vessel. Blood flows through the tube into a wooden cup. Cyan lifts it up and drinks it heartily, joyfully commenting, "Kuru, this is the stuff." Kiram expresses, "It's my first time feeling so refreshed after waking up." Cyan evaluates, "Good work. Keep training like this." Kiram asks, "How long do you think it will take for us to get stronger by killing these mutts?" Cyan replies, "Don't worry. The night is young, and there are plenty of monsters. Before them now is a herd of beasts waiting for them." Kiram excitedly expresses, "I'm getting excited." The scene shifts to a group of horse-drawn carriages, in one of which sits a young lady with white hair. The person in the carriage says, "I still think the front line is too dangerous. Why don't we turn back?" The young lady replies, "I told you not to treat me like a child. I'm the royal princess of the empire. How many times must I tell you that I'm bound to my duty to assist father in his tours? I really will get mad if you mention this again." "Understood, princess." "Oh, that reminds me. There's news saying that the youngest son of the Vert family is on the front lines. He should be around the same age as you. That Duke Vert brought his youngest son. The Duke wasn't really going to bring him. The kid volunteered himself. You guys are about the same age, so you should try to get along." "Humph, like I care about such a trivial thing. Forget it. I'm going to get some sleep." "Understood, princess." "What's his name?" "Oh, it's, Cyan. I'm pretty sure he's called Cyan Vert." "Cyan? Cyan Vert. Huh?" Now on the battlefield, the Vert family is battling with the monsters. A bird-shaped monster is struck and terminated as the battle gradually concludes. The Lord calls out to everyone, "Check if anyone's been injured." The soldiers respond, "Everyone is okay." The Lord, satisfied, commends, "Good work. Let's hurry back." His attention is caught by someone. Meanwhile, Cyan has just finished off another monster, his sword sheathed. Cyan's father inquires, "How are you adjusting to life on the front lines?" Cyan respectfully replies, "I'm learning something new every day, father." Surprised, his father asks, "Is that so? I thought you'd want to hurry back. You've endured for quite some time. I'm very proud of you." He then leaves, leaving Cyan pondering over his unexpected praise. He says, "I have something to talk to you about tomorrow, so come to my tent early in the morning." Cyan responds, "Yes, father," and thinks to himself, "I've never seen father be so kind before." Now, at the monster territory during the night, sounds of movement and intense attacks echo everywhere. A large monster is attacking something underground. Cyan manages to move to avoid the attack, observing, "A deathworm? They should usually only appear deeper into the valley." Kiram suggests, "Master, you seem to be struggling. Why don't you let me take over instead?" Cyan confirms, "Let you take over? You think I'm unaware of your schemes." Kiram assures, "It's not like that. I swear I'll use it for a bit, and then allow you to take over. Do you see that? It immediately regenerates any shallow injuries. It won't be of any use to keep attacking it." Cyan agrees with her thought and thinks, "She's right. This will just continue on forever at this rate. It's already been a month since I've come to the front lines. I've drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but I feel that still wasn't enough." The death worm appears before him, ready to devour him. Cyan makes a decision. "I guess I have no choice. I'll play along with whatever you're planning for now, Kiram." Kiram happily acknowledges, "All right, let's go wild." The fusion process begins. Thick fog ninth form. Demonic sword manifestation. Soon, Cyan's body is enveloped in blood chi. In a moment, the entire body of the deathworm is cut into pieces by sharp swords. Cyan asserts, "I'll rip your thick skin to pieces." The image of Cyan merges with the demonic sword and the crimson moon. A skill is executed, Fog Sword. 8 fluttering petals. The technique slashes through the body of the deathworm. Cyan successfully kills it, cutting the monster's body into several pieces. Elsewhere on the battlefield, someone examines the monster's bloodstains and remarks, "It hasn't been long since it was killed." Yolkin, holding a torch, comments from behind, "The mana seems quite imposing. Could it have been a demon that did this?" Cyan's father states, "We cannot overlook this if a demon was involved." He then orders, "Inspect the area and burn this corpse immediately." The soldiers comply, looking at the sword traces on the monster's body. He silently wonders, "These sword traces look familiar." Is it just deja vu? Yulkin seems to have noticed something and notifies, Your Grace, I think you need to see this. In front of them lies the corpse of the deathworm. Yes, it's a deathworm. Who could have slain a deathworm like this? Could it have been that organization? Demonic sword manifestation? It lets Kiram take over my body so that she can use her true powers. But she can completely take over me if I let my guard down. Now, at Cyan's location, he lies on the bed exhausted. Which is why me using her to take down just one monster is actually insane. Cyan groans, my entire body is sore. It's a good thing I drank all that demonic beast blood. Had it been a month ago, my body would have broken down. Kiram evaluates the situation. I get it now. It's just your outer appearance that's of a kid. You don't act or talk like one. The level at which you handle me is too proficient for a first-timer. You know the entire geography of the Lemia Valley too. Your sword techniques are that of mists, and it's as if you've trained it for 30 years at least. Plus, you said you've already died once. No, I'm certain now. You're a regressor, right? Cyan replies with a nonchalant, foolish expression. Doesn't it imply that if I say that I already died before? I thought I made it obvious enough. Kiram feels heavy with silence. She angrily retorts, How is it obvious when you haven't explained anything? Cyan casually replies, I'm too lazy for that. Kiram continues, Anyway, killing someone like you must have been hard. If I were to guess, you were killed by the owner of Duran Dark. There are two possibilities. You were either killed in a duel or betrayed, and I feel it was definitely the latter. Cyan inquired, Why do you think that? Kiram responded, You look at the holy sword like you stepped in shit. I'd be an idiot if I couldn't tell from that. So your goal must be revenge. Either way, just keep this in mind. If I catch you faltering or losing, I'm going to swallow you up. Cyan immediately punched Kiram, sending her flying with a disdainful expression. He said, Know your place. I'm not an idiot. Kiram spun in silence. Cyan smiled, thinking to himself, She hasn't changed at all. She's the same as she was in my previous life. At this moment, Cyan left his camp, observing the atmosphere around him. He thought, What's happening? It seems a bit chaotic today. Emily approached. Young master, you're up? Cyan asked, Yeah. Emily, did something happen? Emily replied with a worried expression, Yes. Apparently a high-level monster's corpse was found near the entrance of the valley. Cyan realized the issue. Is she talking about the deathworm? He wondered. Emily continued. It's been so long since there was a sighting of a high-level monster near the camps. Cyan, fearing being discovered as the one who killed the deathworm, hastily asked, Anything else? Emily was flustered. Cyan tried to inquire further. Was there any talk of anything else, like sightings of a suspicious person or something about me? The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Yulkin. He approached from behind and said, Young Master Cyan, the Duke wants to see you right away. Cyan felt uneasy, silently evaluating. This is a pain. I couldn't take care of the corpses of the monsters because the soldiers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. My plan was to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy. Shit. Now at his father's camp, Cyan bowed respectfully to him. I, the youngest son of the Verts, greet my father. He secretly thought, Father would notice that it was me. Cyan's father responded with a serious tone and requested him to sit down. Cyan thought, if he asks me about yesterday's incident, what kind of excuse can I even make? At this point, Cyan's father asks, I'll be direct. What were you doing last night? Cyan responds anxiously, I went to bed early as I was tired. Upon receiving the answer, Cyan's father thinks, went to bed early. But those sword traces reminded me of Cyan's sword techniques. Was I overthinking it? Cyan pretends not to know and asks, Why do you ask? His father doesn't respond, thinking, it's hard to believe that a child this young could have slain a deathworm. Cyan notices he's not answering and asks further, Father, is something bothering you? His father says, I'm sure you've heard about what happened near the camps last night. We'll have to look into it more, but it seems like the doing of a secret assassin organization, missed. Cyan feigns ignorance about it. His father continues, it's an organization that has existed since ancient times. We do not know their goals, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the excuse of purification. They're infamous for leaving behind a black fog wherever they are. But one day, they disappeared. They were last seen 300 years ago, but the corpse of the death worm from last night was shrouded in black fog. Black fog is the trace left behind by Eru, the god of darkness, the very god worshipped by the mist and the source of their power. If my assumptions are correct, it was Mist that slayed the Deathworm and the other demonic beasts. Cyan then internally marvels. That's amazing. He was able to precisely pinpoint who the culprit was despite the organization having been last seen 3 centuries ago. His father advises, we can't guess the reason for their sudden appearance, but you should be careful nonetheless. I'll notify the Empire about this and investigate further. Cyan obediently responds, yes, father. Cyan also lightly thinks, I guess this means he's going to believe me. His father thinks, it makes no sense for Cyan to be involved with such an organization when he's this young. Then he says, that's enough for this conversation. Were you told who's visiting today? Cyan replies, I did hear that His Majesty will be visiting, but was that supposed to be today? His father smiles and says, yes, I wanted to ask you for a favor regarding that. Cyan curiously and anxiously asks again. But at this moment, a soldier's voice interrupts, announcing, here comes His Majesty the Emperor. Cyan's father is now outside, kneeling down, saying, I, the Lord of Velias, greet the Honorable Emperor. His Majesty the King appears on horseback, calling him Villiers. At this moment, the king dismounts and approaches Villiers, helping him up and saying, we're old friends. Don't be so polite. Though he has the king's permission, Villiers still feels some apprehension. Your Majesty, he says. The king's gaze now turns towards Cyan's position. Oh, is it that child? Cyan bows and replies, I greet the Honorable Emperor, His Majesty. I'm Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The king compliments. For a boy this young to be residing in such a rough environment, your children are definitely different from the ordinary ones. Cyan, feeling comfortable, thinks, I was wondering what the favor was going to be, but he just wanted me to appeal as his son. I was always cooped up in the mansion in my past life when the Emperor visited. Emily, nearby, exclaims, look over there, Emily. It's the Emperor. I'm so deeply touched by father's trust. At this moment, the king calls a servant and says, splendid. I wanted to introduce someone as well. From the drawn carriage, a beautiful woman appears. She introduces herself, I'm the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus. Cyan looks at the princess and thinks, Erin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. After some greetings, Cyan and his father are now in the camp where his father tells him, you'll need to escort the princess for the day. Cyan wonders about the significance of the task he's been given. His father reassures him, no need to be so surprised. You just need to keep her company. You're the same age as her. You'll see her once you enter the academy too. Cyan recalls seeing her at the academy in his past life. I saw her a few times between classes, he thinks. Then his father says, there's no harm in becoming acquainted with someone of the royal family. It won't be long, but I just want you to get along. Cyan silently evaluates, I don't really want to do it, but I understand father's intentions. He probably wishes that we develop a friendship like he has with the Emperor. But he's picked the wrong person for it. She cannot become my friend, although I can't say that since that's a future only I know of. It's annoying, but I'll have to just be obedient for now. At this point, images of the battlefield appear. Erin asks, why is that river so red? Cyan explains, ah, you mean the Blood River. It's a stream that runs through the entirety of the Lemia Valley. There isn't any complex reason as to why the water is red. The demonic beasts, old or injured and unable to fairly compete for survival with others, instinctively leap into the Blood River. Their corpses and bodily fluids dissolve into the river, turning it red from mana-induced decomposition. Erin, alarmed, asks, so that's all demonic beasts' bodily fluids and corpses? Cyan replies, yes, they also drink and wash in it. It's very disgusting. Don't go in it. Erin grimaces and asks further, gross? What's at the end of the river? Cyan responds, the demon realm. Erin questions, the demon realm? Where the demons live? Cyan, with a mischievous smile, answers, yes. If you keep following this river, you'll even meet the Demon King. He silently thinks that no sane person would do that, finding it amusing to tease her. At this moment, the sky signals with a flare. Erin curiously asks, what's that light? Cyan explains, that's the 3rd sentry post in the west. A yellow light signifies incoming demonic beasts. Erin, somewhat fearful, questions, there are demonic beasts here? Cyan's father orders, protect His Majesty. Guardian Knight Division troops will come with me to the 3rd sentry post in the west. The king, with a cheerful face, says, don't be like that, Villiers. Your Majesty, you think I'm here to go on a hike? I've been starting to get really bored anyway. Though hesitant, Villiers reluctantly complies. All right, Your Majesty. The king proclaims, we will join in the demonic beast raid. Focus on killing the demonic beasts until the raid is over. All the soldiers respond in unison, yes, Your Majesty. Cyan's father turns to him and says, you join too, Cyan. Cyan quickly responds, yes, father. The princess incredulously asks, you can fight the demonic beasts? Cyan answers, yes, although I'm still just supporting from the back. You should get to the shelter. Aaron hastily demands, take me with you. Upon receiving the request, Cyan wonders, what the hell is this kid saying? The attendant beside her tries to stop her, but Aaron insists, you said you're the same age as me, then I can come too. Cyan warns, people die here. It's not a playground. Aaron persists, I don't care. I'm going, and no one can stop me. Cyan, frustrated with Aaron's stubbornness, angrily calls his knight, Yulkin. Yulkin, with a terrifying demeanor, says from behind, yes, young master. I, Yulkin, will substitute the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety in the camps. Let's go, Your Highness. Aaron, somewhat scared but still defiant, exclaims, impudent. How dare you treat me, a princess, in such a manner? Cyan, with a menacing look, leans close to Aaron's face and says, dozens of knights might die because of your stubbornness. A split-second decision can decide your fate of either dying or surviving in a war. Can you take responsibility for all those lives? Hearing this, Aaron felt so scared that she almost burst into tears. Cyan walked away, leaving her behind with the knights and saying, go back if you're going to cry like a child, Your Highness. At this moment, Aaron could only stand and watch Cyan leave in silence. At the center of the battlefield, a monster resembling a giant snail was devouring the small soldiers. The soldiers teed each other on, do not fall back. Halt. Villiers appeared, brandishing his sword and shouting, get back into formation. Protect His Majesty and slay all the monsters. Do not spare even a single one of them. Upon hearing his command, all the soldiers charged into battle with unwavering determination. Dion Severus, the emperor of the Ushif Empire, had 2 wives. Diana Quazel was his first wife, but she is now dead. Cassandra Nepellus is his second wife and is considered the prominent judiciary of the empire. The former Empress Diana gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current Empress Cassandra gave birth to the third prince and fourth prince. However, Aaron Severus, the 5th princess, was a bastardized daughter born to a peasant mistress. People treated her as something like a scarecrow of a princess for her mixed blood, but she did not care about how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as a part of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone. However, she was framed for treason by those who resented her, and she was kicked out of the royal family and the empire. Rumors spread that she died alone from a disease on an island, leading people to call her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life had she not been greedy. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. After recounting the story, Kiram asked, isn't that what your father always told you in your past life? Cyan, who was currently in a state of battle with monsters, replied, it's different. That's what royal politics are like. At this moment, a giant snail was attacked by powerful lightning strikes, its body thoroughly cooked. Other giant snails suffered a similar fate. Cyan stood nearby, observing and evaluating. The Emperor Shur is skilled with his holy lightning skill. The king is slaughtering all the giant snails within his reach. Cyan stated, Emperor Dion is known publicly for being an 8th star in magic rank. Had he not become an emperor, he probably would have been the Mage Association's head. I'm sure an intermediate rank demonic beast is no problem for him. I guess you could say that being an emperor is his hobby. After a period of fighting within the camp, the king and Cyan's father were sitting, enjoying wine. The king said, it's been a while since I shared a drink with you, Villiers. Although I do feel quite lonesome that it's only me drinking. Villiers replied, I'm sorry. I do not allow myself to drink on the front lines. At this point, the king changed the subject, saying, anyway, I was reminded when you asked me about the current atmosphere in the empire. There has been a recent spike in assassinations of nobles. It's causing a lot of anxiety, Villiers remarked. Are there any patterns to these assassinations? The king replied, yes. All of the assassinated nobles were corrupt officials. Plus, black fog was present at all the murder scenes. Hearing that detail, Villiers pondered thoughtfully. The king asked, do you have an idea? Villiers responded, I did find traces of them here yesterday. It seems like the Black Fog followers have been on the move again. The king replied, It makes sense, but you'll need to look into it more. I do appreciate that you're taking care of the garbage, but I can't just sit by and watch as the people grow more anxious. There's something else that concerns me. Villiers inquired, What is it? The king replied, Some damn noble is blabbering that this is the fifth princess's fault. Villiers asked again to confirm, You mean there are people trying to tie Princess Erin to those incidents? The king clarified further, I've been suppressing them by shrugging it off as nonsense, but it seems like there is a group that wants to use her. Let me ask you for a favor as a friend and not as an emperor. If I end up dying before you, please take care of that child. Accepting the request from the king, Villiers responded with a serious face, I, Villiers, will carry out your majesty's orders to completion. Upon receiving Villiers' assurance, the king was pleased and thanked him. At the campsite, it was raining heavily. In Cyan's tent, Emily was feeling frustrated and asked, That's all? Cyan replied, What more did you expect? Emily said firmly, She's the princess. You just ended the escort there. You're never going to get married at this rate. Criticized by Emily, Cyan felt it was a bit much, thinking, I wasn't going on a date. Then Cyan left the tent, telling Emily, Anyway, I'll trust you to take care of things while I'm gone. Emily expressed some concern, asking, Are you going training again? It's raining so hard. Cyan reassured her, Don't worry about it. Don't stay up waiting for me either. But as he was about to leave, a girl in a cloak stood outside in the rain, waiting at Cyan's camp gate. Cyan was puzzled by the person in front of him. Emily, fearful, asked, Who are you? At this point, the stranger took off her hood, revealing herself as Princess Erin, and asked, Cyan, where were you going to go? Erin approached him and asked, Sorry, can we talk if you're not busy? Quickly changing her demeanor, she welcomed Erin warmly. Outside Cyan's camp, there were not only soldiers from Cyan's clan, but also royal soldiers. Erin asked Cyan, How long have you been here? Cyan replied, About a month. He curiously asked her, Why did you come to see me? Erin felt something slightly ominous behind her and said, Can you excuse us for a bit? Cyan turned to Emily and said, Emily, go outside for a bit. Before leaving, Emily turned back and said, All right, have a good time together. With everything quiet now, Cyan thought to himself, A good time with a 10-year-old? No, I'm 40 in this situation. Erin hesitantly said, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I feel like I didn't act as a princess should. Cyan responded politely, You don't need to worry about that. I apologize for being rude. Erin smiled and said, No, I would have said the same thing if I were you. Her smile faded, and her face took on a slightly saddened expression as she continued, You're acknowledged by a lot of people, unlike me, and you're a lot more mature. Seeing Erin's change in demeanor, Cyan thought, So that's the kind of personality she has. Erin then expressed her desire, Right, you're entering the academy too, right? Let's be. Cyan understood what she was suggesting and cut her off before she could finish. His face turned serious with a hint of intimidation as he firmly declined, I'm sorry, but I don't believe I can be of any help to you. This made Erin feel fearful for a moment. Cyan clarified his stance, If you're here to make friends, please leave. Erin tried to persuade Cyan, I just wanted us to be on good terms. You're harsh. Do you also think that I'm just a shell of a princess? Not receiving a response to her difficult question, Erin continued, I understand. I guess there's no benefit in being friends with me. Sorry for wasting your time. She then decided to leave, saying, I guess I was short-sighted. I thought maybe we could at least talk. But you're completely different from Sir Askel, Erin said. Hearing the name of his betrayed brother, Cyan became visibly unsettled, thinking, What did she just say? In that moment, he lost control and gripped Erin's hand tightly to stop her from leaving. In pain, Erin asked, What's with you? Cyan responded with a cold tone, Askel, how do you know my brother? Fearfully, Erin replied, I got to know him when I was touring the Royal Academy last year. He advised me not to care about what others think and that I should just fulfill my role as a princess. Hearing this, Cyan understood the issue at hand. He thought to himself, advised her, Huh? I know that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. It all began as soon as she met him. The plan to bring down Princess Erin. Cyan was furious, but still worriedly warned Erin, Let me warn you. But his words were cut short as their camp was suddenly shaken. Emily rushed in from outside, saying, Young master, you have to run. At that moment, a giant log came crashing down onto Cyan's camp from above, so fast that no one could perceive its approach. The entire camp was smashed. Emily, luckily outside the attack range, escaped death. What appeared before them now was a huge monster holding a tree branch. People began to shout to each other, "Damn it! That's the young master's tent. Hurry, check if the young master is okay." Emily sat crouched on the ground, engulfed in fear, calling for her master. By now, the shock had reached Villiers' camp. The king and Villiers were worried, unsure of what was happening. A soldier entered to report. The king's face darkened as he asked, "What did you just say?" The soldier reported in detail. Advanced rank demonic beasts ambushed the rear camps of the border regions. "I believe the princess was there when it happened." The king urgently ordered, "Everyone in the imperial army, to the rear camps immediately. We need to secure the safety of the princess." The soldier acknowledged the order and replied, "Yes, your majesty." The king pondered. She was in the rear camps? Whom was she going to see? The scene shifted to the area under attack by the monsters. Two ogres appeared. Cyan, lucky after the attack, was now hiding and assessing the situation. Death worms and ogres too? They should only reside in the deeper regions of the valley. For them to be here in the rear camps, something must have changed. Is it because of me? He wondered. Emily cried, "Young master, I thought you were really dead. I'll never leave your sight again." Returning to the time of the attack, when the camp was attacked from above, Cyan managed to hold Aaron and dodge to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. He silently evaluated, "Back in my day, I even killed the Demon King, as if I died as some mere troll." Aaron worriedly asked, "Do you think the knights in the camps are okay?" Emily replied, "Don't worry, your highness. The knights are really strong." Aaron hugged her face and cried, "This wouldn't have happened if I didn't come here. The knights that came with me are—" The knights behind her reassured her, "We're okay, your highness. It's given that we would protect you as the knights of the empire." The remaining knight also smiled confidently and said, "He's right, your highness. We'll protect you with our lives." Suddenly, Cyan's expression turned serious as he warned the knights, "Move." The knights didn't understand his meaning and were unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. In the next moment, the troll's large hand grasped one knight's body, and with a single grip, the knight was killed. Cyan stepped forward to protect Aaron and instructed her to step back. Seeing Cyan's appearance, the troll seemed to recognize something. Cyan immediately realized, "I knew it. It's me that it wants." Upon identifying its target, the troll threw the knight's body aside. Cyan urgently told everyone, "I'll distract the troll, so get away with the princess." Emily agreed without hesitation, not worrying about Cyan. She carried Aaron and said, "What are you doing, Mr. Knight? Let's go." Cyan thought angrily. She was really eager to leave, huh? The troll raised both hands to attack Cyan, who prepared to counter. In the next moment, his sword cut through the troll's arm. After the attack, Cyan wondered, "Why are the advanced-ranked demonic beasts all attracted to me? I feel like they're smelling something on me." Hiram chuckled maliciously and said, "You drank the blood of countless demonic beasts to become strong. That's why you reek of them. It'd be weird if they didn't come for you." Cyan asked urgently, "You knew about this? Why are you telling me now?" Hiram smirked and replied, "Did you forget? What I want is your body." Before she could react, Cyan squeezed her from Kiram's body, and Kiram's sword appeared. Kiram complained, "What are you doing? Please treat me better." Cyan demanded, "Shut up. I don't care how many monsters come at me." After saying that, he rushed towards the troll. The troll threw a punch at him, but he dodged and approached its head, cutting it off. The troll's heavy body fell to the ground. Cyan said, "Now that no one's watching, let's go sip on some advanced-rank demonic beast blood." In front of him was a crowd of large monsters. Hiram excitedly said, "Oh, it's going to be a feast." But then he noticed something and said, "Wait, is that a large dragon with a purple body?" A large dragon with a purple body appeared. Cyan exclaimed, "A devil dragon." Its roar echoed around them. Hiram confirmed, "No, it's still a baby. I guess it also smelled you." Cyan smiled maliciously, thinking, "It doesn't matter why the dragon is here. Demonic sword manifest." Cyan and Kiram's bodies merged. "What matters is that I catch that thing." With a confident and intimidating face, he declared, "You have to catch that dragon. No, you have to eat it." On another side of the camp, a monster was attacked by several golden lightning bolts. The king asked, "Is this the last one, Villiers?" Villiers replied, "Yes, it seems so." The king asked, "What about the princess and your son?" Villiers replied, "I can't find their traces past the tent." I'm sorry. The king said, it's fine. I'm sure you're worried about your son too. Villiers, trusting in Cyan, responded, there's no need to worry about him. What matters right now is the princess. The king thought, that's cold. Is he really your son? Villiers affirmed, a Vert should know to watch out for himself. At that moment, someone came to report, Your Majesty, we found Her Highness. The king asked, are you sure? Immediately after, Aaron rushed in, calling, Father! The king inquired about her condition. Are you hurt anywhere? Aaron, worried, said, hurry, we need to save him. The king asked, save who? Aaron explained, Sai, because of me, he's. The king asked her to calm down and said, tell me what's going on. Villiers stepped forward and asked, are you Cyan's maid, are you not? Yes, I am, your grace, Emily replied. With a terrifyingly dark face, Villiers said, tell me, has something happened to Cyan? Emily, frightened, thought, I'm scared. I've never seen the Duke look so scary before. Trembling, she stuttered, the young master acted as bait to give us time to run away. Hearing this, Villiers' eyes sharpened as he looked at Emily. The royal soldier next to them immediately said, I remember where he was last. If you just give me an order, I will go with others to save the young master. The king urged, what are you waiting for, Villiers? Hurry. But contrary to everyone's thoughts, Villiers remained silent for a moment and then said, we are not doing that. People were puzzled by his decision. The king asked again, Villiers, are you serious? Villiers calmly said, we must take care of this situation first. If these camps fall, the demonic beasts will invade the empire. We must reconstruct the place right away. That is the only way to prevent more deaths. Emily, terrified but still speaking up, said, then what about the young master? Villiers said coldly, he's done his duty by helping the princess evacuate. That is what it's like to be a Vert. Hearing these words, the princess wondered. Why? Just why? No, because of me again. Suddenly, a cry from above interrupted the conversation. Aaron heard and wondered. This cry, that sound, a dragon. A dragon flew above them. Shortly after, she discovered the image of Cyan clinging to the dragon's leg. Cyan, with a foolish expression and tears streaming down his face, was trying to cling to the dragon's leg. Dragons, creatures closest to the creator, were revered as rare and noble beings. Inferior beings like humans dared not easily approach them. After tangling with a dragon in the previous scene, Cyan found himself clinging to its leg. However, judging by Cyan's expression, he wasn't comfortable. In his heart, he thought, it's an honor to come across such a high and mighty creature, but why did it have to fly over the very people that can't be seen by? The dragon flew over the camp, right above Aaron's head. Worriedly, she called out Cyan's name. The king exclaimed, unbelievable, a dragon. Though, Villiers, why is your son on top of the dragon? What are you doing? Aren't you going to save him? Villiers, with a worried expression, remained silent, contemplating what was happening to Cyan. Cyan, now atop the dragon, struggled to hold on and not fall off. He silently cursed, damn it all. I just wanted to drink its blood. I didn't expect this to happen. The scene shifted back shortly. With the appearance of the dragon, Cyan was excited and merged with Kiram to defeat it. You have to catch that dragon. No, you have to eat it, he declared. But facing Cyan were a horde of monsters attacking him. He expressed, screw off, you mongrels. I don't have any time to waste. Immediately, Cyan used his skill, Fog Sword rushing Fog Storm. Within seconds, his figure moved among hundreds of large monsters, cutting them into pieces. Then, he landed facing the dragon. Cyan remarked, he's definitely not a fully grown dragon. The size speaks for itself. As Cyan identified his presence, the dragon immediately shot out a large energy beam from its mouth. Facing it, Cyan remarked, oh, tiled. That's real bright. As the powerful energy approached Cyan, he swiftly dodged, then quickly moved closer to the dragon's head. Kiram evaluated, Ammon's action now. You're being rude. Cyan felt annoyed by the complaint. He then struck twice at the dragon's head. Kiram said, you dare spit in my face on our first meeting? Well, you can take my sword to the face then. Cyan's strikes hit the dragon's face, leaving it wounded. The dragon roared in pain, creating a burst of air pressure that pushed Cyan far away. However, this only excited Cyan more as he saw his opponent worthy. He grinned excitedly. As the dragon's horn attacked, Cyan simply dodged aside. Then, He used his skill, swordless eighth fluttering petals. Cyan's body fluttered through the dragon's body, leaving it with many fatal strikes. The dragon fell from the sky to the ground, surrounded by swirling dust. Cyan, standing before the dragon, remarked, "Phew, I guess I can't take on a dragon just yet. My shoulders are sore. Well, time to wrap this up." The dragon stood up, its sharp eyes fixed on Cyan. Its body surged, creating a powerful gust of wind that made it difficult for Cyan to stand. Cyan prepared to attack, thinking, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Suddenly, something surprised Cyan. The massive dragon now seemed to be fleeing, its tail tucked, running away. It seemed quite sensitive to being struck by Cyan. Cyan panicked. "That lizard. He's running away. I can't let you go. Stop right there." Without hesitation, Cyan soared into the sky, chasing after the dragon. And that's why we see the current scene. Cyan still tightly clutching the dragon's leg, thinking to himself, "I guess I used up all of my luck coming across this dragon." After that, Cyan made his decision. Well then, how will I take care of this situation? At this moment, Kiram appeared and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing anything?" Cyan responded irritably, "What do you mean? Can't you see all those people below us?" Kiram, angered, retorted, "So what if you unsheathed me? You've got to do something at least." Cyan replied, "You want me to use the demonic sword with all those people watching? I'll be burned at the stake immediately if they see that." Kiram complained, "Then what? Are you just going to stay on this dragon?" Cyan, feeling annoyed, replied, "I'm thinking right now." Meanwhile, on the ground, Villiers was concentrating on casting some kind of spell, with golden swords surrounding the magic circle. Cyan recognized the spell and thought, "That's advanced 8-star magic. He's going to use the secret sword of the heavens." Knowing that his son would get swept up into it too when the time came, Villiers cast the spell. Dozens of swords flew, attacking towards the dragon. Cyan cried out, "You're really living up to your title as the continent's guardian father." As the swords attacked, the dragon showed no fear, maneuvering and dodging all the swords flying towards it. Cyan expressed in joy, "Oh, that's right. Good dragon. Keep avoiding it like before." Finishing the sentence, a sword attacked from behind, the dragon's blind spot, aiming straight towards Cyan. This made Cyan worried, and he expressed, "I don't think you'll dodge this one." Then the sword grazed the dragon's leg, causing Cyan to lose his grip and fall freely downwards. "Damn it. I can't believe I missed the opportunity for such a special meal," Cyan lamented. Kiram angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing? Fly. Are you going to kiss the ground?" Cyan disagreed, saying, "No, if I use a mist, still I'll be burned at the stake." Kiram shouted, "Are you just going to let yourself die then?" Cyan resigned to fate, saying, "I don't know, to maybe I'll even stop thinking." Suddenly, Cyan had an idea. He joyfully exclaimed, "Wait, I think there's a way." Kiram speculated, "Master, you're not going to fall in there, are you?" "In that shit-infested water," Cyan replied with resignation. "What other choice do I have?" Then, Cyan fell down into the river below, known to be created from the blood of monsters. But that didn't matter because, after all, Cyan managed to save his life. In a distant place, someone sensed that something was happening. "A devil dragon flying around here? What a rare sight." Another demon behind him said, "It's a young one. Seems like it got lost and got itself into trouble." The young demon boy responded, "There must be some strong demonic beasts over there," the red-haired demon replied. "No, it's humans who live across that border." The young demon boy speculated, "Humans? No, there's no way a dragon lost to something like a human." Then, he grew quiet. The demon next to him didn't understand his thoughts and asked, "Is something bothering you?" The young demon boy replied, "I can feel a very strange energy from over there. Something strange, but also familiar." The red-haired demon suggested, "If you're that concerned, you can go check it out. However, please refrain from killing everything you see just because you're bored." The young demon boy irritably said, all right, I won't cause any trouble." After saying that, he immediately created and flew towards Cyan's direction. At this point, at the position of the river of monsters, columns of bubbles of air rose from that position. Cyan emerged from below. He tried to crawl onto the nearby ground. Once ashore, he gasped for breath. Cyan grumpily complained about his life. "Fuck my life." Cyan turned to the side and asked Kiram, "You alive?" Kiram, wet and angry, said, "Don't even talk to me." I am trying to decide how I should kill you right now. Cyan reassured Kiram. We'll clean up once we go back. Don't be so mad. Kiram, clearly concerned, asked, Oh, so you're planning to go back? Get it together. This is the demon realm. Cyan tried to ease his worries, saying, Don't worry. There's no way we'd come across a higher demon here. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, I knew it. I knew something fun would be waiting for me here. The familiar voice sent a shock through them. I remember this voice, Cyan muttered, feeling its deep imprint in his memory. The young demon boy from earlier now stood in front of Cyan, his face fierce as he demanded, Are you a human? Cyan, taken aback by the sudden confrontation. The demon king Velkarion, Cyan stated, recognizing the formidable figure before him. In the past, all who witnessed him agreed. Standing before me now is the embodiment of evil. Cyan, reacting swiftly, cursed under his breath. Damn it, Velkarion. Why now? Velkarion, with chilling patience, repeated his question. I asked if you're human. Aren't you going to answer me? In the next moment, Velkarion's eyes changed, and he appeared behind Cyan with deadly intent. Do you want to fight me, kid? He asked in a deadly tone. Cyan, startled, swung his dagger behind him, but Velkarion vanished and reappeared once more. Cyan seemed to reach his limit when a strand of Velkarion's hair was cut off. Suddenly, Velkarion's demeanor shifted dramatically. He chuckled and remarked, I did hear you're a kind with infinite potential. You dared to cut my hair. It might be true. Kiram then appeared, interrupting. Seems like the wrong time. But who is that? Cyan replied mentally to Kiram, the Demon King. Kiram, shocked, repeated. The Demon King? How the hell are you going to defeat him in the state you're in? It's impossible, Cyan responded. I can only try to run away. At this point, Cyan trembled, wondering, but could I survive against Velkarion? Fortunately, Velkarion had no intention of harming Cyan. He reassured him, Hey, relax. What am I going to do against a little kid like you? You can calm down. Look, I'm really not going to do anything to you. We can talk with me lying down if you're so scared. Even if I'm an asshole, I won't fight kids. Cyan found this strange and wondered aloud. What? Why is he suddenly lying down? Velkarion chuckled and asked again, Are you human? Cyan confirmed that he was. Velkarion continued, How did you get here? Cyan replied, Through the current of the water. Velkarion mused, So it's your first time in the demon realm. Your aura is a bit strange, you know? Who are you? Cyan nervously denied any familiarity, sweating as he replied, Just a normal human. Velkarion smirked mischievously. A normal human, but it feels like you know me. Cyan's mind raced. We've never met before, he insisted. Velkarion remained relaxed on the ground, saying, I guess that's true. I've never seen a human before either. When could you have seen me? Cyan pondered silently. Why is he so relaxed? Is he really the same Demon King I know? Velkarion responded, I felt a strange energy while making my rounds. Cyan wondered aloud. Making your rounds? Velkarion confirmed, Yes, as the Demon King. It's my duty to watch over the lands I rule. Suddenly, Velkarion stopped and asked Cyan again, Kid, what did I just say? Cyan answered, That it's given for you to watch over the lands you rule as the Demon King. Velkarion chuckled. Aren't you shocked? I'm the Demon King. I knew it. You do know me from somewhere? What kind of kid in the world would react like you did? Has your mom never threatened you by saying that the Demon King will take you away if you're not a good boy? Cyan doubted himself, questioning, There's no way he's the same Demon King. If things go like in my past life, the demon's invasion should start soon. But this guy doesn't seem like someone who would do that. If this is his true self, then what triggered him to change? Cyan gathered his courage and asked, If you're really the Demon King, what is it that you wish to accomplish? Velkarion laughed in response, asking the Demon King such a question. You're quite bold. Nothing much. I just want my people to live good lives and eat well. Though if anyone dares to get in the way, I will kill them all. That is my duty as the Demon King. At this point, Cyan started to feel fearful. He thought, it was just for a moment, but I definitely felt it. The true monstrosity of Velkarion that I knew in my past life. It's repressed right now, but some incident must have removed the chains on that side of him. I need to prevent that incident from happening. Cyan gathered his resolve and said, Demon King, do you want to make a deal? Something will happen to you soon. Something that threatens the people you rule over. Velkarion, with an angry expression, asked, "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Cyan replied seriously, "I don't know exactly what the incident is, but I am certain that it will trigger a great war between humans and demons." Valkyrion, intrigued yet skeptical, asked, "You mean I'm going to want to take your lands?" Cyan responded calmly, "That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that you won't start a war, no matter what happens." Valkyrion considered this for a moment, then said with a hint of amusement, "Huh, you're making no sense. All right, let's say that I don't start a war. What are you going to give me in return?" Cyan met Valkyrion's gaze firmly and replied, "I'll help you, no matter what happens. I'll do my best to support you." Valkyrion leaned in close, his expression serious. You? You know something?" Then he smiled and asked, "Your name?" Cyan answered firmly, "Cyan Vert." Valkyrion nodded. "All right, Cyan Vert. I promise you, as the owner of the demon realm, that I will not invade your land no matter what happens." With that, Valkyrion's wings appeared, and he flew into the sky. Looking down at Cyan, he added, "But you better take responsibility for your own promise too. A deal is a deal after all." With Valkyrion gone, after some time, soldiers from the clan appeared, searching for Cyan. The inspection team found him conveniently lying there, and he was able to return safely. This earned him the nickname, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. They returned to an abbey on the borders of Velius, currently used as a military hospital. When Cyan woke up, he found Aaron beside him. Although he missed the moment before, Aaron said something to Cyan and asked again to confirm. In Cyan's mind, he thought, "I thought things were resolved smoothly." Aaron's face flushed, and she hesitantly said, "Will you?" She seemed to intend to say something like, "Will you marry me?" but suddenly stopped and instead said, "Will you be mine?" Cyan's face looked bewildered because he didn't understand her meaning. He silently thought, "What the hell is she saying?" Cyan suddenly interjected, "Nah." Aaron realized how confusing her words were, and with a sad expression, she started shedding tears. "Ah, of course. I'm an incompetent princess." In this difficult situation, Cyan thought to himself, "She's really getting on my nerves. I knew she was incompetent, but her attitude makes her even worse. It's obvious what's going to happen, but I can't stop thinking about how this piece of work is somehow involved in her tragic end." Cyan had made up his mind by now and spoke up, "You're right. You can't bring any benefit to me or anyone else for that matter in your current state. You have no influence or even basic etiquette. It would actually be detrimental for me to be close to you." His words were cutting for a vulnerable princess. Then he added, "However, I'll watch you from afar until you develop into someone better." This statement truly touched Aaron, and she asked, "What do you mean? Watch me?" Cyan tried to appear indifferent and replied, "Yes, don't be disappointed." Aaron's emotions were stirred, but she tried to remain composed. "No, I get what you mean. I just have to improve enough so that you'll acknowledge me." She pointed at Cyan and smiled, saying, "Just wait and see. I don't know when, but I'm going to become so powerful you won't be able to ignore me." Cyan, seeing Aaron's confidence, felt puzzled but responded, "I'm looking forward to it." However, he thought to himself, she cheered up real fast. She's just a kid. Before leaving, Aaron turned back with flushed cheeks. "Ah, one more thing," she said. "Thanks for being alive, really." Cyan, dumbfounded, surely couldn't understand her at this point. The scene shifts to another location, the outskirts of the rear camp, deep within the forest. A cloaked man moves through the snow until he reaches a tree stump. He looks around cautiously to ensure no one is watching. Once satisfied, he takes out a brightly colored cube. Holding the cube, he smiles joyfully and mutters, "Not much left now." Suddenly, a voice startles him. "So it was you, Reynold Crimson." As soon as the voice speaks, his body freezes. He cannot move. "My body won't move. It's as if some invisible chains are tying me down." The person behind him is Cyan. Cyan smirked faintly. "A small dimension box. I guess its commercialization has yet to happen. An artifact imbued with a dimensional realm and enough mana to allow infinite storage." He stepped closer to the man, who remained stiff and unable to move, showing signs of anger. "It was the masterpiece of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, wasn't it?" Cyan inquired calmly. "I've been keeping an eye on it for a whole year because I felt someone in the Empire was smuggling them." With a deft motion, Cyan took the cubic block from the man's hand. "So that's how you've been doing it. I'll be taking this." The man, powerless, could do nothing as Cyan continued. Cyan read out the man's personal information. Reynold Crimson, a 7-star mage knight from the Garam Kingdom. The man was astonished to hear his own details. Meanwhile, Cyan removed his hood, revealing his identity. The man was shocked to realize it was Cyan Vert standing before him and wondered why Cyan was here. Cyan emptied the contents of the cubic block, revealing body parts of monsters. I assume you extracted the blood of demonic beast corpses and smuggled them over in supply carriages allowed across the border. There's a spy helping you in the supply department, too. Upon hearing the accusations, the man immediately denied everything. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. Cyan remained calm. You don't need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. The man recalled supplying hellhound blood to Alice, suspecting her betrayal. Regardless, he couldn't let Cyan leave. Meanwhile, Cyan examined the monster parts and remarked, aside from freshness, this thing's too big to eat. The man attempted to use magic and wondered how Cyan had managed to capture him. Gradually regaining control, he smiled crazily and broke free from Cyan's control. With a triumphant declaration, the man cast a spell called Breath Fire, directing magical flames towards Cyan with the intent to end his life. The consequence of letting your guard down is death, kid, he sneered. Cyan realized the attack at the last moment, unable to evade in time. The magical flames engulfed him, and he thought, shit, I thought I was dead. The rumors about his opponent were true. The flames from the magic spread around. With calm composure, the man spoke, I lost the precious dimension box. I never expected this kind of thing to happen in the midst of transport, but suddenly, his hand was severed. Before he could comprehend it, his hand had detached from his body, and he cried out in pain. Surrounding him was a haze of blood, and he wondered, what's this black fog? At that moment, the protagonist reappeared, causing him to panic. He thought the protagonist had died. Immediately, the protagonist rushed forward and gripped his neck tightly, pressing him against a tree. The protagonist, now furious, emitted a menacing aura and began interrogating him. Tell me about the smuggling route and the spy, or suffer a death so tragic that even Satan would pray for you, the protagonist said with a terrifying face. The scene then shifted to a bustling area where people were trading goods fervently. This place was Veliaz's western border trading post. At this moment, two men greeted each other and brought out their goods for inspection, 2 boxes this time. We'll be able to take a bit more this time. I wonder how much is in this box, one of them said as they opened the next crate. However, what they found inside terrified them both. The smuggler's monstrous body parts, dealt with by the protagonist. His head was still in the box, surrounded by blood. The protagonist stood above, observing. Kiram then asked the protagonist, Are you not going to do anything about those guys? The protagonist replied, Yeah, I assumed the warning was enough. Garam Kingdom's 7-star mage knight, Reynold Crimson. He's been smuggling the blood of demonic beasts from the front lines behind the Ushif Empire's back. The items he smuggled were taken to the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. The Garam Kingdom's Mage Association, the protagonist continued, is a place where all mages insanely obsessed with magic gather. They study the origin and foundation of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They aspire to surpass the limits of humanity. Currently, they're making useful artifacts like the Dimension Box, but in the future, they'll do all kinds of insane stuff with the demonic beast blood. I need to put a stop to it now. The protagonist left, and Kiram teased him. Are you changing class from assassin to problem solver? Annoyed, the protagonist requested Kiram to shut up. Kiram suggested, I thought you were going to live for yourself. Isn't this a really selfless thing to do? The protagonist replied firmly, I just don't want any more people using the demonic beast blood. The scene shifted to a residence in the Ushif Empire. Askell, the protagonist's older brother, stood by the window, reading some letters. In the letters' content, there was a mention of Cyan. Askell wondered aloud. Cyan went to the front lines with father? An attendant on the bed, upon hearing the name Cyan, asked curiously, Cyan Vert? Ah, that half-brother of yours. Askell responded with irritation, Yes, he's been getting on my nerves. I'll have to go see him. At Cyan's camp, Emily finished packing their belongings neatly and expressed joy. Finally, we're out of the front lines. I'm so excited. I bet the academy will be incomparable to this gloomy place. Cyan, however, lamented, Yes, it's the beginning of hell for me. He explained that the academy wasn't what Emily expected. It was a place filled with politics, envy, jealousy, and prioritized networking over education. Still excited, Emily shared, I heard there are lots of handsome instructors. I'm so excited. Cyan, curious, asked why she was so enthusiastic. Emily continued cheerfully. Is romance finally coming into my life? Cyan wondered. Is she really coming to the academy for me? After some time traveling from the battlefield back home, Cyan stepped down from the horse carriage and admired the surroundings. Suddenly, he encountered his half-brother again. But strangely, Krantz looked terrified upon seeing Cyan. As Cyan attempted a normal greeting, Krantz ran off in fear, leaving Cyan puzzled. Kiram then asked, "Who was that?" Cyan replied, "Krantz, my half-brother. Don't mind him." Kiram laughed and speculated, "I feel like you're the opposite of your family members." Cyan denied, "Not really. I'm not that far off from Alice." In his mind, he thought, the real opposite is someone else. As Cyan entered the family hall, he was surprised to find the servants lined up respectfully, welcoming him back. Cyan wondered why they were suddenly polite, thinking, they never even glanced at me before. But now they're being all polite, as if father or that bastard is here. Much had changed over the past year. I guess it's the reward for my hard work, Cyan mused. As Cyan approached the door to his room, he felt a sinister aura emanating from within. Silently acknowledging, I recognize this aura. The aura that makes me shudder. Cyan opened the door and affirmed to himself, yes, beyond this door is that bastard. Behind the door stood the detestable face of Askell, grinning disgustingly. It's been a while, Cyan, Askell greeted casually. Cyan was shocked to encounter his brother in his own room. Reminding himself to stay calm, seeing Cyan's troubled expression, Askell immediately asked, "Do you not remember me?" "I guess that would make sense. The last time I saw you was before I went into the academy." At that moment, Cyan didn't hear anything Askell said. His face resembled that of a demon, his mind consumed by unrest. He had only one thought. As it is, I can't calm down. Right now, I'm going to kill. As soon as Cyan drew his demonic sword, Kiram appeared, attempting to restrain him. She stood beside him like a shadow, saying, "Get it together. If you don't want to die, there's no fun in killing him right now." Cyan was infuriated, but he managed to restrain himself. He bowed before Askell and said, "I greet my older brother." Askell asked again, "So, you do remember me?" Cyan replied, "How could I forget my own older brother's face?" Askell then patted Cyan's head and said, "That makes me happy." Though this angered him, Cyan forced himself to remain calm. Askell smiled and remarked, "I was worried that you would have forgotten me. I'm glad you haven't. I heard that your swordsmanship has improved. You'll soon be able to help me on the battlefield." Cyan, with a serious expression, tried to control his response. "Yes, I too. I'm looking forward to that very much." This made Askell slightly doubtful of Cyan's expression. Then Askell said, "I'm glad I came here just to see you today." In Cyan's mind, he thought, he's the kind of guy to not even spare a glance at those he deems useless. Knowing that he's here for a reason is helping me calm down. Weirdly enough, Cyan then forced a strange smile and said, "I missed you too." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Emily struggled with 2 suitcases, looking displeased. She complained, he doesn't even have any baggage. Couldn't he have helped me?" As she reached the door to her room, she dropped the suitcases and expressed, "I'm wiped." Then angrily, she opened the door and scolded, Young master, how could you?" However, upon seeing Askell's presence, she fell silent and stunned. Askell appeared friendly and smiled, saying, "I heard you were close to Cyan. If you are comfortable with him, feel free to do your work. Don't mind me." After that, Askell left. Cyan and Emily bowed to bid him farewell. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh yes, young master. I was so nervous." Then she displayed an angry expression towards Cyan's direction and said, "Young master, you should have told me in advance if the first young master was here." Feeling uncomfortable, Cyan spoke to Emily sharply, "Emily, can you leave me alone for a bit?" Emily, unaware of his mood, was about to say more but stopped when she met Cyan's intimidating gaze. He repeated, "Don't make me repeat myself." Emily found it difficult to comprehend. It was the first time she had seen Cyan in such an angry state. Cyan, feeling overwhelmed, rushed to the bathroom, vomiting out everything. His mood seemed somewhat better afterwards. Cyan then asked Kiram, "Why did you stop me?" Kiram replied, "Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Cyan retorted, "It was a good chance for you to take over my body as well." With a wicked smile, Kiram replied, "Don't be mistaken. I just want your rage to grow. That way, you'll be more delicious." Understanding Kiram's intent, Cyan laughed and responded, "All right, Now that's like you. The scene shifted to Askel's location. He summoned his servant, who promptly reported, I've tracked down the second young lady as you ordered. Askel inquired, and where is she? The servant responded, she's in the north, in the territory of the White Elves, Farina. Askel remarked, Farina, they're known for abhorring outsiders. She sure is skilled with others. Let me know if it looks like she's going to come back. The servant acknowledged the order, saying, yes, young master. Then the servant curiously asked, did something good happen? Askel questioned, why do you think that? The servant observed, you seem much brighter than usual. Was the meeting with your younger brother amusing? Askel laughed and replied, amusing, I guess you could put it that way. However, his demeanor quickly turned more ominous as he added, but you're wrong. I'm in a terrible mood right now. The servant immediately apologized. Askel recalled Cyan's expression when they met, reflecting on those eyes as if he was looking at his lifelong nemesis. Is it my misunderstanding? He gets on my nerves. I'll have to keep an eye on him for now, Askel thought. The servant replied, I'll assign someone to do that. As twilight fell, Askel sat contemplating Cyan's inscrutable expression. He wondered, Cyan Vert, what are you hiding? The scene shifts to a carriage waiting outside the mansion, with Emily standing nearby. With a displeased expression, Emily addressed Cyan. I'm really disappointed in you, young master. Cyan tried to explain, it's not my fault. I can only take a night escort to the academy. However, Emily grew even angrier, reproaching, then you should have at least let me know beforehand. After a heated argument, it was time for Cyan to leave. He waved goodbye to Emily before departing, saying, anyway, be good, Emily. Emily seemed indifferent but replied, you be good, young master. With a mischievous expression, Cyan chuckled and signaled for the carriage to depart. Huh? You're really just leaving? Emily asked one last time, her eyes welling up with tears. She urged, don't feel down even if you get bullied. As the carriage departed, Emily stood behind, gesturing for Cyan to take care of himself. Cyan felt a bit embarrassed but acknowledged, that's very like her to say. He reminisced about a childhood memory when he was sick. Outside, it was raining heavily when he was 8, and he was so feverish that he kept losing consciousness. No one was there to take care of him. The person who carried him on her back and sprinted to the nearest doctor back then was Emily. Emily ran through the streets, knocking on doors for assistance. Luckily, a kind old man opened the door for them. Lying on the sickbed, Cyan remembered Emily's attentive care, thinking, if it weren't for her, I probably would have been found dead somewhere in the mansion. Returning to the present, although they appeared to dislike each other outwardly, their relationship was akin to family. With a rare smile on his face, Cyan teased from the carriage, Emily, act right, or you're going to end up dead by my hand. Emily was delighted to hear his playful greeting and pretended not to hear. To Cyan, Emily was more important than a mere servant. After the farewell, Cyan sat quietly in the carriage. His gaze turned pensive. He assessed, anyway, 6 whole intermediate class nights just to escort one person? This puzzled Cyan. He sighed, then smiled with hidden meaning, remarking, seems like shit's going to go down before I even get to the academy. After some time on the road, the sun had set, and the carriage slowed down. 2 knights seemed to signal each other about a plan. Cyan, calmly lying in the carriage, seemed to grasp everything. A knight approached and suggested, young master, I think we should camp here for tonight. Cyan inquired, yeah? Where are we? The knight informed him they were in the central city of Saffron and added, we'll probably arrive in the city in the morning tomorrow. Cyan agreed and instructed, all right, let me know when you're done setting up. The knight acknowledged the order, yes, young master. Cyan observed the surroundings and realized the knight had lied. He thought, there isn't a forest like this near Saffron. It's not somewhere nice and shady either. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Cyan confirmed to himself, it's obvious what they're trying to do. Right after that, a knight spoke to Cyan, young master, you may come out now. Cyan stepped out from the carriage. He knew everything but tried to feign ignorance and remarked, the air is really refreshing. At this point, all the knights surrounded Cyan. Seeing a stranger among them, Cyan asked for their identity. The man in a brown cloak seemed to grow anxious, and the other knights shared the same sentiment, remaining silent. Suddenly, one of them smirked. Cyan noticed with a menacing gaze and asked again, I asked a question. The knight with a smirk on his face and sword in hand replied, you don't need to know. You're going to die soon anyway. Other knights began to express regret. It's a shame that it's come to this. one said. Another added, "There are no personal feelings, though. I'll be nice enough to make it as painless as possible. You just need to stand there with your eyes closed." Then the sinister-faced knight lunged towards Cyan, bidding farewell. However, Cyan faced him calmly, and in an instant, the man's body lay in pieces, his head severed by Cyan. After dispatching one knight, Cyan, now with a chilling tone and bloodlust emanating, brandished his sword and demanded, "I asked, who the fuck is behind this?" The remaining knights, paralyzed by fear, couldn't move, their faces filled with terror. Unfazed, Cyan continued, "Why are you all not moving? Did you not expect this to happen?" The man in the brown cloak, horrified, couldn't believe what he witnessed. Then one knight, summoning courage, charged at Cyan in a desperate attempt to survive, but seconds later his head was separated from his body. Cyan unleashed a barrage of strikes, each cut aimed directly at the remaining knights, slicing through their bodies. They cried out in agony until their lives ended. One of them, too terrified, attempted to flee but couldn't escape Cyan's swift demise. The man in the brown cloak froze in terror, tears streaming down his face, questioning, "This is really an 11-year-old? He reasoned, there was a reason he came alive after fighting a dragon. Cyan retrieved his sword, fixing his menacing gaze on the man. As Cyan approached, the man fell to the ground, trembling and attempting to retreat. With a threatening gaze, Cyan demanded the man to confess everything. Overwhelmed with fear, the man immediately revealed, "Mrs. Margaret was behind this." Hearing the answer, Cyan found everything too easy. He seemed somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, the man continued sobbing and trembling. The horse carriage departed with the man at the reins and Cyan sitting inside. The man elaborated further. "From what I heard, young Master Krantz asked Mrs. Margaret for a favor. We were all assuming that this mission was because of that." Cyan was surprised by the revelation, thinking, it was Krantz. All he could do when he saw me was book it. I'll teach him a good lesson when I see him again. Then the man, trembling, asked, "What's going to happen to me now? Are you going to kill me?" Cyan replied, "You don't look that sad about it." The man expressed, "We were the ones that tried to kill you first. I have no right to resent you if you kill me." Cyan disregarded it and instructed, "Just drive. There's a difference between being useless and having no value in being alive." He added, "You're good at driving the carriage." The man was surprised and thanked Cyan. As they approached a majestic city, Cyan announced, "We're here. Central City, Saffron." The scene shifts to a room where a vase lies shattered on the floor, and a startled woman's voice is heard questioning, "What the hell do you mean?" Her butler, seeing the woman's hands tremble as she seeks confirmation, says, "One is missing, and the other 6 were found dead." The butler confirms, adding, "Young Master Cyan left Saffron 10 days ago." Having heard everything, the woman is deeply shocked and exclaims, "You said it wouldn't be a problem. How did that happen?" The butler bows apologetically and replies, "We've underestimated the young master." Enraged, the woman rebukes him. "How can you fail at getting rid of some little child?" The butler, with a worried expression, attempts to suggest, "I think there must be someone behind the scenes that we don't know of. If you give me one more chance, I'll send someone to the academy too." The woman cuts him off angrily and anxiously states, "Enough. If we do that, then sign. If he puts even a hand on Krantz." Remembering Cyan's terrifying face and his past threats, she adds, "Don't you want your son to graduate in one piece?" Just recalling it makes the woman fearful of the consequences if she takes any further action. She then turns away and orders the butler, "It's fine. Don't do anything." The butler bows in obedience, and the woman continues, "And no one must know about this." The butler acknowledges the request and follows the woman's instructions. As the butler leaves, his actions catch the attention of Askell. The scene shifts to Cyan, who lounges comfortably on a horse-drawn carriage, thinking, "It has been 10 days since we left Saffron. Brian has been acting as my subordinate all this time. I assume they know that I'm still alive. At this rate, I'll safely arrive at the Royal Academy, so I'll have to think about what to do with Brian." Interrupting Cyan's rest, Brian opens the carriage window and announces their arrival. Cyan half opens his eyes, confirming the information. As they reach the academy, Cyan reminisces, brings back the old days. "I can't really call them good memories, but this academy changed me in many ways." Cyan stands before the academy's reception desk, presenting his family crest and introducing himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The staff, upon hearing Cyan's family name, express surprise. The woman attempts to regain composure and welcomes Cyan with a smile. Yes, of course. You're registered. She then instructs Cyan, you just need to go to the assigned dormitory and wait. The woman at the reception desk continues, you'll need to attend the entrance ceremony and the elemental test in 2 days. Cyan is surprised to learn he's been assigned a private room and wonders if he's misunderstanding something. The woman remains silent, handing Cyan a tray with his belongings, including a key to his designated room and a letter. Cyan, still incredulous, tries to confirm with the woman, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Cyan and Brian move to their assigned room. Brian, overwhelmed, drops all the luggage abruptly with a shocked expression, staring wide-eyed and speechless. As Cyan enters the room, he observes the luxurious surroundings and quietly evaluates. The Royal Hall? No one in my family has ever been assigned to the Royal Hall. Someone has to be behind this. Cyan turns to Brian to confirm the information and asks, is that all the luggage there was? Brian, still in shock, responds firmly, yes, that's all you had. Cyan then reaches into his coat, intending to retrieve something, and says, since I made it to the academy and all the luggage is here, your role is done? Brian, terrified by Cyan's words, breaks into a cold sweat and begs Cyan for mercy. However, Cyan surprises him by tossing a bag of gold coins. Brian, bewildered, tries to understand the situation. Cyan turns away towards the window, waving his hand and says, for all your work, it should be enough to help you start a new life wherever you go. You might end up dead, so don't go back to Velius. Although I won't stop you. Hearing this, Brian's expression becomes solemn, and he stands frozen for a moment. Then, suddenly, Brian kneels on one knee and declares, I, Brian Kendrick, an official knight of Velias, would like permission to serve you my entire life. Cyan, with a puzzled, naive expression, asks, you're a knight? I thought you were a coachman. Brian responds hesitantly, yes, although I'm the lowest of the low, so I was on stuff like coachman duty. Brian then adds, my father always used to tell me that if I meet someone I can trust and serve all my life, I should ask to serve him without hesitation. Hearing Cyan's unsatisfied tone, Brian doesn't fully grasp what Cyan is referring to. Cyan, now emanating a formidable aura, looks at Brian and asks, how do you know that I won't stab you in the back in the future? Despite being fearful, Brian firmly replies, even if you were to, it doesn't matter. Upon receiving Brian's steadfast answer, Cyan pats him on the shoulder, acknowledging his loyalty, and says, don't ever think about betraying me. Cyan then leaves, stating, I don't want to go to the entrance ceremony. Let's just go to the elemental test. Brian responds, yes, young master, and watches Cyan leave, still puzzled by everything. Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy Dean's office, Kundal Quazel evaluated the student intake for the year. It seems like we have quite a few talented students at the elemental test this year, he mused. Based on the results of the previous assessment, notable individuals include Princess Erin Severus with a 2-star mana control ability, B-rank physical ability, and 52% purity in the light attribute. Seth Chaharkin follows with a 3-star mana control ability, A-ranked physical ability, and 71% purity in the sand attribute. The Royal Academy Dean stroked his beard, holding the evaluation report. These children are surprising enough. However, when it came to this Cyan character, the Dean was puzzled by Cyan's stats, a mana control ability of only 1 star, S-ranked physical abilities, and a dark attribute with a purity level of 92%. The woman in front of him, named Sarika Nigrathi, an academy instructor, expressed, even Alice Vert, who was titled God's Child, had only 88% in the water element by the time she graduated. The Dean evaluated. Interesting. Even the child who was praised for possessing top-notch talents could not match up to her younger brother. Nigrathi agreed, expressing concern. The Cyan character's attribute is darkness. His talents might rot, considering his element. The Dean asked, were you aware that Cyanvert was assigned to the Royal Hall? Sarika Nigrathi replied, yes, I heard from the other instructors. The Academy Dean explained further, it was the Emperor's orders. This surprised Nigrathi greatly. The Dean added, apparently, Cyan saved the young princess from the monsters on the front lines. He's even considering marrying the two. The 5th princess, who was considered a failure, marrying into the Verts, who have never failed to raise extremely talented individuals. What kind of consequences do you think that would have? Nigrathi speculated. The conflicts over the succession will be heightened, and the empire might split up over the issue, perhaps leading to a civil war. The Academy Dean reminded her, don't overthink it. All we can do is watch anyway. It's for us to witness whether that child will become the Empire's hero or bring forth its downfall. Meanwhile, after the examination, Cyan moved along the corridor, thinking about his test results, particularly his attribute purity score of darkness, which was a very high 92%. This led him to speculate, I think I was in the 80s in my past life. Is it from drinking all that demonic beast blood? Suddenly, he encountered Krantz in the hallway. While Cyan greeted Krantz normally, Krantz visibly retreated in fear. Cyan privately reflected, yeah, I'm sure it's really shocking to see someone you thought was dead. Alongside Krantz was another tall figure who didn't seem friendly at all. This person asked Krantz, is this the kid you treat like your slave? Krantz, now fearful of the question from his companion, stuttered in response, yeah, this is Cyan. The young man, with a mocking smile, looked at Cyan and insulted him. I heard you don't even know who your mom is. Cyan looked at this young man and recognized him as Popper Pinaron, the son of Gam Kingdom's Marquis Pinaron. He was someone who bullied Cyan as much as Krantz did in his past life. Cyan's eyes quickly changed as he thought about those memories. With a wicked smile, Cyan declared, how lucky of me to meet him now. Popper, still oblivious to the looming threat, urged Krantz, move. Someone like him needs a good beating. Krantz, afraid, responded, Popper. Wait. Popper, unaware of the danger before him, commented on Cyan. What's with his eyes? Krantz tried to avoid a confrontation with Cyan and suggested, hey, why don't we just go to the cafeteria? But things took a turn for the worse. Cyan suddenly rushed forward, kicking Popper straight into the wall, causing it to crack behind him. Krantz, with a shocked expression, called out the name of his friend, Popper. After receiving Cyan's kick, Popper now lay unconscious on the floor. Cyan then turned to Krantz, his brother, and said, why don't we have a chat, Krantz? Krantz, terrified, could only stammer apologies. Cyan, with a terrifying expression, approached Krantz, placing a hand on his shoulder, causing Krantz to sweat and nearly cry. Cyan leaned in close to Krantz's ear and whispered, I don't care what you do behind my back because I'm lenient, but if I ever see you again, you will be graduating in a wheelchair. Krantz, petrified by the threat, was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. After Cyan left, Krantz collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed by the fear Cyan instilled in him. Cyan, with a sinister smile, thought to himself, I think my life here is going to be fun. Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy's library, Sarika, an academy instructor, was moving through the shelves, contemplating, Cyan, a hero or a downfall? I'll have to keep a close eye on him. She then moved towards the spot where the book she wanted was supposed to be, only to find it missing. She wondered about the disappearance of the book when suddenly Cyan appeared behind her and asked, Are you looking for this? Startled by Cyan's presence, Sarika tried to remain calm and forced a smile, saying, How did a student get in here? Students aren't allowed in here. In her mind, Sarika was alarmed. I couldn't detect his presence. She then tried to pretend she didn't know Cyan and asked, You're Mr. Cyan, am I correct? Can you give that to me? I really need it for my research. Cyan responded with a friendly face. This? Of course. Cyan handed Sarika something resembling a letter instead of the book she was looking for. Sarika was about to thank Cyan when suddenly a sharp weapon attacked Cyan from Sarika's direction, catching him off guard. Fortunately, what was cut off was the book, not Cyan's body. Cyan now said, Is that not what you were looking for, Instructor Sarika? Cyan changed his tone and said again, No, the assassin organization's Hall Master of Mist, Sarika Nigrathi, now revealed. Her true self with a cold gaze, Sarika held the letter hidden within the book and asked Cyan, What the hell? How do you know that? Cyan then recounted, In my past life, I thought Instructor Sarika's first impression was very ordinary. She was very friendly. She inquired about the situation at the academy and was very interested, often conversing with me. She expects growth from someone who's being bullied by his own brother. It sounded like a joke. At that moment, Sarika said to Cyan, I'm actually very interested in you. This caught Cyan by surprise. Sarika acknowledged Cyan's abilities and said, It's rare to see someone with 84% in the dark element. Cyan, with a self-conscious face, responded, But I was told that it's not a special element. Sarika continued to encourage and uplift Cyan, stating, That's because humanity doesn't know much about it. I actually think that your growth potential is infinite. In Cyan's mind, a thought emerged. I was swept up in confusion. Maybe this person can help me. However, at the current moment, Cyan realized, it was my misunderstanding. I was being deceived. I must not fall for that innocent-looking face. Being an instructor here is her cover job. She's actually an assassin. She's the hall master of the assassin organization, Mist, and she's hiding out in the academy where all the royals and nobles of the continent come to learn. Sarika, now composed, suggested, I'll hear you out in my lab. Come with me. Sarika's demeanor surprised Cyan, revealing a foolish expression. In Cyan's mind, he thought, she didn't really react as dramatically as I had expected. At this point, both of them were in Sarika's lab, surrounded by numerous peculiar items. Cyan looked around and assessed, this place hasn't changed. Cyan, now composed, casually sipped his tea, then smiled brightly and said, you put poison in the tea. In Cyan's mind, he evaluated, I knew things were going too smoothly. Sarika responded with a cheerful smile, saying, it's not a very severe poison. Don't worry, it'll only melt your organs. Cyan confidently thought, but this won't work on me. I'm someone who has consumed countless demonic beasts' blood and Emily's food. Cyan then changed his demeanor, revealing a serious expression fitting the current situation, and said, maybe use something a bit stronger next time. Sarika, no longer attempting friendliness, said, then shall we talk? She asked Cyan, how do you know who I am? Plus, you knew that I received my orders in that specific unpopular book in the library. You were aware of the exact location too. Are you perhaps trying to tell me that you're also a part of Mist? Cyan calmly responded with a question. What more proof do you need? Hearing this, Sarika became somewhat uncomfortable and exclaimed, huh, you got a big head because of your elemental test, huh? Cyan didn't answer Sarika's question but recounted to her, before setting off to Chatran, I was asked by everyone if just one escort knight will do, and a coachman at that. Cyan continued his line of questioning, because nobles have been murdered left and right recently. Then, Cyan asked Sarika, when did the purification project begin? Sarika feigned ignorance and asked back, the purification project? With hostility emanating from her, she confirmed, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Cyan, also displaying strength, admitted his own hostility and replied, I'm referring to the assassinations, of course. Sarika, now with a threatening tone, said, you might regret what you just said. Unfazed, Cyan confronted Sarika, are you threatening a student right now? Sarika didn't stop the conversation. She flipped the table they were sitting at to obstruct Cyan's view. With a serious expression, Cyan prepared to defend himself and asked, so that's how you're going to respond? Then he punched directly into the table, breaking it in half. Sarika, with the skills of an assassin, appeared on the ceiling with 2 daggers in hand, ready to attack Cyan. Cyan, recognizing the presence of Sarika as an assassin herself, calmly stated, I thought I proved my identity enough. Sarika showed no intention of stopping. She swiftly lunged towards Cyan, threatening, even if you're really a part of Mist, there can't be a member I don't know about since I am a hall master. Then followed 2 light fast strikes. Cyan managed to evade the attacks just in time. Sarika persevered, speaking with an excited smile. I won't let you go. Cyan, now wearing a displeased expression, drew the Kirim blade and said, I guess I have no choice then. He then launched a direct attack towards Sarika with just one hand, pushing her back. In surprise at his strength, changing his grip on Kirim, he rushed at Sarika with a serious expression, stating, if you can't believe me, then I'll show you. This was followed by a series of attacks from various angles, making it difficult for her to defend herself. Eventually, she called for a halt to the fight, astonished and questioning the object Cyan held. She wondered, that dagger? Is it the demonic sword Kirim that only the one chosen by Eru can wield? Cyan, holding Kirim, spoke coldly, do you believe me now? I assume Mist is looking for the successor right now. Sarika, bewildered, questioned, how do you know that? Cyan confirmed with a cold expression, the very person you've been searching for is right here. He then requested, Sarika, bring me to Eru. The scene shifts to a street somewhere in Luwin. The entire area was enveloped in darkness with a sliver of moonlight shining down. Sarika led Cyan using magic to open a door. As the door opened, a gloomy mist emerged from deep within the room. Sarika then said to Cyan, you're not even surprised that there is a mist base in a place like this? Here, this is the path to the altar you wanted to go to. You are on your own from here onwards. Then Sarika left, leaving Cyan alone to proceed into the darkness. Cyan observed his surroundings and assessed, this is a unique realm made with the power of the god of fog. Because of that, it's much bigger than it looks from the outside. Cyan also noticed the presence of ambushers, thinking, anyway, 2 at 4 o'clock, 3 at 11 o'clock. Shortly after, daggers were suddenly thrown towards Cyan, but he anticipated them and easily blocked them all. However, these attacks were just distractions. 2 masked assassins approached Cyan from behind. Cyan calmly thought, I predicted this, but this kind of welcome ceremony is a bit much, isn't it? As the 2 assassins attacked, Cyan calmly dodged and stepped back. The speed of their attacks was so fast that their figures seemed like flashes of red light. They also threw a barrage of concealed weapons at Cyan, but he remained calm and blocked them all. At the same time, Cyan countered by throwing the daggers back at the assassins, nearly striking one in the face. Nevertheless, the assassin's skills were not to be underestimated. Despite the close range, the assassin managed to deflect all the thrown daggers. Cyan observed the situation and thought, he deflected my dagger in that short moment. He admired their exceptional assassination techniques. Not giving Cyan any respite, all the assassins targeted him for an attack. Their secret technique, expansion, was activated, followed by the Death Horn formation. Cyan was put in a difficult position as he was attacked from all 4 directions simultaneously. However, this did not seem to trouble Cyan much. He had grasped their assassination techniques, and in the next moment, Cyan used his own secret technique, expansion. His entire body emitted a red aura surrounding his form. The assassins were astonished when they saw this, realizing it was their own secret technique. They were even more shocked that this technique was being executed by a child. As the 4 assassins closed in on Cyan, he quickly executed the skill, Bloodthirst Wave, causing the red aura to surge in a wave, covering the surrounding area. Cyan explained, Bloodthirst Wave is a secret technique exclusive to assassins that allows you to manifest bloodthirst into a physical form to attack others. As the assassins were hit by the technique, the red aura enveloped their bodies, squeezing them and making it impossible for them to breathe. After a while, all the assassins who were hit by the technique fell unconscious. Cyan observed the situation and confirmed that they wouldn't be able to get up for a while. However, things were not over yet. Cyan's attention turned to the final assassin, who had been standing and observing without taking any action until now. Cyan watched this assassin and silently assessed, though this one is still standing, is he a higher-up? To avoid being caught off guard, Cyan proactively activated the skill, Fog Sword. Unshakable roots of a great tree. At that moment, power was focused into the demon sword Kirim. But before Cyan could use the skill, the assassin began to move quickly towards him, attacking swiftly. Cyan tried to block the assassin's attack and was surprised by his strength. Cyan's mind quickly assessed, he managed to stop my technique midway through. Who is he? Right after, the assassin's mask fell, and the assassin expressed surprise, saying, You've adapted my main skill. The assassin then told Cyan, I can't hold back any longer, Cyanvert. However, when the mask was removed, the assassin facing Cyan was none other than Sarika. Cyan was stunned and surprised by the situation when he realized it was Hall Master Sarika. At that moment, Sarika gave a deranged smile and blushed red as she obsessively demanded, Show me your true powers, Cyanvert. Immediately, Cyan used the skill, Thick Fog 8th Form Assault. As the name suggests, the skill created 8 slashes in 1 second, attacking Sarika directly. This forced Sarika to be pushed back, and the skill inadvertently cut the hair tie binding Sarika's hair, revealing her smooth and beautiful hair. Sarika, with a look of delight, remarked, You're proficient with the thick fog and the fog sword too. You're making me even more interested. She then demanded, Show me your true potential, Cyan. However, before she could finish her sentence, Cyan had already run away. Observing the current situation, Sarika immediately activated the skill called Zeal for Combat. Meanwhile, Cyan was hurrying away from Sarika's reach, his mind filled with worry as he assessed, that is what drives Sarika. A hall master who's drunk with such desire will want to fight until one of us dies. Only those who have experienced this would know the fear on Cyan's face as he started to show apprehension. Meanwhile, Sarika, using the skill to move through walls, quickly approached with a terrifying, lustful gaze like a demon hunting its prey. Her face blushing in a mad smile, she spoke in a terrifying voice, Come back here, Cyanvert, isn't this what you wanted to? Then Sarika used the skill, Fog Sword, rushing fog storm, creating slashes that blocked all of Cyan's escape routes. Cyan tried to defend himself but was pushed back, thinking, I'm not as perverted as you though. At this moment, Sarika said to Cyan, "This is a realm created by Eru. The outside won't detect your energy at all, so you don't need to worry about that." Upon hearing that, Cyan decided, "All right, I can use all the techniques I want in a place like this. I could probably end up killing her, but oh well." The next second, Cyan's entire body changed. A red aura surrounded him, and his eyes turned red, indicating that he had merged with Kiram. Suddenly, Cyan exhibited strange behavior. His whole body suddenly froze, and then he fell face first onto the ground, unconscious, to Sarika's surprise. She didn't understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, Kiram's voice echoed, "I knew it. You can rest." Then a dark energy gathered and formed Kiram's body. Sarika, still uncertain about the identity of the woman before her, was taken aback. Kiram spoke with a threatening tone. "I didn't want to intervene. You know me, right?" Sarika recognized her and knelt down to show respect, saying, "Yes, demonic sword Kiram." Kiram, now visibly angry, questioned Sarika, "So what's the situation? You're supposed to worship Eru, yet you're attacking my master." Sarika attempted to explain, "I was just verifying if he truly is who he claims to be, whether he really is the successor or not." Kiram was not satisfied with Sarika's response and unleashed a fearsome power, stating, "You could have just called for your god instead. Then, can I take this as a direct challenge against me?" Sarika did not respond directly but offered an awkward smile and reminded Kiram, "I think we should focus on the successor first." Kiram was puzzled, but when she looked down, she saw Cyan lying in a pool of blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "What? Why are you dying?" Sarika explained, "You manifested into your whole form, but that is a very inefficient way of doing it. It eats away at the owner's life force." Hearing this, Kiram became furious and, without mercy, grabbed Cyan by the collar and lifted him up, chastising him. "Hey, this is nothing. What was the point of drinking all that beast blood then?" Sarika intervened, saying, "But I, Hall Master Sarika Nigrathi of Mist, do not reject any fights. Plus, if you're the opponent, I can't turn it down." Kiram was disturbed by Sarika's fighting enthusiasm and thought to herself, "What the hell's wrong with her? I'm scared." At this moment, Cyan began to regain consciousness and demanded Kiram release him. After Kiram let him go, she asked how Cyan was feeling. Cyan, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, questioned Kiram, "Why did you suddenly manifest?" Kiram responded with a mischievous smile, "Just stay behind me. I have to teach that wench a lesson." Sarika, delighted, prepared for battle and said, "It'd be an honor, Kiram." Kiram, feeling disrespected, responded, "Don't be crying and begging for my forgiveness later then." Sarika, unfazed, provoked her further, "I'd love it if you could push me to that point." Suddenly, a whispering voice in Sarika's ear said, "That's enough." Sarika recognized it was Era's voice. At that moment, a blue space portal opened in the air, drawing Kiram and Cyan's attention. From the portal came a voice commanding, "Sarika, send the successor to the altar." Sarika respectfully obeyed and replied, "Yes, Eru." Cyan watched the scene with a sense of relief and quietly affirmed, "Finally, I get to meet Eru, the god of darkness." Inside Cyan's mind, memories from the past resurface. People say the god of black fog is evil. They say the god of black fog kills without hesitation and justifies it as if it was an act done out of consideration. He says in response, "It is what they desired. Others do not decide for you what is right or wrong. If you can just protect your own ethics by dying, then that is enough." Cyan evaluates that anyone would say this logic is insane, but he wants to tell them that this god is just trying to protect the weak. He's an idiot, Cyan thinks. Returning to the present, Cyan and Kiram, with Era's permission, are advancing through the azure spatial door. Ahead of them is an endless staircase leading upward. At the end is a golden throne with a man sitting atop it, waiting for them. As they approach, the man, dressed in the familiar cloak of assassins with a hood over his head, asks Cyan, "Do you know who I am?" Cyan, with a calm face, faces the man and replies, "Of course, the god of black fog, Eru." Eru asks Cyan for confirmation, "Was your name Cyanvert? I've never seen you before. What evidence do you have to claim yourself as my successor?" Cyan looks at Eru and responds, "I'm sure you've already sensed the power of the fog within me." Cyan's answer is clear evidence, making Eru refrain from further questioning. He begins to explain to Cyan that there are two ways to become the successor. One is if he gives them the mist stone himself, and the other is when the mist stone finds the qualified one by itself. Eru then points to Cyan and says, I do not know you, so I assume the latter applies to this situation. Eru also admits that it is true that the mist stone, which should be at the altar, suddenly disappeared last year. On top of that, it's surprising that you were able to awaken Kiram. Even I was unable to track her down. You're handling her pretty well. At this moment, Kiram, in the form of a little demon, expresses a displeased face, thinking, who's handling whom? Eru continues to express, and those eyes, the light in them surpasses your age. I see you're an outsider from a timeline that I am not a part of. In Cyan's mind, he wonders about what Eru has referred to, noting that he's not part of Cyan. He then tells Eru, I thought you were involved in me being here. Eru responds, if you wanted an all-powerful and all-knowing god, you're in the wrong place. I'm not powerful. It's been long since my rights as a god have been taken away from me. Cyan hears Eru's answer and silently admits that he's correct. I shouldn't have expected anything from Eru, Cyan thinks, then appears contemplative and expresses, that's quite convenient for me. Cyan wonders, what are you talking about? Eru, with an excited face, replies, a perfect successor came here on his own. There is less work for me to do now. I didn't even have to do anything. Cyan acknowledges that and expresses, you're as lazy as ever. The relaxed conversation between the two makes Kiram somewhat confused and worried. Eru then adds, anyway, you brought something rather annoying with you. Were you not satisfied with the demonic sword? You're attempting to take the power of the holy sword too. Upon hearing this, Cyan smirks mischievously and replies, I'm not trying to do anything as of now. With a devilish smile, he takes out the broken piece of the holy sword's blade and says to Eru, I just thought that if the world doesn't know of this thing's existence, it might become useless. Seeing what Cyan is holding, Eru seems excited and says, you possess quite the evil hobby. Well, I won't inquire any further. It is none of my business. But I will follow the rules. Eru then approaches Cyan, his entire body emitting a dense and intimidating aura. Coldly, he interrogates Cyan. I shall ask you as your absolute master. Dear successor who has inherited my powers, what do you seek with this power? Facing the terrifying aura and Eru's question, Cyan falls into a state of concentration. In his mind, he recalls his brother and thinks, I was asked the same question in my past life. My answer back then was, I will live for my brother. Cyan chuckles at his own foolishness and remarks, what an idiotic response. Contemplating, he wonders why his response in his past life didn't bother them. Did he not want something more? Era's words make him remember as Era reminds him, remember this. There is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Cyan thought that Eru already knew of his pathetic end. He resolved that it had to be different this time. Slowly, Cyan approached Eru and replied to his question, I don't have grand plans like a great cause or some divine faith. I'm going to use your power purely for self-serving purposes, just for me. Surprised by Cyan's answer, Eru remarked, what is right and wrong is for you to decide. Are you confident that you will not regret this? You'd best answer carefully. Depending on your response, I might kill you on the spot. Maintaining his composure, Cyan responded, I don't care what kind of consequences my actions might have. I'm not going to follow anyone's orders. That is the path I am going to take. Through Cyan's response, Eru speculated, you seem to have some kind of plan. Will you tell me about it? Cyan immediately replied, nope. Eru then said to him, it doesn't matter as long as you will purify my name. Well, I won't ask any more questions. You're quite boring. Suddenly, Kiram rushed forward using her demon-like body to attack Eru. Eru simply dodged and said, then I shall now converse with my daughter. Kiram, feeling exposed, grew angry and charged at Eru. However, Era held her back and said, you've changed quite a bit. Do you like your owner that much? You're so obedient. Confused and angered, Kiram asked, what the hell are you talking about? With an adorable expression, Era replied, I'm very happy to see you like this. This only made Kiram more uncomfortable, and she shouted, get away from me. Stop. I'm trying to be nice to you since I don't have anything to give to your owner. Ugh, crazy bastard. Owner, do something? Cyan, witnessing this, dryly remarked, wow, what a wholesome father-daughter relationship. Kiram then grew even more uncomfortable with Cyan's comment. At that moment, Era's beak-like mouth almost touched Kiram. Suddenly, magical circles appeared, leaving Kiram bewildered. The energy from the magic circles helped her return to her original form, further confusing her. Cyan, witnessing this, wondered, "It's not using up my mana either. Did Eru use his own power to do that?" Angered, Kirim grabbed Eru by the collar and demanded, "What have you done to me?" Unperturbed, Eru replied, "Nothing much. I just gave you some of my life force." He then asked her, "Why? Do you not want it?" Implying that Kirim would need a physical body to serve Cyan's desires. Hearing this, Kirim flew into a rage, screaming at her father and accusing him of being foolish for thinking about such indecent matters. Cyan, standing by, observed the interaction between the two and concluded that Eru and Kirim were indeed like father and daughter. The next day, in the student dormitory, Cyan was in a state of confusion. Brian, concerned, asked him, "Young master, what is going on?" Cyan responded calmly with a smile, "I don't know either. Just let it be." Brian, feeling uneasy, disagreed. He whispered to Cyan, "But young master, I don't think this is something I can just let be." In front of them were Kirim and Sarika, looking at each other with affectionate eyes, though their way of affection seemed different from others. Kirim was visibly annoyed by Sarika's presence, but still tried to put on a smile and said, "Oh my, an instructor coming to see your students so early in the morning? Don't you think that others will start talking about how special your relationship is?" Sarika, not one to back down, retorted, "Of course, it's all to guide him onto the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship." Kirim glared angrily at Sarika, her eyes like threatening bullets. "Shouldn't a hall master be a bit more careful?" Sarika replied sharply, "What does it matter to you what I do? Mind your own business." The scene of the two women conversing resembled a mythical battle of wits. Their story continued as Kirim declared, "Owner only needs me. You need to stay away from him." Sarika, equally defiant, asserted, "He's my disciple." Cyan, standing amidst their conversation, wore a troubled expression, unsure of how to resolve the situation. He stood up and announced, "I'm going on a walk." Brian, fearful, pleaded with Cyan, "Young master, don't leave me with them." As the verbal duel between the two women continued, Brian sweated nervously, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Outside the city, sunlight illuminated the towering buildings. People bustled about, engaging in commerce and conversation. Cyan chose a high vantage point for himself, sitting alone, admiring the city's beauty and feeling a sense of contentment. Suddenly, the smell of blood wafted in from a distance. With Cyan's keen senses, he detected it in some alley where a student was being surrounded and attacked by others. He was kicked to the ground, crashing into a nearby barrel. The blow was so strong that he coughed up blood, clutching his aching body. 3 other students stood by, laughing and taunting. One suggested, "Hey, let's try that." Another eagerly agreed, "Damn, you're so right. Let's do it right now." Immediately, he conjured an energy sphere, advancing towards the bullied student. He then forcibly opened the student's mouth and said, "I brought you a little snack. Your friend made it just for you. You're going to eat it, right?" As he spoke, he attempted to launch the energy sphere towards the bullied student, grinning with sadistic pleasure. The bullied student, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, trying to escape. Suddenly, a commanding voice demanded that the bully stop his cruel actions. It was Erin. She sternly questioned the violent student, doing something so cruel to a fellow student. "Aren't you embarrassed to call yourself a noble?" The violent student, interrupted and angered, retorted, "I happen to be Barrett Louis Smil, the oldest son of the Garum Kingdom's Duke Louis Smil household." He then asked for her identity. Erin, standing tall with crossed arms, introduced herself proudly. "I'm the princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus." When Barrett learned she was a princess, he showed no hesitation and instead greeted her with a condescending tone. "Ah, I was wondering who you were, but you're just the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire." He then stood up, leaning in towards Erin with a disdainful expression, and expressed, "It's an honor to meet you." Erin, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "I don't feel like shaking your hand." She then demanded, "Barrett, you better explain this situation." Barrett smirked and responded, "I think you're misunderstanding something." He then gestured towards a student and suggested, "Should we ask her?" Advancing menacingly, he grabbed the student and pulled them forward to face her, asking with a threatening demeanor, "Are we bullying you right now?" The student replied nervously, "No, they weren't bullying me." Upon hearing the answer, Erin encouraged the student, "You don't need to hide it. Just look at you." The student, avoiding Erin's gaze, said, "It's fine. Please, just leave." We're just playing around. Barrett, pleased with the response, taunted Aaron. You heard that, right? I'm starting to be displeased. Aaron, aware of the situation, firmly stated, whatever. I'm going to take her with me. Disrespecting Aaron, Barrett immediately grabbed her arm tightly and threatened. You didn't understand? Puzzled, Aaron questioned. What is the meaning of this? Barrett growled. Didn't you hear Leximus asking you to leave? Aaron threatened Barrett. If you don't let go of me right now, I swear on my name that. Barrett, sneering contemptuously, interrupted. Ha! You're nothing more than a weak little. Before he could finish, Cyan appeared suddenly, kicking Barrett and causing him to fall to the ground. Aaron, seeing Cyan, brightened as she was rescued from the difficult situation. However, Cyan's attention shifted to the woman with pink hair in front, realizing she was Leximus. Leximus, witnessing the scene, worried about the situation escalating because of her. Meanwhile, Cyan wondered if this was the Leximus he knew from the past. Memories flooded back as he recalled their past encounters on a rooftop. Cyan and Leximus engaged in fierce combat for unknown reasons. Despite being a woman, Leximus's swordsmanship was formidable, attacking Cyan aggressively. Cyan defended and retreated, maintaining distance and assessing the situation. He remembered and revealed, continent's best swordsman, Leximus Klein. He knew she was originally from the Ushif Empire, but for some reason, after graduating from the academy, she entered the Count Klein household in Garum Kingdom and even changed her nationality. The battle between them continued with blue and red sword slashes cutting through the air. Leximus executed a sword strike from below, slicing the ground vertically. Cyan attempted to evade by leaping high but was surprised when Leximus immediately leapt above him, swinging her sword in an arc from above. It seemed Leximus struck Cyan, but to her surprise, it was just his cloak. Unexpectedly, Cyan appeared above Leximus, catching her off guard. Before she could react, Cyan dove down, stabbing Kiram's blade straight into Leximus's back, successfully pinning her to the ground. The sword pierced through her from behind, scattering debris around, and Leximus's sword slipped from her hand. She coughed up blood and lay motionless on the ground. Cyan revealed that he was ordered by the Empire to kill her. His mission was to assassinate her. However, upon infiltrating the castle, he ended up engaging in an official duel with her. There wasn't any particular reason for it. She was someone who had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He didn't want to stealthily assassinate someone who had been hailed as the continent's best swordsman. Returning to the present, Cyan still felt conflicted when encountering the person he had once attempted to assassinate. Leximus, at this point, remained a naive girl visibly intimidated by Cyan. Other students rushed towards Barrett, calling out to him and expressing concern about the current situation. Barrett, with an annoyed tone, rebuked the nosy bystanders attempting to stand up and grumbled, "Why are there so many nosy bastards today?" He then confronted Cyan with a sharp look and asked, "Are you Cyanvert? I have heard about you. You came back from the front lines, huh? Did you want to join our little game?" Cyan, considering Barrett's proposition as merely a ridiculous game, voiced his opinion that the misuse of mana marble could lead to the destruction of mana within the body. Then Cyan glanced at Barrett's group and said, "A game where you force-feed someone a mana marble," and declared, "I'll join." Immediately after, Cyan unleashed a shadowy version of the Renin, a purple monosphere appearing in his hand. Moments later, Cyan's Renin transformed into a large ball, growing large and engulfing the area above them, leaving Barrett horrified and speechless. Cyan's gaze then turned menacing as he questioned Barrett, "What are you doing?" He continued to demand that Barrett open his mouth to begin their game. The events following this moment were unknown, but the scene shifts to the Academy's infirmary. Leximus sat on the bed, her wounds bandaged. Aaron and Cyan were also present. Aaron reassured Leximus, "Your external injuries are mostly healed, but you need to be on bed rest for your internal injuries to heal. So rest up for today." Leximus expressed gratitude for their help, saying, "Thank you so much. I don't know how I can repay you for this." Aaron, excitedly with her nose in the air, proudly remarked, "Ha! You saw how those bastards ran away when our Cyan scared them. We just did what we should have, so don't worry about it." Cyan stood nearby, feeling puzzled by Aaron's words. His expression turned slightly somber as he evaluated Leximus's injuries, noting fractures as well as a slight concussion. It's shocking that she managed to endure that. I guess the continent's best swordsman would be different. Suddenly, Leximus hesitantly asked, Do you perhaps know me? I feel like you've been looking at me." Cyan, puzzled by her question, responded coldly, I thought I knew you, but I don't. Sorry if it was unpleasant. Leximus, embarrassed, lowered her head and said, It's nothing. Their conversation left Leximus puzzled, but she brushed it off and asked, Where's your dorm? What if those bastards come to bully you again to retaliate or something? Leximus, with a saddened expression, replied, Commoner Hall. Upon hearing this, Aaron confirmed, Commoner Hall? You're a peasant? Leximus admitted, Yes, I was enrolled especially thanks to Instructor Velton. He promised me financial support during my school career, but he suddenly got fired. Cyan confirmed the situation, saying, So, in other words, no one's here to support you. Leximus acknowledged that Cyan was right. Cyan continued, You might have to leave the academy then. Aaron, feeling sorry, exclaimed, Oh no, you poor thing. Cyan then suggested, Why don't you just take her as your person, princess? Learn swordsmanship from her while you're at it too. Hearing Cyan speak all this time, Aaron naively pointed to Leximus and asked Cyan with confusion, What are you talking about? Leximus is a boy. Cyan, puzzled, corrected Aaron, saying, She's a girl. Aaron, upon hearing the answer, stood frozen, as she didn't realize Leximus was a woman. Leximus, now flustered, explained, I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness. It's just having short hair and boy clothes are more comfortable, so a lot of people mistake me for a boy. Aaron apologized, No, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. Even Cyan knew. In her heart, Aaron told herself, I guess I failed as a woman. Leximus, flustered, denied, No, no. I should be the one apologizing. Aaron then returned to the main topic and asked Leximus, Anyway, what do you think? I think Cyan's idea is pretty good. You won't be bullied by bad people if you come under me. Leximus wondered why Aaron would help her. Aaron laughed awkwardly and responded, Well, I don't really like being alone. However, the real reason Aaron believed was she couldn't just do nothing either since she is the princess. Leximus immediately thanked Aaron, expressing, I'll make sure to become someone you can be proud of. Thank you so much. Aaron then turned to Cyan and said, You don't need to thank me. It was all Cyan. However, Cyan was no longer there, having left without them noticing. Outside the medical building, Cyan stepped out and thought to himself, I did enough. I'm sure Princess Aaron will take care of the rest. But I see the reason Leximus abandoned the Ushif Empire. She never would have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett Louis Mill, the continent's best swordsman who never lost her mana. She's going to be difficult for even me to defeat. Anyway, my interest right now is elsewhere. Cyan held a joyful mission order in his hand and expressed, The order that I received from Hall Master Serika this morning. It's my first purification mission as a mist. Cyan now holds a task card given by Serika. The card displays characters not in the common language, the specific meaning of which is unknown. Cyan silently evaluates while holding the task card. It's my first mission, and it's this difficult? He recalls Serika's trust in him and grumbles about the difficulty of the task. Walking down the hallway, Cyan expresses his thoughts, as if I'm worried that things are going to just get even harder if she's already bossing me around like this. Suddenly, Cyan's attention is drawn to something. Each step of the hallway is being destroyed by someone. Dust and debris scatter everywhere. Cyan instinctively reacts by covering his face from the dust, silently worrying. What could it be? A demonic beast got into the academy? However, it's not a demon as Cyan predicted, but a huge man with eyes red as a fierce beast. He stares directly at Cyan and speaks to confirm, You're Cyan Vert. Cyan is startled by the sudden appearance of the tall man and, knowing his identity, asks in astonishment, How do you know me? The tall man confirms with a smug smile, Of course. Magic rank 1 star. Physique rank S, the Vert's youngest son, Cyan Vert. He then maintains his proud smile and introduces himself, My name is Set Shaharkin. I'm a newbie just like you. Seeing Set also being a new student like him, Cyan falls into suspicion. In his mind, thousands of question marks appear as he silently thinks, You're telling me this big man is 11 years old? How is there a guy like that in my past life? Not making Cyan wait, Set immediately flexes his muscles confidently and lets Cyan know, I've already heard lots about you. You beat up demonic beasts and even survived the dragon attack. Then he grins happily and adds, Plus, you received rank S for your physique. Even I didn't get an S. Set then suggests to Cyan, Let's fight now. Facing Set, Cyan recalls memories of him and silently evaluates. I remember now that mark on his chest. It symbolizes Spania. So the rumor that the Prince of the Sand got into the academy was true after all. Spania is a country in the middle of the desert, situated east of the continent. Because of the powerful military led by the first prince, who was a genius in both magic and combat, even the Ushif Empire had difficulty when they tried to conquer the nation. Spania, a powerful nation with a formidable military, fell to ruins because of the sudden death of its sole successor. The cause of death was ruled as sickness. He had focused too much on growing his muscles and neglected his health. Cyan reflects, to think I'd come across him here. Meanwhile, Set maintains a fierce expression, demanding Cyan to decide right now. Cyan continues pondering, I didn't meet him like this in my past life. This is annoying, but if my memory serves me right, he's... Cyan then raises his head and asks, right now? Set confirms, yes, you and I, right now. Let's decide who's the best. I won't accept a no. I'm sure you want to do this too. In response to Set's threats, Cyan shows no fear and retorts, no. Set, surprised at being rebuffed, exclaims, how come? Cyan immediately points in Set's direction and admonishes him, unpermitted duels are not allowed in the academy. We have to put in an official request in the administration office. Upon hearing this, Set quickly changes his attitude and yields, asking, where is the administration office? Cyan then points to his right and says, the third floor of the main building. Set, happy with the direction, promptly runs towards the main hall, reminding Cyan, I'll be fast. Wait for me. Watching Set's large figure running off, Cyan cynically thinks to himself, another rumor about his brain being made of muscles was true after all. He's going in the opposite direction. I don't know if you can actually request for duels, but I assume I won't see him for a while. I'll focus on the purification project for now. Meanwhile, in the city, specifically at the slave market, a man with a scar over his eye and carrying a sword approaches another man from behind, addressing him as Sir Zickerman. He informs Zickerman, whose full name is Zickerman Albus, that the preparations are complete. Zickerman turns to his subordinate, staring intently at him, and through clenched teeth urges him to stop wasting time and deliver to the customers, one of whom is among the 3 wealthiest people on the continent. Despite his public image as a philanthropist, Zickerman runs a slave market and even sells crossbreeds. Zickerman then commands his men, declaring, today will be the appearance of my life's masterpiece. Take special care of it. His men acknowledge his order with a prompt, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Cyan observed the situation from nearby, thinking to himself, target checked. I'll be able to get this done quicker than I expected. Suddenly, Kiram interrupted, sensing a very complex energy. Puzzled, Cyan asked, what? What do you mean? Though Kiram didn't know what it was, she indicated, your target, he's hiding something strange. At that moment, near the cages, Zickerman stood laughing maliciously to himself, saying, you finally calmed down. Sleep well, my money back. Suddenly, a red mist appeared nearby, catching his attention. He turned back, questioning, smoke? However, in the next moment, a red light flashed, passing through him and the others. Immediately, one of his men was killed without any reaction. Overwhelmed by fear, Zickerman instinctively fell to the ground. His remaining guard, panicked, shouted, who is it? Zickerman, trembling in fear, ordered his guard, what are you doing? Catch him. Do your pay's worth. The guard, though frightened, tried to remain calm, urging the unknown assailant not to hide anymore and to reveal themselves. Cyan followed the man's order, unsheathing the Kiram sword and swiftly advancing toward the man. Just before the man could react, Cyan attacked, causing him to drop his sword. Moving at incredible speed, Cyan made 2 cuts behind the man's knees, causing him to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Cyan appeared behind the man, grabbed him by the hair, and pressed the sword to his neck. The man, shocked and defenseless, attempted to understand what was happening, but Cyan swiftly ended his life by cutting his throat with the sword. Witnessing this, Zickerman Albus was horrified, sweating and staring at Cyan. He angrily demanded, where have all the others gone? Cyan calmly replied, you'll find out soon. I'll send you to them. He then gestured to the slain guards, commenting, you sure employed a whole ton of people. Wasn't worth it, really. Trembling with fear at such threats, Zickerman involuntarily recoiled. He tried to ascertain what Cyan wanted. What do you want? Money? I have all the money in the world. Cyan said nothing, immediately drawing his sword and severing the arm of the man who was begging for mercy. The man cried out in pain as Cyan slowly approached him, still clutching his bleeding stump. Cyan then began reciting the sentence for him. Zickerman Albus, guilty of all kinds of inhumane experiments and crossbreeding with different races, and even managing the illegal slave market, which is banned by law. Cyan's eyes now filled with anger as he questioned, "Your death is deserved. No giving you 1 minute to repent." Cyan continued, "After that, all your pain will vanish." Zickerman, enraged by Cyan's judgment, clenched his teeth to suppress the pain and argued, "That just means you're going to kill me." Cyan, observing him writhing in agony, muttered, "Yeah, I didn't even think you were going to be remorseful." Then he declared, "1 minute's up. You can just die painfully." Zickerman, terrified, begged for his life. But as he uttered his plea, numerous sword strikes from Cyan's eighth assassination technique, Wild Strike, relentlessly attacked him, causing him to scream in agony, ending his life. After finishing him off, Cyan confirmed, "That's it for purification." He then decided to look around before leaving, heading towards a prison room and asking Kiram, "Over here?" Kiram confirmed, "Yeah, I can feel a combination of 2 different energies." Cyan swiftly cut through the iron bars of the prison room and looked inside, seeing an immobile girl. He exclaimed in surprise, "A girl? Judging by her lack of movement, isn't she dead already?" However, his demeanor quickly changed back to normal as he asked Kiram, "It's just a human, nothing special." But Kiram disagreed, pointing out, "No, look at what she's holding." Kiram confirmed it was a dragon egg. Cyan took the egg and meanwhile, in the academy in his dorm, he carefully placed the dragon egg on a cushion, noting its light purple hue and radiant glow. Brian, seeing the dragon egg before him, couldn't believe it and asked Cyan, "Where did you get this?" Cyan sighed, replying, "I just picked it up off the street on the way here." Brian, even more shocked by his answer, exclaimed, "Who picks something like this off the street?" Cyan, with an unchanged expression, said, "I'm serious. I was just on a walk and found it," as he looked at the dragon egg again. Brian wondered, "A dragon egg?" Cyan thought, he was going to sell something this dangerous. Was he going to deliver it to someone? Still in panic, Brian worried, "What if it hatches?" Cyan remained calm, reassuring him, "It won't happen, don't worry." He explained that separated dragon eggs might not hatch even with continuous elemental mana infusion, as they were just fancy rocks. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed through the room. Brian's ominous prophecy had come true. The dragon egg began to crack open. Cyan and Brian stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Moments later, a purple light burst from within the egg, signaling the imminent birth of a dragon hatchling. Cyan could only watch in awe, praying silently as the light intensified and the egg cracked even faster. Finally, the entire shell broke open, revealing an adorable baby dragon. Brian, overwhelmed, grabbed his head and exclaimed, "It hatched, young master. What do we do?" Cyan remained speechless, simply staring at the surreal scene unfolding before him. He looked at the cute baby dragon sitting in front of him, its body emitting a terrifying aura, and thought to himself, "This thing is neither a dragon nor a human." So that woman was nurturing a draconic human, a mix between a dragon and a human. This is going to be a much bigger pain in the ass than I expected. At this moment, Cyan could only look at the baby dragon without saying a word. Seeing Cyan staring intently at the baby dragon caught its attention. Immediately after, the baby dragon's eyes sparkled, its mouth slowly opened, and it began to speak for the first time since being born, calling Cyan, "Papa." She quickly jumped onto Cyan's lap and affectionately hugged him. Cyan, shocked to hear the baby dragon referring to him as Papa, silently thought, "Does she think I'm her parent?" Kiram couldn't ignore this special scene either. She appeared beside them, witnessing it, and couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at Cyan and chuckled, "Papa, congratulations on becoming an 11-year-old dad." Cyan, feeling annoyed and unable to do anything, silently cursed, "This is all your fault, Kiram." Recalling past events, Cyan remembered when Kiram brought the dragon egg to him. He asked her, "You want me to take this? I believe it'd be bad if the wrong person got a hold of something like this." Cyan agreed, "You're right, but it won't hatch, right?" Kiram speculated, "No, I've never seen a dragon hatch when it's lost its mother. This is basically a dangerous stone." Back to the present, Kiram was still teasing Cyan. "Haha, I never thought I'd see something like this happen." After being teased for a while, Cyan, feeling irritated, emanated a frightening dark aura around him and angrily said, Didn't you say this could never happen? Hiram attempted to justify herself. That's why I said that. I never thought I'd see this happen. Anyway, a hybrid like her, just her presence alone might pose a threat, Cyan thought to himself. At this moment, the baby dragon was peacefully sleeping in Cyan's arms. However, he didn't share the sentiment of peace. He was deeply concerned about sharing space with such a dangerous creature and silently thought, she's right. This is really bad. The baby dragon, still oblivious to everything, continued to sleep soundly. Cyan contemplated and concluded, it's no normal mix between a human and a beast. It's a freaking dragon and a human mix. The world we live in is too dangerous for a being like that. If the Academy were to find out about this, the principal might harm her to eliminate outside threats. Dragons are very strict about bloodline matters, too. If they were to find out that this child exists, they would try to eliminate every single creature who knows about her existence. Cyan pondered for a while and looked back at the sleeping baby dragon, wondering, do I really need to risk that kind of danger? If she's fated to live a life of pain anyway, wouldn't it be better to just? At this point, his arms slowly moved as if about to do something. Hiram, standing beside him, confirmed, so that's what you're going to do? She also agreed, well, I guess it would be for the better. Cyan's arm gradually reached towards the baby dragon while she was still sleeping peacefully, unaware of anything. Though Hiram didn't say it aloud, she silently thought, yeah, if her fate is to live in misery. Cyan, similarly not wanting to end the life of a baby, silently thought, it'd be better to send her off now. Suddenly, at this moment, the baby dragon slowly opened her eyes. As her gaze met Cyan's, she softly called him, Papa. Meanwhile, Cyan's hand was almost grabbing her neck. However, the baby's next action stunned him. As soon as she woke up, the first thing she did was call him, Papa, and quickly cuddle into Cyan's arms. She didn't hesitate to say, I like you. In that moment, Cyan felt a strange warmth emanating from the baby dragon. He wondered, what is this emotion? Though not knowing what it was, that warmth melted the icy heart filled only with hatred within Cyan. He then gently lifted the baby dragon up and looked at her adorable face. The baby dragon smiled brightly back at Cyan. Cyan then made a decision and announced to Hiram, I think it'll work out somehow. Let's just raise her, Hiram. Hiram, standing next to him, saw Cyan's happy smile and was speechless, wondering to herself, is he going to make her his servant or something? The scene shifts to Vert Castle, where Lady Krantz's mother was pacing back and forth in the room, constantly thinking, what do I do? What should I do? Her face was filled with panic. Cyan, that bastard. It'll be bad for Krantz if I don't do something about him. Suddenly, Askell appeared right behind her and called out, Mother. Upon hearing that, she startled. Askell, with a handsome face, gently placed his hand on the lady's shoulder and asked, Please talk to me if you're struggling with anything. You seem anxious. Hearing this, the lady blushed and thanked Askell. Then, fearing that information might be leaked, she quickly left. Before leaving, she turned back and said, But I'm okay. I'm not struggling with anything. I have to get going now. Askell also waved goodbye to the lady in a friendly manner. However, the moment the door closed, his true expression revealed itself. He ordered a servant behind him to report everything. The servant reported, 6 of our knights were found dead in the mountains by Velius. We're assuming that the remaining one got into Lewin with the youngest son. The one behind it was Ms. Margaret, as you expected. Hearing this, Askell's eyes became terrifying and he asked, Anything more? The servant continued, The last thing I heard was that the youngest son was put into the royal hall. The informant has been unreachable after that. I already knew all this, Askell said. Suddenly, his voice became menacing. So you weren't able to find out anything about my brother? The servant, terrified, thought, he's disappointed. He never keeps subordinates who disappoint him. I can't give up my position after all the hard work. Then he hastily exclaimed, I'll go there myself. Please believe me, I won't disappoint you. Askell then placed his hand on the servant's shoulder and said, I know how much of a hard worker you are. All right, please be fast. Then he left, ordering further. My brother is definitely hiding something. Find out what it is. The servant remained in the same position and replied, Yes, sir. Returning to the academy, Sarika was hurrying down the hallway. Suddenly, she arrived at Cyan's room and opened the door, witnessing a strange scene. Cyan and Hiram were holding a baby dragon and feeding it milk. Cyan, noticing Sarika's presence, felt awkward and asked, There aren't any classes today. What brings you here? Seeing this scene, Sarika, puzzled, asked, Why is there a baby here? Meanwhile, the baby dragon, behaving like a normal child, chirped excitedly. Upon hearing Sarika's question, Cyan sighed and replied, It's a long story. Just tell me why you're here. Sarika adjusted her glasses, appearing serious, and said, Well, I can hear about this later. There is a more urgent issue at hand. You've caused quite the trouble. Hearing this, Cyan appeared worried, not knowing what it was about. Sarika then produced a sparring approval form, a duel request. What were you thinking? Staying on the down low was the least you could do. Sarika then angrily scolded Cyan, Are you insane? Have you gone crazy for attention? Even the principal is going to be there. Cyan, now noticing the duel request, realized, he really found a way to do this. So he did find the office for it. Hiram, still holding the baby dragon, curiously asked, What's the big deal? It's just a couple of 11-year-olds fighting. Cyan, silently fearful, thought, That 11-year-old is no ordinary 11-year-old. Then he asked Sarika, So when's the duel? Sarika replied, In 2 hours. When the time for the duel arrived, Cyan was now in the arena, accompanied by Set's madness. Set kept laughing joyfully at the prospect of battling Cyan. Cyan, feeling uncomfortable, thought, This is way earlier than I thought. Set, with a wicked smile, turned to Cyan and said, I've been waiting for this moment, Cyan Vert. I'm sure you feel the same way. Cyan, upon hearing this, just made a dismissive sound with a confident expression. Set slowly drew his sword and said, I wanted a duel of combat, but apparently, the only options here are swordsmanship and magic. He then politely asked Cyan, Are you going to use magic? Cyan didn't make it difficult for him and replied, If you're not going to use it, I won't either. Set, seeing everything had been settled, enthusiastically said, Good, I like you. Without hesitation, he prepared to face Set's attack. Cyan drew his own sword to block Set's attack, realizing, But this kind of wavy attack is very easy to deflect. At the same time, as Cyan blocked Set's strike, he did so effortlessly, not directly resisting but using the momentum of Set's sword to deflect it without exerting much force. Set, finding his strike blocked, became perplexed. Cyan then skillfully employed counter techniques while remarking, For an opponent like him, what you need isn't strength but acuity and preciseness. After Set's continuous attacks proved futile against Cyan's skill, he began to angrily shout, That won't work. Set then put all his strength into his next strike, but Cyan blocked it. Set, frustrated, gritted his teeth, silently assessing. He's trying to twist away my attack using the force of his downward strike. Even then, he's using just a rapier. As their blades clashed, Set quickly moved around Cyan, rushing at him from behind and aiming a low blow. Faced with this dangerous attack, Cyan remained composed. Suddenly, Cyan sheathed his sword, anticipating Set's intention to change his attack strategy. Realizing that instead of using his sword, Set was going to kick, the surprise was on Set as Cyan had already deduced this. Cyan quickly lowered himself to evade the kick, then shifted his body weight, using both hands to catch Set's leg. Taking advantage of Set's single-legged stance and the momentum of his kick, Cyan used his own right leg to forcefully kick Set's remaining leg from behind, successfully lifting Set into the air. Cyan then threw Set's body forward in an arc motion. As Set found himself about to kiss the arena floor, he panicked, only managing to think, Does he have eyes on the back of his head or something? In the moment when he was about to kiss the ground, Seth suddenly braced his hands against the floor. However, the force of the slam was so strong that the ground cracked from the impact of Seth's hands. He managed to avoid a close call with the ground, sweating profusely. Then, using his hands as a pivot, he spun and kicked, trying to break free from Cyan's grip. Cyan let go of his leg, smiling in amusement and thinking to himself, he managed to counterattack in that short time. He's quite nimble for someone his size. The students watching the match were astounded. One student exclaimed in disbelief, What was that just now? Is he even human? Seth sat up panting heavily and then unexpectedly let out a mocking chuckle, followed by a hearty laugh. Despite being overpowered by Cyan, he was incredibly exhilarated. I lose in swordsmanship, Cyan Vert. But as a battle enthusiast, he was not ready to admit defeat so easily. He stood up, flexing his muscles, and his magical energy surged with an impressive aura. Now I have to win no matter what it takes. I'm going to give everything I have into this fight. Cyan slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at Seth with a faint smile. Bring it on, my friend. Cyan seemed indifferent, thinking to himself, what a tiring dude. Seth stomped his right foot on the arena floor to gain momentum, shattering the ground beneath him. He loudly reminded, you give it your all too, then. He unleashed his magical power, causing his sleeves to tear apart. The arena floor around him cracked and shattered severely due to the force of his magical energy. He looked at Cyan with eyes shining brightly, laughing maniacally. His magical power raging around him. He shouted, Cyan Vert. The principal, watching from above, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Are they going to fight with magic now? What a bunch of bold children. They aren't using both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Miss Sarika, sitting next to him, commented, seems like Cyan won the sword fight. The principal nodded in agreement. Indeed he did. He thought to himself, Seth Chaharkin's physique rank was A, Cyan Virtus. It's quite an obvious result when you consider just the ranks. However, being fit is only the basic requirement to be able to manifest higher dimensions of spells. Seth is a 3-star Mona rank. That's the highest out of all the enrolled students. What will you do now, Cyan? Sarika, sitting beside the principal, was exuding an ominous aura. As an assassin, she hated being noticed by many people and seemed very displeased that Cyan had joined the fight. She cursed silently in her mind. Cyan, you're just begging for people to pay attention to you, huh? Back to the match. A giant sand hand emerged from the arena floor, reinforced with debris to increase its hardness and damage. This was one of Seth's skills, Death Fist. The sand hand was directly controlled by him. Seth stood still, throwing a punch towards Cyan, his body bulging with muscles. Cyan remained motionless, watching Seth move without reacting, just pondering, we're fighting with magic now. The sand fist controlled by Seth slammed into the spot where Cyan was standing, shattering the arena floor and creating a large hole. However, Cyan easily leapt aside, dodging the punch effortlessly. As soon as Cyan's feet touched the ground, Seth launched his next attack to prevent Cyan from evading. Controlling the sand fist, he shouted, I won't let you escape this one. Despite his words, even after several more punches, Cyan dodged them all easily. Frustrated, Seth concentrated his magical power into his left hand and unleashed his skill, Desert Tooth. This skill caused sand columns to erupt from the arena floor. Cyan, while running, suddenly faced a sand column blocking his way. More sand columns appeared around him, forming a trap. Cyan was quite surprised by this. His expression turned serious as he lowered his stance and looked at Seth, thinking Seth's mana rank was assessed as 3-star. The sand columns aimed at Cyan and struck directly, causing a huge explosion. Sand and debris flew everywhere, severely damaging the arena floor. Although Seth thought this move would trap Cyan, Cyan easily dodged it despite being surrounded. Standing aside, Cyan recalled the technique Seth had used and concluded, but considering this attack, he should be able to use even 4-star magic. The instructors who were maintaining the barrier might be having a hard time. Seth was panting heavily from exhaustion, his mana depleting. Despite repeatedly attacking, he continued to provoke Cyan. How long do you intend to run around and avoid my attacks like a little rat? Cyan responded nonchalantly. Then should I have just taken the attacks head-on? Seth, angry and gritting his teeth, shouted. A warrior wouldn't have dodged them, you little kid. Cyan, even more confused, replied, you're a kid too. Being rebuffed, Seth felt incredibly humiliated and furious. He concentrated his mana into his right arm, streams of mana swirling around it like a storm. Once enough mana was gathered, he unleashed his ultimate move, Sandstorm, aimed directly at Cyan, and shouted, Shut up, Cyan. The headmaster, observing, was slightly surprised by Seth's mana level and chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Miss Sarika was shocked, exclaiming, Wait, I thought Seth's mana rank was 3-star. That's a 4-star spell. Seth launched a powerful punch, releasing a massive sand vortex towards Cyan. The vortex grew larger as it advanced. Seth, enraged, screamed, You won't be able to dodge this one. Cyan didn't bother to run or dodge. He stood still, grinned, and said, All right then, I'll take this one head-on. While Cyan was fighting outside, inside the dormitory, Nanny Brian was preparing milk for the dragon princess. He carefully checked the temperature, thinking, The temperature's perfect. Nice. I'm glad I have experience taking care of a baby. It was kind of annoying when I had to take care of my younger siblings, but I didn't expect it to come in handy like this. After checking the milk, He gently called, "Princess, it's time to eat." But he was immediately shocked. "No way. You already grew up that much?" The dragon baby that hatched the other day had already grown significantly, able to stand and walk. Her hair had also grown longer. She stood there looking bewildered. Back to the match. The spectators couldn't see anything because Seth's sandstorm had obscured the entire arena. Moreover, the storm's destructive power was immense, causing cracks to appear on the barrier's surface. The instructors maintaining the barrier were struggling, as Cyan predicted. Everyone was shouting, "The protective barrier is on the verge of breaking down. Reinforce it." An instructor, pouring all his mana into strengthening the barrier, couldn't help but exclaim, how are just 2 students this strong? What's the dean doing? Can't he see how serious this is?" Miss Sarika, anxious, jumped up and said, "Dean, we need to stop the duel right now." Contrary to everyone's tense reactions, the headmaster calmly replied, "Hold on, wait a bit." With his keen eye as a high-ranking mage, he immediately sensed something happening. Within the sandstorm at that moment, Cyan was using his shadow magic skill called Secret Technique, Expansion Void Sphere. He created a sphere of dark mana in his palm. Miss Sarika began to recognize the technique Cyan was using. She was both surprised and astonished, and in her mind, she didn't want Cyan to reveal this move to the outside world. Cyan's void sphere gradually grew larger, absorbing all of Seth's sandstorm. The dark energy it emitted was incredibly intense, like a black hole devouring everything. As the sandstorm weakened, the headmaster stroked his beard in amusement. "Cyan surprises me again and again in this fight. Haha." However, Sarika felt differently. She wondered inwardly, why would you use that here? The void sphere continued to grow until it had absorbed the entire sandstorm. Finally, Cyan retracted the sphere into his hand. Seth stood to the side, panting heavily and looking bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Where did my sandstorm go? The students watching were equally astonished. The spell suddenly disappeared. Was that black sphere also magic? I've never heard of magic like that. Who is he really? Cyan stood there nonchalantly, dark magic still swirling around him. He casually asked Seth, "Do you want to keep fighting?" Seth was utterly confused. How could he neutralize my skill so easily? How did he do that? Suddenly, Seth collapsed to his knees and admitted, "No, I lost. I can't believe it. I lost in both swordsmanship and magic. I'm depressed." Seeing Seth so disheartened, Cyan felt a bit guilty. "I kind of feel bad. Did I beat him too one-sidedly?" Suddenly, Seth punched the floor and shouted, "Good. Very good. I was tired of fighting weaklings anyway. I'm motivated to train more in the coming days. I don't know when it will be, but let's fight again." He then extended his hand and smiled at Cyan. "You'll accept the challenge then too, right?" Cyan looked Seth straight in the eyes and responded decisively, "No need. Thanks." Returning to the dormitory, Cyan had to carry the little dragon who had grown surprisingly fast. I knew that a dragon's growth spurt is faster than humans, but she looks like she's about 6 years old now. The little dragon now had her hair neatly tied up and was dressed in well-fitting clothes. Seeing Cyan return, she ran happily and called out, "Welcome back, Papa." Cyan was still in a daze, thinking, even a dragon-human hybrid grows this fast. She might look my age soon. Brian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "She keeps growing so fast." Cyan nodded in agreement. It's going to get harder to raise her in secret with how fast she's growing. The demonic sword Kiram was sound asleep, oblivious to everything. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the door. It was Sarika. She stood leaning against the door, adjusting her glasses, and said, "Eventually, you won't be able to hide her anymore. I can help hide the demonic sword, but I can't help you hide a draconic human, especially if you go wild like you did today. What the hell were you thinking?" She frowned, her face tense, teeth grinding in frustration. Kiram, still half asleep, murmured, I feel like someone's talking about me." Sarika, noticing how quickly the little dragon had grown, was equally astonished. "She's growing scarily fast. I didn't see her for just a bit, and she's already this big. It's up to you how you deal with something you picked up during a mission, but something like this is going to be hard to handle." Cyan replied, "Brian is in charge of taking care of her. There's a barrier set up in the dorm too, so Kiram and this kid's presences should be concealed." Brian, puzzled, asked, "I have to take care of a child?" Sarika handed Cyan a dark red letter and said, "Well, that's as long as you don't create trouble." Cyan glanced at the letter, a hint of disappointment on his face. This is rather disappointing for a reward for winning the duel. Sarika stepped outside and warned, "You be careful for a while. Nothing good will come out of getting too much attention." Brian curiously asked, "Young master, what is that?" Cyan sighed, "Ah, a warning letter." Brian was confused. "A warning letter?" Cyan nodded. "Yeah, it's telling us we're going to be kicked out for misbehaving." Brian was shocked and yelled out, "What? Are we going to be kicked out?" Seeing Brian's reaction, the baby dragon also worriedly chimed in, "What do we do, Papa? Are we going to be living off the streets?" Seeing the adorable face of the baby dragon, Cyan couldn't help but be amazed. "Where did you learn to say that kind of thing? Do you even know what that means?" "Hold on, she's growing way too fast." He then proceeded to pat the baby dragon's head reassuringly, saying, "Not yet. You don't need to worry about anything." Brian was extremely worried, asking, "Are you sure it'll be all right if we go back to Velia's?" "Aye." Cyan quickly reassured him, "Don't worry about it. I'm going to issue a complaint." Cyan noticed a detail in the expulsion notice. "The dean sent this to me himself. It wasn't from the administration office. That must mean that the dean wishes to talk to me." Remembering the previous encounter with the headmaster in their past life, Cyan recalled when the headmaster had asked, "You want to enter the Knights of Light? Have you finally decided to live for the sake of your brother?" Cyan, being young and naive at the time, had nodded without hesitation, but the headmaster seemed to know more and gave advice to Cyan, implying it wasn't a fitting path for him. Cyan's eyes became tense, mixed with a hint of anger. The headmaster chuckled, "Haha, I guess you're aware of that too. Then let me give you some advice. Nothing good will come out of taking this path. Whether you face trials or bear a cruel fate, you won't benefit from anything. That's what it's like to live as someone's doll. No matter the result, you're just going to end up blaming your brother." Cyan was astonished that the headmaster could make such an accurate observation right from the start, showing the headmaster's keen insight. This was something Cyan had heard during their meeting in the past life. "I wonder what he's going to tell me this time," Cyan thought. While lost in thought, Brian spoke up again. Young master, shouldn't we give this child a name?" "A name?" "Yeah, we can't keep calling her Kid," Cyan replied without much thought and immediately suggested the name Nana. Brian felt uneasy that Cyan had come up with the name so quickly without considering it. Suddenly, the baby dragon spoke up with excitement. She felt very happy at the moment. "Good. Nana. It's still Nana spelled backwards. I want to be Nana Vert like Dad's name," she exclaimed happily, running around Cyan. Cyan, however, didn't understand how the little one knew his full name. Brian felt worried for Nana's future. It's over for her. She's going to be bullied by the other kids. The scene shifted to the Royal Academy Dean's office. The headmaster, Kundal Quazel, was currently working on documents while contemplating Cyan Vert. I knew that he had a lot of potential, but to absorb a 4-star spell using a 1-star black sphere? He's scarily talented, but it didn't seem like it took him that much effort. "I want to know your limits, Cyan Vert. Now, let's learn a little about the identity of the headmaster." The headmaster's name is Kundal Quazel. He's taught the current emperor, Dion Severus, and is also the father of the last empress, Diana Quazel. Quazel, one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, has been focusing solely on the education of students at the academy after the death of Diana Quazel. Outside the hallway, Cyan approached the headmaster's office, pondering, "There is one thing I want to know about him. I had always thought that he was a pacifist, but in this life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession fight." As Cyan walked, he suddenly felt a magical disturbance in the hallway. Cyan lightly tapped, and a boundary immediately appeared, created by powerful magic. Moreover, the energy composition was very pure and solid. Cyan smiled with interest. His personality hasn't changed though. It seems he knew that I was coming and still put up a 9-star area restriction barrier. Alright, if this is a test, I'll take it. The principal in the room at that moment also felt the fluctuation of the barrier, guessing that Cyan had arrived. He was eager to see how Cyan would overcome it. "Now, what will you do?" "Only a great mage can destroy such a barrier," he thought. It would take at least half an hour for Cyan to get through. But suddenly, Cyan appeared from the window right behind the principal's desk. Somehow, he had jumped straight through and into the room, bypassing the barrier entirely. Cyan landed in a superhero pose, looking incredibly cool. He then turned around, wide-eyed, and said to the principal, "Dean Kundal, I'm Cyan Vert, an incoming student. I came to express my disagreement with the complaint." The principal was still in shock. He ignored the barrier and came through the window. "I lost this one," he thought. The principal slowly asked, Your disagreement? Cyan nodded and replied, yes. It said that the letter came from you. But after seeing that barrier outside, I became certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse to test my talent, wasn't it? The principal stopped pretending and answered, right? It was rather aggressive, but you successfully proved your talents. But I will not take back the warning. You can try to persuade me otherwise. Cyan felt quite indignant but couldn't do anything about it. He said, then can I ask you one thing? The dean said, yes, go on. Cyan asked, do you want the expansion of the empire, or do you want honor for your family? The principal was quite surprised by Cyan's question. After a brief moment of thought, the principal replied, that's quite a bold question. Neither is my concern. Cyan continued, is that so? Then, after the death of Emperor Dion, if the third or fourth prince were to try and take the throne instead of the first prince, you won't take sides. The principal's anger was palpable, his magic power surging and showing signs of bursting out. He replied in a growling voice, you're not just bold. You're too arrogant to say those things. Cyan, unafraid, thought to himself, I was a doll for Askell. I don't think you're any different from my past self. In his past life, during the throne succession fight, Kundal had a large influence in making the first prince, Lunel Severus, the emperor. Lunel was a cruel and vicious man. He killed all of his siblings. When Kundal was against this, Lunel framed Kundal as a traitor of the empire and sentenced him to death. Kundal had worked to brighten the future of someone else, but ended up being betrayed by this very person. The principal could no longer contain his anger. He stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, nonsense! You think the peace of the last century will fall so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you are nothing more than a fool. Cyan calmly continued, the mother of the first prince and second princess died from an illness, and the third and fourth princes are fair matches for the first prince too. The Nepellus household, that Empress Cassandra comes from, is very well known for being greedy for power. That household will do anything to keep their position of power. In my opinion, the empire's peace is already on a thin line. And the day that peace falls, this academy will be over for. The principal was extremely astonished, his eyes widening in horror. Is this really the thought process of an 11-year-old? He knows every detail of the current political climate. The principal then lowered his voice and asked, what are you telling me this for? Cyan leisurely replied, I want to make a deal with you. I will help you for the peace of your family and the academy too. In return, withdraw the warning letter you gave me. Suddenly, a voice laughed, accompanied by a beam of light shining down from the ceiling, leaving Cyan bewildered. What power do you have to help me? At this moment, the principal had drawn a 69-ring magic circle with a finger. It was so large it covered the entire ceiling. Let your arrogance crush you. The principal flicked his finger down, casting the spell Chains of Judgment. Immediately, numerous magic chains from the circle surged out and bound Cyan's limbs and body. Moreover, the pressure from these chains was immense, forcing Cyan to crouch down. Despite this, Cyan was not panicked but instead smiled excitedly, thinking to himself, do you want to fight, Dean? No matter what you do, you won't be able to escape my chain tower, a 9-star spell. Stroking his beard leisurely, he added sarcastically, I must have overestimated your skills. Cyan didn't bother to argue. He just smiled slightly. Then let me prove myself. At these words, the principal was taken aback by the magic Cyan used. The void sphere technique enveloped Cyan's body in a dark mist as if he had disappeared into the night. The chains gradually became shrouded in smoke as the black mist seeped through their gaps, slowly engulfing them. The black sphere gradually increased in size, enveloping the chains completely. Even the principal had to step back, covering his face in astonishment, thinking, this is absurd. The void sphere is only about 1 star, and yet it has absorbed my spell? Soon, the golden chain shook violently and began to crack. When the sphere reached its maximum size, the first chain snapped and fell to the ground. Principal Kundal couldn't take his eyes off the scene. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. His eyes filled with fear. Just how talented is this boy, he thought. In an instant, the chains completely shattered. The dark sphere gradually disappeared into the air. Cyan, looking composed, casually dusted off his clothes and asked the principal, do you think I'm useful now? Despite maintaining his arrogance, the principal no longer wanted to continue punishing or testing him. Lowering his head, he glared at Cyan and cautiously asked, yes, I'll take back the warning. Is that really all you want? Cyan smiled leisurely and replied, Yes, I just want to have a peaceful student life. The principal was quite surprised by his answer and asked again, Is that really all? Cyan firmly responded, Yes, that's all. He recalled the catastrophic end of the academy in his previous life and thought, I just don't want to see the academy collapse again. That afternoon, the blazing sun covered the entire street. Brian received an order from Cyan to buy a bunch of stuff for children. On his way back to the academy dormitory with a pile of snacks, he cheerfully muttered, Is it because I have a kid at home that I ended up buying all kinds of sweets? He was immersed in happiness, like a true babysitter, walking and laughing joyfully. Thinking about Nana enjoying the food made him suddenly feel even better. However, a sudden bad feeling made him stop and look ahead. Brian realized he was alone on this road. The surroundings were deserted, even though it was still a busy time of day. Feeling uneasy, he thought, the streets are strangely quiet. Am I making a big deal out of nothing? Turning at an alley corner, he nervously glanced into the dark and cold alley, which gave him an overwhelming sense of uneasiness. He felt something vague around him. Looking straight into the alley's darkness, he muttered, Come on out. From within the alley's shadows, someone slowly approached. Brian was stunned, eyes wide, staring at the emerging figure. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he exclaimed, You are? Brian's bag of snacks fell to the ground with a thud. He disappeared from the street, leaving only the scattered food behind. After this, the scene shifts to Cyan. Reflecting on his agreement with the dean, he thought, I agreed to attend my lessons. This is my last class of the day. I'm so damn bored. He couldn't sit up straight, lying on the desk and sleeping to the point of drooling. Frustrated, he groaned, I'm so damn bored. He decided to sneak out of the classroom. As he quietly closed the door, he muttered, Learning something I already did 30 years ago is basically torture. He resolutely turned away, thinking, I don't have any mission either. I'll just go train. However, Cyan's plan to sneak to the headquarters of the Mist Guild was shattered at that moment. Erin unexpectedly intervened. She stood behind him, her eyes bright as she asked, Where are you going, Cyan? She stepped closer with a prickly attitude, continuing to question, The lessons aren't over yet. Cyan, startled, glanced behind him and turned to look at Erin, who was fuming. He quickly made up an excuse, To the bathroom, Your Highness. But the princess wasn't fooled and bluntly judged, Lies. That's not the way to the bathroom. Are you sure you're going to the bathroom? Leximus hurriedly intervened upon seeing the princess being too strict. Miss Erin, you need to behave better as a princess. But Erin ignored him and continued questioning Cyan. Are you sure you're going to the bathroom? Not knowing how to respond, Cyan diverted the topic to Leximus. Did you permit Leximus to call you by your name? The girl was startled and confused, but the princess calmly replied, What, are you changing the topic right now? Yes, I allowed her to do that in private. Immediately afterward, she pressed closer to him and asked irritably, So why do you still call me Your Highness? Aren't we friends? Cyan turned away, flustered, and replied, I'm just a civilian, and Your Highness is a princess. How could I just call you by name? Erin began to criticize Cyan. You're too serious. He lazily retorted, I'll take that as a compliment. At that moment, someone came down from upstairs. Erin was startled upon hearing her name called. She turned her head and was instantly stunned. Cyan noticed the princess trembling, sweat dripping from her forehead. Curious, he looked as well and saw two senior students of the academy leisurely walking towards them. These two seemed to know her, and they sneered at her. Long time no see, Erin, they mocked. Erin looked at each of them and uttered, Pavian and Nerovian. The princess with silver hair respectfully bowed and lifted her dress. It's been a while. Pavian stepped forward, disdainfully looking at her and clicking his tongue mockingly. Are you hanging around peasants now? Nerovian chimed in with a smirk. Are you going around with servants now that you're all grown up? Birds of a feather flock together. Huh? Erin simply bowed her head, unable to utter a word. Beside her, Leximus also bowed hastily upon recognizing the two in front of him. Cyan realized who they were as well. They were the third and fourth princes, sons of the current queen. Cyan furrowed his brow, thinking, They're of the Nepellus family. They're very clear about not liking her. At this point, the two arrogant princes finally noticed Cyan. Pavian exclaimed in surprise, That's... And Nerovian stammered in confusion upon recognizing Cyan. Cyan introduced himself straightforwardly. Nice to meet you. I'm Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Verts. The two princes ignored Erin completely, stepping past her to warmly greet Cyan. There's no way I wouldn't know a son of Duke Vert. I was impressed by your duel, Pavian said. They saw this as a rare opportunity to recruit someone as talented as Cyan to their side. Shamelessly extending an invitation, Pavian said, I'll make sure to invite you if there's a party. Cyan, uninterested in these royals, glanced at Erin and noticed her dejected and ignored demeanor. She was still bowing, not having moved or spoken since her initial greeting to her royal brothers. The two princes continued their haughty chatter. Let's talk more then. We should become friends, Nerovian said, patting Cyan on the shoulder arrogantly, adding, This is a rare opportunity, you know? Not wanting to waste words on these shallow royals, Cyan responded dismissively, Yes, thank you. Satisfied, Pavian said, Well, see you later then. Erin remained silent. Suddenly, her brother's voice came from behind her. He placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered in her ear with a malicious, arrogant smile. Not you, though, Erin. Her eyes widened in shock as he continued mockingly. Know your place, Erin, and don't get too arrogant. The princess clenched her fists, trembling with anger at his contemptuous reminder. She realized he must have eavesdropped on her earlier conversation with Cyan. He didn't hesitate to humiliate her further, sneering disdainfully, You need to be more self-aware. Beside him, Pavian merely frowned at Erin, looking at her as if she were something worthless. They turned their backs and walked away, leaving Erin engulfed in terrible emotions. Leximus couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed as she watched the two princes leave. Are they the princes? What's wrong with them? Erin, still with her head bowed, replied coldly, They're still family. The saying is that blood is thicker than water. Cyan suddenly interjected, I'm not sure about that. To me, it looks like you're worse off than strangers. Erin jerked her head up to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion and sadness. He continued calmly, Be it blood or water, it's all meaningless in the face of power. Cyan knew well that in the royal family, everyone would eventually kill each other for the throne. He looked coldly at the backs of the arrogant princes and reminded her, Therefore, if they're treating you like that, it just means they're wary of you. The young princess was stunned, staring at him. Cyan paid no attention to this and continued calmly, They're just trying to keep you in check. Don't feel so down. Then see you, Cyan said. Hearing these words, the princess's cheeks flushed red, and her heart began to flutter. She couldn't focus on stopping Cyan from skipping class and felt like fainting from the heat on her face. Leximus saw Erin's flushed face and foolish expression and worriedly shook her, asking, Miss Erin, are you all right? Having lost interest in training, Cyan returned to his dormitory and called out loudly, I'm here. But he only saw Nana, the dragon girl, sleeping soundly. He looked around the room and muttered, What? No one's here. He then called out loudly again, Brian? Kiram? At the mention of his name, the lazy demon's sword floated over, grumbling, Yes, coming. I can't even get a break around here. Seeing Kiram now as a flickering flame, Cyan asked, Why are you in that form? The demon's sword lazily responded, Because it's more convenient when I need to hide my presence. Why did you call me? Not bothering to be polite, Cyan pointed at Kiram and ordered, Look for Brian. Stopping abruptly and frowning irritably, Kiram angrily shouted, Am I a damn dog? Why should I search for someone? That's not how you ask for favors. I'm sure he'll find his way back. Fine. Cyan silently endured Kiram's outburst without a word. Suddenly, Kiram sniffed the air and remarked, I smell blood. Cyan was startled and looked at Kiram in extreme confusion. At that moment, Brian was being shoved and jostled in a small alley by a group of thugs led by a smug nobleman from the academy. The noble sneered, This is why you should have listened to us while we were still being nice. The person in question was none other than Barrett, the arrogant noble who had bullied Leximus before being scared off by Cyan. Now, he was venting his anger on Brian to avenge that humiliation. He smirked and looked at Brian. Finally, his shout echoed through the space, Kill him. Just as a mercenary was about to draw his sword, Cyan appeared on the roof of a nearby house and coldly asked, What are you guys doing? Just hearing Cyan's voice made Barrett's hair stand on end. He jumped, startled by Cyan's sudden appearance, and cold sweat poured down his body. Cyan stood clenching his fist, a faint dark mist appearing under his feet. He growled, So it was your doing, Barrett Lizamil? Brian recognized Cyan and opened his eyes, groaning weakly, Young master? Cyan looked at his subordinate, muttering, You're a mess. Sounds like your vocal cords are hurt too. Though initially startled upon seeing Cyan, Barrett remained confident he could defeat him, relying solely on his hired mercenaries. He glanced up at Cyan with a sneer. Haha, you came crawling to the tiger's den. Great. I'll first start with carving out your organs then. Cyan smirked with excitement. That's exciting. Immediately, he gripped his demon sword Kirim tightly and descended into the thick fog. Using his 8th form assault, he aimed straight for the mercenaries' throats below. Kirim's blade flickered with a crimson glow, akin to the color of blood. The mercenaries didn't even see Cyan's attacks coming. They fell in the blink of an eye, scattered in all directions. All that remained visible were Cyan's brightly glowing swords. Barrett panicked and retreated to a corner, covering his face in horror and staring helplessly at the unbelievable scene before him. He thought to himself, he defeated my mercenaries in a flash. Can we not win against him? He remembered the day Cyan had terrified him with a gigantic monosphere, causing Barrett to scream in fear deep inside. What the hell? How is he this strong? With the mercenaries dealt with, Cyan raised his glowing red-eyed demon sword, pointing it directly at Barrett. Trembling, Barrett watched as Cyan charged towards him. Despite his fear, Barrett desperately gathered mana, shouting madly, "Damn it! I'll kill you, Cyan Vert." Before he could finish the incantation, Cyan rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Barrett's stomach. The force of the kick sent Barrett flying backward, tumbling several times before crashing at the end of the alley. He writhed in pain, unable to get up, groaning in agony. Approaching Barrett coldly, Cyan passed his judgment. "You really don't change, huh?" He walked away calmly, then turned back to interrogate. "Is it really that fun to harass people weaker than you?" Despite being at a disadvantage, Barrett managed to sneer and scoff at Cyan. "What do my hobbies have to do with you? Are you going to kill me for it?" Barrett Louis Mill, the oldest son of the Louis Mill household, which can be considered the real authority figure in the Garum Kingdom, was pretty well known for his problematic behaviors in my past life too. Physically assaulting others was the least of the terrible things he did. He also burned small animals alive for his entertainment. One day, he committed an act that really crossed the line. He murdered a fellow female classmate. His excuse was that she was practicing magic. In the end, there was an order from Mist to purify him. When I infiltrated the mansion where he was staying after his expulsion, I saw the countless corpses of the servants that had been stored in the basement. After torturing him, I was going to kill him in the most painful way I knew. Then he smiled at me, telling me to just kill him instead of dragging things out. That face is still vivid in my head. He said that he was fine dying because he had all the fun that he wanted to have. His smile at that moment was so terrifying that it made others' blood boil. His eyes showed nothing but a perverse indifference, devoid of any humanity. Only recalling that scene stirred up a rage within Cyan. He glanced at Barrett with disgust, thinking silently, "Now that I think about it, killing him like that probably wasn't the punishment he deserved." As he said, he already had all his fun before dying. He recalled the actions he had taken with Leximus. Just death is nowhere near enough to make up for the number of lives he had taken. Thinking about this was enough to stoke the fury within Cyan. The price he had to pay for completely ruining others' lives was still too little. Cyan suddenly grabbed Barrett's mouth and forced him to open it. He swung his arm, conjuring a small monosphere in his hand. Barrett immediately realized Cyan intended to force him to swallow the monosphere to deplete his mana completely. He was horrified but unable to move his soaked body, nor could he escape Cyan's grip. He screamed in fear, "Don't do that." But Cyan coldly asked, "What did you say you were going to do to me?" As the monosphere was brought closer, Barrett only became more panicked. He wildly shouted, "You think you can avoid the consequences of doing something like this to me? I'm a Louis Mill, the most powerful family in the Garum Kingdom." Hearing this, Cyan sneered, "You sure talk a lot." He then forcefully shoved the monosphere into Barrett's throat, pressing it firmly to prevent him from spitting it out. He forced him to swallow it and said coldly, "It's fine if you don't like me. You can even detest me." Barrett thrashed wildly, trying to escape and resist swallowing the monosphere. But Cyan pressed harder on his mouth. He continued, "I don't give a shit what you say behind my back, but you shouldn't have put your dirty hands on my subordinate. You garbage excuse for a human being." Cyan smirked, a malicious glint in his eyes, as he forced Barrett to swallow the monosphere. Barrett writhed in agony from the excruciating pain tearing through his mouth due to the effects of the monosphere. He cried out in pain, the light of the gem seeming to engulf and burn him from within. Above, a figure concealed in a tattered cloak silently observed. Askel's subordinate, now panic-stricken, watched from a distance, thinking anxiously. I had no idea he was hiding such powers. I need to notify young Master Askel right away. He also worriedly frowned, fearing this might interfere with his plans. Unexpectedly, an arm reached out from behind him. Sarika, in the Assassin Guild's fog cloak, grabbed his mouth, pressed a dagger to his throat, and whispered, "So it was you, the little obsessive stalker who's been following my disciple everywhere recently." After dealing with Barrett, Cyan turned back and walked towards Brian. By now, Brian could sit up, leaning against a corner. He held his injuries, looking despondently at Cyan with a swollen face, unable to meet Cyan's gaze. He whispered, "I apologize, young master. I never thought they would attack me in such a large group." Cyan looked at him and realized he looked so ugly. He then bluntly asked, "Are you sure you're my subordinate? Why were you engaging in a fight where you were going to lose?" Brian bowed his head, murmuring, "Young master." Cyan looked coldly at his swollen and disfigured face, asking, "Is this the loyalty you swore to me?" Cyan then sat down in front of Brian, chin resting on his hand, teasingly asking, "Why didn't you just run away? I kind of get what you meant to do, but are you stupid?" He then looked seriously into his eyes, reminding him, "I don't need a loyal subordinate who dies. Don't do stupid things. It's annoying." Cyan stood up and sighed, "Anyway, you're in for a lecture when we get back." Brian was still bowing and whispering, "I'm sorry." Cyan had resolved all personal issues by now. He then raised his voice, "Why don't you come out now, Hallmaster Sarika?" She chuckled in amazement. "Oh, you noticed." Cyan glanced at her and all the members of the Mist Assassins Guild hiding around, calmly responding, "How can I not tell when you brought all your hall members with you?" The other guild members silently withdrew at that moment. Sarika appeared, leaping down and grabbing the person following Cyan by the collar. Sarika amusedly said, "I brought a gift." She then tossed him to the ground, leaving him dazed. Cyan showed no surprise. He calmly stated, "He's the guy who's been following me lately." Sarika exclaimed in surprise, "What? You already knew?" Cyan nodded calmly. Sarika sighed and admitted, "Well, I do admit that you're talented." She then thought about how she had secretly observed Cyan all this time and praised him. Powers surpassing that of a mist assassin, intellect that allows you to strike a fair negotiation with the Dean, a mental fortitude that allows you to handle the demonic sword perfectly. You're an ideal fit for a successor. She then frowned seriously and looked at Cyan as a reminder. But these kinds of things cannot continue to happen. There will be more people who find you suspicious. Cyan calmly looked at her and confirmed, "I will be careful." Suddenly, Cyan narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, "However, I don't intend on living like an idiot taking from others. If anyone puts a hand on my people like this, I will crush them no matter what." Sarika bowed her head and laughed, "Haha, I see." She then silently thought, "So he will protect his own people." Deciding it was unnecessary to intervene further, she waved goodbye to Cyan and said, "Well, I'm sure you'll take care of it. I'm going now." Cyan was perplexed by her unexpectedly calm reaction, feeling suspicious inside. Just before leaving, she suddenly turned back, pointed at the person still lying on the ground, and added, "Don't forget about him. I'm going to take care of Barrett and his minions." Cyan accepted and confirmed this with Sarika. He then glanced at Askel's subordinate, who was now squirming and crying out, "What are you going to do to me?" Cyan smirked slightly and asked, "Kill you? I think that's too easy." Despite sweating profusely, Askel's subordinate refused to speak. Cyan sneered and pointed out, "Aren't you Askel's #1 subordinate?" "I already knew." The subordinate was bewildered. How did you?" Cyan silently thought, "How could I forget? He never leaves Askel's side. He used to be jealous of my relationship with Askel in my past life." Cyan then smiled knowingly to himself. This guy might be dangerous in a different sense. He gradually gathered dark energy in his hand, watching the subordinate on the ground. He thought, it'd be fine to kill him right now, but he's Askel's subordinate. Cyan grinned mischievously, realizing he should be pretty useful for my plans. The subordinate was terrified by Cyan's calculating and frightening expression, as well as the creeping violet-black mist surrounding him. He screamed in fear, "Huh? What's that? Get away from me." Cyan chuckled, his eyes shining brightly. His body radiated mana, and he used creation. Shadow personality, which then flowed into the subordinate. The dense black mist surged into the subordinate's mouth and eyes. Within moments, the black smoke engulfed his entire body, causing him to convulse and scream in horror. The sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy that morning. Leximus gripped her wooden sword tightly and charged forward, resolutely swinging a strike straight at Princess Erin. The princess managed to parry it just in time, but the force of Leximus's attack still made her struggle and cry out. Princess Erin tried to shake off the sword and push Leximus back, shouting that it was no big deal. Yet, Leximus was one step ahead. She swiftly circled behind the princess. Before Erin could figure out where her opponent had gone, Leximus pointed her sword at the princess's back and gleefully declared, "It's my victory, Your Highness." Startled by her own carelessness, Erin gasped in surprise. She pouted and turned to look at Leximus, muttering in dissatisfaction, "I can't win against you, Leximus. Also, I told you to call me by my name when it's just the two of us." Leximus scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "Sorry, Your Highness." The princess glared at Leximus and sternly corrected her, "Miss Erin." This attitude made Leximus even more flustered as she hurriedly corrected herself, "Yes, Miss Erin." At that moment, a loud yelp echoed from the training ground next to them. Young Master Erin glanced over and remarked with some concern, "They're training really hard." In the adjacent training ground, Cyan was pushing Brian through an intense physical training session after the recent confrontation with young Master Barrett. Brian was no match for Cyan. He was beaten soundly, receiving another punch to the stomach that felt like a blow from the heavens. Cyan's relentless attacks gave Brian no time to recover before he took another kick to the knee. Cyan continued his furious assault while Brian could only cry out in agony, unable to defend himself or counterattack. After a barrage of blows, Brian hunched over, clutching himself in pain, trying to endure. Cyan, seeing that Brian might not hold out much longer, stepped back to give him a moment of respite. Yet, he also noted Brian's impressive endurance. Despite taking hits from all sides, Brian remained standing, albeit clearly in pain. Cyan thought to himself, "Brian's got quite the endurance for someone who was more like an errand boy. He's pretty strong too." He observed Brian carefully, noting that although he had taken some damage, his body remained resilient. Brian only took a few heavy breaths before seeming to recover quickly. Cyan thought with satisfaction, "He'll be useful later on." Then he asked sharply, "Are you tired?" Brian quickly replied, even as blood dripped from his mouth, No, young master, I can keep going." Cyan was taken aback and muttered, "Goodness, blood?" He knew his training methods were harsh, but they seemed to suit Brian's physical capabilities. Cyan mused, "I would have kept going even if he was tired. There's no guarantee that an incident like with Barrett won't happen again. Brian needs to be able to defend himself." The incident with Brian had passed a few days ago, but Cyan was still troubled. He couldn't forget Barrett's malicious smile when he took out his anger on Cyan's subordinate. Now somewhat recovered, Brian hesitantly asked, Is that Kellen guy really all right?" Cyan realized Brian was still concerned about the incident and reassured him seriously, "Don't worry about him. He's already on our side." He knew the spy was Kellen, a close subordinate of his brother Askell, so he cast a spell on him. At that moment, Kellen, bound by Cyan, was thrown to the ground. He writhed and screamed as Cyan's spell gradually took over his body. Brian witnessed the entire scene despite being exhausted from Barrett's and his hired thug's torture. He was alert enough to see Cyan's magical prowess firsthand. Brian stared at Cyan, astonished. It was the first time he had seen his master use magic. Soon, Kellen lay motionless on the ground. To cast this spell, Cyan had to exert a considerable amount of effort. He wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself, that was really hard to do. It had been too long since I last used 9-star dark element magic. Shadow personality creates a personality from the shadows to manipulate the opponent, Cyan recalled. I used it just once in my past life. He stepped forward, took a knife, and cut the ropes binding Kellen. Kellen's demeanor had changed drastically from earlier. Now he appeared calm, and Cyan coldly asked him, "Now, who are you?" Kellen knelt at his feet, his body still enveloped in a faint purple mist. He responded, "Kellen Diego, a guardian knight of Velius. I was given the order to keep an eye on young Master Cyan and came to Lewin." Witnessing his previously defiant subordinate now obediently answering questions, Cyan smirked and thought, "He's submissive now." Cyan then asked a confirming question, "And who's the owner you serve?" Kellen bowed his head, his face expressionless as if programmed to eliminate all emotions. He replied, "I have been serving young Master Askell, but I wish to serve you now." young Master Cyan. Please take me in. Cyan calmly smiled and replied, all right then, listen to what I have to say and relay it to Askelback and Velius. Cyan's smile suddenly turned menacing. He glared at Kellen and hissed through clenched teeth, don't leave a single thing out, understand? Immediately, Kellen decisively punched the ground, bowing his head and shouting, yes, I understand, young master. He looked up at Cyan with eyes full of determination and burning loyalty, all thanks to the control of the spell Cyan had cast on him. Reflecting on that gaze, Cyan shivered slightly and thought, his eyes are overwhelmingly brimming with loyalty. Something's dangerous about this guy. Seeing Cyan not respond and remain lost in thought for a long time, Brian nervously called out, young master? Cyan, still deep in thought, reassured himself, but I'm sure it'll be all right. At that moment, Princess Erin and Leximus arrived at the training ground. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the two and calling out, did you come here to train with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see him here. Brian, seeing the princess, quickly bowed and greeted, ah, your highness. Cyan turned to the girls and indifferently replied, yes. Did your highness come here to train as well? The princess approached him, smiling enthusiastically, yeah, I come here to train every weekend with Leximus. I thought it'd be a good idea given that incident that happened recently. Hearing the princess mention the incident, Cyan glanced away and thought, is she referring to what happened a week ago? Barrett Louis Mill was found in front of the nurse's office, completely out of his mind. He was beaten to a pulp, but nobody could get him to say who had done that to him. Well, it's because he couldn't say who it was, not that he didn't want to. And the thing is, he won't be able to use magic ever again. But Leximus's reaction wasn't what he had anticipated. He had forced Barrett to swallow a mana stone, a trick Barrett had used to destroy all mana and push Leximus into a harsh fate in a past life. Cyan thought, surely she would be pleased to hear that news, but in reality, the opposite was true. He looked at Leximus and thought, but Leximus's reaction isn't what I had anticipated. I thought she would feel happy. Leximus didn't feel joy or satisfaction. She simply bowed her head in silence whenever someone mentioned Barrett's incident. Suddenly, the little girl Nana shouted loudly, Papa! All four people on the training ground were startled and looked up at the source of the call. Nana was floating in the air right above them. Brian exclaimed in panic, young master, over there. Even Cyan was startled and exclaimed, Nana! I left her with Kiram. He didn't know that at this moment, the demon sword Kiram was still busy sleeping, snoring loudly with a toy in hand. Nana then let herself fall freely, landing straight into Princess Erin's arms. Confused, she held the little girl and asked, huh? Where did she come from? The little girl paid no attention to anyone else but Cyan. She looked straight at him and joyfully shouted, Papa! Nana found Papa. The princess froze, looking up in the direction of the little girl's gaze, mumbling in disbelief, Papa? The little girl pointed at Cyan and shouted once more, affirming to the princess, Papa? Princess Erin stared at him in astonishment. She furrowed her brows, sweating in anger as she asked, Papa? Frustrated, she thought to herself, when? With whom? Caught off guard, Cyan had no choice but to sigh deeply and think to himself, how could this happen? Finally, he had to recount the story of how he had accidentally found the child to the princess, including that the girl was a dragonkin. However, he did not mention that he found her during an assassination mission. After listening attentively, the princess breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, so that's what happened. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with relief, then it's not really your kid. I had all kinds of ideas about where she could be from. By this time, they had returned to the princess's dormitory room. Leximus was playing with the little girl, and the princess believed Cyan's story, cheerfully exclaiming, I didn't know you could be so kind. That's unexpected. But Cyan didn't feel happy at all about being praised. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking gloomily, this is bad. She might blackmail me for this. Brian, sitting next to Cyan, was just as worried, his face turning pale as he anxiously thought, we'll get kicked out if the academy finds out about this. She even knows that Nana is a draconic human. However, Princess Erin proactively reassured Cyan. She confidently smiled at him and said, don't worry, Cyan. I won't tell anyone. Both Brian and Cyan were stunned by the princess's firm declaration. Cyan asked in surprise, is your highness serious? Erin turned to Leximus and replied firmly, yeah, right, Leximus? She glanced at Leximus beside her. Leximus was still happily playing with Nana and immediately looked at the princess, smiling innocently, and replied, "Of course. I don't have anyone to tell anyway since I don't have friends." The princess froze, realizing her question had been a bit insensitive. But before she could react, Cyan bluntly asked her, "What's your reason?" The princess tilted her head lightly, frowning, and answered with a gentle smile. "Reason? I just feel bad for her." She turned to look at Nana, who was extremely happy in Leximus's arms, and continued with a smile. "She won't fit in with the dragons or humans. She won't be accepted by anyone." The princess then turned to Cyan and sincerely praised him. "But you want to take care of her. That's a good thing." Taking this opportunity, the princess mustered all her courage and asked directly, "But can I come over sometimes?" Cyan, confused, asked, "To my room?" The princess suddenly blushed, bowed her head, wiped her sweat, and awkwardly replied, "Don't be mistaken. I just want to see Nana sometimes." Realizing the princess had no ill intentions towards the girl, Cyan frankly accepted, "Well, it doesn't matter to me." With just his affirmation, the princess's cheeks turned rosy. He looked her in the eye and frankly suggested, "Then this is our secret, okay, princess?" Erin quickly nodded, "Yeah, I swear." She misunderstood Cyan's words and shyly thought to herself, "Our little secret?" Brian then picked up little Nana. Cyan stood up, ready to leave with them, and told the princess, "Then I'm going to get going." Leximus ran over, bowed politely, and said, "Take care, Mr. Cyan." After Cyan had left, Leximus noticed that the princess was still silently pondering. She turned to the princess and asked in confusion, "Miss Erin?" But the princess was still lost in her own fantasies. The smile froze on her lips, her cheeks still flushed, and her heart pounded as she happily thought, "That means I'm closer to Cyan, right?" Leximus, alarmed by the princess's strange demeanor, shouted, "Miss Erin, are you feeling unwell?" When Cyan returned to his dormitory and woke the demonic sword Kiram, he finally learned what had happened. Kiram merely smirked and raised an eyebrow, saying, "What? Something that fun happened while I was sleeping? Why don't you reveal that you're living with the sword too then?" Cyan was furious, pointing accusingly at Kiram. "Shut up. You need to reflect on your actions. You fell asleep while babysitting her." Kiram showed no remorse, casually sitting back and muttering, "She just does whatever she wants because she takes after her father." Brian held the little girl in his arms, but she kept wriggling to be held by Cyan. He suggested, "Why don't we take her on walks? I'm sure she's stressed from being here all the time." Cyan crossed his arms and pondered before agreeing, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Brian was relieved that his suggestion was accepted, saying, "Thank you. Then I'll get going." That evening, far in the distant mountain range, two dragon-like figures soared through the air together. Suddenly, one dragon halted, sensing something unsettling and stopping midair. It startled the other dragon, who asked, "What's wrong, sir?" He looked at her unhappily and told her, "I smell something sickening." "Where are we, Catalina?" she replied cautiously. "It's not that close, but we're in the vicinity of Lewin, sir," she responded. He continued to feel uneasy, furrowing his brow. "Is this smell coming from the Lewin Academy? It seems we need to pause our journey back." His eyes glowed ominously as he peered down and pointed towards the source of his discomfort. "I can feel an aura coming from there that I cannot permit as a dragon." After deciding to let Nana play outside that night, Cyan and Brian took her to an empty lot on the outskirts of Lewin. Having been confined to Cyan's dorm room for a long time, Nana was thrilled to fly freely in the open sky. Flapping her small wings excitedly, she darted ahead, prompting Brian to hastily chase after her, shouting, "Wait, wait, Nana, that way's dangerous." Cyan followed calmly, watching Nana joyfully exclaim, "This place is so huge." Nana's so excited. Seeing Nana enjoy her newfound freedom, Cyan smiled to himself, thinking, "She looks like she's having fun." He looked at her radiant face and said, "This place is 10 kilometers from the center of Lewin. It should be fine for her to play around here all she wants." Hiram overheard this and mocked, "Goodness, you're a real father now, huh? Why don't you get her a mom too, like that princess from earlier?" Cyan gritted his teeth, about to retort when Kiram suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. Kiram also sensed something, muttering, "Wait, something's coming." Just then, two dragons appeared right in front of them. One of the dragons sneered disdainfully, "Sickening." Brian recognized the danger immediately. He panicked and yelled to Nana, "It's dangerous, Nana." Rushing towards her, he grabbed Nana and held her tightly in his arms. In that instant, a tremendous force crashed down dangerously close to them. Cyan hurried over, anxiously asking Brian, "What about Nana?" He scanned them both quickly. Nana clung to Brian, visibly frightened but thankfully unharmed. Brian hugged her tightly, shielding her from the flying debris, and nervously replied, "She's okay." In the midst of this sudden appearance, Cyan stepped forward, sword drawn, calmly telling Brian, "Both of you stay behind me." In the open lot, the ground shattered into pieces as two shadowy figures of dragons emerged amidst blinding light and thunder. Cyan stood protectively in front of Brian and Nana, looking at the high-ranking dragons that had arrived and wondering aloud, "Why are there high-ranking dragons here?" He quickly recognized their identities despite their human form, thinking to himself, "And two of them too." The dragons glanced towards Brian and Nana with calculating eyes. Brian understood their malevolent intentions immediately. He held Nana close, his arms tightening protectively around her, and glared back at them with vigilance. High-ranking silver dragon Lucian narrowed his eyes, full of displeasure and disgust, sneering, "The source of this sickening stench? It's disgusting." His companion, high-ranking red dragon Catalina, also glared at them with contempt, exclaiming, "A mix? How can such a vile creature dwell here?" She glanced at Cyan and his Kirim blade mockingly. "Are you the owner of that halfling human? You even have the demonic sword." Cyan only looked at her with caution and defensiveness. Meanwhile, Kirim felt insulted and grumbled angrily. "What? Objectifying me?" Catalina immediately shouted irritably, "Shut it! You're an inferior thing that's degraded yourself to be a human slave." Her arrogant and contemptuous words infuriated Kirim. She glared at her angrily, snapping, "Do you want to die?" Kirim's attitude provoked Catalina. She snarled furiously, "How dare you?" She was about to rush forward, but Lucian quickly raised his hand to stop her. He stepped forward, looking at Cyan and Kirim, his tone filled with disdain. "Fret not. I'm not interested in you guys. I do not wish to fight against inferior beings unnecessarily." He turned to look at the child in Brian's arms and growled, "However, hand over that halfling to me." Nana seemed to understand their malice towards her, clutching Brian's shirt tightly and trembling in his arms. Brian turned fully as if to use his body to shield her. He glared at the two dragons, even though he was somewhat frightened himself. Nana burst into tears, nestling in Brian's embrace. The dragons did not relent, uttering heartless words, "A half-human, half-dragon. It's worth experimenting on." Lucian stared coldly at Cyan, declaring, "I will let you guys go if you hand it over." Cyan remained unfazed by his threats. He grabbed Kirim, angrily snapping, "Shut up." His attitude enraged Lucian. He frowned, struggling to contain his anger. "What did you just say?" Cyan glared at him, his eyes glowing red with fury. He coldly replied, "I said shut up, you lizard piece of shit." Lucian lowered his head, a smirk forming on his lips as he laughed. Suddenly, he swung his sword, slashing the ground next to Cyan. He did not intend to attack directly, but wanted to intimidate him. Though it wasn't enough to make Cyan flinch, Brian startled, hugged Nana and dodged, shouting worriedly, "Master Cyan." Cyan calmly ordered Brian, "It's fine. Just get far away from here." Seeing that Cyan was still okay, Brian immediately carried the girl away, hastily responding, "Yes, sir." The dragon's power tore up the ground next to Cyan, leaving sparks flying. Cyan observed this and thought, "What a fancy technique." Lucian gripped his weapon tightly, lightning continuously flashing on his sword. He flew up, sneering, "This is why we call you inferior." Cyan did not respond to him directly. Instead, he countered with a technique called Thick Fog Ninth Form, Demonic Sword Manifestation, to let the demonic sword Kirim use his body. Merging with Kirim, his skin darkened, and his hair turned into blazing red flames. The dragons immediately recognized Cyan's new form. Catalina exclaimed in shock, "Sir, that power." Lucian, only slightly surprised, calmly replied, "It's the power of the exile." He frowned disdainfully, grumbling, "Today has been full of surprises." However, he's still just an inferior human. In an instant, Cyan had already soared up beside him, ready to strike with his sword. Lucian was startled when his opponent disappeared from his sight. He glanced around in surprise. When did he? Cyan remained silent, immediately launching a series of attacks that forced Lucian to hurriedly raise his sword to defend passively. This enraged Lucian greatly. He gritted his teeth. "You little He swung his sword towards Cyan, but Cyan quickly evaded backwards to dodge. Seeing his attack ineffective, Lucian thrust his hand forward, activating his shock wave technique. Flickering lightning sparked in his palm as a massive magic formation appeared in the sky above Cyan. Startled, Cyan looked up at the bright rays emanating from the magic formation, crashing straight towards him. In an instant, he was engulfed in a colossal pillar of light from the magic formation, blasting down to shatter the earth and rocks beneath his feet. Quickly utilizing Thick Fog Third Form, Fog Glide, Cyan escaped from the magic formation, appearing behind Lucian. Sensing his presence, Lucian was shocked as Cyan unleashed another technique, Fog Sword. Rushing Fog Storm, attacking continuously towards him. However, Catalina swiftly flew up to shield Lucian's back using Fire Barrier. She confidently laughed, "I'll block this one." But Lucian sensed something amiss and urgently shouted, "Back off, Catalina! You're no match for him." She stubbornly ignored him, arrogantly believing she could defeat Cyan. Smirking amidst sweating, she replied, "Don't worry, sir. I won't lose against him. I have put up a dragon's barrier made from 1,000 years worth of mana accumulation. A human who can't even live 100 years won't be able to." Before she could finish her thoughts, Cyan continued with his next move, Fog Sword. 8 fluttering petals. His eyes narrowed as he smiled, directing his attack straight at the fire barrier. Catalina's eyes widened in shock, her confident smile fading. Cyan's consecutive strikes, focused on the center of the fire barrier, caused a loud explosion with blinding light. Catalina's barrier shattered into countless pieces. In her utmost horror, she couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, "There's no way he can pierce this?" Before Catalina could recover, Cyan swiftly used Double Serial Slash, slashing dozens of times across her body. She could only scream in despair as Lucian helplessly watched his close subordinate torn into countless pieces. Her voice faintly echoed in his ears, "Master." Seeing Catalina disintegrate into dust pushed Lucian's anger to its peak. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Just what are you? The god of fog has no authority at all. How is it that you can have this much power?" Ignoring his questioning, Cyan remained silent as Lucian deployed a new magic formation in the sky. His eyes glowed fiercely red as he coldly exclaimed, "I guess you don't want to answer. All right, I must admit that you're a worthy opponent." Cyan immediately understood his intentions. He silently observed, preparing for the confrontation. Lucian rushed into the magic formation, his body glowing amidst a swirling vortex of lightning. Quietly witnessing the transformation, Cyan thought to himself, "A spell that makes a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original one." Lucian's body gradually transformed. His jaws extended to reveal sharp dragon teeth. His hands turned into clawed talons, and dragon wings spread behind his back. He transformed into a white dragon, roaring fiercely and shaking the heavens and earth. Calmly facing him, Cyan leapt off the ground, rushing towards Lucian's head, surprising him with his actions. Lucian gritted his teeth. What are you trying to do?" Cyan was now right above his nose, staring down at the large horn on his head. Lucian realized in shock, "No. Does he know the weakness of polymorph? An inferior species like him?" Without hesitation, Cyan swiftly dove down in front of him, firmly planting his demonic sword into the dragon horn. The dragon cried out in pain, Lucian's eyes glowing red from agony and disbelief. Then Cyan used another technique, Fog Sword. Unshakable roots of a great tree. The black fog around the dragon turned into sharp blades, slashing all over its body. Lucian struggled, paralyzed, roaring in immense pain. Within moments, his body disintegrated under the terrifying fog's continuous stabs. Lucian collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust over the area. Brian worriedly ran towards his master, hugging little Nana in shock and calling out anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" He froze as he clearly saw the scene ahead, gaping speechlessly. Immediately, he shielded Nana's eyes. The bewildered girl exclaimed, "I can't see." In front of them, Cyan calmly butchered Lucian's corpse, enjoying a sizable piece of meat. He casually held out a piece to Brian, cheerfully saying, "Eat it, Brian. It's precious meat." Brian stood stunned, unsure how to react. Nana, curious, exclaimed, "Nana wants some too." Cyan sternly warned, "Children shouldn't eat this. For a great dragon like this, it's just nourishment." After being exposed by Cyan and placed under a spell, Kellen, one of Askel's subordinates, has now switched allegiance to Cyan. Following Cyan's orders, Kellen returns to report everything he knows about the recent tailing mission. Upon hearing the report, Askell contemplatively asks, "So, you think some unknown force is supporting my brother?" Kellen bows his head and calmly replies, "That's right. I believe the informants we sent were eliminated by them too." Askell looks up at him, frowning slightly, and asks, "Is that all?" Kellen calmly replies, "Yes, I apologize for the lack of information." Despite Cyan's order for him to reveal everything, Kellen genuinely doesn't know much more. However, it is Kellen's unusually calm demeanor that captures Askell's attention. Askell thinks, strange, this guy usually loses his composure and gets anxious easily, but the person standing before me now is very composed and quite different from usual. He wonders, I don't see the sense of desperation that Kellen had before leaving. It's as if he's a completely different person, maintaining his calm exterior and concealing any suspicion. Askell bows his head and says, "I see." Then Kellen, "I would like to ask you a question." Hearing this, Kellen starts and freezes. He looks up immediately, meeting Askell's cold, scrutinizing gaze. Without a word, Kellen realizes the situation instantly. He frowns slightly, revealing a hint of worry, and thinks, this is a test. He's starting to doubt me. Kellen immediately punches his chest and bows deeply before Askell, solemnly reciting his usual slogan, "Let the blessing of Luminal be with you." Askell leisurely smirks and replies calmly, "I appreciate that response, Sir Kellen." He only wanted to check if the Kellen before him was genuine. Seeing Kellen's nervousness and cold sweat, Askell says slowly, "Don't take this the wrong way. It's just a kind of regular ritual. You're excused." Kellen turns to leave, still in a state of alertness. He is lost in confused thoughts. I better be careful. Once his doubts fully bloom, I won't be able to get out of this. As he opens the door, deep in thought, he is startled to find someone standing right behind it. Shocked, he thinks, this woman. She's young Master Cyan's maid, Emily. Emily, who was about to knock, smiles awkwardly upon seeing Kellen and says, "Hello?" Kellen frowns suspiciously and asks her, "What brings you here?" At that moment, Askell steps up, pats his shoulder, and says, "I called her." He smiles at Cyan's maid and asks, "Did you say your name is Emily?" She hurriedly stammers, "Why yes, young master." Askell smiles, though his smile appears forced, and asks kindly, "Could you do me a favor?" Seeing his smile, Emily blushes shyly and asks, "A favor?" Meanwhile, at the dragon lair, high-ranking dragons gather for an urgent meeting. Upon realizing that two of their own, both high-ranking dragons, have gone missing, the head dragon exclaims in shock, "Mr. Lucian and Miss Catalina are missing." The other dragons huddle behind the small Mona stones, gathering around the massive Mona stone of the leader dragon. They explain, they manifested divine powers at the outskirts of Luwin, but that's the last trace we have of them. The thing is, they were both above 8-star level. As you can see, their Mona stones have shattered. These destructive traces are all that remain from the battle. The dragons look at the two shattered Mona stones of Lucian and Catalina, which indicate that the dragons within them are dead. One dragon questions, "So, you mean the one who killed them erased all other evidence with magic?" Another dragon adds, "For that to be possible," the high-ranking dragon interrupts solemnly, "it would most likely need to be someone with dark elemental powers. The only one capable of killing those two is Kundal Quazel. However," the dragon hesitates, "he does not possess dark elemental powers. In other words, there is some unknown fourth individual." Another dragon suddenly speaks up, "We are aware of a boy named Cyanvert, the only dark element user in the Royal Academy." A dragon recalls an earlier event. When Cyan faced a dark dragon on the battlefield, he nearly killed it, though it managed to escape. There are also rumors that he survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines. Perhaps he has something to do with the deaths of Renald Crimson and Zitraman Albus. They both worked with us to bring testing subjects and materials. The leader dragon listens silently, then skeptically says, "Is there some kind of connection between these events? I will need to keep an eye on this." Then, the leader dragon remembers its granddaughter, who is around Cyan's age, and immediately suggests, "Luna of Rainreaver, have my granddaughter get acquainted with Cyanvert." A new day dawned with sunlight streaming into the Royal Academy and the royal dorms. Princess Erin joyfully ran to Cyan's dorm room, carrying a delicious cake. She excitedly exclaimed, "Ta-da! A special cake made by the palace chefs." She had the cake made for little Nana and affectionately asked, "Enjoy it, Nana." Seeing the fragrant cake, Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she drooled, eagerly praising, "Whoa, I like you." The princess not only brought a cake, but also pulled a cart loaded with boxes of cakes. She gently said to Nana, "Have as much as you want. There's still a lot more." Nana stared wide-eyed at the cart full of delicious food. Cyan sat silently in a corner, watching the scene. Contentedly, he thought, they're having fun. We need to stay on the down low for a while. If the dragons were to sense Nana's presence, they might ambush us again. I will make sure that no one can put a hand on the people I care about. After all, I've decided to live purely for my own sake in this life. The sinister face and evil smile of Askell appeared in his mind. Cyan had a goal for this life. I'm going to completely ruin that bastard's plans. The princess suddenly turned to look at Cyan, surprised to see his expression. He was smiling delightfully, lost in thought, seemingly imagining something interesting. She curiously asked, "Cyan, did something good happen? You look happy." Cyan leisurely replied, I just had a nice thought." At the Vert residence garden, Askell was welcoming an esteemed guest. He warmly said, "It's been a while since I last saw you." His guest was Luinel Severus, the first prince. The prince slightly smirked and politely remarked, "You look like you're doing well, Askell." Askell politely smiled and flattered, "It's all thanks to you, your majesty." However, the first prince seemed preoccupied with something else. He glanced down and muttered, "More importantly, how long do you intend on rotting in this estate in the middle of nowhere? I heard that Alice has left on a journey." Askell didn't seem concerned about his sister. He calmly responded, "I'm actually worried about her. I don't know what she's doing or where she is." The first prince interrupted, "Worried about her?" He leaned on his hand, looked at Askell with a smirk, and said, "Aren't you actually worried that she might threaten your position of power?" Askell squinted at the prince, feigning innocence. "That's not something we should speak of." Prince then said, "We're friends, though. What can we say to each other?" A subordinate approached to pour wine for the prince. Ignoring the question, the prince slowly asked again, "Also, was your younger brother's name Cyan?" He looked at the glass of wine in his hand, gradually being filled, and calmly announced, "My father is interested in him, to the point that he seems to be considering an engagement between him and Aaron." Mentioning his sister, the first prince suddenly felt a discomfort in his heart. He grimaced and resentfully exclaimed, "I don't know why he's so adamant about protecting his useless little garbage daughter." Askell leisurely smiled and glanced at the first prince with a calculating look, confidently affirming, "Don't feel rushed. The more attention she receives and the more power she gains, the more useful she will be to us." The first prince seemed satisfied with his answer and smirked appreciatively. "I like that you get how I feel." The prince's subordinate suddenly pointed the wine bottle towards Askell and asked, "Will you have some, sir?" Askell looked up at the subordinate and unexpectedly exclaimed, "I haven't seen this guardian knight before." The prince realized Askell was curious about his subordinate and turned to look at the knight beside him. He proudly introduced, Right? He's a jewel that I found while scouting the slums." This seemed to pique Askell's curiosity and interest. He glanced at the subordinate eagerly and asked, "Oh, you found the most exquisite of jewels?" The subordinate smiled at the compliment and introduced himself. "My name is Borislaum. Nice to meet you, sir." Boris's smile carried a sinister, dark aura. Fate had repeated itself. He had been Askell's most capable assistant in a previous life. 2 years passed, and at the academy, students turned their heads to look at the person striding across the yard. Over time, Cyan had somewhat concealed himself and gradually adapted to life at the academy. By now, his sister Alice had returned, and her presence caused all the male students at the academy to turn their heads in admiration. Alice glanced at a boy who had just been tapped on the head by his girlfriend for daring to glance at another girl. She smiled awkwardly and headed straight to the principal's office. The academy remained peaceful and calm that day. Alice knocked on the principal's door and naturally walked in. Principal Kundal seemed relieved to see her and greeted her politely. "It's been a while." Alice laughed, and he asked with concern, "So, did you enjoy your travels?" Alice nodded and replied, "Yes, I visited Furnia." Principal Kundal seemed surprised by her answer. He exclaimed, "Furnia? That's not a place where a human would have been welcomed." Alice set down her backpack, approached him, and replied, "You're right. It took me a year to adjust, but I really wanted to find the meaning of harmony you mentioned. Since you said that place would hold me back from growing, I needed to think of where I belong." Hearing her affirmation, Principal Kundal became contemplative. He frowned slightly and asked, "You seem to have made up your mind." Alice looked at him resolutely and declared, "Yes, I'm going to join the Knights of Light." Kundal hesitantly asked, "You're going to continue on with the will of your family?" Alice confidently looked at the principal, her eyes full of determination, and replied, "Well, someone had to take on the duty. I'm worried about my younger siblings too, especially Cyan. He's so shy." Hearing this, Principal Kundal suddenly burst out laughing. Alice was stunned by his reaction and asked in confusion, "Why are you laughing?" He looked at Alice, slowly stroking his beard, raised an eyebrow slightly, and asked, "Cyan? Shy? How amusing." At that moment, Cyan unexpectedly walked into the room, half-jokingly saying, "Amusing? You're being too harsh, sir." Hearing her brother's voice, Alice turned around, startled. She was extremely surprised when she saw him and exclaimed, "Cyan?" Right in front of her, Cyan had grown to the point of being almost unrecognizable. He looked stronger and taller than the last time she remembered, making her pause for a moment and look at him skeptically. He calmly smiled, looked at his sister gently, and softly said, "I missed you, sister." After reuniting with Alice at the academy after many years apart, Cyan and his sister strolled together under the academy's courtyard, chatting merrily. Alice exclaimed in surprise, "You've changed quite a bit, Cyan." The boy who had been small and frail before she left now stood as tall as Alice. His body had grown more robust and mature. She raised her hand to compare their heights, murmuring, "You're the same height as me now. You're going to be taller than me soon?" Cyan glanced at his sister and laughed teasingly. "Do you think that maybe it's you that shrank and not me?" Alice, pouting, pinched Cyan's cheek and replied with a wry smile, "All right, stop right there." This joyful moment made him nostalgically recall the 2nd of July, year 988. "I remember this day in my past life too," he thought. He looked at his sister's radiant smile and thought uneasily, "It was the last day I saw my sister alive." Alice, showing concern, asked, "Aren't you going to go home? It's summer break." Cyan smiled sadly and answered, "No one other than you would welcome me there." Alice, visibly surprised by his response, widened her eyes and asked worriedly, "No one? Is that why you haven't gone home for 2 years?" Cyan lowered his head, not answering, as thoughts of his older brother surfaced. "There are more than a couple of reasons why I'm not going back," he thought. "Askell is there. Plus the Duke's wife is trying to kill me any chance she gets. Father doesn't do anything about that." As he walked quietly toward the academy gates, he thought to himself, "Going back to that place would be an act of suicide. I probably won't return until I graduate." While he was still lost in thought, Alice suddenly asked, "Are you good friends with Krantz?" Cyan immediately replied in a cold and displeased tone, "That can never be possible." Alice was utterly shocked. She didn't know the relationship between the two brothers, as she had been away from home for a long time. Confused, she exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Cyan turned to look directly into his sister's eyes, glaring as he answered coldly, "You know very well how he treated me. He's even tried to kill me once." Alice was stunned speechless. Brian, who had been silently walking behind them, finally spoke up, "I can testify to that." Alice turned to him, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" Cyan introduced, "My guardian knight, Brian Kendrick." Alice covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, a guardian knight. I was wondering why he was following us." Brian didn't know what to say and just gave an awkward smile. Alice had been briefed by Cyan about all the things Krantz and his mother had done behind everyone's backs. She was utterly shocked now that she had learned about these events. She exclaimed, "That happened?" She was extremely confused and muttered, "I was in Furnia, totally unaware of all of it." Cyan glanced at his sister and calmly replied, "The bad guys are the Duke's wife and Krantz. It's not your fault." He suddenly noticed that Alice was seething with anger, her eyes glowing with fury. Even in silence, she emitted a murderous aura. She seemed to be contemplating something and did not respond to his words. Cyan gently called, "Alice?" She snapped out of her thoughts, realizing she had been silent for a bit too long. She sighed and then looked at Cyan, asking firmly, "Have you talked to anyone else about this?" He nonchalantly replied, "What's the point in talking about it? It's all in the past." As if it were a given, Krantz doesn't seem to be reflecting on his actions at all, Cyan began. But before he could finish speaking, Alice suddenly lunged and hugged him, catching him off guard. She was tearing up out of sympathy for her brother and whispered sadly, "You don't need to keep it in, Cyan. You can depend on me sometimes." She assured him, "I'll protect you from now on." Cyan only lowered his head without responding. Knowing his sister's future made her words feel heavy. Brian, who was also tearing up, was moved by the siblings' bond. Alice quickly stood up, patted her brother's shoulder, and advised, "I would like to stay with you longer, but I have to go somewhere. Take care of yourself while I'm gone." Brian was startled as Alice suddenly hugged him. His face turned red immediately, and he stammered, Miss. But Alice, unfazed, smiled and said, "Take good care of little Cyan, okay?" Brian glanced at Cyan, who glared back at him with a murderous look, making a threatening gesture of running a finger across his throat. Brian, terrified, cried inwardly, "I didn't do anything, though." The sunset gradually descended, and it was time for Cyan to bid farewell to Alice. He watched his sister's departing figure and smiled, thinking, "It's been a while since I saw her look so angry." He still remembered Alice's face filled with extreme anger because of him. Her appearance reminded Cyan of an incident from his past life, when he was young, back at the Vert estate. His older brother, Krantz, forced him to practice sword fighting, which was just an excuse for Krantz to bully him. At that time, Cyan was still a weak and timid child with no combat skills, so he was completely overwhelmed by Krantz. Krantz struck him down and arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder, mockingly laughing, "What, are you already done?" He was incredibly arrogant and delighted in Cyan's miserable state, taunting him further, "Get up, you orphan." Back then, Cyan was terrified by Krantz's threats and pleaded, "I asked you to stop. You won, so." But before Cyan could finish his sentence, Krantz lunged forward and struck him across the face, snarling, "Good God, you sure blabber a lot." Seeing that Cyan was completely unable to resist, Krantz continued to beat him mercilessly, feeling immensely thrilled as he did so. However, his actions were halted by Alice. She appeared just in time and shouted, "Stop, Krantz." He was utterly shocked to see his sister and anxiously called out, "Sister Alice." She furiously demanded, "What are you doing?" At that moment, she displayed the same anger she showed now. She sternly ordered, "Apologize right now, Krantz." Cyan was pleased as he recalled that moment. He returned to his dorm room, resting his chin in his hand, reminiscing with amusement, "I saw that face just once in my past life too. The Duke's household is going to be in an uproar pretty soon. She needs to know the truth about her family so that I can protect her from the miserable future." Cyan remembered Alice's fate in his past life. After she joined the Order of the White Knights, his sister had died on the battlefield, surrounded by a horde of monsters, her body left mangled. Just then, Brian entered with 2 letters in hand, announcing, "For you, young master." Cyan turned to look at the letters in Brian's hand and asked, "Where did you get these from?" Brian replied, "One's from the academy, and the other I got from some janitor." From the color of the envelopes alone, Cyan could guess who they were from. He ignored the letter from the janitor, taking the dull black envelope instead, responding, "Is that so? All right." Brian seemed surprised that Cyan didn't read the red envelope. He asked, confused, "Aren't you going to take this one?" Cyan replied indifferently, "It's probably from the palace." At this, Brian looked closely at the envelope and realized the seal on it, exclaiming, "You're right. It's got the imperial family seal on it." Hiram peeked out curiously, asking, "What is it?" Even Brian was very curious. "I wonder what they sent." Cyan, seemingly already knowing the contents, casually responded, "They hold a banquet around this time of the year." He opened the black envelope, which contained a mission card from the Mist Guild. Reading the request on the card quickly, he thought, the other one is an assassination order, to assassinate Drini and Nephilis. It was a pretty big incident that happened during the palace's banquet. He pondered, since he's the younger brother of the current empress, it came as quite a shocker too. Hiram, seeing his master deep in thought, asked directly, "Will you be going?" Cyan looked up at Kiram and replied, "Yeah, I have some business there." Receiving this mission made him immediately think of Sarika, grumbling to himself, "Now that I think about it, someone else was put on the mission in my past life. I guess our hall master likes me. It's annoying, though." Kiram looked through the red royal envelope and announced, "Oh, this is from Princess Erin." But Cyan seemed uninterested and responded indifferently, "Really?" Kiram seized the opportunity to tease, "I thought you were just a little kid, but I guess not. Oh my, you've got a love letter." He didn't bother arguing. Instead, he glanced at Kiram and recited, "Demonic sword restriction." Kiram was immediately pressed to the floor, groaning in frustration. Cyan turned to Brian and commanded, "Make preparations to go to the palace." Brian, startled, bowed in panic and responded, "Understood." At that moment, the door to the room opened, and little Nana emerged, sweetly calling out, "Papa, I'm hungry." Brian, shocked by her appearance, exclaimed, "Young master." Cyan irritably looked up and mumbled, "What's the matter?" He was taken aback to see Nana. The girl had grown significantly. She now looked almost like a young woman of Cyan's age. Seeing him turn to look, she rubbed her sleepy eyes in confusion. Cyan, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "She's grown even more." The very next day, Alice returned to the Vert family mansion. She stormed in, each step filled with anger. She pushed open the main door without any announcement, leaving the entire household taken aback by her sudden and unannounced return. The butler, startled, exclaimed, "Miss Alice, you're back?" Alice didn't bother responding to him. Her anger was palpable as she marched towards him and demanded, "Mother, where's the Duchess?" The lady of the house was leisurely reading a book in her room at the time. Startled by the commotion outside, she turned her head in worry. Alice barged into her room, causing her shock and confusion. The lady asked in a flustered tone, "Alice?" Sensing Alice's hostile attitude, she immediately felt a wave of panic. She forced a worried smile and asked, "It's been so long. How have you been, daughter?" Alice didn't reply. Instead, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the lady, channeling all her pent-up resentment into that single blow. Alice slapped Margaret, causing the Duchess to fall to the ground in shock. The maids were stunned, and one of them quickly called for the head butler. He entered the main hall, fists clenched, and ordered the guards to take action. Margaret, holding her face, looked at Alice in disbelief and asked if she had lost her mind. Alice, filled with anger, accused Margaret of trying to kill Cyan. Margaret was taken aback, sweating nervously as she asked Alice if she had any proof. Alice didn't respond directly, but made it clear she knew the truth. As the guards surrounded Alice, Margaret, still on the floor, demanded to know how Alice dared to strike her without evidence. Alice remained silent, and Margaret, trying to regain control, ordered the guards to remove Alice. The guards hesitated but moved toward Alice, ready to attack. One guard, with blue hair, attempted to grab her, but Alice swiftly dodged, jumped above him, and struck him, knocking him out. She then summoned her elemental spirit ability, Yundine, forming a ball of water in her hand. As the other guards tried to approach, Alice unleashed the water attack, sending them flying backward. Her strength and determination were clear, leaving everyone in the hall in shock. Margaret couldn't believe her eyes. She started trembling with fear, confused by what she had just witnessed. Did Alice really use spirit magic to defeat the guard so easily? As Alice approached, fists clenched, she revealed that the guardian knight of Cyan had confessed everything. Margaret, defensive, put her hands on her chest and asked Alice to stay away. But Alice kept her gaze fixed on Margaret and mentioned that the knight had accused her of attempting to assassinate Cyan 2 years ago. Alice questioned whether Margaret really thought she could get away with it if Cyan remained silent. Margaret was stunned but tried to stay calm. Pointing at Alice, she asked if Alice truly believed the words of those she considered inferior over hers. Margaret couldn't understand if Alice had lost her mind. Alice, with a serious expression, called Margaret by her full name, Margaret Urzeth, and told her to keep quiet. Alice said she would inform their father and advised Margaret to prepare for the consequences. Staring intently into Margaret's eyes, Alice shouted that she was finished. As the guards slowly recovered from Alice's attack, she turned her back on Margaret and began to walk away. Margaret watched in silence, looking down at the ground. She muttered under her breath, calling Alice stupid, believing she was still unaware of everything that had happened. Sweating and with an evil smile, Margaret taunted Alice, saying that Duke Villiers only cared about his child. Meanwhile, Alice went to Duke Villiers' office to report what had happened. The Duke, noticing her entrance, calmly turned his head and told her that he already knew about Margaret's attempt on Cyan Vert's life. He asked what more there was to say. Alice, shocked and confused, couldn't understand how he could be so indifferent. His own son had almost been killed, and this was all he had to say? The Duke, standing by the window, turned to face her and explained that he didn't intend to make excuses. He thought it would be fine as long as Cyan was okay. Alice, losing her composure, extended her hand and told him that Cyan had faced 6 official knights and would have died if it weren't for his knight, Brian Kendrick. The Duke looked at Alice and, with a smile, asked if she really believed that Fool had saved Cyan. He revealed that Brian was just an errand boy for the knights, dismissing his heroism as a joke. Alice was stunned by what she heard. She asked the Duke if he was implying that Cyan had defeated the 6 official knights himself. The Duke, walking towards her, concluded that she didn't truly know Cyan. He took out a red envelope with an imperial golden seal and extended it towards her. Alice, surprised, asked what it was. The Duke explained that it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by the imperial family. Since he couldn't attend, he wanted Alice to go in his place. Alice carefully took the envelope with both hands and examined it. The Duke told her to go and relax, reassuring her that she didn't need to worry about Cyan. Alice was confused and asked why. The Duke revealed that Cyan was stronger than she thought. After this, he decided to return to the barracks. Alice was left in shock, wondering if Cyan was truly as strong as the Duke suggested. Holding the envelope, she watched as the Duke left and closed the door behind him. She remained silent for a moment, then left his office and walked down the hallway, deep in thought. She questioned whether she really didn't need to worry about Cyan, especially considering he was only 13 years old. As she walked, a pink-haired woman in knight armor caught her attention. Hearing her voice, Alice turned and soon recognized her. It was Cecilia. Alice smiled, her eyes lighting up with joy. Cecilia welcomed Alice back with a smile of her own, though she struggled to stay calm. Overcome with emotion, Cecilia lunged at Alice, hugged her tightly, and, with tears in her eyes, asked where Alice had been all this time and why she hadn't even sent a letter. At first, Alice was surprised, but then she apologized. Cecilia Rain was a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, and she had been Alice's exclusive maid, teacher, and friend. Alice gently took Cecilia by the shoulders and moved her aside, saying it was time for a change of scenery. Cecilia was confused and asked what she meant. Alice then took out the red envelope the Duke had given her, closed her eyes, and with a smile, suggested they go together to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a forest, a black carriage moved along the path. Inside was Nana, now dressed in maid's clothes. She looked out the window, amazed at the beauty of the forest. When she saw a deer, she burst into laughter, her tail wagging excitedly. Nana wasn't alone in the carriage. Cyan was there too, dressed in an elegant black suit. With a serious expression, he asked Nana to put away her tail. Hearing this, Nana closed her eyes and started growling, an evil aura briefly surrounding her. But just as quickly, she became cheerful again, her tail and wings disappearing as she laughed. Cyan, confused by her behavior, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't known she could hide parts of her body like that, and it made him feel a bit safer. He reminded her of what he had taught her. Immediately, Nana changed her demeanor, smiling as she called Cyan young master and introduced herself as his maid. She pointed at herself with a finger and cheerfully repeated her name, Nana. Cyan, sweating a bit, felt both amused and worried. He thought she might cause problems because of her excitement. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Cyan looked back, alert and curious about what was happening. He leaned out of the window and asked the driver, Brian, why they had stopped. Brian, looking ahead with a surprised expression, remained silent. In front of them stood several armed men. Brian turned to Cyan and revealed that they were surrounded by bandits. The leader of the bandits, a man with orange hair and a large scar on his face, smiled wickedly and demanded that Brian hand over everything they had. Cyan, seeing the bandits through the window, calmly closed it and told Brian to get rid of them. Inside the carriage, Nana, now confused, asked Cyan what was going on. He casually replied that it was nothing, just some insects in the way. Just before the bandit leader could give any orders, Brian swiftly drew his sword and slashed the leader's neck. The body of the bandit leader fell to the ground, and the other bandits, shocked and sweating, watched in disbelief. They quickly decided to retaliate, drawing their weapons and preparing to avenge their fallen leader, Fernando. Brian looked up, seeing that they were ready to attack. He sighed, lowered his head, and decided it was time to test his new technique. Just before the bandits could strike, Brian opened his eyes and, with swift precision, used a technique called serial slash. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed powerful slashes, moving so quickly that the bandits were struck down almost instantly. Their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. As Brian sheathed his sword, he looked down and remained silent for a moment. A proud smile crossed his face as he thought about how he had grown stronger, no longer the weak Brian he once was. However, Cyan, irritated by the delay, ordered him to get moving immediately. Brian quickly returned to the carriage, started driving again, and responded with a simple, understood. At the same time, in another location, a large stack of reports was placed on a table in an office. Sarika, who was sitting in a chair reading the reports, thanked the woman who brought them. The woman, with her hands resting on her abdomen, explained that more people than usual were expected to attend the upcoming banquet. She suggested to Sarika that it might be better to postpone their plans. With a distant look, Sarika glanced down and firmly replied that the plans had to go ahead now. The woman, nervously sweating, asked why Sarika was so eager to hasten the assassination of Drini and Nephilis. Sarika, resting her elbow on the table and holding the report in her other hand, read it carefully. She revealed that Nephilis was a disgusting man, a rapist who preyed on married women using his powers. In her view, he needed to die as soon as possible. As she picked up another report with a photo of Nephilis, she stared at the image and revealed to the woman that this vile man was her fiancé. The woman couldn't help but be shocked by this revelation. Sarika picked up another report, this one featuring a photo of a girl with blue hair. She was surprised to see that the child, Lunav Rainreaver, would be attending the grand banquet. Lunav, a rare genius with all elemental stats at 20%, was known for her delicate health and had rarely appeared in society. She was the granddaughter of Rigens Rainreaver, the head of the Garam Mage Association. Sarika studied Lunav's report with growing concern. She wondered why someone so reclusive was attending the banquet. The woman standing before her revealed that the president of the association had instructed Lunav to attend. This news shocked Sarika, who began to suspect that something troubling might be planned for the banquet. She felt uneasy about the upcoming event. Meanwhile, in the city where the grand banquet was to take place, Cyan and his group arrived. Nana, excited and amazed, extended her arms to take in the surroundings. Brian, walking beside her, noted that the roads were wider. Cyan, trailing behind them, remained silent. Distracted, Nana accidentally bumped into a man. The man, with his hands in his pockets, glared at Nana, gritting his teeth, and demanded to know who she was and to watch where she was going. Nana, apologizing, looked at him with concern and asked what she could do to make it up to him. The man, caught off guard, blushed deeply. He closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head, and laughed, calling Nana, young lady, and saying it was fine. Nana pointed to the man and told Cyan how kind the people were here. Cyan, however, felt disappointed and asked Nana to stay away from such people. He turned away, remembering that she was still inexperienced and needed to be more cautious in the world. Cyan was worried, feeling that the situation was bad. Brian, next to him, started sweating and looked confused. He pointed out Nana and told Cyan to look at her. Cyan, snapping out of his thoughts, turned to Nana with a puzzled expression. Nana, with her pupils back to normal but her body radiating an intense aura, told Cyan she was hungry. Her aura made Cyan anxious, fearing that people might notice something unusual about her. Panicking, Cyan pointed at Nana and ordered Brian to take her to a restaurant immediately. Brian quickly understood the urgency, picked up Nana, and ran towards a nearby restaurant. Cyan watched, bewildered by how a simple issue of hunger was causing such chaos. He realized this wasn't a good situation. Several hours later, in a city restaurant, Nana sat at a table covered in a mountain of plates. She placed her hand on her belly, closed her eyes, and smiled, feeling relieved and satisfied after eating. Brian, standing behind her with a plate in hand, was astonished by how much she could eat. Across the table, Cyan watched, shocked by the amount of food Nana had consumed. He was glad he had brought extra money, recognizing that taking care of her was proving to be quite a challenge. Suddenly, a powerful blue mana appeared, confusing Cyan. He didn't know where the strange mana was coming from. A girl with blue hair, Lunav, appeared, her body emitting the mana. She smiled and introduced herself to Cyan, saying she was delighted to meet him. Lunav approached Cyan, asking if he was Cyan Vert. Cyan remained silent, unsure of who she was. Lunav continued to smile as she gazed at him. Cyan, though confused, decided to stay calm. He turned to the girl and asked how she knew his name. With a serious look, he answered her question, saying yes, he was Cyan Vert, and then asked who she was. The girl, Lunav, smiled and asked if she could sit next to him. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, told her that she still hadn't answered his question. Lunav introduced herself as a second-year student at the same academy as Cyan. The name Lunav sounded familiar to him, but he wasn't sure why she was acting so friendly. He told her that he didn't know her and wasn't interested in students from other years. Lunav, still smiling, explained that she was less known compared to someone as popular as Cyan. Cyan, surprised, crossed his arms, realizing he didn't know he was so popular at the academy. Brian and Nana, sitting across from them, remained silent. Nana asked Brian if Lunav was Cyan's friend. Brian, confused and sweating a little, said he had no idea, as they didn't seem like friends. Lunav looked at Brian and Nana and commented that Cyan's guardian knight and maid seemed very close. She was surprised to see them all eating together. Brian and Nana were taken aback by her observation. Lunav, with a playful look, noted that Cyan seemed warmer in person than the rumors suggested. Cyan, uncomfortable with her sudden praise, said there was no need for them to eat separately. Cyan remained on alert, finding it suspicious that Lunav was being so complimentary out of nowhere. He couldn't figure out her reason for approaching him. Lunav then asked if he had come to the capital to attend the banquet. Cyan, looking down, answered yes and asked how she knew. Lunav, moving closer, guessed that someone like him wouldn't leave the academy unless it was for something important like the banquet. Lunav placed her hand under Cyan's chin and looked calmly at Brian, stating that it was fine and that she'd meet Cyan at the banquet since she was also invited. Cyan listened silently, realizing she must be a noble, and wondered if she had also received a letter. The tension in the atmosphere grew, and Lunav, noticing this, decided to leave. She placed her hands on the table, stood up, and said that she regretted having to cut their conversation short, but she had to go. Before leaving, she asked Cyan not to forget about her. As Lunav walked away, her body emitted a powerful and intense mana. She turned back slightly and revealed her full name, Lunav Rainreaver. Cyan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He remembered that Lunav was the granddaughter of Rijin Rainreaver, the president of the Garam Magicians Association. In his past life, Lunav had died young while attending the academy, possibly due to her frailty or because of the harsh experiments conducted by the association. Cyan, now sweating, felt annoyed and confused. He realized that his involvement with people he hadn't known in his past life meant that the future could change. He recalled a large castle under the light of a red moon and pondered why all this had to happen during the banquet, which he began to think of as the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, Princess Erin, a woman with white hair and an elegant dress, stood in a room fixing her hair. She shyly asked Leximus if she looked good in the dress. Leximus, standing behind her, gave her a thumbs up and complimented her, saying she looked super pretty. However, Princess Erin seemed unsatisfied, paid no attention to the praise, and threw the dress onto the bed along with the others. Princess Erin continued trying on various dresses, but none of them satisfied her. Leximus, who was behind her, encouragingly giving thumbs up, started crying when another dress was rejected. Erin grabbed another dress and, after inspecting it, told Leximus it didn't look good on her either. Leximus, now confused and somewhat disappointed, reassured her not to worry, stating that Cyan would surely like seeing her. Princess Erin, holding a skirt in front of a mirror, blushed deeply at the thought of Cyan. She turned back, surprised, and asked if Cyan was attending the banquet. Leximus, exasperated, reminded her that she was the one who sent him the invitation, asking her to stop playing dumb. Erin, frustrated, tried to make an excuse, but Leximus interrupted her, saying it was obvious what she was feeling. At that moment, a maid approached with a box containing a gift from Erin's brother, Prince Lionel. The gift was a beautiful diamond necklace. Leximus admired the necklace, suggesting that Cyan would like how it looked on her. Erin, still blushing and now angry, rejected the idea, saying she didn't like the necklace. Later, everyone arrived at the palace where the banquet was being held. The place was luxurious and filled with important people enjoying wine. Guards were stationed around, and a blonde-haired man stood with his hand resting on his sword. A blonde-haired woman stood nearby, silent. Cyan, with his back against the wall and hands in his pockets, surveyed the room. Despite the crowd, he couldn't spot his target. Cyan turned his head to observe his surroundings, his senses heightened. Not far away, in a hallway, Kellen was also leaning against the wall. Cyan noticed him immediately, understanding that if Kellen was here, then Askell must also be present at the grand banquet. Kellen, sensing Cyan's recognition, confirmed this by mentioning that Askell was currently with Prince Lionel. He added that there was something important he needed to share with Cyan. Cyan, his curiosity piqued, asked Kellen what was on his mind. Kellen, with a concerned look, suggested that Cyan should leave the banquet, fearing that information about the purification mission might have been leaked. When Cyan questioned him further, Kellen, with a troubled expression, admitted that he had a bad feeling. He believed that many people, including Cyan, could be in danger. Kellen revealed that Askell had instructed him to leave the palace before the banquet began because he had planned a small event. Cyan's expression shifted to one of shock and suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder if Askell was behind the so-called blood banquet. Kellen, seeing Cyan's reaction, explained that he couldn't bear the thought of Cyan being harmed, which was why he urged him to leave. However, Cyan, remaining composed, asked Kellen to withdraw, reassuring him that he would be fine. Kellen, reluctant but obedient, turned to leave, warning Cyan to be careful. Once Kellen was out of sight, Cyan's demeanor changed subtly. He began to smile, his eyes gleaming with a mix of intrigue and dark anticipation. The idea of Askell's little event fascinated him, making him realize that Askell was even more unpredictable and dangerous than he had anticipated. At that moment, Kira manifested beside him, her presence emanating a subtle yet palpable malice. She looked at Cyan with a sly grin and asked if he was worried about innocent people dying. Cyan, with his back still against the wall, hands in his pockets, closed his eyes and smirked. He replied to her calmly, saying that he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he found it almost endearing, the way things were unfolding. Cyan opened his eyes, his gaze distant and contemplative, as he realized that the most important task at hand was to postpone the purification mission. Using his technique, psychological influence, he began to send out subtle mental signals throughout the banquet hall, a method of psychic communication that only the members of Mist could use. Sarika, who was present at the banquet in an elegant dress, felt the influence and turned her attention towards Cyan. She responded to his mental message, feeling somewhat unnerved by the sudden contact. Cyan praised her, commenting that her dress suited her well, but Sarika, with a serious look, demanded to know what was going on. Standing before Cyan, who was leaning against the wall, she listened as he explained that they needed to postpone the mission to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Sarika, grabbing a glass of wine, asked him why they needed to delay. Cyan, with a calm demeanor, revealed that he had just received information indicating that the banquet would soon turn into an ocean of blood. This revelation caused Sarika's expression to change drastically. She began to tremble, her fear palpable, and asked him if what he said was true. Cyan, with a serious look, told her that there was no time for detailed explanations. They needed to first ensure there were no monsters nearby. Sarika, clearly shaken, pressed him further, asking if he was sure of his information's reliability. Cyan's eyes gleamed with a confident smile as he explained that he knew the person who could be behind this and had anticipated such a possibility. He added, with a smirk, that her perverted fiancé was also going to die in the chaos, and asked her if that wasn't good news. Sarika, blushing and confused, demanded to know how Cyan knew about her fiancé. Cyan turned away, casually telling her that he had to get to work, leaving her standing there with a mix of anger and confusion. Sarika watched him walk away, furious and sweating, but she managed to calm herself, agreeing to his request for an explanation later. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Alice was also present, standing behind Sarika. When she saw the instructor, she couldn't help but be shocked, her mouth hanging open. A drop of sweat formed on her cheek as she turned her head, recognizing the voice. As she turned around, she saw Alice in a very elegant dress. Alice, holding the skirt with both hands, approached Sarika with a smile, clearly pleased to see her. Alice, with a joyful look, told Sarika that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Sarika, still confused and a bit wary, asked Alice what she was doing there. Alice placed her hands on her abdomen, closed her eyes, and with a smile, explained that she had only come to get some fresh air, as it was part of her duty. Sarika, however, couldn't shake off her fear. She was deeply worried that Alice, too, would be dragged into the impending disaster. Absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't immediately notice Alice calling out to her, asking if she was okay. Just then, a man wearing a blue outfit appeared, advancing toward them with a graceful stride. He extended a hand to one side and, upon seeing Alice, remarked inwardly that it was like looking at two beautiful flowers. Alice forced a smile, while Sarika, clenching her teeth tightly, grew angry. She thought to herself that she was already overwhelmed, and now this man had shown up. This man, Drenian Nephilis, was the target of their mission. He approached them, placed his hand over his chest, and bowed his head as a sign of respect. He then introduced himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Cyan, wearing boots and a black suit, was walking down a hallway. He passed through a door and encountered Brian. Turning to him, Cyan, with a calm voice, explained that he was going to assign him a task. Brian, who was standing attentively beside him, responded with a resolute, "Yes, young master." He placed one hand behind his back and the other over his chest, adopting a serious expression as he declared that the knight Brian Kendrick would fulfill any mission. Cyan, however, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and embarrassed by Brian's overly dramatic demeanor. With a drop of sweat forming on his cheek, he looked at Brian with a puzzled gaze, thinking that this guy had been getting too confident lately. Brian, still holding his fist to his chest, imagined himself surrounded by powerful flames, convinced of his own strength. Cyan, with one hand resting on his waist, approached Brian and extended his other hand, ordering him to go inspect the underground paths of the palace. Brian, despite his bravado, started to get nervous and began sweating. The thought of the dark, eerie underground paths scared him deeply. Cyan's frustration grew as he pointed angrily at Brian, his teeth clenched tightly. He ordered Brian to leave, emphasizing that he had his own reasons for assigning him this mission. Brian, however, looked past Cyan with a surprised expression and told him to look behind. Confused, Cyan asked what he was talking about. Brian explained that a suspicious person was watching him from behind. Cyan turned around and noticed a woman peering at him from a nearby room, her hands gripping the corner as she stared intently at him. Sensing her presence, Cyan felt a pang of disappointment, thinking that this wasn't good. Brian's eyes lit up with determination as he dashed toward the woman, ready to take her down. He extended his hands, clenched his teeth, and assured Cyan not to worry, as he would handle the situation. Cyan, realizing the potential misunderstanding, tried to intervene. With a confused look, he started to tell Brian to wait, but before he could finish speaking, Brian had already pounced on the woman, pinning her to the ground. Cyan then looked closer at the woman and, recognizing her, calmly told Brian to stop, revealing that they already knew this woman. The woman was none other than Nana, disguised as a maid. Brian, still sitting on top of her, turned his head back with a confused look and asked if this was true. Nana, lying on the ground, closed her eyes and apologized, admitting that it was her fault. She had small scratches on her face and appeared somewhat dizzy from the rough handling. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a man wearing a red hood descended a secret passage that led deep beneath the palace. Holding a torch, he moved cautiously down the stairs until he reached the end of the passage. The room was dimly lit, but as the man moved his torch from side to side, it illuminated several others dressed similarly in red hoods. The man approached them with a smug smile and declared that it was time to rise. His subordinates, their faces hidden behind masks to conceal their identities, responded to his command. Their eyes began to shine with a sinister light, and they all started to smile, anticipation building for whatever dark event was about to unfold. As the guests chatted and enjoyed the banquet, Princess Erin walked around, looking anxious. She had invited someone special but couldn't find them, making her increasingly frustrated. To calm herself, she touched the necklace her brother had given her, but still felt uneasy. Suddenly, a girl in a blue dress appeared behind her. The girl lifted her skirt slightly and introduced herself with great respect, bowing to the princess. Princess Erin, confused at first, soon recognized the girl as Luna from the Rainreaver family, a second-year student at the academy. Luna smiled warmly, pleased that Erin remembered her. Erin, still surprised, welcomed Luna on behalf of the Empire, remarking that she could never forget such a genius from the kingdom of Garum. Luna, with a gentle smile, hoped that Erin would notice her kindness, just as Cyan had. Curious, Erin asked if Luna knew Cyan. Luna calmly replied that she had been with him just the day before. This news shocked Erin, and without thinking, she asked if they were close. Realizing her slip, she quickly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Luna, noticing Erin's reaction, began to suspect that Erin had feelings for Cyan. Erin blushed deeply, questioning her own feelings for Cyan, while Luna smiled knowingly. Just then, a loud scream for help interrupted them. Both girls looked in the direction of the noise, surprised and concerned, wondering what was happening. They stood there in shock, unsure of what to do next. At the banquet, a woman in a panic screamed for help, urgently asking others to call the guards. Before she could finish, a hooded man with a glowing gaze appeared behind her. With a swift, deadly slash, he cut her neck, and her headless body fell to the ground. The scene was chaotic, with the woman's blood staining the man's clothes. Princess Erin, paralyzed with fear, could hardly believe that such a monster had entered the palace. Lunav stared at the man, puzzled about his identity and origin. The crowd, terrified, began to flee as the man advanced toward them, his eyes still glowing. Drops of blood splattered on his mask, and he fixed his gaze on Princess Erin, revealing that she was his target. Erin, now in a panic, wondered who these attackers were and where they had come from. Lunav, standing beside her, looked at the man with concern, knowing the situation was dire. Meanwhile, in another room of the palace, Nana, Cyan's maid, introduced herself with a kind smile, while Emily, visibly upset, fell to her knees. Tears streamed down Emily's face as she asked Cyan if he had left her for Nana. Cyan, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, assured her that he had not. Brian, standing nearby, remained silent, clenching his fists. Cyan approached Emily and calmly asked if Askell had brought her. Emily, still crying, confirmed that Askell had indeed brought her and even offered her a job, as he desired her greatly. Cyan's expression turned angry when he heard Emily's story. He demanded to know what job she was referring to. Emily explained that days ago, Askell had offered her a job as his maid, but she had declined because she wanted to be available for Cyan's return. Cyan, troubled, asked Emily if she was certain about her decision. Emily, feeling exhausted, said she thought Askell might still be interested in her. Cyan, deep in thought, decided it was too dangerous outside and asked Brian to protect Emily and Nana. Brian, confused but understanding, accepted the task. Cyan then mentioned he needed to leave, recalling that Emily was absent in his past life. He remembered catching and restraining Kellen, who was spying on him. Filled with rage, Cyan warned Askell not to harm his people before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Inside, Emily took out a red bow tie with a diamond in the center, a gift from Askell for Cyan. Distraught, she realized she had forgotten to give it to him, and she fell to her knees crying, feeling foolish for forgetting it. Brian, standing nearby, clenched his fists in silence, while Nana, observing Emily, began to sweat, finding her behavior strange. As Emily held the bow tie aloft, it emitted a dark energy. Nana's eyes changed to a dragon's form as she stared at the bow tie, puzzled by the unsettling smell. As night fell, Askell, gripping his sword, smiled and told Prince Luenel that the plan had begun. Luenel, equally pleased, remarked that the day had finally arrived and praised Askell for his efforts. Askell mentioned that their gift had been delivered and that Boris had been quite useful. Luenel, excited, grinned maniacally, eager to use Boris to disrupt the peaceful empire. Askell, with a serious expression, agreed, and Luenel, with a sinister smile, said it was time to reveal who the empire truly needed. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the banquet. Princess Erin directed everyone to evacuate, urging them to leave the rest to the guards. Lunav, seeing Erin at the exit, insisted that she should evacuate first, but Erin, calmly, said they needed to help others first. Surprised, Lunav decided to assist Erin. Erin thanked her with a smile. Inside the palace, the hooded man attacked, launching a series of cuts at the princess. Guards tried to block his attacks, but were easily thrown back. A determined black-haired guard shouted orders to stop the attacker. Suddenly, he heard a scream behind him and saw more hooded men appearing from the stairs. A giant man, holding a guard's severed head, was crushing it with brutal force, causing the guard to scream in agony. Horrified, the black-haired guard, the captain, could hardly believe the violence unfolding. Another guard's shout brought him back to reality, and he turned to see demonic beasts with sharp teeth attacking and slaughtering the guards with ease. The ground was littered with the corpses of guards, as high-level demonic beasts called mandrakes, normally seen only on the front lines, attacked. The captain, overwhelmed and in despair, realized they were doomed. As the beasts prepared to attack, Sarika intervened. Using a burst of mana, she created a large hole in one mandrake's mouth, killing it instantly. As the beast's remains fell, Sarika landed gracefully, ordered the others to use the moment to evacuate, and took a defensive stance. The captain, recognizing Sarika as an academy instructor, was momentarily distracted. A hooded man appeared behind him, surrounded by malevolent energy, preparing to strike. Alice, however, was ready. She jumped in, unsheathed her sword, and executed a quick blade technique, cutting the attacker in half. The captain, stunned, watched as Sarika, now emitting powerful green mana, took a defensive stance. Alice, landing beside him, urged him to leave the area. Shocked but understanding, the captain turned to the other guards and instructed them to focus on protecting the evacuees. Just then, a demonic tree extended its sharp branches, attacking. As the branches neared, Sarika and Alice prepared to defend. However, the branches abruptly changed direction and headed towards the ceiling, prompting both women to turn and assess the new threat. They were shocked and quickly went on alert when they saw the sharp branches advancing towards the door through which they were evacuating people. Erin, seeing the attack aimed at her, panicked. Lunav, confused, tried to understand the situation. Sarika soon realized that Erin was the target. Desperate, she alerted Erin to the imminent danger. As the sharp branches neared Erin's face, she was paralyzed with fear. Just in time, the captain appeared, wielding his sword with both hands. He cut the branches in half, saving Erin. Despite his efforts, a small branch grazed Erin's cheek, causing a minor cut and a trickle of blood. Tears filled Erin's eyes as she stood trembling. After blocking the sharp branches, the captain let his guard down, leaving him vulnerable. The demonic trees seized this opportunity and launched a powerful attack, piercing his ribs and chest with sharp branches. The captain, in excruciating pain, screamed as Princess Erin watched in panic and disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she recognized the captain as Morris, the leader of the guards. The trees withdrew their branches, and Morris collapsed to his knees. Before he could fall completely, Erin rushed to him, holding his body to prevent him from hitting the ground. He was gravely injured and bleeding from his mouth. Erin, also kneeling, pleaded with him to wake up, but Morris, knowing he was dying, avoided looking into her eyes to spare her pain. Overcome with guilt, Erin tearfully blamed herself. Lunav then appeared, standing protectively in front of them. With one hand clenched and the other extended toward the demonic trees, she used the Aqua Blast technique, summoning a small ball of water in her palm. She followed this with the combo wind spear ability, firing a powerful burst of water at the sharp branches. As she unleashed an even stronger blast, Erin, still holding Morris, was surprised by Lunav's display of fusion magic, especially since Lunav was only in her second year. Lunav turned to Erin and, after assessing Morris's condition, calmly informed her that there was no hope left for him. She urged Erin to take the opportunity to flee to safety. Within moments, Morris succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Erin stood silently, staring at Morris's lifeless body, unable to accept his death. As the sharp branches of the demonic trees, dripping with a dangerous liquid, prepared to attack again, the guards stepped forward to protect her. The blonde-haired guard, furious and determined, vowed not to let Morris's sacrifice be in vain. His fellow guard, equally resolute, shouted that they would stop the enemy at any cost. Lunav approached Erin, urging her to leave. Erin, fists clenched and eyes downcast, finally agreed but vowed never to forget Morris's sacrifice. As the trees readied another assault, Erin used her magic to cast a technique called Grim Armor, creating a protective golden barrier around the guards. The blonde-haired guard, surprised by the sudden protection, looked back in shock. Erin explained that the barrier would shield them from the deadly poison of the mandrake roots, which could be fatal with just one touch. Erin, with her hand extended and golden energy flowing from her palm, commanded the guards not to die, emphasizing that it was an order from their princess. Encouraged, the guards smiled and responded with determination. "Understood, Your Highness." As the deadly roots advanced, the guards, filled with resolve, gripped their swords and charged towards the roots to protect their princess. The blonde-haired guard swung his sword with all his strength, cutting through the roots. The rest of the guards followed suit, attacking the trees and slicing through the roots without hesitation. The mandrake trees, overwhelmed by the assault, screamed in agony as their roots were chopped to pieces. The demonic trees became enraged and launched a fierce counterattack. One of the roots struck the blonde-haired guard, and despite the guard's efforts, they were overpowered by the stronger trees. Some guards managed to climb onto the roots, continuing their attack, but Alice, realizing the situation was dire, shouted for the guards to retreat. She used her technique, Freeze, to create an advancing ice barrier that shattered part of the roots, saving the remaining guards. Alice rushed to Princess Erin and urged her to escape while she had the chance. Confused, Erin asked what Alice intended to do. With a sincere look, Alice reassured her, revealing her identity as Alice Vert from the House of Vert, and insisted Erin hurry to safety. The trees, sensing Erin's attempt to flee, roared in defiance, determined not to let her escape. At that moment, Sarika, wearing red heels, began climbing the roots. With swift and powerful strikes from her dagger, she sliced through the roots effortlessly. Sarika, an alchemy instructor at the academy, knew fighting with her dagger risked exposing her secret identity as mist, but the dire situation left her no choice. The masked men had already massacred many guards and civilians, and the demonic trees had eliminated the guards protecting the evacuees. Deciding it was not the time to worry about her secret. Sarika used her fog blade ability, 8 fluttering petals. Moving at incredible speed, she struck the trees at their weak points. Seconds later, she landed on the ground as Alice's ice began to take effect. A guard, resting on the roots, noticed the mandrake had stopped moving and ordered the others to regroup and counterattack. But before they could act, a masked man appeared behind the guard, ready to strike. The guard, sensing the attack, was paralyzed with fear, thinking it was too late. Just before the masked man could deliver the blow, someone counterattacked, cutting the man's head in half. It was Sarika, holding 2 daggers. The lifeless body of the masked man fell onto the root, and Sarika landed beside it. She looked at the guard and instructed him to stay alert, as there were still demonic beasts around. The terrified guard, now nervous and sweating, acknowledged Sarika's command with a shaky, understood. Sarika, her expression serious, glanced back as a drop of sweat trickled down her cheek. She knew they needed to keep the demonic beasts at bay to give Alice enough time to escort Princess Erin to safety. Yet, she couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something was off. Meanwhile, Alice, Lunav, and Princess Erin were sprinting down the hallway toward the palace exit. Alice led the way, gripping her sword tightly. Erin, following closely, eyed Alice with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, wondering if she was Cyan Vert's older sister. Worried thoughts about Cyan's safety filled her mind. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered as a massive demonic beast, resembling a golem, emerged. The beast, known as the Nightcrawler, roared loudly and blocked their path. The trio halted in their tracks, with Alice staring at the beast in surprise. She gripped her sword tighter, anger bubbling inside her as she thought it almost seemed like the beasts knew exactly where they were. Despite her anger, she felt uncertain if she could defeat this towering creature. As the smoke from the shattered ground cleared, revealing the golem in full, Erin decided to help. She knelt down, placing her hand on the ground, and invoked the chain trap technique, causing a golden magic circle to appear beneath the golem. Lunav, determined to assist, extended her hands towards the beast and used the flame spear ability, creating 2 fiery magic circles in her palms. A giant golden chain erupted from the ground, wrapping around the golem's leg and immobilizing it, while spears made of fire shot up and struck the beast, enraging it further. Alice, witnessing this, was both surprised and confused. She turned to see that it was Erin and Lunav who had launched the attacks. With her hands still extended, Lunav told Alice with a serious look that they were going to lend her a hand. Erin, focusing on summoning more golden chains, caught Alice's attention and urged her to attack now. Seeing an opening, Alice felt a wave of confidence. Though initially confused by the sudden teamwork, she soon smiled, realizing she couldn't lose heart with her academy companions by her side. The demonic beast raised its hand towards the sky, roaring as it prepared to attack. It swung its hand, launching a powerful strike that shattered part of the area. But just before the attack could reach them, Lunav quickly extended her hands and used the protection technique, creating a barrier that shielded them from the blow. Alice seized the moment. She leaped to the roof, crouched down, and gripped her sword with both hands, preparing to strike. The beast below sensed the danger and went on high alert. At that moment, the blade of Alice's sword transformed into a powerful burst of blue fire. With a determined glare, she declared herself a member of House Vert, Guardians of the Empire, and promised the beast it would regret getting in her way. Using the skill Aqua Blade, she launched a devastating attack at the beast's neck, striking it directly and sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, back in the banquet hall, Sarika had been relentlessly battling masked men and demonic trees. The floor was littered with corpses and roots. She approached one of the bodies, her hand glowing with energy, and began to inspect it. As she slowly removed the mask from one of the men, she felt a growing sense of dread. The face beneath the mask revealed a horrifying truth. The man was a zombie, a puppet created by forbidden magic that revived the dead. Sarika's shock was palpable as she realized the implications. Forbidden magic of this kind was not only prohibited, but also incredibly difficult to perform. It required immense magical power and time to create such puppets. Sarika stood up, her mind racing with the realization that this couldn't possibly be the work of a single individual. The sheer number of puppets suggested a coordinated effort, and she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was orchestrating a plot to start a war. Elsewhere in the palace, more masked men appeared, but they were quickly cut down by a series of powerful golden slashes. Their bodies fell to the ground as a man wearing a red cape and holding a sword surveyed the scene. He couldn't believe that such chaos had erupted on the night of the banquet. As he looked around, he wondered if the battle was finally over, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Aaron's father, exhausted but resolute, knelt on one knee with his sword embedded in the ground. Despite his formidable appearance, the strain of the battle had taken its toll. As several guards and Askell rushed to his side, they were alarmed by his posture, thinking he was injured. He reassured them, however, raising a hand to stop their approach. With a weary smile, he admitted that he had simply overexerted himself. Turning his head back, he smiled warmly at Askell, expressing how comforting it was to have him by his side during such dire times. Lionel, his son, stood nearby, relieved to see his father in good spirits, and couldn't help but smile as well. Askell, calm and serious, moved to help him up, though Aaron's father initially declined, suggesting Askell should attend to others first. Askell insisted, gently supporting him as he rose to his feet. Askell explained that the knights within the castle would handle the rest, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. With a calm and steady gaze, Askell promised they would stay by his side to protect him. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the demonic beast that Alice had fought finally succumbed to her powerful attack, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Alice, still gripping her sword with both hands, glanced around with a mix of confusion and exhaustion. Sweat dripped down her face as she tried to comprehend where these relentless attackers were coming from. Behind her stood Lunav and Princess Erin, both visibly fatigued and drenched in sweat. They were surrounded by masked men, their swords drawn and their bodies emanating a sinister energy. The situation was dire. Alice, exhausted from battle, couldn't understand why these enemies kept coming. Despite their weariness, the three of them knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The battle was far from over, and they had to find the strength to continue fighting. Then the scene shifts to where Brian and Emily was. Brian asked Emily, "Is this tie a gift from young Master Askell to young Master Cyan?" Emily calmly replied, "Yes." Brian looked puzzled and said, "I don't have a good feeling about this. Why would young Master Askell send a gift to young Master Cyan?" Emily, a bit confused, asked, "Is there something wrong with the gift?" Still curious, Brian said, "No, but it's strange. Young Master Askell has never sent gifts to young Master Cyan before." He thought to himself that young Master Cyan has always harbored resentment towards his older brother, something far deeper than just trivial family issues. Suddenly, Nana interrupted, "We need to go quickly." Brian was confused and asked, "Why? Is something wrong?" Nana urgently replied, "I have a feeling something dangerous is coming our way. We need to move now." Just then, Emily noticed something strange about Nana's eyes and asked Brian, "What's wrong with her eyes?" Before Brian could respond, there was a sudden explosion from the underground. Brian and Emily stood there, shocked. Brian quickly reached for his sword and told Emily, "Get out of here quickly." But Emily, still in shock, asked, "What is this?" It was a high-ranking monster, the Behemoth. The scene then shifted to the back of the emergency exit, where people were still running, trying to escape the palace. The Marquis was running fast, terrified, thinking to himself, "It's over. I'm going to die." He thought, "I managed to get out faster than anyone else, but I never expected those monstrous things to be waiting for us at the front door." He vowed to himself, "I have to make it out of here alive, no matter what, so I can see my lovely maid Lily." He remembered her tied hands and thought, "I cannot die here." A sinister smile crossed his face as he thought, "Just thinking about her keeps me going. Now I want to see Sarika broken like her maid." He then asked the guard who was following him, "Are you sure the back door is safe?" The guard quickly replied, "Yes, I think so." Angry, the Marquis snapped, "You think so? Are you kidding me? Don't you know who I—" But before he could finish his sentence, a masked man attacked him, killing him instantly. He lay dead on the floor. The guard who was following him was shocked and shouted, "Marquis Drenian!" The girl beside the guard was also shocked, but it was too late. He was already dead. The knights following the Marquis were now panicking, saying, "We're screwed." Suddenly, they were all stunned to see a surge of water. It was Alice, who used her water mana ability, Aqua Explosion. She then turned to Lunav and said, Now it's your turn. Lunav used her ability, Freeze, and in a moment, all the masked men were taken out by their combined mana abilities. The knights were astonished, with one exclaiming, "Amazing! They killed them all in an instant." "Who are they?" Alice replied, "My name is Alicevert, and it's not over yet. Go quickly and protect Her Highness." A knight then turned to Erin and asked, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" She responded, "I'm fine." But Lunav was struggling, nearly collapsing from the strain of using her abilities despite already being weak. Lunav told Erin, "Don't worry about me. I'll recover soon." Erin, concerned, asked, "How can you?" But Lunav insisted, "Their next attack will begin soon. You need to get out of here before that." Erin was still worried about Lunav, but suddenly, all the knights stood in front of them and said, "We'll protect Her Highness." One knight ordered, "Get into formation quickly." Alice then ran to the front and said, "I'll provide support." She instructed the guard knights, "Use barriers to protect the nobles. You all need to hold out until the battle is over." Turning to the royal knights, she added, "Protect Her Highness and back me up if I go down." Blue mana began flowing from Alice's body, and she declared, "I will do everything in my power to stop these things." But Alice thought to herself, "Even if I keep taking them down, more keep appearing from elsewhere. It's as if they know where we are at all times." Lunav and Erin stood behind the royal knights, with Erin saying, "Here they come again. Prepare to attack with all your might." The enemies were after them because they could sense the evil mana in the necklace Erin was wearing. The scene shifts to Emily and Brian, who were facing a monster. Emily, terrified, stood behind Brian as he aimed his sword at the creature. "Brian, you need to do something," she pleaded, her voice trembling. Brian kept his focus on the monster and replied, "Just stay behind me." He thought to himself, for a high-ranking monster to appear in the palace, something must be happening. Just like the young master said, "I've had the young master by my side to protect me, but now I need to be able to defend myself." However, she was standing so close to Brian that his face turned red. She then said, "I believe in you, Brian. You can save us." The high-ranking monster suddenly prepared to attack them. Emily, shocked and trembling, warned, "It's coming." Brian gritted his teeth and told her, "Don't get separated from me." As the monster lunged at them, Brian struck its right arm, halting its advance. He smiled and said, "I stopped it. This should be doable." But then the monster counterattacked, pushing Brian back. Emily, worried, asked, "Are you all right?" Brian, still trying to stay brave, responded, "Of course I am. I won't even let it scratch you." As the monster came closer and opened its mouth to devour them, Brian thought to himself, "Is this it for me?" In his mind, he apologized to the young master. But suddenly, Nana appeared in front of them and attacked the monster. Both Brian and Emily were shocked, with Emily asking, "What's that?" After defeating the monster, Nana landed on the ground with purple mana swirling around her. The monster was dead, and Nana looked towards them with a crazy smile. The scene shifts to Erin, who was trying to hold back the masked men while the royal knights attacked them, but their efforts weren't enough. Alice was also fighting and managed to strike down several enemies, but she was getting tired and sweating. "This will never end at this rate," she thought. "I don't know who's behind this, but they planned it really well. The knights will be exhausted soon. We need a different solution." During the battle, Alice struck a masked man, knocking his mask to the ground. She was shocked to see that he was an undead, resurrected using black magic. "I need to think of a magic that's the opposite of dark magic," she realized. The first thing that came to her mind was the god of light, Lumendal, and his light magic. If someone can cast light magic, we might have a chance to win. It's the only way. She suddenly called out to Princess Erin, who was confused. Alice explained, "Please imbue my sword with your mana." Erin hesitated and replied, "I can't. If I do, the protection spell on the knights will be broken." But one of the knights reassured her, "Don't worry about us, Your Highness. We can hold on for a while. You can trust us." Erin, still unsure, finally agreed. She used her ability, Blessing Light, and Alice's sword began to glow with a bright yellow light. Alice felt hopeful. "It's already working," she thought. "Combining two types of mana is difficult, but if I add spirit magic, things might flow as smoothly as butter." She then said, "I'm still unsure if this will succeed, but I'm willing to take the risk." The scene shifts to Cyan, who stands among the bodies of undead creatures, recognizing them as marionettes and mandrakes. Picking up a mask, he muses, "So Boris has already started helping Askell. Interesting. This must be when Boris becomes Askell's subordinate." Suddenly, Kiram appears and asks, "Is this necromancy? A human using ancient dark magic. How is that possible?" Cyan responds, "Boris has a way. He often uses dazed stones to accelerate monster strengthening, which attract monsters with their mana." Kiram then says, "I can sense the mana from those dazed stones coming from that direction." Cyan nods. "It looks like the entire palace is turning into a bloodbath. We should move before things get worse." Suddenly, he pauses and adds, "Wait, I need to change so no one recognizes me." He quickly changes clothes and puts on a mask to cover his mouth. The scene shifts to Alice, who summons the spirit Marion using her magic. Lunav notices and says to Aaron, "Did she use light-type mana to summon Marion temporarily to kill all the masked men? But mixing mana like that is dangerous. She won't be able to hold out long in such an unstable state." Worried, Lunav continues, "We need to stop her quickly, or her body will break down, and the spirit will consume her." The spirit then places her hands on Alice's head and says, "Child, why are you sacrificing yourself?" Alice replies, "I couldn't think of any other way to defeat these monsters." The spirit sighs, "What a cruel fate for a child blessed by Frunia." Just then, the masked men attack Alice, but the spirit intervenes, telling the monsters to stay away from Alice. She raises her hands and uses magic, sending the monsters flying backward. Lunav and Aaron, watching in shock, are stunned by the power. Aaron says, "Just a swing of her hand has that much force? How is this possible?" Lunav interrupts, "But it's not enough. The monsters are getting back up." Aaron, worried about Alice, pleaded, "That's enough. You need to stop. You'll die if you push any further." But Alice thought to herself, "If I stop now, the situation will get worse. I need to end this so everyone can be saved." Just as the Spirit Marion was about to use her powerful ability, Spirit King's Authority, Rongomiant, Cyan suddenly appeared and grabbed Alice's arm. This action left the spirit confused and Alice shocked. Even Lunav and Aaron were stunned, wondering who this masked man was. Alice initially thought he might be another marionette, but she quickly sensed something different about him. His aura is completely different from the masked men, she thought, noticing the strange black fog surrounding him. Cyan transferred some of his mana into Alice's arm, making her unable to move. Panicked, Alice cried out, "No, I'm going to be consumed by the fog." The spirit Marion then said to Alice, "Goodbye, Alice." Alice, sweating and confused, couldn't understand what was happening. Marion continued, "I think this is the end of your journey here. Goodbyes can be sad, but they can also be joyous." Cyan released Alice's arm, causing her to collapse to the ground, her stamina completely drained. "Is it because of that fog? I don't have any strength left to stand," she thought. Before disappearing, Marion told Alice, "Remember, Furnia will always welcome you with open arms, so never lose hope." Then the spirit vanished, leaving Alice in disbelief. Aaron and Lunav, still confused by what they witnessed, stood by. Aaron asked, "What's going on?" Lunav responded, "That man blocked the mana, nullifying the spirit's manifestation. I don't even know if he's human." Kneeling and exhausted, Alice watched as the scene unfolded, despairing, "It's over for us now. They're coming again." The undead began to attack Cyan, but he quickly moved back, placing his dagger on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Cyan launched a rapid attack, so fast that the undead couldn't even tell where they were hit. Alice, shocked, realized, "Is he on our side?" Cyan continued his strikes, then took a step back, thinking, "I knew it. If I even take a small step back, they'll all be drawn to the princess's group. It's like they're strongly attracted to something." Cyan then asked Kiram, "Can you sense any special mana in the princess's group?" Kiram replied, "Other than Lunav?" "No, just tell me if there's anything else," Cyan urged. Kiram quickly recognized that the mana from the monsters and the princess's necklace were the same. She informed Cyan, "I can feel a similar mana coming from the princess's necklace." Cyan responded, "Got it. I'll close the distance between us in one go. Help me out quickly." Kiram, a bit annoyed, said, "You only need me in situations like these." Cyan then placed his hand on the ground and used the ability Creation Space, covering the area around him with a black-red fog. He followed it with another ability, Fog Domain, which spread the fog quickly around everyone. One of the royal guards warned, "Be careful. We don't know what might be inside this fog," while another knight noted, "It feels like we're in a different place." The black-red fog began consuming the masked men, starting from their feet and slowly engulfing their entire bodies. The marionettes were shocked, as was Alice, who observed that black fog is absorbing all the undead. Right before her eyes, all the marionettes were consumed by Cyan's fog. The area fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Still confused, Aaron asked, "He killed all those marionettes? Just who is that masked person?" Suddenly, Lunav collapsed to the ground, and Aaron, shocked, called out, "Lunav, get it together." But Lunav couldn't even move. Cyan quickly approached Aaron, placing his right hand on her shoulder, causing her and the guards to react with alarm. The guards shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" as Cyan used his right hand to grip Aaron's neck while holding his dagger near it. A guard demanded, "Let her go immediately." Aaron, feeling a strange familiarity, wondered, "Who is this guy?" Cyan then used his dagger to destroy the dazed stone in Aaron's necklace. The guards were stunned, and one asked Aaron, "Are you okay, Your Highness?" Another guard angrily told Cyan, "You bastard. What do you think you're doing?" Alice, also shocked, called out, "Aaron." The royal guards prepared to attack Cyan, but the black-red fog reappeared, stopping them. Cyan then moved to Lunav. Aaron, fearing for Lunav's safety, shouted, "Get away from her." But Cyan didn't move. Instead, he used his mana to transfer energy into Lunav's body. Aaron tried to use her ability, God's Stinger, to attack Cyan, but he dodged swiftly and turned into fog. Cyan reassured Aaron, "Don't worry. I'm not trying to harm you. I destroyed the jewel so the monsters shouldn't be attracted to you anymore." Aaron, touching her necklace, asked, "Are you saying this necklace, given to me by my brother, was attracting the monsters?" Cyan urged her, "It's not the time for explanations. You need to get out of the palace through the front gates quickly. I've cleared the path for you, so be careful." As the black-red fog began to disappear, Aaron thought, "The place is returning to normal." A guard asked, "Are you hurt anywhere, Your Highness?" Aaron, still wondering about the mysterious man, replied, "I'm fine. What about Alice and Lunav?" Alice reassured her, "We're both okay." Aaron was relieved and said, "Let's recover and head out through the front gates as that man advised." She thought, "Getting these kids to safety is my priority right now. I'll think about that man later." Lunav, with her eyes turning purple, suddenly recognized something and thought, "Was that Cyan?" The scene shifts to Brian, Emily, and Nana, who are dealing with the monster attack. The monster was still alive and roaring, but Nana quickly used her powers to kill it. Emily asked Brian, "What is that kid? Are you sure she's just a maid?" Brian, still confused, replied, "I'm not sure. I've never seen her like this before." Nana, still in dragon form and surrounded by purple evil mana, was consuming the monster. The scene shifts to Cyan, who was having a serious conversation with Kiram. Cyan was recounting events from his past life, explaining the rumors about a bloodbath that resulted in the deaths of many people. According to Cyan, all the blame was placed on the fifth princess of the empire, Erin Severus. People said that blinded by her greed for power, Erin had attempted to kill everyone to seize control. However, Cyan believed it was all because of the day stones in her necklace. Even back then, he suspected that the necklace had been given to Erin by Askell or her brother, Luenel. After that bloodbath, Cyan continued, both Askell and Luenel were praised as heroes of the empire, and it was those two who benefited the most from that incident. Kiram's eyes widened with shock and disgust. "Are you saying those two orchestrated the whole incident for their own benefit, sacrificing their own kind for power?" She shook her head in disbelief. "Sometimes I think humans are worse than demons." Cyan nodded gravely. "This is nothing compared to what they will do in the near future," he said ominously. In his mind, he added a thought he didn't dare voice. "Yeah, I've helped with worse massacres than this in my past life. Maybe I'm even worse than them." Suddenly, Cyan stood up, ready to leave. Kiram looked up at him, puzzled. "Where are you going?" "I'm sure Nana is waiting for me in the room," Cyan replied. "The palace knights will handle the rest." Kiram hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Cyan, there's something that's been bothering me about the princess's necklace." Cyan turned to her, his expression one of confusion. "What do you mean?" Kiram bit her lip, then said, "I think her name was Emily? Your maid. I noticed she smelled like Daystone too." Cyan's eyes widened in shock. "What?" The scene shifts back to Nana, who had just finished eating a monster. Blood dripped from her mouth as she stood there, catching a strange scent. Her gaze turned to Emily, Cyan's maid. "Emily," Nana said slowly, her voice dripping with hunger, "you smell very delicious." Unbeknownst to them, Emily have a tie, bow given to her by Askell, and it contained a day's stone. Nana was instinctively attracted to it, drawn by the stone's mysterious power. Suddenly, Brian noticed Nana's strange behavior. He quickly stepped between her and Emily, trying to calm Nana down. "Please, Nana, calm yourself," he urged. Emily, pale with fear, stammered. No, I don't taste good at all. Please stay away from me." Brian's mind raced. What is going on? Why is Nana acting like a crazed monster? He could feel the evil aura emanating from her as she took a step toward Emily. For some reason, she's targeting Miss Emily. I have to stop her somehow, he thought desperately. Nana's eyes were locked on Emily, her gaze hungry and intense, as if the girl were prey. Brian knew they were running out of time. He had to do something before Nana lost control completely. As Nana lunged toward Emily, a past memory flashed through Brian's mind. He saw a vision of Nana as a baby, cradled in his arms, her innocent eyes looking up at him. How could I attack her? He thought desperately. There's no way I can hurt her. Nana's crazed hunger overtook her, and she ran toward Emily with frightening speed, shouting, "I can't wait anymore." Emily trembled, fear evident in her eyes, sweat forming on her brow. Brian, torn between his duty and his love for Nana, was paralyzed by the conflicting emotions. Just as Nana was about to strike, Cyan leaped in front of her, shielding Emily with his body. Nana's claws slashed across Cyan's back, and he cried out in pain. Brian and Emily stood frozen, shock written on their faces. "Young Master Cyan," Emily screamed, her voice breaking. "You got attacked by Nana?" Cyan gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain. "Kiram, hurry up," he shouted. Kiram, who had been watching from the shadows, moved quickly. She pulled the tie bow from Emily's pocket. "I've got it," she called to Cyan. Emily's eyes widened as she clung to Brian's arm. "Oh my goodness. Who are you?" she asked, bewildered and terrified by Kiram's sudden appearance. Kiram didn't respond. She dropped the tie, bow on the ground, and stomped on it, shattering the day's stone embedded within. Emily gasped, her shock evident. "That's the necktie young Master Askell gave me. It was meant for young Master Cyan. Why are you destroying it?" Kiram shot her a fierce look. "You have no idea what you're carrying around, do you?" She turned her attention back to Nana. "Hey kid, get it together already. Your beloved Papa is here." The sound of Kiram's voice seemed to reach Nana, cutting through the haze of madness. Her wild eyes focused and she whispered, "Papa." Recognition flooded her face. She blinked a few times, and the dark aura around her dissipated. "Papa, what happened?" Seeing Cyan's injury, Nana's eyes filled with tears. Did Nana do that to Papa?" she asked, horrified. Cyan knelt beside her, wincing in pain, but trying to keep his voice soothing. "It's okay, Nana," he said gently. "It doesn't hurt at all, and I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You didn't do anything wrong." Nana's legs gave out, and she sank to her knees, her small frame trembling with sorrow, her voice breaking with sadness. "I'm so sorry." Brian stepped forward, concern in his voice. "Young Master, are you all right?" Cyan waved him off, still focused on Nana. "I'll be fine. We need to leave this place. It's a mess," he said, looking around at the remnants of the chaos. The scene shifts to Luenel, who stands in an eerily quiet hallway. His eyes scan the empty space, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is going on? He thinks. This place should be teeming with monsters. Yet, the silence is so profound that it seems as if no one is here at all. "Luenel," the king's voice breaks the silence. "I don't see any monsters around." Luenel quickly composes himself and replies, "Yes, your majesty." It's a relief. It seems like the situation has already been taken care of. Askell, standing nearby, shares the confusion evident on Luenel's face, but remains silent. His eyes dart around the hallway, as if searching for something amiss. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence. "Father!" Erin cries out, running toward the king with a worried expression. Her eyes are wide, and her breath is heavy from running. The king's stern expression softens when he sees his daughter. A smile tugs at his lips. "Erin, are you all right?" he asks gently. Erin throws her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "I'm so glad you're all right, Father," she says, her voice choked with relief. She pulls back slightly, looking him over. "Are you hurt anywhere, Father?" The king chuckles, shaking his head. "I'm fine, Erin. I was able to get here safely thanks to Askell and Luenel." He gestures toward the two men, acknowledging their presence. Erin's gaze shifts to Luenel, and her expression hardens. A cold, Unreadable look settles in her eyes as she regards her brother. Sensing her stare, Lionel meets her gaze with one of his own, his expression equally icy. I'm glad you're not dead, Aaron, he says with a hint of sarcasm. Despite the tension, I'm glad you're all right too, Lionel, she replies. Inwardly, her mind races. I have so many questions to ask you, but first, I need to take care of the others. At that moment, Alice and a royal knight kneel before the king, their heads bowed in respect. Your Majesty, Alice says, her voice steady. I'm glad to see you safe. The king nods at her, a grateful smile on his face. Thank you for protecting my younger daughter, Alice. I will reward you handsomely for your loyalty and bravery. As Aaron listens to the exchange, she notices Askell leaning closer to Lionel, whispering something in his ear. Her eyes narrow in suspicion. What is he saying to him? She wonders, trying to catch the murmur of Askell's words. Whatever Askell says to Lionel, it has an immediate effect. Lionel's face lights up with a wicked smile. He suddenly turns his sword, pointing it at Lunav, who has been standing quietly at the side, watching the scene unfold. I think I know who's behind this incident, Lionel announces loudly, drawing everyone's attention. He levels a finger at Lunav, his voice filled with accusation. The granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association president is behind this. Lunav Rainreaver, you are under arrest. Alice watched the scene unfold with a growing sense of confusion. Arrest? What is he trying to do? She thought. Her eyes darted between Lionel and Lunav, who stood at the center of the hallway, tension hanging thick in the air. The king's face darkened with anger as he addressed Lionel. You're crossing the line here, Lionel, he said, his voice sharp. Lower your sword immediately. Aaron stepped forward, her expression furious. Lionel, she saved many people alongside me, she snapped, glaring at her brother. How can you accuse her like this? But Lionel remained unfazed, his gaze locked on Lunav. It was all a trick, he insisted. She wanted to gain our trust, so she could escape. The Garum Kingdom has always been waiting for a chance to strike at the Ushif Empire. Lunav's eyes narrowed, suspicion glinting in them. So their goal was assassination, aiming to create chaos within the Empire, she thought. She spoke up, her voice calm despite the accusation. You speak as if you have proof of this, Lionel. A guard stepped forward. Last night, a suspicious aura of mana was detected at the place where she was staying, the guard reported. The king's eyes turned back to Lionel, narrowing slightly. Is that true, he asked. His voice was stern. You'd better be smart with your words, Lionel. Aaron gasped. Lionel seized the moment. I invited the Garum representatives to try and convey our desire for peace, he said smoothly. But I also kept an eye on them as a precaution. Give me some time, and I will find the evidence to prove this plot. The king, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. All right, he said. Find the evidence and present it quickly. Lionel's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Leave it to me, father. I will find it, definitely, he promised. Lunav stood silently, her expression unreadable. Is this a trap? Or is this something grandfather intended to happen? She wondered. Despite her doubts, she kept her composure. Shortly after, Lunav and her group from the Garum Mage Association were imprisoned for investigation. The once bustling halls of the palace grew quiet as the news of their arrest spread. Leximus, who had been apart from Aaron during the chaos, returned with the other guard knights. Spotting Aaron, he rushed over and enveloped her in a tight hug. I'm never going to let you out of my sight again. Meanwhile, Cyan stood by, his thoughts heavy. The funerals of Marquis Drenian, the Empress's younger brother, as well as countless others, were held in the streets, he said quietly. But at least I was able to prevent more deaths than in my past life. He sighed, knowing that despite his efforts, the banquet would forever be known as the Banquet of Blood. As Alice carefully dressed Cyan's wounds, her hands were gentle but firm. These wounds could have been much worse, she said, concern evident in her voice. Cyan remained calm, his eyes steady. You didn't need to do this, Alice, he said. She shot him a stern look. You need to stay still, she replied, a hint of authority in her voice. I'm your sister, and you need to listen to me. It could have been really dangerous for you. It's a good thing you ran away when you did. Cyan chuckled at Alice's comment, but there was a hint of nervousness in his laugh. Yes, I was good at running, he agreed. Alice's expression softened, and she continued. You know, that masked man who saved me. If it weren't for him, I might have died that day. She paused, looking thoughtful. Just who was that person? She glanced at Cyan, studying him closely. Actually, she said slowly, now that I think about it, that masked guy was about your height, and you've gotten a lot fitter lately. Cyan's eyes widened slightly, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks. He shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to respond. Alice noticed his reaction and grinned. "You're embarrassed, aren't you?" she teased. "Come on, can I touch your muscles?" Cyan's blush deepened, and he groaned. "Stop making fun of me, please," he muttered, turning his gaze away. At that moment, Askell entered the room. His eyes flicked to Cyan, and he smiled. "You've recovered quickly," he noted, his voice smooth. He glanced between Cyan and Alice, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "You two are still as close as ever, I see. I'm almost jealous." Askell's presence seemed to drain the room of its warmth. Cyan turned to face him, his expression cold. "Yes, thanks to you," Cyan replied tersely. Alice noticed the tension in Cyan's response, and she thought to herself, he seems wary of Askell. Could it be that Cyan knows about Askell's cruel side too? Trying to shift the conversation, Cyan asked, "How is the investigation going?" Alice kept her eyes on Cyan, her mind racing. Does Cyan also know that Askell has a vile, cruel side to him? Askell's demeanor grew serious as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a bracelet with an embedded day's stone. "I actually came here because of that," he said, holding the bracelet up for Cyan to see. "This was found in Lunav Rainreaver's room." Askell's voice was calm, but there was a sharpness to his gaze. "Lunav claims that it was gifted to her," Askell continued. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he examined the bracelet. "Then the person who gave her that bracelet should be on the list of suspects," he said thoughtfully. Askell nodded approvingly. "You're very clever, Cyan," he said. "Do you remember receiving anything from anyone during the banquet?" Cyan shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know," he replied, his tone evasive. "Do you know who gave that bracelet to Luna?" Askell's eyes glittered as he answered. "I heard there was a merchant in the palace, but he was found dead today," he said. "I'm looking for more clues." Askell leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. "Are you sure you didn't receive anything during the banquet, Cyan?" Cyan's thoughts raced. This isn't an investigation, he realized. He's trying to find a scapegoat. The scene shifts to Emily, who was sitting on a bench outside, softly singing a tune to herself. Suddenly, she felt a presence behind her, and her song faltered. Turning slowly, her eyes widened in fear as she saw a shadowy figure standing there. The scene shifts to Cyan, where Askell is trying to interrogate him, hoping something of interest will come out of Cyan's mouth. Suddenly, Cyan starts acting like his head is still hurting, which confuses Askell. Alice quickly approaches Cyan, lifting him up with her hands. "Are you okay, Cyan?" she asks. Cyan replies, "I'm sorry, I don't feel better. It's like my head is still hurting." Alice angrily turns to Askell. "Can't you see Cyan has lost a lot of blood? The doctor said he needs to rest. But here you are, asking questions and pressuring him to answer." Then Alice looks at Cyan. "You need to lie down and get some rest." Askell sighs and says, "All right, you should rest. I'll leave." But then, Cyan suddenly says, "Answer Askell's question?" "I don't remember receiving anything." Askell is caught off guard by Cyan's sudden response. "Even if someone tried to give me anything, I'm sure they couldn't have survived that hellish situation," Cyan adds. Askell smirks and replies, "Got it. Thanks for the answer." In his mind, he thinks that's true. If he had gotten the gift I prepared for him, he might already be dead. Well, that's good for me, since there isn't anyone left I need to eliminate. He also thinks, what a shame, brother. This would have been my chance to get rid of you once and for all. Anger is clearly visible on his face, frustrated that he couldn't kill Cyan. On the other side, Cyan is also feeling anger towards Askell. Alice notices the change in Cyan's expression and asks, "Cyan, are you all right?" "Yes," he replies. Suddenly, Alice gets angry and says, "Just lie down already." She hits him where his injury is, causing him to groan in pain. "Ack, listen to your sister," she scolds. The scene suddenly shifts to a maid who had given the necklace to Aaron from Luenel. She is falling to the ground, blood spilling everywhere because of Boris's attack. Desperately, she asks him, "Why are you doing this to me? I did what I was told to do. I gave the princess the necklace too. So why are you doing this?" The maid, now bleeding and on the ground, pleads with Boris. "The princess won't even know the purpose it served, so please spare me." Boris replies coldly, "Yes, you did fulfill your role." He continues, "But unfortunately, I have yet to play my part, so I have to do this." He adds, "The more I think about it, the more unpleasant it all seems. I prepared so thoroughly for everything." But, with those words, he slits her throat with his sword. As he turns to leave, he says, "Rest in peace." The maid lies on the floor, covered in blood. Suddenly, he stops and says, I almost forgot. He thinks if a corpse is found like last time, it could be bad. He pulls out a book that has an evil aura around it. I need to make sure that doesn't happen again, he says. Suddenly, a snake-like dragon emerges from the book, roaring. He commands the creature, eat that corpse. The scene shifts to Emily, who is sitting on a bench outside, singing softly to herself. A knight appears behind her, startling her for a moment, but she quickly recognizes him. It's Brian. Miss Emily, he calls, holding a shopping bag filled with apples. I picked up some apples from the town on my way back. Emily smiles and says, Oh, thank you, Mr. Brian. That's very kind of you. She takes one of the apples and starts eating it. Brian sits down beside her and comments, The weather feels very pleasant today. Emily asks, How long do we need to stay here? While eating an apple, Brian replies, The young master said, Don't come back until I say so. He adds, So it's hard to predict. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, where Cyan is holding Askel's gift in his hand. He asks Emily, Is this a gift from Askel? She quickly replies, Yes, to congratulate you on your first society event. Without hesitation, Cyan destroys Askel's gift with his powers. He mutters, he sure tried to make it as complicated as he could. Emily was shocked when Cyan destroyed the gift. The precious gift, she exclaimed. Cyan looked at her seriously. Listen carefully to what I have to say, Emily, he began. The palace and Vert Estate are not safe for you anymore. You need to stay hidden until I say otherwise. Cyan then turned to Brian. Brian was holding Nana, using a handkerchief to clean the blood from her mouth. Nana still seemed uneasy, likely because she had attacked Cyan unknowingly. Noticing Cyan's attention, Brian quickly responded, Yes, young master? I have some business to attend to, Cyan said. You have to protect Emily. Brian nodded and replied, Yes, leave it to me. I will protect her. While patting Nana on the head, Cyan added, You also need to take care of Nana. Nana looked confused, so Cyan smiled at her and said, It's only for a while. And don't cry, okay? Back in the present, Brian is lost in thought. I've never seen the young master make that kind of face. I need to make sure I can support him this time. Emily interrupts his thoughts, asking, Is Nana all right? Brian replies, Well, she struggled for a few days, but I think she's fine now. Emily nods and says, A lot happened with the young master while I was away. She glances at Nana, who is sleeping peacefully, and continues, I never imagined that the girl I thought was a maid would turn out to be a draconic human. Now that I know everything about her, I should help out as much as I can. Brian smiles and says, I was just thinking the same thing. As his arm accidentally brushes against Emily's, a past memory flashes through his mind. Emily holding his arm tightly. He blushes, wondering why he suddenly remembered that. Still smiling, Emily says, Then let's do our best for the young master, Mr. Brian. Brian, still blushing and a bit confused, smiles back and replies, Yes, Miss Emily. The scene shifts to the king's room, where Luenel is speaking with his father. What do you mean, father? Luenel asks, confused. The king responds, I'm releasing Lunev and the other members of the Garum Kingdom that we arrested. Luenel is shocked. We have clear evidence against them, and you want to let those suspects go? The king's expression hardens. Watch your mouth, Luenel, he warns. I've already made up my mind, and I'm not changing my decision. Growing angry, Luenel retorts, How will you seize reign over the continent if you're so soft? What is it about the Garum Kingdom that scares you so much? The king slams his fist into the wall, his voice rising. Enough of this nonsense. At that moment, Luenel feels a flash of fear. The king continues, still hitting the wall. Reigning over the continent is a nice goal, but our Ushif Empire shares a border not only with the Garum Kingdom, but also with the Demon Realm, as well as Sparnia and Phrynia. If we make an enemy of the Garum Kingdom, we won't be able to hold back the Demon Realm any longer. The king's anger grows as he explains. The entire continent will suffer from all the monsters pouring out of there. Hearing this, Luenel is angry, but knows he can't argue against his father's reasoning. The king adds, Even if I were to gain power over the continent, it would come at the cost of sacrificing too many people. Someone who does such a thing is a monster, not an emperor. Are you not even aware of something so basic? Luenel, frustrated, tries to argue, but letting go of suspects when we have clear evidence is just. The king cuts him off. Are you talking about the Daystones? Luenel is stunned, thinking, How does he know that? My people shouldn't be done with the investigation yet. The king notices Luenel's reaction and says, Your face tells me everything, Luenel. The king continued. Ever since you were young, you never gave up until you got what you wanted. Luenel was sweating, his nervousness clearly visible. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered. That's enough, you fool, the king snapped. How the hell did you end up like this, Luenel? He turned away from him and said, Aaron is a better fit to be ruler than you will ever be. I don't even want to see you anymore. Get out of here. Luenel's face twisted in anger, his teeth gritting as he muttered Aaron's name in his mind. Aaron Severus, that damned wretch ruined everything I planned. Fueled by rage, Luenel stormed towards Aaron's room. The royal knights tried to stop him, but he barked at them. Move aside, quickly. He burst into Aaron's room, where Leximus stood guard. Her Highness needs rest. Please come back later, Leximus said calmly. Without warning, Luenel punched Leximus in the face. I said move, he shouted. Leximus fell to the ground from the blow. Aaron, shocked, called out Leximus. Her voice filled with concern. Luenel advanced toward Aaron, and she stepped back, fear showing in her eyes. Still, she gathered the courage to ask, What is all this, Luenel? He responded with a wild smile, which confused Aaron. Then he burst into loud laughter. I've come to talk with my precious sister, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Lexis stood up, holding her cheek where Luenel had slapped her earlier. She glared at him threateningly and warned, Even though you're a prince, if you keep acting like this, as the princess's subordinate, I'll be forced to take action. Luenel began losing his composure, enraged but silent. He started sweating and stared at her intensely. With a mocking smile, he called her a parasite and asked what she was going to do about it. He threatened that if she continued interfering, he would have her and her entire family executed, using her words as the excuse to erase her entire lineage. Lexis, shocked and afraid, slowly lowered her hand from her cheek. She knew things were turning bad. Before Luenel could continue his threats, Princess Aaron stepped in and calmly ordered him to stop. Is there a reason you came to see me? Aaron asked. Did you want to hear something from me? Luenel, sweating and confused, stared at her, wondering how she knew what was happening. Aaron gazed at him calmly and repeated her question. Do you want to hear something from me? Luenel panicked, speechless, as he noticed something was different about Aaron. He wondered if this was the same Aaron Severus he knew. Or should I just tell you what you want to hear from me? Aaron said, I, Aaron Severus, have not received anything from you. Luenel's confusion deepened, and he began sweating even more, feeling a growing sense of danger. He couldn't respond. A few hours earlier, Princess Aaron had gone to see the king. Sitting on the sofa in his office, she closed her eyes and answered his question. Yes, father, I'm sure there's no relationship. The king, looking at her with uncertainty, reminded her, The necklace you brought me holds a jewel that's not ordinary. It's a daze stone from the Black Blood tribe. The king explained that the daze stones were once used to control forbidden dark magic, particularly to dominate monsters. Though now disdained, it was said these stones were used for controlling dangerous creatures. He told Aaron that there had been recent information about someone inside the palace secretly purchasing one of these jewels. He mentioned a black market merchant named Gilbert and a maid named Marilda. Both had been involved in making deals for some time, but now both were either missing or dead. Hearing this, Aaron's eyes filled with confusion, though she remained outwardly calm. The king then revealed that Gilbert and Marilda had been in frequent contact with Luenel and asked Aaron again if she was sure she hadn't received anything from him, implying the necklace could have been a gift from Luenel. Nervously touching her fingernails, Aaron, with a trembling voice, denied ever receiving anything from Luenel. The king observed her in silence, his expression calm. Aaron, avoiding his gaze, stared at the ground and said, It seems you've discovered who brought the jewels into the palace. Lunev should no longer be a suspect. She pleaded with the king to let Lunev go, reminding him that Lunev had saved many people at the banquet. The king, seated on the sofa, crossed his arms and reassured her not to worry. In her mind, Aaron thought that if she revealed Luenel's involvement in this, she couldn't predict what he might do to those around her. She remembered how the captain had been killed by a mandarin plant and knew she couldn't let something like that happen again. She had to protect those close to her from being hurt in the future. Back in the present, Aaron turned her gaze toward Luenel and asked if this was what he wanted. He stood up, put his hand in his pocket, and, as a suffocating energy surrounded him, stared at her and said, Yes, and I've never given you anything. Princess Aaron remained calm and told him, That's exactly what I told my father. Luenel's gaze filled with rage. He couldn't understand her attitude and grew increasingly angry. "Why are you acting as if I've done something wrong?" he asked. Luenell approached Aaron and asked if he should deal with her subordinate first. Princess Erin, with her hands on her knees, closed her eyes and calmly apologized, revealing that she had a guest. Luenell, confused, asked who could be more important than him. She raised her head and, with a serious expression, said, "You are important to me too." Behind them stood Cyan, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed. He looked down at the ground and apologized to Luenell, saying he didn't mean to intrude. Hearing Cyan's voice, Luenell was shocked and started sweating. He hadn't noticed Cyan's presence at all and didn't know why he was there. Cyan put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and with a suffocating look, said he had heard everything. Luenell's body trembled with fear, and he asked Cyan how long he had been hiding there. Cyan, stepping away from the pillar, began walking toward them. "Hiding?" he asked, sounding confused. Pointing to himself with his thumb, Cyan explained, "I simply don't have much presence. It's the main trait of assassins. We're invisible." Luenell clenched his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe Cyan was speaking so casually in his presence, and he wondered if this was some kind of joke. Furious, he questioned how Cyan dared to speak like that in front of him. Cyan approached the sofa where Princess Erin was sitting, placed his hand on the armrest, and looked at Luenell. With a mocking smile, he asked, "What are you going to do about it? Are you going to try something with me too?" Princess Erin observed Luenell silently, her expression serious. Though Luenell was angry, he managed to stay calm, now observing Cyan more carefully. He couldn't help but wonder if the rumors about their engagement were true. Becoming Cyan Vert's enemy would be dangerous for him, since after all, he was the son of his father's friend. Luenell couldn't stop thinking about what Askell had told him earlier. A few hours ago, while they were walking down the palace hallway, Luenell had revealed that he wanted to remove Princess Erin from the throne, but he couldn't understand why Askell wanted to get rid of his own younger brother. After all, their father already trusted him a lot. Askell, walking beside him, looked at the ground and mentioned how much Cyan irritated him. Luenell listened silently as Askell's eyes shone with seriousness. Askell revealed that Cyan was hiding something big, something that got on his nerves. Now, back in the present, Luenell watched as Cyan stood behind Erin's sofa, smiling while emitting a powerful and intense energy. Finally, Luenell understood what Askell had meant. He didn't know what this unsettling feeling of intimidation from Cyan was, but it confused him. Luenell raised his hands, indicating that he was done. With a pleasant smile, he said, "All right, I was just joking. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll leave." He turned his back on them and headed for the door. Cyan watched him with a confused expression, and even Princess Erin couldn't help but blush with Cyan standing so close. As Luenell neared the door, the guard opened it for him. He turned his head slightly and apologized to Leximus. She looked at him and asked him not to worry, also apologizing for her earlier actions. Luenell then turned to Cyan, staring at him intently, and warned him to be careful from now on. A few moments later, he left Princess Erin's room, and the guards closed the door. Lexis, standing by the door, sighed with relief. She turned back, venting a little to herself, thinking Luenell was still a piece of work. She thanked Cyan, while Princess Erin, still sitting on the sofa and blushing, also thanked him. Cyan looked at Leximus and told her that he hadn't done much, finding it amusing that this was the attitude of the continent's best swordswoman. He added that Princess Erin had done most of the work. Blushing like a tomato, Erin denied it, saying it was all thanks to him. Cyan then sat on the sofa next to her. Seeing this, she leaned back, blushing even more, and said, "Ah, you're sitting next to me?" Cyan explained that his legs hurt from standing too long and asked if he wasn't allowed to sit beside her. She looked away, playing with her hair, feeling flustered. Cyan was confused by her reaction, while Leximus watched him with a bewildered look, thinking he was clueless. Cyan stood up, approached the door, and grabbed the knob. Turning slightly, he said they had successfully made Luenell believe that he and Erin were together, so Luenell wouldn't be able to act against her for a while. He decided to leave, and Erin, now blushing even more, put her fists in front of her face. Leximus, forcing a smile, asked him to take care. She thought to herself that Cyan was arrogant, but he had only done what was necessary. Meanwhile, Luenell met with Askell. Furious, he slammed his hand against the wall next to Askell, who stood there with his arms crossed. Glaring at Askell, Luenell demanded to know how they were going to fix this, his face twisted with anger. He clenched his teeth, shouting that Askell had promised the plan was perfect, yet everyone they wanted dead was still alive. Worse, Lionel had lost the king's trust, which was a serious blow. Askell remained calm, staring at him without saying a word. Lionel, unable to control his anger, screamed that he was supposed to be the savior of the goddamned Ushif Empire. At that moment, a man approached Askell and Lionel, interrupting their conversation, and announced that there had been some success. Lionel, who still had his hand on the wall, turned and demanded to know who the man was. Askell remained silent, arms crossed, observing the interaction. The man was none other than Boris Elhelm. Bowing his head with a hand on his chest, Boris greeted Prince Lionel. Lionel stepped away from the wall and, with anger simmering in his eyes, asked Boris where he had been all this time. Boris calmly explained that he had been fulfilling an order from Askell. Askell, his gaze turning serious, mentioned that he had heard Emily had disappeared and asked Boris what success he had achieved. Boris reached into his pocket and pulled out a bright, pyramid-shaped crystal, smiling as he held it up. He mentioned that they had been underestimating the people around Princess Erin. Lionel, putting his hands on his hips, retorted sarcastically, asking if Boris was implying he should reflect on his mistakes. Still holding the crystal, Boris shook his head and responded, "No, there's nothing for you to reflect on." As he brought the crystal closer to them, its energy intensified. He explained that the crystal, called a Mona crystal, had absorbed the mana used by Erin's friends during a recent battle. Most of the mana inside it was ordinary, but something else lingered. Bringing both hands closer to the crystal, Boris caused a black fog to seep out of it, rapidly filling the room. Lionel was taken aback by the sight, shock etched on his face, while Askell remained calm, watching intently. Boris continued to explain that this black fog was extremely rare and malevolent. It was the mana of a demonic sword. With a grin of excitement, Boris revealed that someone among Princess Erin's companions possessed a taboo, demonic sword. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was served a dish of what looked like a giant centipede. The unpleasant appearance of the dish left Brian feeling confused and disappointed. He had been expecting crab stew and wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. Cyan and Nana, seated at the table with the others, ate their meal as though nothing strange was happening, seemingly unbothered by the grotesque dish in front of them. Nana, in fact, was thoroughly enjoying the food, much to the surprise of those around her. Emily, sitting nearby, chuckled and said, "Nana, eat slowly, you're really enjoying it." Her tone was cheerful, and she seemed genuinely pleased. Brian, however, was not as enthusiastic. He looked at Nana with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself that she must be out of her mind to enjoy such a meal. When he glanced at his own plate, his eyes widened in fear as he noticed something moving among the food. His stomach churned as he fought back his disgust. Meanwhile, Cyan casually placed both hands on the table and announced, "I'm full." Emily, not wanting him to leave, urged him, "You should eat a little more." But Cyan had already wiped his mouth with a cloth and closed his eyes, politely refusing. "I can't stay here any longer. Askell might catch on." His voice was calm, but the mention of Askell caused Emily to slam her fist on the table in frustration, cursing his name under her breath. Once Cyan was done, he explained, "I only came to check on you. It's not safe for you to return yet. If you need anything, send Brian." He gestured toward the window, indicating the vigilance surrounding the area. Outside, hidden in the branches of a tree, a member of the Mist was keeping watch. Cyan had taken precautions to ensure the safety of this place, making it one of the safest locations for now. As Cyan stood and moved toward the door, Emily's face grew anxious. "Cyan, please come back," she called out, not wanting him to leave. Turning his head slightly, Cyan reassured her, "Don't worry and take care of yourself." He then directed his gaze to Brian, who was still staring at his plate of centipede meat, and called his name. Brian, startled, turned around while absent-mindedly lifting a forkful of food to his mouth. Cyan smirked to himself, realizing Brian might very well meet his demise just from trying to survive Emily's cooking. As Cyan stepped out of the house, the sunlight spilled across the wooden door, bathing him in its glow. Before he could leave, however, a voice caught his attention. "Nice little family you have there," someone remarked. Turning slightly, Cyan saw Sarika, another member of Mist, standing nearby, her eyes fixed on him with curiosity. Her gaze was sharp, and as she stared at him, she asked, Are you going to explain now how you knew about the blood banquet and about my fiancé's death? You've been acting like you know the future. Cyan remained composed, knowing he had to choose his words carefully. Sarika's shining eyes reflected both suspicion and a search for answers. If he slipped up, she might consider him an enemy. After a brief silence, she added, her tone almost demanding, just who are you, Cyanvert? Sarika, furious, confronts Cyan. How do you know about the banquet of blood and the death of my fiancé? There's no way you could have known that, she demands. Cyan, unbothered, responds, Durnian was someone I had to purify anyway. Does it really matter how I know? Sarika's anger grows, her eyes shining with a crazy intensity. Yes, it matters, she hisses. With a smirk, she adds, maybe you're another spy from an organization. Cyan coldly replies, and if I am, what are you going to do about it? Sarika grins wickedly. Isn't it obvious? She says, pulling out her dagger, which glows with dark purple energy, and lunges at Cyan. But before she can strike, Kiram suddenly appears, blocking the attack. Pushing Sarika back, Kiram stands protectively in front of Cyan, her expression fierce. You never learn, do you? Kiram says angrily. I told you before not to touch my owner. Sarika smirks, her madness showing. It's you who doesn't learn, she taunts, rushing toward Kiram again, clearly enjoying the situation. Kiram raises her monstrous hand to her face and replies, You're really annoying. You know that? The two clash, but neither can land a perfect hit. As they fight midair, Kiram grins. Let me show you something interesting, she says, summoning a red-black energy ball in front of her and hurling it towards Sarika. The ball is infused with the power of black fog. When it hits the ground, the impact shatters everything around it. Sarika dodges, trying to avoid the deadly attack. No matter how strong your skill is, I can just avoid it, she boasts while running. But suddenly, she hesitates, shocked by the sheer power behind the attack. Her mind races. Is this Kiram's true power? If that ball had hit me, or if I tried to block it, I'd have died instantly. She realizes Kiram's strength, thinking, that's why she stays in her sword form most of the time. If she wanted, she could destroy an entire city. Kiram, visibly annoyed, placed one hand on her hip and muttered, Oh, I missed. The area where her attack landed was utterly shattered, and Sarika, watching in disbelief, thought to herself, to stop someone like Kiram, I'd need at least the power of a demon king. Kiram smirked and said, All right, you better be ready. That was just a warm-up. Sarika, smiling back, replied, I'm excited. I guess I'll have to give my best too. But before their fight could resume, Cyan suddenly commanded, Demon Sword Control. Instantly, Kiram's face slammed into the ground with a thud. Sarika, puzzled, blinked in surprise as she watched Kiram immobilized. Still face down, Kiram grumbled, I was just getting started. Cyan smirked. If you keep causing this much chaos, we'll all be caught. You idiot. Sarika, now sweating and realizing the situation, thought he's right. Cyan turned to the two of them, gritting his teeth. I'm going to handle this. You two stay here and take care of things. Then, without waiting for a response, he slammed the door shut, leaving them both standing in stunned silence. Kiram, still sitting on the ground, looked confused, while Sarika stood beside her, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, inside the house, Cyan entered with urgency. Everyone, pack everything up right now. But his command was cut off when a calm voice greeted him. You're finally here. Cyan froze in shock as he saw Lunav casually sitting at the dining table. Sweat formed on his brow as he quickly glanced at Brian, who was standing nearby, visibly nervous. Brian, sweating profusely, stammered, Sorry, young master. She just suddenly appeared. Cyan's mind raced. How did she get through the barrier and miss detection? Sweat dripping from his face, he looked at Lunav and asked, How did you find this place? Lunav, looking amused, smiled at him. It's one of my talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place, just me. Then, with a playful grin, she added, Though considering all the noise outside, I'm starting to wonder. Cyan, clearly annoyed, snapped, Whatever. Why are you here? Lunav tilted her head slightly and said, I just came here to say thank you. Her casual response only deepened Cyan's irritation. Cyan, still tense, asked Lunav, What did I do for you to come here and thank me? Lunav, with a bright and energetic smile, replied, It's okay. I already know. Her tone shifted as she added more meaningfully. The moment you entered me that day, Everyone in the room froze in shock, staring at the two of them. Their minds raced, trying to decipher what that statement meant. Cyan's thoughts churned too. Is she talking about that time? His mind flashed back to when he used his mana to save her, assuming she had lost consciousness. Lunav continued, unfazed by the reactions. She began to demonstrate her abilities, conjuring ice in one hand and fire in the other. I can use all types of magic now, she said with enthusiasm. I can even combine or switch between them. She explained further, I can also track down a specific person's mana. Isn't that cool? She beamed. It's a gift from my grandfather. Cyan, growing increasingly worried, responded, it feels more like a curse to me. Your body was broken because of that. Luna blushed and asked coyly, but it was you, wasn't it? The one who saved me. Cyan sighed, trying to calm the situation. Let's go somewhere else, he said, wanting to avoid any more awkward moments in front of the others. As they turned to leave, the whispers behind them grew louder. People started murmuring, speculating about what was going on between their young master and Lady Lunav. Cyan's patience snapped as he gritted his teeth and barked, get to packing. Suddenly, Emily, wide-eyed and excited, asked Cyan, where are we going now? Cyan replied, we'll be heading to Lewin Academy. Emily blushed and eagerly added, does that mean I can take care of you every day from now on? Meanwhile, Brian, overhearing this, paled slightly, his mind drifting to the bizarre dishes Emily would no doubt bring with her. Nana, noticing his expression, asked, what's wrong with your face? Brian, still in his thoughts, muttered, I have mixed feelings about this. As Cyan and Lunav finally moved to a quieter place where they could talk privately, Lunav opened up about her past. Her voice softened as she revealed, I spent most of my younger days in a cold and dark place. I had to endure all kinds of painful experiments there. She continued, I had no choice but to endure everything because it was my duty as the granddaughter of Raigan's Rain Reaver. As Lunav and Cyan walked across the bridge, she asked him, do you also have a duty to fulfill? Cyan shook his head and replied, no, I don't have any. Curious, Lunav pressed further, then why did you save us anonymously? Cyan, puzzled by her persistence, simply shrugged. I don't want to become famous. It's a pain, and I'm sure you can guess why. Lunav thought for a moment before answering herself. Oh yes, it's because of your mana elemental. She brought out a small sphere of Cyan's mana, swirling with a faint red-black aura. At first, I thought it was darkness, she said. I collected a bit when I met you at the restaurant a few days ago. Cyan's mind raced, still confused by her ability to collect and analyze his mana. So she can read people's mana information just by touching them? I didn't know she could do that, even in my past life. Lunav continued. On the day I passed out, the mana you put into me. She shaped the mana in her hand, showing Cyan the swirling, ethereal substance. What is this? It seems like it's your mana, but not of this world at the same time. Cyan's eyes narrowed, now understanding why she had come to see him. I see. Are you planning to take this mana to your grandfather, Raigan's? To his surprise, Lunav absorbed the mana back in her own body and said cheerfully, no, I won't. Why would I? That would be a pain for me. Why? Cyan asked. Is there a reason? Or are you rebelling against him or something? Lunav, now gazing at the stars, smiled and replied, I'm sure you can guess why I'm doing it. Suddenly, without warning, Lunav hugged Cyan tightly. He stood there, confused, as she whispered, thank you, Cyan, for lessening my old pain. Cyan, taken aback, began to explain her situation. Your body, it was like a boiling pot filled with all kinds of chaotic mana. Someone intentionally closed the lid on that pot, probably to prevent the loss of mana. But that led to the pot overheating, and the mana spilling out began to extinguish the fire of your life, putting you on the brink of death. He stepped back slightly, gently grabbing her by the arms, creating distance between them as he continued. All I did was put a hole in that lid, letting the pressure out. His voice turned cold as his eyes hardened. Because in my eyes, you also look like someone else's marionette. And that annoyed me very much. Cyan, with a wave of his hand, told Lunav, you don't need to thank me. His tone was casual but firm. I'm leaving if you've got nothing more to say. And keep my secret, okay? As he turned and walked away, he added from a slight distance, it'll be dangerous if you push yourself again. So please watch out. Lunav stood silently for a moment, watching him leave, a soft smile playing on her lips. How cute, she murmured to herself, a rare fondness in her eyes. He's definitely a good person, she thought, her gaze lingering on him as he disappeared from sight. The scene abruptly shifted to the Garum Association president's office. Inside, a man stood before Reigen's Rain Reaver, the powerful head of the association. The air was thick with tension. "President, we received word that Luna was arrested and then released," the man reported. Reigen's face darkened with rage. "What?" he growled, slamming his fist onto the desk with a force that echoed through the room. The sound was deafening, rattling papers and shaking the room. The man hesitated but continued. "Thankfully, there were no charges filed. Should we send a petition?" Reigens, his jaw clenched tightly, responded through gritted teeth. "No, there's no need for that." The frustration was clear in his voice as he leaned forward, his eyes burning with fury. "Luna is stopping by elsewhere. Track her down and bring her here immediately." As Cyan and his companions traveled toward the academy, the atmosphere in the carriage was relatively peaceful. Emily, sitting close to Cyan, was brimming with joy. Her happiness was so evident that Cyan couldn't help but ask, "You're really that happy, Emily?" Emily beamed, her smile lighting up her face as she replied, "Yes, because I get to serve you again, my lord." Sitting quietly beside her, Nana remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Cyan gave a casual nod. "Right." Emily, still excited, then remembered something and asked, "You mentioned before that maids aren't allowed in the academy, right?" Cyan crossed his arms and replied confidently, "I think the principal will make a special exception for me." When they arrived at the academy, Cyan wasted no time and headed straight for the principal's office. However, the principal greeted him with a firm stance, immediately saying, "Absolutely not. I won't allow it." Cyan folded his arms behind his back, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I'll make sure no one notices her. Please permit it." The principal raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Tell me, Cyan, why would I make an exception for you?" A bead of sweat trickled down Cyan's face as he replied, "I won't skip any lessons from now on." The principal's patience snapped. His fist slammed against the table as he scolded. "That should go without saying, even under normal circumstances. And two mates? Not just one." The principal's tone shifted as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Tell me, Cyan, are these two maids somehow connected to the Banquet of Blood? I don't assume you're asking for such a special favor without a serious reason." Cyan remained composed, his arms still crossed behind his back. He looked at the principal casually and asked, "And if it's not for a stupid reason, then what?" The principal, growing more curious and frustrated, demanded, "Just tell me." With a sly smile, Cyan raised a finger to his face. "I'll tell you, if you grant me permission first." The principal turned away, rubbing his chin in thought. Finally, he sighed in exasperation. "Whatever. Do as you wish. You'll probably do it even if I reject it." Cyan's expression shifted to a more serious tone. "It's difficult for me to explain it right now, but I'll tell you one thing with certainty. I wasn't the one behind the Banquet of Blood. Isn't that what you wanted to hear all along?" The principal's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on Cyan. "Are you certain?" Cyan's eyes widened slightly, and his tone turned more annoyed. "What exactly are you implying? Just how do you see me that you'd assume that?" After a tense pause, the principal relented, shaking his head. "Just make sure you never skip your lessons again." As Cyan walked through the academy's hallway, hands in his pockets, he thought about the recent conversation with the principal, Kundal. He smirked slightly, reflecting, "That went well enough. I wonder how he'd react if he realized the real mastermind behind the Banquet of Blood was his own grandson." Cyan's mind wandered further, piecing together the puzzle. It couldn't have been Luenel himself. He's not that meticulous. Askel was the one pulling the strings, and Boris must have been the one to carry it out. That's how they always did things in my past life, too. His train of thought was interrupted when he noticed someone in the courtyard. There, doing push-ups with intense focus, was Seth. 1285, 1286, 1287. Seth counted aloud, sweat dripping from his brow. Cyan blinked, confused for a moment. "This guy again?" he thought. Just then, Seth noticed Cyan and called out enthusiastically, "Oh, you're here, buddy." He immediately stood up, gritting his teeth and flashing a determined smile. "Let's fight again, Cyan. It's time to see who's stronger now." Without a word, Cyan slipped into his room and shut the door behind him. Leaning against the door for a second, he sighed. Seth hasn't missed a single class in 2 years, and he's always looking for a fight, Cyan thought, mildly amused by his persistence. From outside, Seth's voice boomed again. "You must be busy, huh? Fine, let's fight next time. Cyan Vert." As Cyan walked further into his room, He felt his foot bump into something. Looking down, he saw Brian lying on the floor, unconscious, a strange purple liquid dripping from his mouth. Sweat instantly dripped from Cyan's face as he crouched down and checked him. Is he dead? Cyan wondered, panic briefly flashing in his mind. At that moment, Emily's cheerful voice called out, Cyan, are you here? Startled, Cyan quickly pointed to Brian and asked, what's wrong with him? Emily walked in, holding a plate of cookies that emitted a bizarre dark purple aura. Nana was beside her, also happily munching on the same cookies. Emily, chewing contentedly, responded, I'm not sure. He fell asleep after eating the cookies I made especially for you. Cyan's eyes widened as he glanced between the unconscious Brian and the strange cookies in Emily's hands. No wonder, seeing Cyan's confused expression, Emily smiled innocently and asked, do you want to try one? The cookies looked far from appetizing. Cyan could practically feel the dark energy radiating from them. No wonder Brian collapsed after eating those. He shook his head, thinking it best to avoid Emily's strange culinary creations for now. Cyan, pointing at the cookies Emily was still munching on, said sternly, Emily, don't ever cook something for Brian again. Emily's eyes narrowed, a mix of curiosity and irritation crossing her face. Why? She demanded. Cyan, exasperated, replied firmly, it's an order, just don't. Emily, pouting and still nibbling on her cookies, muttered, you're too harsh, Cyan. Ignoring her complaints, Cyan slumped onto the sofa, rubbing his temples and closing his eyes for a brief moment. He sighed deeply. I'm already worried about the future, he thought, exhaustion creeping into his voice. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed an envelope on the table. Where did this letter come from? He asked. Emily, still sulking, replied, Brian received it, so I don't know. Cyan picked up the letter, tearing it open. It was from Lunav, but before he could read it further, a voice called out his name. Cyan, still holding the letter, turned to face the direction of the voice. How did you get here? He asked, surprised. Emily, startled, clutched the plate of cookies like she was about to throw it at whoever had entered. Who is it? Standing at the doorway, smiling warmly, was Lunav. How have you been, Cyan? She asked casually. Before he could respond, she added, I ran away from home. Cyan blinked, his mind racing with confusion as Lunav stood there nonchalantly. Meanwhile, deep in an unknown underground passage, two cloaked figures moved silently, their lamps casting faint shadows on the walls. One of them, a man, whispered, the guards from the Garum Association will be here soon. The other, a woman, replied confidently, don't worry, I've already taken care of them. The man continued, his voice low and serious. Remember, this is the only way to stop Reigen's Rain Reaver. The woman, sounding amused, responded with a chuckle. Oh my, are you worried I'm going to feel guilty? The man glanced at her, curious. Well, she's your student after all. The woman's expression darkened slightly as she smirked. She was none other than Lewin's academy instructor, Nella Aronis. My student, she mused before adding, her tone wicked. I'm not so foolish that I'd feel pity for that monster. The man, satisfied, nodded. That's good for us. Nella adjusted her cloak, her smirk growing as she said, then I'll head to the location. I'm sure our colleagues have reached Luna by now. The man bowed sincerely and said, let there be glory to the Garum Kingdom. Nella, still smiling, nodded in return, her eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The scene shifted to Cyan and Lunav, who were sitting together in a small cafeteria. Lunav looked at Cyan and said, you were pretty aggressive when you dragged me out of your room. I didn't expect you to do that. Holding his teacup, Cyan asked curiously, there was a barrier spell on the dorm doors. How did you get past it? Lunav casually used ice magic from her hand and explained, I analyzed the barrier with my mana and canceled it with a spell. Pretty cool, right? Sweat dripped from Cyan's face as he thought, that's insanely powerful. She can just analyze and undo spells? That's more than just scanning. Lunav chuckled and asked, did you read the letter I sent you? Cyan crossed his arms and replied, you showed up right as I was about to read it. Smiling, Lunav placed her hands around her face and said, I came because I couldn't wait for your response. Cyan's expression darkened as he asked, did Reigens put you up to this? Lunav fell silent for a moment. Growing angrier, Cyan repeated, was it Reigens who told you to contact me? Tell me now. Lunav, holding her cup and lowering her head, hesitated before responding. At first, yes. That was the reason, but not anymore. She continued, whether you trust me or not is up to you. Cyan rested his head on his hands and replied, I don't trust people easily. What are your intentions? Looking into her teacup, Lunav said, there have been some strange things happening at the association. Two dragons, who had ties to the association, suddenly disappeared in the Lewin region, and smugglers bringing items from overseas have been found dead. Cold corpses. She then looked up at Cyan with a slight smile and said, I had a hunch, but now I'm sure. You were involved with all of it. Cyan lowered his head, thinking to himself, I didn't know the dragons were connected to the association. He chuckled and said, All right, so, what are you planning to do now? Lunav casually told Cyan that she would die soon. Cyan was confused when she heard this. Lunav then said happily that Cyan had helped her before, but she knew about her body's condition. She remembered the days when she had been experimented on and said, I'm already broken beyond repair. As she stood up, Lunav held up her hand and counted on her fingers, saying, I think I have 3 years left. Thank you for your help. Cyan, feeling sad, responded, I don't believe that. Why are you so relaxed about it? Aren't you worried that you'll die soon? Lunav chuckled, closed her eyes, and happily replied, I wish I could feel something. Cyan thought to herself, what an annoying brat she is. He stood up and placed his hands on the table and looked down. Whatever, it's none of my business. Just go back. Lunav, still sitting, asked, Are you leaving? Cyan turned to leave and said, Yeah, I don't like getting involved in annoying situations. As Lunav said goodbye, she cheerfully told Cyan, All right, see you next time. Suddenly, Kiram appeared and asked Cyan, Where are your manners? Is it okay to leave her like that? Cyan replied, Yes, it's for the best. The Garam Association has been waiting for a while. As Cyan left, some guards in cloaks appeared. Lunav, closing her eyes, said to them, I thought I did a great job sneaking out. Why are you here so early? One of the men replied, Let's get going, Miss Lunav. Mr. Rygans is looking for you. Lunav looked at the cloaked man with curiosity. He asked her, What is it, Miss Lunav? She replied, It was always Victor who came to pick me up. Who are you, by the way? The cloaked man explained, Oh, Mr. Victor is busy today, so I'm here instead. We're from the 6th branch of security in the Garam Kingdom. Lunav chuckled and said, Liar, I don't know anyone named Victor. Suddenly, she used her wind ability and started to run away. Ugh, hurry! She's getting away, shouted the cloaked man. As Lunav ran, she wondered if they were extremists. Just then, someone appeared in front of her with a glowing hand full of mana. Thinking quickly, Lunav realized she needed to escape. The man placed his hand on her head and used his ability, Sleep Catch. Lunav was shocked and couldn't move at all. Once the ability took effect, she fell into a deep sleep. The man smiled and said, I didn't think it would be that easy. He removed his cloak, revealing that he was bald, and said, But we were also caught by her way too quickly. He then told the others, Take her to the carriage quickly. At that moment, Kiram sensed something and was startled. She told Cyan, It looks like they're fighting. Cyan wondered, Aren't they from the Garam Kingdom? The men placed Lunav in the carriage, and it began to move toward their destination. When they arrived, they found themselves at a church. One man said, Stand by here and guard the package. The others replied, Yes, sir. The bald man entered the church and spoke to someone, saying, I brought Lunav Rainreaver. Someone sitting in the front row responded, Well done. What a pitiful child. She has been experimented on her whole life, just to be used and thrown away in the end. Nella said, We'll use the child for a good cause. Lunav was in the carriage, unconscious, with her hands tied behind her back, so she couldn't escape. The guards by the carriage became flustered when they saw a red-black fog surrounding them. One man exclaimed, What is this fog? Another said, Wait, it can't be the mist. But before he could finish, his face was cut in half. Another guard, standing nearby, shouted, Marcel! In an instant, all the guards were sliced in half within seconds. One man, scared and sweating, said, What? What the hell is going on? Sweat dripped from his forehead as he pleaded, Stop! That's enough! At that moment, Cyan was sitting on top of the carriage, holding his Kiram dagger. A man on the ground was very frightened, and in an instant, Cyan killed him too. The man shouted before dying, which startled the bald man inside the church. He turned to look at the exit. Nella asked, Are there other guests here? The bald man, still facing the carriage, replied, It seems someone has followed us here. Nella said, Ah, an enemy. The bald man's name was revealed to be Ralph. Nella told Ralph, Show them what happens when anyone tries to get in our way. Ralph, feeling angry, said, Yes, I will go and silence them. Cyan stood over the dead bodies, wearing a cloak. Kiram remarked, "That was much easier than I expected." Cyan replied, "It's not over yet. The stronger guys are in the church." When Ralph came out of the church, a blue aura surrounded him. He said to Cyan, "Not bad for a kid like you. Did you come here all alone?" Cyan, wearing a mask, responded, "Doesn't seem that way for you, though." He thought to himself, he's like Lunav. Ralph clenched his fist and began running towards Cyan. As he got closer, Cyan realized no, he's more unstable than her. Ralph told Cyan, "I don't need anyone's help to defeat a weakling like you." Just then, Nella came out of the church and asked Ralph, "Are you done?" She was surprised by what she saw. Ralph was sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, looking down. Seeing this, Nella said, "This is not what I expected." In that moment, Cyan punched Ralph in the face, knocking him unconscious. Cyan then asked her, "Are you the last one? Why did you want to take Luna?" Then Nella moved her hand in front of Cyan and used fire magic, creating a crystal fireball in her palm. She said, "Oh my, you won't be popular with the girls if you're too inquisitive." Before throwing the fireball at him, she added, "You should find out the answer to that yourself." Cyan watched her magic closely and thought, combining elements freely. His eyes widened as he realized she was definitely like Lunav. Nella then used her ability, Thunder Flame, sending flames swirling around her body and throwing them towards Cyan. As he dodged the flames, Cyan thought, "I have even more questions now." He pulled out his Kiram dagger. Nella was confused as she saw him deflect the fire with his dagger. Suddenly, Cyan got very close to her and said, "I got you." Seeing him so close, she shouted in disbelief, and sweat dripped down her face. In a panic, she used her ability, Air Leap, to dodge his attack. Cyan's strike hit the ground, causing it to shatter. While in the air, she thought, "This kid is very dangerous. I can't let him live." Gathering her mana into her hand, it formed a blue crystal. She used her ability, Charge Shot, and shot small ice darts towards Cyan. At that moment, Kiram flew in as fog and appeared behind her, saying, "Look here too." Nella was puzzled, thinking he's not alone. Just then, Kiram grabbed her, and she shouted, "Let me go." She used her mana and attacked towards Cyan, using all her might. But he dodged them and landed beside where her attack had hit. The ground shattered where her attack struck. Cyan observed everything and thought, "She sure has a lot of mana." Meanwhile, Nella was sitting on the ground, trying to free herself from Kiram's black fog. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Didn't you hear me?" Kiram, standing beside her, explained, "Stop struggling. No human can free themselves from those restraints." Cyan then stepped in front of her and asked, "Who ordered you to kidnap Lunav? How many more of you are there?" Nella lowered her head and replied, "What an interesting kid. You'll find out soon." One of her eyes was damaged, and blood dripped from her face as she smiled at Cyan. "We'll seek you out, so don't worry about who wanted to kidnap Lunav. See you in hell." Seeing her reaction, Kiram looked confused and said, "That reaction, she's from Heart Curb." Cyan explained, "It's an artifact that keeps the user's mana in their heart, which is why she can't circulate it throughout her body." Nella was startled to hear this. Kiram happily added, "I assume Lunav has something similar." Nella, still in shock, asked, "How did you guess all of that?" Cyan continued explaining, "The monstrous organization that carries out vile experiments in the Garam Association is called the Path of Evolution. Am I right?" Hearing this, Nella shouted, "Wait, who are you guys?" Cyan leaned closer to her and said, "You can find the answer to that yourself in hell." He placed his hand on her head, and Nella exclaimed, "What? This isn't right. Dying like this." Cyan then used his force and put his other hand where her heart was, causing her to cry out in pain. As he did this, he thought to himself, "In my past life, I found an ancient text in a laboratory room of the Garam Kingdom. It described how to use an artifact called Heart Curb, how to control it, and the experiments related to it. It also explained how to eliminate it when its use fails." At that moment, Cyan pulled something out of Nella's heart. The item glowed in his hand. As he held it closely, he said, "Looks like it still works well." Kiram asked Cyan, "What are you going to use it for?" Cyan ordered her to get Lunav out of the carriage. Kiram shouted back, "No way. Why should I?" Cyan, angry, replied, "Do you want to be controlled too?" Reluctantly, Kiram brought Lunav out of the carriage and placed her on the ground, still silent and upset. Cyan then approached Lunav and said, "It's my first time trying this." While looking at the crystal-like ball, he added, "So I don't know if it will go well." He tightened his fists and shattered the crystal ball, then placed its power into Luna's heart. He thought if Luna has something like this in her heart too, then this should be able to destroy it. As Cyan transferred the crystal ball's power into Luna's body, Kiram stood with her arms crossed, watching everything closely. Because of the crystal ball's power, Cyan's hand and Luna's chest glowed with blue energy. Suddenly, Luna opened her eyes. As dusk settled, the rays of the setting sun cast their light against the main building of the Garam Mage Association. Luna slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. What is this feeling? She wondered. Her hand began to release a soft blue glow of mana, and her body felt lighter, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at her hand, surrounded by mana, her eyes clouded with confusion. The intensity of the cyan aura around her was stronger than usual, leaving her unsettled. Meanwhile, on the opposite roof of the Garam Mage Association's main building, Kiram and Cyan stood, watching the scene unfold below. Kiram, arms crossed, stared at the building and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Cyan, sitting next to her with a serious expression, gazed silently at the structure before finally speaking. "I thought I could use her later. It'd be a waste to kill her now." Kiram shot him an uneasy glance, sensing the danger in his words. "You're playing a dangerous game. You know she could turn on you later, right?" Cyan looked down for a moment, then chuckled softly. The irony of Kiram's concern amused him. Kiram, now visibly annoyed, muttered, "Since your body will eventually belong to me, I'd appreciate it if you took better care of yourself." Cyan stood up, dusting himself off. "It's time to go. Staying here any longer isn't worth it," he said, preparing to leave. A few hours later, inside a dimly lit room, a man sat at a table, tapping his finger impatiently. This was Luna's grandfather. Luna stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze lost in thought. She couldn't remember anything after her abduction. When her grandfather questioned her, she confirmed her lack of memory with a distant look. Her grandfather, his face filled with anger, slammed his fist onto the table. "Do you really expect me to believe that? The kingdom is in chaos because of the blood banquet, and you act as if none of this concerns you." Before Lunav could respond, the family's butler intervened, bowing his head in apology. "This is my fault, sir. I should have searched for Miss Lunav earlier." Her grandfather shook his head, rising from his seat. "No," he said, walking toward them. "This is not your fault. She acted on her own." The butler bowed his head, thanking Rains for his consideration. Rains then approached the butler, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a calm expression, he thanked the butler for his hard work in caring for his granddaughter. The butler humbly replied, "I'm just fulfilling my duties." Rains nodded. "You've done well so far." But in that moment, Rains' hand began to emit intense flames. The butler froze as the heat radiated from Rains' palm, his calm demeanor quickly giving way to panic. Rains' eyes burned with fury, and his body exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. "Did you really think you could get away with betraying us?" he growled. "Harming my granddaughter?" The flames from Rains' hand began to sear through the butler's clothes. Despite the unbearable heat, the butler tried to remain composed. "It's a misunderstanding," he stammered, his voice steady despite the rising pain. "Please give me a chance to explain." Lunav, standing nearby, watched in horror as sweat beaded on her forehead. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing, the cruelty of her own grandfather. Rain's eyes gleamed with rage as he clenched his teeth. "Shut up," he barked. "Hearing your voice sickens me." The flames grew stronger, penetrating the butler's skin and burning deeper into his body. His face contorted in agony as he fell to his knees, his body slowly consumed by fire. Luna pressed her hand to her mouth, paralyzed with fear. She could hardly process the fact that her grandfather was capable of such brutality. As the butler writhed in pain, Rains wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief, his expression cold and unfeeling. "He was one of those who ordered your kidnapping," he revealed, his tone filled with disgust. With the butler's body still smoldering, Rains turned to Lunav. "Have you learned anything about Cyanvert?" Lunav's eyes widened in fear. She knew he already had the answer, but she hesitated, still too terrified to speak. "No," she lied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I haven't discovered anything special." But even as she spoke, she knew the lie wouldn't work. Her gaze dropped to the ground, and a sense of hopelessness washed over her. Rain started toward her, his footsteps heavy. "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked coldly. Without lifting her head, Luna finally admitted, "I returned late because I was meeting with Cyan." "But There wasn't anything special about our first meeting. Rains placed his hand on Luna's shoulder, clearly displeased with her answer. His gaze sharpened as he leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. What is Cyan hiding? He asked, his eyes flashing with fury. The tension in the room thickened. Cyan Vert. He's a Vert, and I know he's hiding something, or perhaps someone is helping him. Luna met his gaze, her own eyes shining with resolve. Cyan only has a guardian knight and a useless maid, she explained, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. There's nothing that links him to the incident. Then, cautiously, she added, why are you so obsessed with him? Rain's body radiated a suffocating purple aura as he stepped closer, his anger palpable. Are you asking questions now? He growled, eyes narrowing. You're a Rain Reaver, Lunav. You don't ask questions. You do what I tell you to do. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. Luna fell silent, staring at him, unsure of what to say. Rains turned his back to her, his arms crossed behind him. He closed his eyes, his voice calm, but filled with authority. If you have no more answers, leave. After a pause, he added sternly, and remember, you're not allowed to go outside for a while. As Rains dismissed her, Lunav approached the smoldering body of the butler. Her heart sank, and her gaze filled with sadness. I'm so sick and tired of this household, she thought bitterly. The next morning, at dawn, Loan Academy, Seth, shirtless and fast asleep, had his back against the door, Cyan's bedroom door, to be exact. He was completely oblivious to the world. Cyan peeked around a corner, noticing Seth sprawled out in front of his room. This bastard. He didn't even attend his classes, Cyan thought with mild irritation. Deciding to deal with it later, Cyan turned and headed downstairs. As he descended, he overheard a group of students talking. Classes have been canceled because the instructor disappeared, one of them said. A blonde girl chimed in, dismissive. It's not a big deal. Cyan approached, confusion flickering across his face. What's going on? He wondered. At that moment, a voice cut through the chatter. Instructor Nella Aronis has disappeared. Cyan turned his head, recognizing the voice immediately. Is that Instructor Sarika? When he turned to look, his suspicion was confirmed. It was her. Instructor Sarika approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her body surrounded by a sinister aura. You were responsible, weren't you? She accused, her voice laced with dark intent. Cyan blinked, genuinely confused. What are you talking about? He asked, shaking his head slightly. Sarika's eyes narrowed. Why did you kill the magic instructor? She demanded. Cyan stepped back, shaking his head in denial. I don't even know that instructor, he replied firmly, his voice filled with confidence. Sarika placed her hand under her chin, smirking slightly. Of course, you don't know Nella Aronis, she said to Cyan. You skipped all your lessons. Cyan's face paled, shock and confusion written across it as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He had no idea how to respond. Sarika continued, her tone growing more serious. Nella Aronis was a talented mage from the Garum Kingdom. It's not unusual for mages to come to Lewin. It's a neutral area, but there were rumors that she opposed Rain's Rain Reaver. So, we've been keeping an eye on her. Sarika placed one hand on her waist, and with the other, adjusted her glasses before closing her eyes in thought. Luna's kidnapping, that's something none of us expected. We were going to take action soon. But you handled things for us. Cyan was absorbed in his thoughts, now realizing why Nella Aronis had seemed familiar. As his mind raced, Sarika noticed his lack of focus and frowned. Frustrated, she leaned against the window and snapped. Don't zone out on me, Cyan. Don't worry. I'm the only one who knows about this. Then, her voice softened, but her words carried a weight of authority. I'm giving you a new mission. You'll have to stay out of the academy for a while. Cyan extended his hand, his mind now catching up. Wait, who's going to replace the instructor? With a serious look, Sarika adjusted her glasses again. The other teachers will take turns for now. We're already looking for a new mage to fill the position. The announcement has been published. At the same time, a man was placing his suitcase into a straw-filled carriage. The man, wearing a black cap, looked around with a smile, clearly enjoying the view. The carriage driver, an old man, turned his head toward him. You from the city? He asked. The man, none other than Boris, nodded cheerfully. Yes, I'm here for a job. Adjusting his cap with a satisfied grin, Boris continued. I heard there's an opening now, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. The old driver looked at him, surprised. A job at Loan Academy, yeah. You must be a teacher. Boris chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He touched his hat again and looked away as they rode along. Back at Lewin Academy, Emily lay sprawled on a sofa, clearly bored out of her mind. She sighed dramatically, sinking deeper into the cushions. Kiram stormed into the room, her face set in an angry scowl. "Get up from my sofa," she demanded, her voice filled with irritation. "This is my spot." Emily, still lounging, replied lazily, "This is Cyan's dorm, and nothing here belongs to you." She stretched, unfazed by Kiram's anger. Kiram's patience snapped, and her eyes flared with anger. Suddenly, Cyan arrived and opened the door. His eyes fell on a strange scene. Kiram was fast asleep on the sofa, while Emily sat on the floor nearby, her head covered in bumps. Cyan blinked, confused, before asking, "Emily, what are you doing?" Emily's eyes filled with tears. "Miss Kiram is very scary," she cried, pointing at Kiram, who had clearly dealt the blows. Cyan sighed, shaking his head. "Kiram, get up. We have a new mission." Upon hearing this, Kiram stirred, rubbing her eyes. "Now?" she asked, still half asleep. Emily, excited, quickly raised her hand. "Can I come too?" Cyan placed one hand on his waist and pointed at Emily with the other. "Actually, I have an important mission for you." Emily's eyes widened with curiosity. "Really?" she asked eagerly. Cyan pointed towards Nana's room door. With a serious expression, he said, "Make sure Nana doesn't go hungry." Emily's face dropped, clearly disappointed. She pouted, realizing this wasn't the exciting task she was hoping for. "You're just trying to get rid of me." Suddenly, loud roars echoed from Nana's room, and a sinister aura seeped out from behind the door. Emily froze in panic, her imagination running wild. She pictured Nana in her draconic form, remembering how terrifying she had been the last time this happened. Is she going to transform again? At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Nana. She glanced at Cyan and said in a sleepy voice, "I'm hungry." Without missing a beat, Emily shoved a piece of bread into Nana's mouth. "Here, have some bread," she said, panicking. Nana started munching and, much to everyone's relief, smiled as she enjoyed the bread. Emily, now holding a full plate of bread, turned towards Cyan with a determined look. "Don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll take care of everything here." Cyan nodded approvingly and gave her a thumbs up. "I trust you." Kiram, now fully awake, Emily closed her eyes, smiling with confidence. She felt proud of her cooking, even though in the next room, poor Brian was suffering from a stomachache, clearly a result of eating Emily's previous meals. Cyan noticed this and turned back to Emily. "Oh, and don't feed Brian anything. He's still recovering." Meanwhile, Kiram looked at Cyan, confused. "Where are we going this time?" she asked. Cyan turned to her with a calm expression. "We're heading southwest to the Ushif Empire, specifically to Lambaster, a city ruled by crime, money, and violence." At the same time, in the bustling heart of the city, a fierce fight was taking place. The crowd roared with excitement, placing bets as the tension built. In the center of the ring stood two men, one a hulking, muscular brute, and the other an ordinary-looking fighter. The fight was Zelbert versus Zaber. Zaber, standing across from Zelbert, was visibly shaken. He had never seen such a monstrous opponent before. On the other side, Zelbert's focus was singular. He was only thinking about how to kill Zaber. His eyes locked onto his opponent with a wild intensity, and a twisted smile crept across his face. He didn't even seem human. With drool dripping from his mouth, he looked more like a zombie than a man. "What's your opinion, little man?" Zelbert asked mockingly, his voice gravelly. "The crowd wants you crushed." Zaber, trying to muster his courage, adopted an offensive stance. "Stop talking," he shot back, a defiant grin on his face. "Pig," he added, mocking Zelbert. The fight began. Zelbert charged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Zaber. But Zaber reacted quickly, leaping out of the way just in time. Zelbert's massive fist slammed into the ground, sending cracks through the floor of the arena. The crowd gasped. Zaber, now smiling confidently, taunted him. "You're slow," he sneered. "I'll make you pay for underestimating me." But Zaber's confidence was short-lived. In a sudden, brutal move, Zelbert's hand shot out, catching Zaber by the torso. The crowd fell silent as Zelbert's grip tightened. His smile grew wider, more maniacal. "You're done," Zelbert growled. Zaber struggled, but it was no use. Slowly, the crushing force of Zelbert's grip intensified, and Zaber felt his body giving way. Pain surged through him, and his vision blurred. Within moments, the unbearable pressure caused Zaber to gasp in agony. blood spurting from his mouth. The crowd erupted as the fight came to a gruesome end. Zelbert stood victorious, Zaber's limp body at his feet. With a crazed grin on his face, Zelbert looked out at the cheering spectators, his eyes filled with a twisted, savage glee. Several hours after the fight ended, the once rowdy spectators began to drift out of the building. Some fell asleep on the streets while others continued drinking. It was a chaotic scene. People sprawled out on the dirty ground, surrounded by discarded bottles and trash. Cyan and Kiram arrived in the city, walking through the filth and disorder. Kiram, with her hands behind her head, looked around in disgust. "What a dirty place," she muttered. Cyan, walking calmly beside her, explained, "Lewin is a neutral region because of agreements between nations. But this place? It's beyond impartial. It's completely out of control." Kiram stopped, looking confused. "What does that mean?" she asked. Cyan, keeping a calm expression, continued walking. Before he could answer, a rough voice interrupted them. Well, it looks like we've got some precious guests." A towering, muscular man appeared, crossing his arms as his body emitted a suffocating aura. His intense gaze locked on Cyan, but he quickly shifted his attention to Kiram, smiling smugly. "Hey, miss," he said to her, ignoring Cyan. "Why don't you hang out with us instead of this kid?" His subordinates chuckled and grinned, clearly amused. Kiram, still with one hand behind her head, pointed to herself with the other. "Are you talking about me?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. Cyan, observing the man with a serious look, explained calmly, "This city's chaos is the result of too many criminals. No control, no law." The man's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile widening as if Cyan's words amused him. "You'd better prepare yourself, kid," he sneered. "We're a bit rough around here. Best you get lost before things get messy." But Cyan remained unfazed, his eyes filled with quiet confidence. A small smile crept across his face. Moments later, the muscular man and his subordinates lay on the ground, bruised and battered, piled on top of one another. The once arrogant leader now had bumps all over his face, and tears welled in his eyes as he groaned in pain. Cyan and Kiram stood over them, victorious. Cyan pulled his hood over his head, while Kiram shifted into her combat form. Without another word, they turned their backs on the defeated group and walked away. After a few minutes, they arrived at a hotel. Cyan approached the counter and placed a red bag full of coins in front of the receptionist. "I want your best room," he said coolly. The receptionist, a woman, blinked in surprise, eyeing the bag. "How old are you?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. Cyan, now holding the bag tightly, shot her a disdainful look. "Didn't you hear me?" he said, his tone sharp. "I said I want the best room. For one person." The receptionist hesitated, flustered by his attitude. Cyan leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Is this how you treat your customers?" "Who owns this place?" he demanded, his voice drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Upon hearing Cyan's demand, the expression of the receptionist, Lisa, changed drastically. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face. She quickly bowed slightly, placing her hands over her abdomen. "I apologize," she stammered. "Welcome to the lambaster cage." Several minutes later, Cyan stood by the window of his newly reserved room. Looking down, he noticed a carriage pulling up outside, surrounded by several men. He was somewhat surprised to see that they had finally started to arrive. Among them were high-status men mingling with rough criminals, some scarred, others wearing eye patches. Cyan observed the scene quietly before deciding it was time to leave. He descended the stairs and approached the receptionist again. "Your name is Lisa, isn't it?" he asked casually. Lisa turned around, flashing him a kind smile. "Yes, I'm Lisa, from Lambaster Cage. How can I help you?" Cyan stepped closer, his expression calm. "I want to use the cage." Lisa froze, her smile faltering. She glanced away nervously. "I'm sorry, but new clients aren't allowed to use the cage," she replied, her voice shaky. Cyan fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Something was off. The room was nearly empty, and the atmosphere felt tense. He could feel something in the air. "What happened to all the clients who were here earlier?" he asked, his voice low but sharp. "Am I the only new guest here?" Lisa's eyes flickered with alertness. She was trying to mask it, but Cyan could sense her panic. The faintest trace of murderous intent lingered in the room. She lowered her head, pretending to apologize. "I'm just doing my job," she said, her tone filled with fake regret. Cyan stood silently, studying her. She was hiding something, and it intrigued him. His body started to pulse with faint killing mana as a smile crept across his face. Interesting, he muttered to himself. He slipped his hand inside his cloak, watching Lisa intently. He wanted to see just how far she would go. Lisa, feeling the sudden surge of mana, quickly drew 3 small knives, adopting a defensive stance. Her gaze hardened, eyes wide with surprise. She extended her hand back, ready to throw the blades, her movements swift and sharp. Cyan's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he crouched down. Lisa hurled the knives with all her strength, but at that very moment, Cyan tossed something into the air. Clang! The knives struck the object, ricocheting off with a metallic ring. Lisa blinked, confused. The object that blocked her attack was a gold coin, now bent in half. Lisa, visibly shaken and sweating, stood up, gasping heavily. She was in shock, still processing the intense, murderous aura that had washed over her moments before. It seemed impossible to her that Cyan, a boy who had initially seemed unthreatening, could be the one emitting such a deadly presence. Cyan picked up the bent gold coin, wiping it clean with a look of mild disappointment. Lisa, noticing his expression, immediately apologized. "I didn't mean to attack you," she stammered, her voice trembling. "It was a misunderstanding. I didn't want to hurt you." Cyan turned the damaged coin in his hand, frowning as he held it up for her to see. "And who's going to take responsibility for this?" he asked, his voice calm but laced with coldness. His words struck a chord in Lisa, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't meant to escalate things, and now she was regretting her rash actions. The hotel hallway, dimly lit by flickering torches, added to the tension. Lisa, trying to regain her composure, opened a door leading to the basement and gestured toward the dark stairway. "You can reach the cage if you follow the stairs," she explained, her voice softening. She then produced a shiny, square-shaped pendant and handed it to Cyan. "This is the VVIP badge," she said. Cyan eyed the pendant with mild curiosity, taking it from her. "What's this for?" he asked, turning it over in his hand. Lisa crossed her arms, closing her eyes as she explained. "The pendant grants access to special rooms and privileges. It'll keep you secure if you wear it." But she hesitated, glancing at him nervously. "I don't know why you're so determined to visit the cage, but it's dangerous down there. You should avoid it, unless you think you have multiple lives." Cyan barely reacted to her warning. He simply gave a small smile, more interested in the pendant than in her words. "Thanks for the tip," he said dismissively. Bringing his hand close to his mouth, he muttered quietly to himself, considering her words more of a threat than advice. Lisa, feeling frustrated and unsure of how else to warn him, turned on her heel. "Fine, do whatever you want," she muttered, her anger bubbling up. "I won't worry about you then." She stormed away, but Cyan could sense her lingering fury. Turning his attention to the stairs, Cyan decided it was time to proceed. "Let's go," he said calmly. Kira manifested beside him, a serious expression on her face. "Why didn't you ask Lisa to bring the owner?" she asked, her tone direct. Miss Secret Card, Sarika's order, was to take out Linza Nyloff, the owner of Lambaster Cage. Cyan remained quiet for a moment, descending the stairs with a measured pace. "Because we don't have any clues about her," he finally replied. "Not yet." Kiram frowned, feeling the frustration building. "Then why give us such an enigmatic order? There has to be a reason, but it feels like we're walking in blind." Cyan paused halfway down the stairs, turning to look at her. "We'll discover the reason soon enough," he said, his tone confident, as if he knew something she didn't. Kiram studied his face, still somewhat confused. He seemed far too calm in such a dangerous situation, as if he was already familiar with the place. As Cyan stood at the door of the true Lambaster Cage, memories of his past life flooded back. He recalled the devastation he had witnessed, standing on a cliff with his army, watching the city burn below him. Flames danced across the horizon, a stark reminder of the chaos brought on by civil war. The weight of that history settled on his shoulders as he focused on the present. Kiram glanced at him, her serious expression reflecting the gravity of the moment. "How much of a mess is there in this area?" she asked, her tone laced with concern. Cyan lowered his gaze, contemplating the destruction he had witnessed before. "We're about to find out," he replied quietly. They approached the imposing entrance of the Lambaster Cage, and the atmosphere shifted. An immense pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, a man with a scar running across his mouth, cigarette dangling from his lips, he smiled, an expression that felt more predatory than welcoming. So, a young boy did this? He asked, looking at the criminal kneeling before him. The kneeling man, hands on his knees, nodded. Yes, this happened near the entrance of the city. He's not an ordinary boy, he replied, voice trembling slightly. The boss, a man with striking white hair, intertwined his fingers thoughtfully. A child like him is in a lambaster cage. He mused aloud, clearly intrigued. The subordinate, sporting a face full of bruises and swollen eyes, bowed his head. We tried everything we could, but he booked a VIP room, so there was nothing we could do about it, he explained, desperation creeping into his voice. That's why we came to you, the boss said, his tone shifting to a more serious note. The bruised subordinate, on the verge of tears, looked up, his eyes pleading. Please, Gunther, help us. I can't even walk in public looking like this. Gunther's interest was piqued. With a calculating look, he considered the situation. All right, he finally said, a smile creeping across his face. This could be quite interesting. He stood up, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's head to the cage. I want to see how this Cyan looks for myself. His enthusiasm was palpable. The atmosphere inside the lambaster cage was electric, with the crowd roaring in excitement. Linda Wesley, the muscular brown-haired fighter, stood victorious, her opponent sprawled on the ground. She planted her foot on his head, flexing her biceps and basking in the adoration of the audience, who cheered and waved their fists in delight. Cyan and Kiram observed from the sidelines. Kiram's expression shifted from curiosity to realization. Is this why the town has fallen? She asked, her tone laced with disbelief. Cyan nodded, placing his hand on the railing with a calm demeanor. Betting on fights like this attracts a lot of attention, he explained. I came here for this reason. Kiram furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. What do you mean? Cyan pointed to himself with determination, a smile breaking across his face. It's difficult to approach Lena Nilov, but we can make her come to us instead. Before Kiram could respond, she vanished from sight, leaving Cyan focused on the ongoing fight. Just then, a man with dreadlocks approached him, calling out, Hey, you over there? Cyan turned his head, feeling a rush of excitement as a bald, muscular man joined the dreadlocked man. The man with dreadlocks clenched his fists and warned, This isn't a place for children. Cyan's happiness surged. They had arrived at just the right moment. Ignoring the warning, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's stomach. The impact caused him to double over in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Seeing his companion attack, the bald man charged at Cyan, shouting, What are you doing to Jason? But before he could reach him, Cyan grabbed Jason by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Fear flooded Jason's eyes as he realized the severity of his situation. With a chilling smile, Cyan clenched his fist, preparing to strike. With a swift motion, Cyan unleashed a devastating punch to Jason's face, the force of the blow knocking out several teeth and sending blood gushing from his nose. The bald man froze in place, panic spreading across his face as he witnessed his friend's brutal beating. Cyan released Jason's head, watching him slump backward onto the ground, defeated. Wiping the blood from his chin with a nonchalant gesture, Cyan turned his attention to the bald man, who was now sweating profusely. With a confident smile, he asked, So, where do I sign to fight? I'd rather be in the ring than just standing by or betting. Cyan entered the ring, and the crowd erupted. No one could believe it. A kid was about to fight. Murmurs spread like wildfire, with the audience guessing it must be due to a lack of participants. One man clenched his fist in anger. This is ridiculous, he muttered, thinking it was all some sort of joke. Cyan remained calm. He began wrapping his hands with cloth, unfazed by the furious crowd. They couldn't believe a child was allowed to fight. Kiram, who was excited, she hadn't expected such an event to happen. Just then, Cyan tilted his head slightly, looking a little surprised. Zelbert entered the ring. The towering giant, with his menacing presence, locked eyes on Cyan. A sinister smile spread across his face as he taunted the boy. How should I kill you, little kid? Zelbert mocked. Cyan remained silent. Hands on his hips, he stood still, calmly observing his opponent. In the crowd, an older man with gray hair crossed his arms, shaking his head in disbelief. They've lost their minds. This isn't a fight, it's a massacre. Next to him, another man grinned like a madman. Isn't this better? He asked, The gray-haired man frowned. Zelberd's not just a giant. He's half ogre. This is over before it starts. Zelberd laughed loudly. He pointed at Cyan, ready to crush him. I'll end this by smashing you into the ground, he declared, but before he could finish his sentence, Cyan moved. With lightning speed, Cyan leapt forward and stomped hard on Zelberd's finger. The giant's face filled with shock. He hadn't expected this. He turned his head, only to see Cyan charging toward him, hand clenched into a tight fist, eyes filled with deadly focus. Cyan didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch straight to Zelberd's nose. The impact was fierce, bone-shattering. Zelberd's massive body swayed. Time seemed to slow. Cyan was still midair as Zelberd fell to his knees. His face hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Foam began to bubble from his mouth. Zelberd was dead. The crowd, which had been mocking Cyan moments earlier, was now stunned into silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. A kid had taken down a giant. Shock turned into wild cheering as the reality of Cyan's strength sank in. Cyan landed gracefully, his expression calm. He gazed off to the side, still unfazed by the chaos around him. Even the commentator, struggling to recover from his surprise, announced the winner. Lemia's Simon is victorious. The crowd erupted into applause, but Cyan seemed confused. Beside him, Kiram frowned. Why did they call you Lemia's Simon? She asked, her tone serious. Cyan's face remained stoic as he explained. I can't reveal my true identity. Remember, I'm the son of a duke. Kiram, her expression skeptical. Then what's the point if your face is uncovered? She asked. Cyan blinked, recalling the spell he had placed on himself. My face is masked by an active spell. Anyone who tries to remember me won't be able to. They'll see me, but the details will fade from their minds. Kiram sighed, imagining her father. That idiot, she muttered under her breath. She realized her father must have shared his authority once again, something that never failed to irritate her. In reality, Cyan's face was pixelated, shielded by the magic spell. He turned to Kiram. They wouldn't recognize me unless they actually met me or spoke to me directly, he explained. If they tried to recall my face, they'd come up blank. Kiram stared at him for a moment, then vanished into thin air. I'm going to sleep, she said as her presence faded. Cyan, one hand in his pocket, touched his shoulder with the other. He stared at the lingering energy trail Kiram had left behind, his eyes filled with confusion. She wasn't usually this concerned about him. I wasn't worried, her voice echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, the body of the giant Zelberd still lay motionless in the ring, as the crowd continued to cheer for Cyan. Among the crowd stood a man with white hair, his eyes locked on Cyan. It was Gunther. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a wicked smile curled on his lips. This kid, he's my next opponent, he thought. Don't disappoint me. A few hours later, night fell, and the streets were shrouded in fog. The entrance to the cage was busy with several people arriving. At the reception desk stood Lisa, arms crossed, her expression serious. What do you want? She asked, eyeing the group in front of her. Delkia, a blonde woman and manager of the red light district, stepped forward. A whip dangled from one hand, while she pointed at Lisa with the other. Her face was calm, though a hint of anger simmered beneath the surface. I don't want to be here longer than necessary, so I'll get straight to the point, Delkia said, her voice rising in frustration. A small boy has been causing trouble, she snarled, her expression darkening. And I know he's here. Bring him to me now. Lisa didn't flinch. Her face remained composed as she replied calmly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, get out of here. Who do you think you are, storming in here like this? Behind Delkia stood several men, some armed, some not. All of them took on aggressive stances, ready for a fight. Delkia placed her hands on her hips, her smile returning despite her growing fury. You'd better stay out of this, Lisa, she warned, since the problem started in my territory. Lisa's eyes narrowed as her hands slipped behind her back. With a swift, silent motion, she unsheathed two small assassin's knives, refusing to let the situation escalate any further. This wasn't just about territory. It involved their clients, and that made it personal. Delkia clenched her fists, extending one arm to the side as her anger boiled over. He's here, I know it, she shouted. One of the men behind her drew a dagger. Should we finish her off? He asked, eager for action. Lisa's eyes filled with concern. This wasn't good. Cyan had really stirred up trouble this time. Just as she was about to act, Cyan suddenly appeared. Raising his hand, he calmly spoke. Are you looking for me? His voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned in shock, stunned by how he had entered unnoticed. Even Lisa, who had been preparing for a fight, was speechless. "How long have you been here?" she asked, confused. Cyan began to walk toward them, his demeanor as calm as ever. "I've been here since she said the problem started in her territory," he responded, eyes fixed on Delkia's group. Cyan approached Delkia, his eyes meeting hers with a calm, unwavering expression. "Why don't you talk to me instead of bothering Lisa?" he suggested. Delkia, caught off guard by his gaze, looked surprised at first, but as she took in his handsome features, her expression softened. Her eyes filled with admiration, and she found herself smitten by the boy in front of her. With a serious look, Cyan extended his hand. "I apologize if I've caused you any displeasure," he said, offering a handshake. In Delkia's eyes, Cyan was stunning, far more than just a boy. As he spoke, she didn't seem to care about the situation anymore. Instead, she took his hand in both of hers, pulling it close. "It's okay," she interrupted, cutting him off before he could explain further. She brought her face closer to his hand, her eyes soft and full of affection. "What's your name?" she asked, blushing. "Simon," slightly confused but remaining composed, answered. "My name is Simon." Delkia's blush deepened, and she gazed at him even more lovingly. "What a brave name for such a fine face," she murmured, still holding his hand close to her cheek. Lisa, standing behind them, couldn't believe what was happening. She was shocked. "Cyan's a minor," she exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. This woman was dangerous, far more dangerous than she had first appeared. With a worried look, she quickly added, "Cyan, you don't have to talk to her. Come this way." But Delkia wasn't letting go. She continued caressing Cyan's hand with her cheek, oblivious to Lisa's concerns. Cyan turned his calm gaze toward Lisa, shaking his head slightly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he reassured her. Lisa panicked further. "You don't understand, Cyan. Delkia is dangerous," she warned. Delkia smiled sweetly and took Cyan's hand with one of hers while pulling out a red card from her chest with the other. "This is my business card," she said, presenting it to him. "I'd love to have a much deeper conversation with you next time." Cyan took the card, and as he glanced at it, he realized it wasn't just any business card. It was from Delkia's Pleasure Room, a very exclusive service that catered to the most selective clients. As Delkia's men began to leave, she gave Cyan an affectionate smile. "Don't forget to stop by, okay?" she cooed. Cyan's calm facade cracked as panic set in. His eyes widened in fear as he realized just how crazy this woman was. She was dangerous, and worse, obsessed. Delkia placed one hand on the door frame as she prepared to leave. She turned back one last time, smiling seductively. "I could serve you for free," she added, her voice dripping with affection. Her words made even one of her men blush. With that, she said her final goodbye to Cyan, leaving both him and Lisa stunned in the room. Lisa rested her elbow on the table, her face propped up in her hand. She sighed and asked, "Did you even listen to me?" Cyan, pointing toward the door with a confused expression, replied, "They were the ones who provoked me first." Lisa stared at him for a moment before responding. "I also heard you fought in a match, and won," she said. Cyan blinked, surprised. "News sure spreads fast around here." Lisa chuckled. "This is a small place." Cyan began climbing the stairs, and as he did, Lisa called after him. "Don't go anywhere near the pleasure room, all right?" Cyan, his face showing slight embarrassment, waved her off. "I don't visit places like that." Lisa, still with her face resting in her hand, watched him closely. She couldn't help but think he looked adorable, trying to hide his embarrassment. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Her voice broke the moment. Delkia left on her own. "That's good." Lisa's head shot up in surprise, her eyes immediately locking onto the woman. It was Linza Nyloff, the owner of the Lambaster cage. Linza's eyes gleamed as she gave Lisa a smile. "You've gotten quite close to Cyan, haven't you?" Linza remarked, her tone teasing. Lisa quickly stood up, placing her hands on her waist before bowing her head in respect. "I'm just treating him like any other VIP client," she explained. Linza, still smiling, added, "You even gave him advice, didn't you?" Lisa, keeping her head down, responded sincerely, "That's not because of any personal feelings. Cyan is still just a child, after all." Before the conversation could continue, a new voice entered the scene. A man with white hair appeared. His smirk was hard to miss as he overheard the conversation. "Underestimating him? Are we?" Lisa's expression shifted immediately. Her eyes filled with alertness as she turned to face the man. "What are you doing here?" she snapped, anger lacing her words. It was Gunther Lichtus, and he casually walked toward them, waving as though nothing was wrong. "Yo, long time no see," he said with a grin. "Why haven't you remodeled this place yet? It's starting to look a bit old." Linza, still leaning against the wall, raised a hand with a playful smile. "I'm the one who called Gunther here," she revealed. Lisa, shocked, turned to Linza with confusion. "Why?" she asked. Linza rested her hand under her cheek, her eyes shining with excitement. "Because I want you to organize a fight for him," she said, her smile widening. Lisa panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Gunther was expelled a long time ago," she exclaimed, remembering the trouble he had caused. Who would his opponent even be? Gunther, now standing closer, pointed at himself with his thumb, a smug grin on his face. "I want to fight Lemia's Simon," he declared, his voice filled with excitement. He stared directly at Lisa, the thrill of the challenge evident in his eyes. "What do you think? Can't you smell the scent of money?" he asked, his voice filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a piercing scream echoed through a dimly lit room. Two men stood outside the door, exchanging glances. "She's louder than usual today," one of them remarked, nodding toward the noise. The man with blue hair looked at his companion, his expression calm. "Before she left earlier, she said she'd be the one to seduce him," he explained. The other man closed his eyes and started laughing, shaking his head. "She's completely lost it over that kid. Crazy." The blue-haired man's face grew serious. "She'll do whatever it takes to get him to come back," he said with certainty. His companion opened his eyes, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "You're right. She always gets what she wants," he agreed, a slight smile on his lips. Inside the room, Delkia was spiraling into madness. She crumpled another piece of paper and tossed it onto the floor, frustration and obsession written all over her face. The bed was strewn with portraits of handsome men, but none of them were him. She sat among them, desperate, her thoughts consumed by one thing. "This doesn't make sense," she muttered to herself, her eyes wild. "I've seen him, I know I have, but I can't remember." Her fingers dug into her hair as she clutched her head, her despair mounting. She could remember Cyan, but not his face. His beautiful face was blurry. No matter how hard she tried to focus, it slipped away, like a dream fading upon waking. Tears welled up in her eyes as frustration turned to grief. "I can't remember him. Why can't I remember?" she sobbed, her voice breaking. But just as quickly as the sadness overwhelmed her, desire took its place. Delkia's hands moved to her face, her tongue slipping out as a twisted smile crept across her lips. Her eyes filled with a strange, obsessive love. She could barely contain herself. "I need him. I need Cyan. More than ever." Her obsession grew, her desperation intensifying as her thoughts became consumed by the boy she could not fully recall. In Lambaster's red light district, where alcohol, women, and gambling flowed freely, Aiden stood at a distance, observing one of the clubs with a frown. "That place belongs to Delia," he thought, recalling an awkward moment when she'd taken his arm and pressed her cheek against it. The memory filled him with mild displeasure, though he'd once hoped she might be different. Her tastes are rumored to be questionable. With a resigned sigh, Aiden pulled up his hood and turned away, deciding to search elsewhere for clues about Linza. Just then, a young girl carrying a basket bumped into him, spilling the basket's contents onto the ground. Aiden glanced down to see packs of cigarettes scattered everywhere. He watched as the girl scrambled to collect them, confusion flashing across his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. The girl, looking rather young, clenched her fists, offering a sincere apology, and his brows furrowed in puzzlement. "Why are you apologizing to me?" he asked, not quite understanding. As he gathered the cigarette packs and placed them back in her basket, he glanced up and asked gently, "Did you hurt yourself?" The girl seemed taken aback by his kindness, hesitating for a moment before reassuring him that she was fine. But suddenly, she placed her hands on the ground, prostrating herself in thanks. Startled, Aiden gestured for her to stop. "That's not necessary," he said, lifting the basket toward her. "Here, that's quite a few. Are you selling them?" Taking back her basket, the girl explained, "These are exquisite cigarettes from the Gray Merchant Union. Would you like to buy one?" With a serious expression, Aiden shook his head. "I don't smoke." He eyed the basket thoughtfully, his mind lingering on her mention of the Gray Merchant Union, a name he'd never heard before, his mind swirling with questions. The girl took the basket, bowing in gratitude. Cyan maintained his calm, studying her with mild curiosity. "Where do you usually sell these cigarettes?" he asked. Looking a bit nervous, the girl admitted, "In the alleys west of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I can sell everything by night's end and go home before sunrise." Her honesty struck him. So she can only go home once the entire batch is sold. Cyan thought, his expression hardening slightly. Without another word, he took out a gold coin. "How about I buy the whole lot?" he offered. The girl's eyes widened in confusion, reminding him that he'd just told her he didn't smoke. Bending down, Cyan gently insisted, "Take it." He pulled out a second coin with a smile. "This one's for you." The girl's face lit up, her eyes filled with joy. Taking the coins, she handed over the basket, cheerfully saying goodbye as she walked off, waving and thanking him profusely. Cyan stood there silently, watching her disappear down the dimly lit street, then quietly incinerated the basket with his power. As the embers faded, Kira materialized beside him, her expression furious. "Why not start a charity then?" she asked coldly. Cyan closed his eyes, letting her question hang in the air. "The direction she's heading, it leads to the waste dump," he replied, a steely resolve in his tone. Kiram's anger shifted to confusion. "Why follow her?" she pressed. "Just watch," he murmured. A few moments later, they heard a commotion in the shadows ahead. Someone struck the girl, sending her small frame crashing to the ground. She groaned, clutching her side in pain. As she tried to crawl away, the gold coin Cyan had given her slipped from her pocket, gleaming in the dirt. The attacker, a familiar figure Cyan recognized as a criminal he'd dealt with before, glared down at her with a sneer. Seeing the coin, his eyes narrowed with fury. "So, you lied to us about having no money left?" As the thug cracked his fingers with a menacing grin, he glanced at the girl, sneering as he imagined her lying about the cigarettes too. The bald man behind him chuckled and encouraged him. "Teach her a good lesson." The thug advanced slowly, eyes gleaming with anger, ready to vent the rage simmering within him, spurred on by bitter memories of Simon. The girl cowered on the ground, covering her face as fear and tears filled her eyes. "Please, I didn't steal it. You have to believe me," she pleaded, her voice trembling. Suddenly, a calm yet commanding voice cut through the night. Cyan, perched atop a pile of wooden debris, looked down on the scene and said, "She's asking you to believe her. Yet you still won't stop?" The criminals froze as the familiar voice washed over them like a cold wave, shivers running down their spines. The two men at the back cowered, recognizing Cyan immediately, while the blonde thug clenched his fists, emboldened by Cyan's unexpected appearance at their base. With a defiant grin, he muttered to himself, "This time, I won't let my guard down." Just as the blonde thug prepared to make a move, Cyan leapt down, delivering a powerful kick straight to his face, sending him reeling backward. Without hesitation, Cyan moved like a shadow, striking the others one by one, his blows swift and merciless. The girl watched in awe as Cyan dispatched them in the blink of an eye, stunned by the sheer speed of his attacks. With all the criminals sprawled on the ground, Cyan approached the blonde thug, who lay groaning with bruises darkening his face. Cyan grasped his foot, lifting it with an iron grip. Panic flashed across the thug's eyes, and with a desperate, pleading look, he stammered, "Please, why are you doing this to us?" Cyan tilted his head, the hint of a smile crossing his face. "It's simple," he replied coolly. "I find joy in even the smallest things." He stared intently into the thug's eyes. "And torturing scum like you, well, I enjoy that a lot." With that, Cyan tightened his hold on the thug's leg, applying a bit more force until a sickening crack echoed through the air. The thug's face twisted in agony, and a scream tore from his throat. Cyan didn't flinch. He simply watched, unbothered, as the thug writhed in pain. Cyan quietly approached the girl, scooped up the golden coin from the ground, and remarked, "That guy won't be walking anytime soon." The girl, still shaken, looked up in surprise, grateful yet unsure. And as Cyan handed the coin back, he added with a smirk, "Maybe keep a tighter grip on this next time." With wide eyes, she thanked him sincerely. Just then, a slow clap broke through the silence. A man with stark white hair stepped forward, clapping with a sly grin plastered on his face. Cyan spun around, immediately alert, and eyed the man suspiciously. He didn't recognize him at first, but realized he needed to be cautious. The spell should have hidden his identity. This stranger was none other than Gunther Lichtus. Gunther's smile widened as he scrutinized Cyan, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. I wasn't entirely certain, Gunther mused, but only one person moves with skill like that. His grin grew as he pointed at Cyan. You must be Lemius Simon. Gunther introduced himself, still clearly amused, as the owner of this part of town. Cyan's expression remained unreadable, calm as ever. He had questions, but now that Gunther was here, he shifted his focus from the man sprawled on the ground to this new opponent. Gunther glanced disdainfully at his battered subordinate lying nearby. So, this was the idiot you thrashed last time? With a flash of annoyance, he stepped on the man's head, pressing down until the life drained from him. His contemptuous expression didn't waver. The girl, witnessing this brutality, fell to the ground, her hands clamped over her face, shivering with horror as a scream escaped her lips. Cyan, unimpressed by Gunther's display, met his gaze and said coldly, there was no need for that. But Gunther only laughed unfazed. Forgive me, I got a little carried away, he replied, wiping the stray blood from his cheek with his finger, then licking it off with a wild gleam in his eyes. I've just come from a meeting with the owner of Lambaster's Cage, he said, savoring each word. And you know, I've been hoping for a real fight with you. Upon hearing this, Cyan's eyes filled with rage. He realized this bastard knew Linza Nilov. Without wasting a second, Cyan launched a powerful kick at Gunther. Gunther, seeing the attack, looked somewhat surprised but quickly raised his elbow, successfully blocking Cyan's strike. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile crept onto his face. He hadn't expected Cyan's attack to carry so much weight. With a challenging grin, he asked if Cyan wanted a real fight now. Without answering, Cyan attacked again. Once more, Gunther blocked with his elbow, but this time the impact pushed him back several meters. Not willing to just defend anymore, Gunther tapped into his power. His fist transformed into solid rock. With a murderous look, he launched a powerful counterattack, throwing a punch straight at Cyan. Cyan narrowly dodged by leaping into the air, and Gunther's fist crashed into the ground, shattering it from the impact. As Cyan hovered above, he took into sight. Gunther was destroying the very ground beneath them. Cyan wondered if Gunther had some kind of ability to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Gunther yanked his fist out of the ground, turned around with an excited look, and smiled, clearly thrilled to skip the wait for their match. In a swift jump, Gunther closed the distance between them in an instant, saying, "You're better than I expected." He stared at Cyan with a sinister smile and demanded he keep entertaining him like this. A surge of worry filled Cyan's eyes as he realized this guy wasn't in his right mind. Gathering all his strength, Gunther struck Cyan hard in the chest, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the pocket dimension belonging to the god of black fog, pillars towered over a vast, eerie space. On one of these pillars sat Sarika, deep in meditation, her body enveloped by an intense and powerful purple fog. Just then, a figure appeared. It was the god of black fog himself. He remarked, somewhat amused, that he knew she had assigned Cyan an interesting mission. Sarika opened her eyes slowly, acknowledging his presence. With a calm demeanor, the god of black fog informed her that the individual Cyan was seeking wasn't even on the altar list. Sarika's lips curled into a faint smile as she closed her eyes again. The god watched her intently, resting his hand under his chin, and commented that he hadn't expected her to involve Cyan in such personal matters. Sarika's smile grew as she admitted she wasn't hiding her intentions. She then revealed that Linza Nilov was someone they would inevitably have to eliminate one day. Her eyes glimmered with a subtle thrill, and the fog around her thickened. She explained, still smiling, that she simply wanted to test Cyan, to see if he was worthy of becoming her successor. But just as she was about to finish, the god of black fog interrupted her, pointing a finger in her direction. With an intense, almost playful look, he questioned whether there was a chance Cyan might turn out like Linza Nilov, an intriguing enigma indeed. Sarika returned his gaze and, with a cryptic smile, replied that they would soon find out. Destiny, after all, was never predictable. At that moment, back in the heat of battle, Cyan's body slammed into the ground with devastating force, fracturing the area around him. Yet, despite the impact, he stood back up, taking an offensive stance and glaring intently at Gunther. Gunther, noticing Cyan's resilience, seemed both impressed and thrilled to have found such a worthy opponent. With one hand on his waist, he cracked his neck with the other, grinning as he asked, "Shall we keep going?" Cyan remained silent, eyes locked on Gunther. Amused, Gunther continued staring at him, smiling as he mocked. Go on. Keep up your gimmick, Lemia's Simon. The aftermath of the intense clash left the area in complete ruins. Amid the devastation, Cyan and Gunther continued their duel. Cyan pressed forward with relentless strikes, landing a solid elbow before winding up for another blow. His piercing gaze locked onto Gunther as he demanded, "Where's Lenza Nyloff?" Gunther, sweat dripping from his brow, blocked the attack with a grimace. His teeth clenched as he snarled, "Why are you dragging her into this?" His anger flared, and with a furious expression, he shouted, "Don't underestimate me." With all his might, Gunther launched a devastating blow. Cyan narrowly avoided it, leaping aside at the last second. His sharp reflexes saved him by a hair. Landing lightly, Cyan began to analyze his opponent's moves. Observing carefully, he quickly realized Gunther's arm wasn't taking any real damage from his strikes. Gunther smirked confidently. "Think you can dodge this?" he taunted. He drove a powerful punch into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave that shattered everything in its path. Cyan dodged again, springing to safety on some wooden debris. Seeing Cyan avoid the attack so cleanly, Gunther's lips curled into an excited grin. "Not bad. You're even better than I thought." Cyan balanced on the remnants of the destroyed house. Gunther, undeterred, strode toward him and growled, "Get down here. We're not done yet." At this point, Kiram, who had been watching from the sidelines, hesitantly asked, "Should I step in?" Cyan's attention snapped to the side. His eyes narrowed. "Wait, someone else is here." Suddenly, for knives descended from the sky, embedding themselves in the ground before Gunther. A stern voice rang out. "Stop!" Gunther froze, his eyes darting to the knives. His confusion was short-lived as he turned toward the source of the voice, his face twisting with rage. "Who dares interfere?" he bellowed. "Do you have a death wish?" Lisa emerged, flanked by guards, her expression cold and commanding. She pointed a knife at Gunther and demanded, "Why are you fighting our client?" Gunther's anger boiled over. He jabbed a finger at Cyan and shouted, "He started it." Lisa scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "Stop spouting nonsense," she snapped. "This is just like you, causing problems wherever you go." Gunther gritted his teeth, fists trembling. "I'm not lying. Why do you always blame me for everything?" Their heated argument left Cyan scratching his head in bewilderment. Do these two know each other? He thought, watching their dynamic shift from combatants to bickering acquaintances. Fuming, Gunther turned his back on Lisa and began walking away. "Don't forget about my fight with Simon," he muttered darkly. Lisa watched him leave without saying a word. Cyan, observing the entire exchange, was left utterly puzzled. "What's going on with this guy? He's way more obedient than I expected." And just like that, the tension shifted. The ruins were silent again, but the mystery surrounding these relationships had only deepened. Lisa, clearly worried, approached Cyan. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Cyan descended gently to the ground, brushing off her concern with a calm, "I'm fine," but his sharp gaze lingered on her, and with a tone of quiet displeasure, he added, "I'm not happy about this." Lisa and the guards panicked. Her hands instinctively rested on her abdomen as she bowed deeply, sweat forming on her brow. "You're a VIP client," she stammered. "We're supposed to take care of you." Cyan tilted his head slightly, observing her anxious demeanor. A small smirk crossed his face as he concluded, "You need a favor." Lisa blinked, caught off guard. "How? How do you know that?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "Gunther mentioned he met with the owner," Cyan replied smoothly. "He wanted to fight with me. I wasn't interested, but I'll make a deal." The guards and Lisa exchanged glances, unsure of what he meant. Cyan shifted his gaze to the side, where a young girl who sold cigarettes sat trembling, tears streaming down her face. "Give her a job," Cyan demanded, his tone firm but not unkind. Lisa and the guards followed his gaze and saw the girl. Moved by the sight, Lisa nodded slowly. "It will be done." Hours later, the streets buzzed with whispers of Gunther Lichtis' return to the cage. "Have you heard the news?" one man asked his companion. His friend chuckled. "Yeah, Gunther's crawling out of the dump for a fight with Simon of Lemia." The first man stroked his chin, his expression confident. "Never thought I'd see Gunther back here. Simon's in for it." As night fell, the air in Lambaster was electric. Everywhere, people discussed Cyan's rumored upcoming fight with Gunther. Meanwhile, Cyan spent the week wandering, taking part in smaller skirmishes to learn the rules of the cage. In one match, Cyan swiftly defeated an opponent with a single punch, sending the man sprawling unconscious. Dusting off his shirt casually, he learned the first rule: no weapons allowed. The second rule: if an opponent gives up, the fight is over. The third and final rule: no killing. Cyan filed the rules away in his mind, though he barely needed them. Most of his matches ended with a single blow, leaving little room for complications. The long-awaited day arrived. The cage was packed with spectators, buzzing with anticipation. The judge, a blond man with glasses and a sly grin, stepped forward, extending a hand toward both fighters. Today's fight will be different, he announced. There are no rules. Gunther, arms crossed, broke into a wide, toothy smile. On the other side, Cyan blinked, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What do you mean, no rules? He asked, pointing at himself for clarification. The judge leaned in with a knowing smile. Exactly as you heard, no rules. The owner allowed it. Cyan's confusion only deepened. He gestured at himself incredulously. You mean no one told me about this? Gunther, clearly relishing the moment, chuckled darkly. You'll figure it out soon enough. The crowd roared as the stakes of this no-holds-barred fight sank in. Cyan's mind raced. What kind of fight is this? He was about to find out. Gunther slipped on brass knuckles, his smirk widening. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, he said, his tone dripping with malice. Cyan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Spotting the brass knuckles, he turned to the referee in outrage. This is completely unfair. But to Cyan's shock, the referee had vanished into thin air. Gunther chuckled, enjoying Cyan's frustration. The judge's voice echoed through the arena. The fight begins now. The crowd erupted in cheers, their energy electrifying the cage. Among the spectators was Linza, arms crossed and her body glowing faintly with blue energy. She grinned. Let's see how good you really are, she thought, her anticipation growing. Gunther flexed his arms, the brass knuckles gleaming ominously. Didn't anyone tell you this is a no-rules match? He taunted. Cyan shot him a deadpan look and replied dryly, not entirely. Gunther's smile widened as he activated his powers, his arms hardening to the texture of iron. Grab a weapon if you're scared, he sneered. You'll need it. Annoyed but composed, Cyan closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and let out a low sigh. I don't need one, he muttered, extending his hands. A cold fog materialized around him as he assumed an offensive stance. I have a better plan, he said confidently. Ready to lose? Gunther's grin grew predatory. The thought of killing Cyan made his blood race. I'll savor this, he said, sticking out his tongue. Humans scream beautifully before they die. He began to fantasize about holding Cyan's skull, his twisted imagination fueling his bloodlust. Cyan's expression hardened. The realization of what Gunther was planning filled him with disgust. So that's how it is, Cyan muttered, his gaze like steel. Gunther's bloodlust surged. First, I'll take your eyes, he declared. In a flash, he closed the distance, appearing in front of Cyan with an iron fist ready to strike. But Cyan was faster. With perfect timing, he sidestepped the blow effortlessly. Extending his hand, he summoned the demonic sword, its ominous form emerging from the fog. Gunther, momentarily caught off guard, left an opening. Cyan didn't waste a second. With a single, precise swing, the sword sliced clean through Gunther's arm. The severed limb flew through the air before landing with a sickening thud. Before anyone could process what had happened, Cyan reappeared behind Gunther, his eyes glowing with cold determination. Calmly, he sheathed the sword, his presence exuding an almost supernatural dominance. Gunther's scream of agony ripped through the arena. Clutching the bloody stump of his arm, he collapsed to his knees, his face twisted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. His once confident eyes were now wide with confusion. What just happened? He stammered, struggling to comprehend the swift turn of events. The crowd fell in a stunned silence, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Even Linza, usually composed, raised an eyebrow. So, he's not just talk, she thought with a small, approving smile. As Gunther's screams echoed, Cyan stood motionless, his expression unreadable. In that moment, the arena understood one thing. Cyan wasn't just a fighter. He was a force to be reckoned with. Gunther, clutching his severed arm, turned towards Cyan with a gaze full of rage. I won't forgive you for this, he roared, trembling with anger. Cyan's response was cold and commanding. Don't move if you want to stay alive, he warned, his tone laced with lethal intent. Gunther, for the first time, felt a suffocating pressure unlike anything he had ever experienced. Despite his arrogance, he froze, obeying Cyan's command without question. The referee descended into the ring, glancing at Gunther's silent form before raising his hand towards Cyan. The winner is Cyan, he declared. The spectators erupted in mixed reactions of shock and awe. No one had anticipated such a devastating end to the fight. Gunther, once feared and undefeated, had been utterly humiliated. Among the crowd, a man with a black mustache trembled visibly. His eyes locked onto the ominous black fog and the aura surrounding Cyan's demonic sword. Recognizing the sword's mysterious mana, the man's voice caught in his throat. That's the demonic sword, he whispered, his body shaking as the realization sank in. Cyan sat in the lounge, wiping sweat from his face with a towel. As he cooled off, his mind churned with questions. Someone made sure I wouldn't get any details about the rules, he thought grimly. Could Linza have guessed what I'm up to? Before he could delve further, the girl he had saved from Gunther's subordinates approached him. Her eyes shone with gratitude as she handed him a glass of water. That fight was incredible, she said, her voice full of admiration. Cyan accepted the water, momentarily surprised. Noticing her uniform, he realized she had already started working. She clenched her fists excitedly. Manager Lisa said I should start as an assistant, she explained with a bright smile. Please be kind to me. Cyan smiled softly, patting her on the head. Work hard, he said warmly. The girl closed her eyes, her face lighting up with a grateful expression. Lisa entered the lounge moments later, and Cyan's demeanor shifted. His calm face darkened with fury. What were you thinking today? He scolded, his voice sharp. Lisa, to his surprise, lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, she said, her voice filled with regret. Cyan paused, his anger turning into confusion. Why didn't you tell me the fight was going to be without rules? He asked, his tone firm but calm. Lisa raised her head, her expression uncertain. I didn't know, she explained. The information was only shared between the owner and Gunther. I should have checked more thoroughly. I'm sorry, Cyan sighed, standing up. I need to meet this owner, he decided, brushing past her. Panic flashed across Lisa's face. That's impossible, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. The owner prefers to remain anonymous. Realizing this approach was futile, Cyan turned back to Lisa with a serious expression. Be more careful from now on, he instructed. Lisa bowed her head once more. Understood, she said softly. As Cyan exited the room, a voice called out. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Cyan turned to face the speaker, his eyes narrowing with confusion. Who are you, he asked. The man, the same one who had watched Cyan's fight with Gunther, placed a hand over his chest and bowed. I am Morris, he introduced himself. From the Gray Merchants Union. Cyan's gaze hardened as he sized up Morris. What does this guy want, he thought. Morris leaned closer to Cyan, his voice dropping to a whisper. I've come to see you because I have a proposal, he said slyly. His gaze sharpened, and with a confident smile, he asked, would you be willing to sell the demonic sword? Cyan immediately went on high alert, his piercing eyes locking onto Morris. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied coldly. Morris chuckled, unfazed. No need to play coy. I'm certain I'm the only one here who recognizes it. His expression turned smug as he began recounting his history. I used to work for the Albus Merchant Union before Zickerman Albus, the head of the union, was killed 2 years ago. Now, I'm with the Gray Merchant Union here in Lambaster. Weapons are my specialty, swords especially. I've supplied them even to the Garum Association. Cyan stayed silent, his gaze seemingly distant as he processed the information. Morris continued, his enthusiasm growing. I know weapons better than anyone else. The demonic sword of the Dark Mist. It's been waiting for its rightful owner for years. And now here it is. Morris stepped closer, practically quivering with excitement. Name your price, he urged. I'll pay anything. For a moment, Cyan remained motionless. Then, with cold precision, he grabbed Morris by the neck and hoisted him into the air. Morris's eyes bulged with panic as he gasped for air, clawing at Cyan's arm. Am I the only one who knows? Cyan asked darkly, his voice as sharp as the sword in question. Morris's panic deepened, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. But before Cyan could finish him, movement in the shadows caught his attention. A masked figure stepped into the room, followed by another emerging from Cyan's shadow, and then a third. In an instant, 3 masked men surrounded Cyan, drawing their weapons. Release him, one of them ordered, their tone icy. Unless you want to die. Cyan glanced around, sizing them up. His expression shifted from focused to amused. Funny, he muttered, his smile widening. You really think these guys can stop me? The masked men remained unfazed, their weapons aimed and ready. But Cyan sharp, I quickly identified their style and formation. Shadow Assassin Squad of Sparnia, he thought. Morris didn't come unprepared. Tightening his grip on Morris's neck, Cyan sneered. Do you honestly think these mercenaries will save you? Morris's breaths grew weaker, his eyes filling with desperation. Cyan's calm demeanor gave way to a flash of rage. Let's test that theory. The door suddenly burst open, and Lisa entered, followed by the girl Cyan had saved earlier. Lisa's eyes widened at the scene. Her hand instinctively moved to her daggers as she assessed the situation. What's going on here? She demanded, her voice steady despite the tension. The girl covered her mouth in shock, her face pale at the sight of Cyan, holding Morris by the neck. Lisa, however, remained calm, drawing her daggers with a steady hand. Whatever this is, I suggest resolving it with words, she said coolly, addressing the masked men. Otherwise, I'll have to use force. The masked men didn't flinch, their weapons still trained on Cyan. The tension in the room grew thick, but Cyan's icy smile remained unshaken. Let's see how far they're willing to take this, he thought, preparing for the inevitable clash. Hearing Louise's worried voice, Cyan turned to see her trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. Her obvious fear tugged at something inside him. This could drag her in too, he thought, irritation flashing across his face. With a sigh, he released Morris's neck, causing the man to collapse to the ground. Gasping for air, his expression twisted in panic. Cyan's cold voice cut through the tense air. I'll forgive you this time, but get out of here before I change my mind. The masked men tensed, one turning to Morris for instructions. Morris, still clutching his neck and wheezing, raised a shaky hand. Put the weapons away, he croaked. The men obeyed, sheathing their blades, though their wary eyes never left Cyan. Regaining some composure, Morris approached Cyan, his smug demeanor returning. You're upset, he noted, adjusting his posture. It seems I've overstayed my welcome. Placing his hand on his chest, Morris bowed slightly. But my offer stands. Think carefully about it. Without waiting for a response, Morris and his men turned and left the room. Cyan's sharp gaze followed them as they disappeared, his mind turning to the Gray Merchants Union. He recalled it was a new organization formed in the chaos following Zickerman Albus's death, a group that seemed eager to meddle in dangerous affairs. As Cyan pondered, Louise approached, her voice trembling. Are you okay? She asked, her tears betraying her fear. Cyan looked down at her, his expression softening. I'm fine, he said calmly. Still shaken, Louise confessed. Those people were terrifying. Her voice wavered, and her tears began to fall again. Cyan placed a comforting hand on her head, his touch steady and reassuring. Don't worry, he said gently, stroking her hair. The gesture seemed to calm her as she took a deep breath and nodded. Looking over at Lisa, Cyan's tone turned serious. I have a favor to ask. Lisa's curiosity piqued. What is it? She asked cautiously. I want to meet the owner of Lambaster Cage, Cyan said, his piercing gaze unwavering. Lisa's eyes widened in surprise and concern. That's not an easy request, she murmured, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, in the slums of the city, Gunther was on a rampage. The bandaged stump where his arm used to be throbbed, but the pain was drowned out by his blinding anger. His furious shouts echoed through the alleyways as he destroyed anything in his path. Cyan, he roared, his voice dripping with hatred. His men, hovering nervously nearby, tried to calm him. Boss, you need to stop, one pleaded. You're wound. Shut up. Gunther snapped, his bloodshot eyes narrowing. I'll die if I don't kill him. His teeth clenched so tightly they nearly cracked, his entire being consumed by his thirst for revenge. Gunther's rage wasn't just anger. It was an unrelenting obsession. His men exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if their boss would ever be the same again. Gunther's rage turned into a twisted determination as he recalled the fight with Cyan. The piercing gaze of the younger warrior had made him feel utterly powerless, a humiliation he couldn't bear. Falling to his knees, Gunther pressed a hand to his face, desperately trying to devise a way to bring Cyan down. Then, a spark of hope ignited in his mind. The image of the girl who sold cigarettes surfaced in his thoughts. Slowly removing his hand from his face, his lips curled into a sinister smile. That's it, he murmured. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a card from the Grey Guild. A plan began to take shape. Hours later, back at Lambaster Cage, Louise was busy carrying towels, her mind focused on her tasks. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Turning toward the sound, she froze. Standing there, radiating malice, was Gunther. His lips stretched into an evil grin as he greeted her. Louise's eyes widened in fear, her face paling as sweat began to bead on her forehead. She recognized him instantly. Gunther approached, crouching to her level and placing a heavy hand on her head. His terrifying smile grew wider. Remember me? He asked, his voice dripping with menace. Louise trembled violently, her terror palpable. Why, yes, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Gunther let out a maniacal laugh. Good, he said, his tone suddenly desperate. Now, will you help me? Meanwhile, on the second floor, Cyan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Lisa. Why can't I meet her? He asked, his tone steady but firm. I need to file an official complaint. Lisa crossed her arms, her demeanor resolute. She's not someone you can meet just because you want to, she replied coolly. Cyan's piercing gaze didn't waver. Why are you defending Linza Nyloff so much? He pressed. Hearing the name, Lisa's expression shifted and her body tensed. She turned her full attention to him, realizing he wasn't an ordinary man. Her voice dropped as she replied, Linza is watching you. She revealed that Linza had been the one to approve the fight with Gunther and the change in the rules. Her serious tone turned to warning as she added, you should leave this place. If you stay, you could end up dead. Cyan's expression remained calm, though her words left him puzzled. He couldn't discern her true loyalties. Was she genuinely loyal to her job, or did she have other motives? Suddenly, screams echoed through the building, cutting through their conversation like a knife. Cyan and Lisa snapped to attention. Lisa's face paled. "That's Louise," she exclaimed, fear creeping into her voice. Without hesitation, she bolted down the stairs, Cyan following closely. Reaching the first floor, they were met with a scene of destruction. A massive hole gaped in the wall, and the reception desk lay in ruins. Dust and debris filled the air, and the chaos sent shockwaves through the building. Lisa's eyes darted around the room, searching for Louise. Cyan scanned the destruction with a sharp, focused gaze, already piecing together the cause of the chaos. Gunther, he thought grimly. The scene of destruction left Lisa in shock. Who could have done this? She murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. Meanwhile, Cyan crouched amidst the rubble, scanning the area for clues. His sharp eyes caught something, a bloodied badge. Picking it up, he examined it closely, his expression darkening as he recognized it as Louise's. Lisa, standing behind him, leaned closer. "What is that?" she asked, her tone tinged with curiosity and concern. Cyan pocketed the badge and stood, his resolve firm. "I'm going to find her," he said curtly, turning toward the exit. "Stay here." Lisa's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, we don't even know who's responsible," she protested, her worry evident. But before she could continue, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, freezing her in place. Cyan turned back, his gaze piercing and full of rage. "I know exactly who it is," he growled before walking away, leaving Lisa speechless and shaken by the sheer intensity of his presence. Elsewhere in the city, portraits lay scattered across the floor of a chaotic bedroom. Delkia, lying on her bed, her face heavy with sleep, barely reacted when Morris entered. His composed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the disarray. "A lady's room shouldn't be this messy," he remarked with a smile, arms behind his back. Delkia cracked an eye open and, without moving, muttered, "Do you want to die for entering without permission?" Unbothered by her threat, Morris walked further into the room. "You're a mess," he said lightly, picking up a portrait from the floor. Delkia groaned, lifting her head slightly. "What are you doing here, Morris?" she asked, her tone uninterested. Morris examined the portrait in his hand, noting the faint, unfinished face on it. "Isn't it obvious?" he replied, stepping closer. "A merchant like me is here to make an offer." Delkia waved him off lazily. "I don't like trades," she said, flopping her head back down. Ignoring her dismissal, Morris studied the portrait further. "This boy, you've fallen for him, haven't you?" he observed. His comment sparked Delkia's curiosity. She sat up slightly, her gaze narrowing. "What do you know about that?" Morris didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket, producing a small glass vial filled with a shimmering liquid. He held it up for her to see, a confident smile spreading across his face. "This," he said, "is the most potent paralyzing potion in all of Garum Kingdom. With this, you can have that boy." Delkia, still sprawled on her bed, extended her hand lazily toward the vial, her curious gaze fixed on the potion. "What do you want in return?" she asked, her voice detached. Morris stepped back, his smile unwavering. "Only one thing," he said, his tone smooth. "Something the boy possesses. You can keep the rest." Delkia inspected the potion, turning the vial over in her hand. "That's all?" she asked skeptically, her interest piqued. Morris began to retreat toward the door, extending a hand in a dismissive gesture. "That's all," he confirmed. "I'll be waiting eagerly for your answer." With that, he exited, leaving Delkia with the potion and her swirling thoughts. Morris left Delkia's room with a sinister smile, his thoughts consumed with his plan. "It doesn't matter who this Simon is," he mused. "As long as he's out of the picture, the sword will be mine." For now, he decided to wait and let Gunther handle Cyan, confident that the brute's thirst for revenge would do the dirty work. In the slums, Gunther sat atop a coffin, his grin wide and unhinged. Across from him stood Cyan, whose piercing gaze demanded answers. "Where's the girl?" Cyan asked directly, his voice cutting through the tense air. Gunther smirked and pulled something from the coffin, tossing it towards Cyan. "Here's a keepsake," he said mockingly. The object landed near Cyan's feet. It was an ear still covered in fresh blood. Cyan's eyes widened, dread creeping into his expression as he feared the worst. Gunther's smug laughter filled the silence as he ran a hand across the coffin's surface. "The rest is in here," he taunted. "Care to take a look?" Cyan's energy flared, his rage igniting like a wildfire. His lips curled into a vengeful smile. "You should have said earlier that you wanted to die." Gunther laughed maniacally in response. Slimy, black energy began to ooze from the stump of his severed arm, coalescing into a grotesque, writhing form. His grin widened. his voice trembling with a mix of madness and excitement. That's more like it. Come at me, Cyan. Back at Lambaster Cage, Lisa sat in a chair, a sly smile playing on her lips. Do you think Gunther will kill Cyan? She asked casually. Across from her, Lisa stood stiffly, her hands resting on her abdomen. She stared at the floor, her face troubled. No, she answered quietly, her voice devoid of certainty. Lisa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You seem worried about him. Lisa shook her head, forcing composure into her tone. It's been a long time since I had any attachment to him. Curious, Lisa tilted her head. Then why do you seem so invested? She asked, resting her head on her hand. After a moment, she decided to push further. Do you even remember Cyan's face? Lisa froze at the question, her expression shifting from troubled to shocked. Her eyes widened as she realized the truth. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall Cyan's face. Why can't I remember? She murmured, her voice trembling with confusion. Lisa's serene smile deepened as she raised her hand, revealing a ring on her finger. From the ring, a crimson fog began to seep, radiating an ominous power. This is one of Eru's authorities, she explained calmly. The ability to make people forget the user's face. Lisa's eyes filled with disbelief. Eru, the god of darkness, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Lisa nodded, the red fog swirling ominously. That's right, she said, her tone chilling. Lisa's smile widened, her calm demeanor only heightening Lisa's panic. Yes, she affirmed. It seems my past has caught up to me. Lisa, startled, asked, Am I in danger? Her voice was shaky, betraying her growing unease. Lisa chuckled softly, placing a hand over her chest. Not at all, she replied confidently. It's been a long time since we've had such a valuable guest. Her gaze hardened slightly. Make sure to treat him appropriately. Lisa, still shaken, nodded reluctantly, unsure whether Lisa's confidence was reassuring or ominous. Meanwhile, in the slums, Gunther's blood-forged arm pulsed with malevolent energy, fully regenerated and ready for combat. His face lit with twisted excitement as he sprinted towards Cyan. Are you ready? He shouted gleefully. Slamming his blood-red hand into the ground, Gunther unleashed a shockwave of raw power. Cyan had no time to react as the force hurled him backward. Gritting his teeth, he dug his feet into the ground, skidding for several seconds before managing to stop. Gunther stomped the ground, cracking it beneath his feet. What's wrong? He taunted. Why aren't you using that ability from before? His gaze sharpened as his lips curled into a manic grin. Come on, try harder. Cyan, regaining his composure, glanced to the side and froze. The fight had unearthed human remains scattered throughout the area. Shock filled his face as he realized the ground beneath them was a burial ground. Gunther crouched and picked up a skull, holding it aloft. Do you know why these things are here? He sneered. Because they're useless. This place is a junkyard. With a crushing grip, Gunther shattered the skull into pieces. His expression turned cold and cruel as he declared, Lambaster is full of trash. Memories began to flood his mind, and his smile faltered for just a moment. Gunther recalled his childhood, growing up in the junkyard alongside Lisa. They were mocked relentlessly, living among filth and debris. Yet, even as a child, Gunther had stood in front of Lisa to protect her, no matter the cost. As he grew older, life didn't get easier. He found himself beaten and humiliated countless times, forced to survive by any means necessary, even biting those who threatened them. Then one day, their lives took a dramatic turn. A boy appeared, drawing a sword and pressing it against the neck of one of their tormentors. The man begged for mercy, but the boy's icy expression never wavered. Without hesitation, he thrust the sword into the man's chest, ending his life. The ground behind him was littered with corpses. Gunther and Lisa watched in terrified awe as the boy, unfazed, sheathed his sword and approached them. I left Lewin Academy for some fun, the boy said with a calm, almost angelic smile. Now, all the trash is cleaned up. It was Askell, extending his hand toward them. Askell added, You're safe now. Gunther's eyes filled with admiration. That moment became a defining point in his life. From then on, Askell was a figure of reverence in Gunther's mind. He swore to one day emulate him and cleanse all the trash in Lambaster. Gunther worked tirelessly to gain strength and influence, eventually becoming the manager of the junkyard. He turned the cage matches in Lambaster into a bloodbath, massacring opponents to earn money. Killing his opponents didn't faze him. To him, they were just more trash to dispose of. This ruthless behavior caused Lisa to turn her back on him, cutting all ties. But Gunther didn't care. She was too weak to understand, he thought. His smile remained, unwavering and confident. Because I am one with the junkyard. Now, standing across from Cyan, Gunther's resolve burned brighter than ever. This fight will prove it, he thought. I'll dispose of this trash, just like all the others. Gunther's eyes glimmered with twisted excitement as he fantasized about one day ridding Lambestu of all its so-called trash. But his reverie was cut short when Cyan, his voice sharp and firm, interrupted. "Enough of this nonsense," Cyan said, standing tall despite the chaos around them. Gunther's grin faltered, replaced with a moment of shock. Cyan smirked confidently, brushing himself off. "What's wrong? Can't you see I'm perfectly fine?" he mocked. "Try a little harder. Why don't you?" Gunther's shock quickly melted into exhilaration. "This is what I've been waiting for," he thought as he activated his ability Scapels. A viscous energy poured from his arm, pulling in every metallic object nearby. Chains, gears, debris, all of it fusing grotesquely into his limb. His arm now resembled a monstrous amalgamation of metal and raw energy. Gunther pulled a purple cube from his pocket, holding it up with a smug grin. "Let me show you something more interesting," he said as the cube began to float. Cyan's calm eyes fixed on the artifact, immediately recognizing it as an ancient relic. Where did he get that, he wondered. Gunther activated the artifact, revealing its name. "This is the gravity chamber," he boasted. The cube expanded rapidly, encapsulating Cyan inside and slamming shut with a deafening thud. Cyan felt a sudden, immense pressure as the gravitational force multiplied 20-fold, rooting him in place. His expression momentarily showed surprise, but quickly hardened into resolve. Gunther grinned like a maniac. "Let's see how long you can last," he sneered, his massive, metallic arm looming as he prepared to crush Cyan. Despite the immense pressure, Cyan remained calm, his body steady. Kiram's voice rang out in his mind. "Do you need help?" "No," Cyan replied flatly. His voice brimmed with quiet fury. "I don't need anyone's help." Gunther, unaware of Cyan's resolve, continued his assault. "Let's see if you can survive this," he roared, swinging his massive arm with enough force to crush anything in its path. But when the blow landed, the cube shattered. Cyan was no longer inside. Gunther froze, his grin fading into confusion. Before he could process what had happened, Cyan appeared beside him, moving at blinding speed. Gunther's eyes widened in disbelief. "How?" Cyan didn't give him time to finish the thought. With all his strength, Cyan delivered a devastating punch to Gunther's chest. The impact was so powerful that Gunther's metallic arm began to disintegrate, pieces of fused metal clattering to the ground as his body was hurled into the air. Gunther gasped, his face twisted in shock. This shouldn't be possible, he thought, his mind racing. His chest burned with pain, and he struggled to comprehend how Cyan had not only escaped but struck back with such ferocity. As he crashed to the ground, Gunther lay amidst the shattered remains of his arm, his confidence shattered along with it. Cyan stood nearby, calm and unyielding, his gaze filled with quiet determination. "This ends now," Cyan muttered. As Gunther was flung into the air, Cyan appeared above him, his piercing gaze fixed on his opponent. Feeling Cyan's overwhelming presence, Gunther instinctively went on high alert. The intensity of Cyan's stare sent shivers down his spine. "I'm going to crush everything," Cyan said coldly, "except your ears." Gunther's fear mounted as he began sweating profusely. Before he could react, Cyan delivered a devastating kick to his back, followed by a brutal elbow strike to his abdomen. The force sent Gunther hurtling toward the ground. While Gunther plummeted, Cyan hurled 6 sharp crystals, embedding them deep into Gunther's body, eliciting cries of pain. Gunther crashed into the rubble below, the impact kicking up a massive curtain of smoke. As the dust settled, his broken body lay sprawled among the debris, sharp crystals jutting out from his flesh. Blood oozed from his wounds as Cyan descended to the ground, approaching him with an unrelenting aura of dominance. Gunther, coughing blood, gazed at Cyan and smiled faintly. "I accept it," he muttered. "Defeat was always my destiny." Cyan clenched his fist, his eyes downcast, silent as he processed Gunther's surrender. With his voice weakening, Gunther continued. "I have no regrets," he said mockingly, blood dribbling from his lips. "That girl, she's Lambester's trash. Born in this city, destined to die like trash. Just like me. And Lisa," Gunther's grin widened, his voice rasping with confidence. "But you're different. Make sure this doesn't happen to her." Gunther's words hit Cyan like a blow, leaving him in shock and filled with questions. What did he mean by rules of the city? Who was enforcing them? Before Cyan could ask, Gunther's breathing slowed, and within moments his life slipped away. Cyan turned his gaze to the coffin, now ominously silent. Climbing over the debris, he carefully lifted the lid. What he saw inside made his eyes widen in shock. Not long after, Lisa and her men arrived at the scene. Taking in the devastation, Lisa's face grew grim. She spotted Gunther's lifeless body in the middle of the junkyard and froze. Concern flickered across her expression, but she quickly masked it. Turning to one of her men, she said firmly. Ensure our VIP client is safe. The man bowed respectfully before moving to comply. Just then, a movement caught their attention. Lisa and her men turned toward the source, and their eyes widened in surprise. Emerging from the wreckage was Cyan, holding the girl's lifeless body from the coffin in his arms. Dust-covered and bloodied, but very much alive, he approached them silently. Lisa's voice wavered as she took a step forward. Cyan, what are you doing? She asked, her eyes filled with shock and worry. She struggled to believe what she was seeing, her heart racing as she tried to piece together what had transpired. Cyan, cradling the girl's body, turned toward Lisa. His sincere expression eased her growing panic as he calmly explained, she's fine, just asleep. Relieved, Lisa approached with her guards, kneeling on the ground to take the girl from Cyan's arms. Her worried eyes scanned the girl for any injuries, but as Cyan had said, there were none. Are you okay? Lisa asked, her voice still tinged with concern. I'm fine, Cyan replied firmly. He glanced down at the girl one last time before standing and turning his back to them. Take good care of her. Lisa noticed his hand clenching into a tight fist, and a sense of unease washed over her. Where are you going? She asked, her voice laced with confusion. Without looking back, Cyan replied, to clean. Lisa's confusion deepened. What do you mean, clean? She asked, her tone uncertain. Cyan continued walking, his steps deliberate and heavy with purpose. His voice was cold but resolute as he declared, I'm going to clean Lambaster. Lambaster was a fractured city divided into 4 districts, with Lambaster Cage at its center. To the west lay the junkyard, the commercial district stretched to the east, and the entertainment district sprawled to the south. With no formal authority to enforce security, the city's power balance had devolved into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak, unchecked by any higher power. Yet, a semblance of order was maintained by a loose system controlled by the administrators of each district. Linza, Morris, Delkia, and Gunther. Their influence kept the city in its wretched state, but their ambitions also sowed the seeds of its self-destruction. As Cyan walked, his mind drifted to a moment from his past life, trailing behind his brother, Askell. How are you going to conquer a place like this? Cyan had asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. If it were a normal country, we could just declare war. But Lambaster isn't normal. Shouldn't I just go alone and take care of the city administrators? Askell had simply smiled, his confidence unshaken. That won't be necessary, he replied, leaving Cyan puzzled. Why not? Cyan pressed, still unsure. Askell's smile remained as he explained, they'll destroy themselves. All we need to do is arrive in time to take control. Cyan had been suspicious of his brother's certainty back then. How can you be so sure? Askell stopped and turned to face him, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Because this city is rotten, he said with quiet conviction. I've seen it with my own eyes. At the time, Cyan had been unsettled by Askell's unshakable confidence. But now, as he walked through the ruined streets of Lambaster, he realized his brother had been right. The city was indeed rotten to its core, a place ruled by greed, cruelty, and self-destruction. With each step, Cyan's resolve hardened. It's time to clean it all up, he thought grimly. Starting now, Cyan entered the entertainment district, where laughter and music filled the air. The vibrant atmosphere contrasted sharply with the city's underlying rot. His eyes swept across the revelers, his expression hardening. This city is rotten to the core, he thought. Time to uncover its roots. Determined, he stepped into an establishment where Delkia awaited him. She greeted him warmly, leading him to a discreet, dimly lit room. Offering a charming smile, she handed him a teacup and sat beside him, her hand slipping onto his arm. The tea emitted a peculiar energy, its aroma a mix of sweetness and mint, masking the telltale scent of Garam's infamous paralysis medicine. Cyan's gaze lingered on the cup, his mind racing. Not even trying to hide it, he thought with mild amusement. Delkia twirled her hair nervously. Thank you for accepting my invitation, she said in a slightly shaky voice. I'm sure you'll enjoy tonight. Cyan brought the teacup to his lips, his sharp gaze never leaving hers. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Oh, I'm sure this night will be enjoyable, he said coolly, just like this tea. It has a very special aroma. Delkia froze, her heart skipping a beat. Her confident facade wavered. Does he know? She wondered, panic rising. His tone was unreadable, his words cutting. Cyan lifted the cup and drank deeply. Delkia's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is he actually drinking it? She thought, her confusion mingling with a growing sense of triumph. Moments later, Cyan let the teacup slip from his fingers, the ceramic shattering on the floor. His body slumped forward, falling against Delkia's shoulder. Her initial shock gave way to pride as a victorious smile spread across her face. He's mine now, she thought smugly, her confidence restored. Meanwhile, in the commercial district, word of Delkia's supposed success reached the Gray Merchants Union. A butler entered Morris's dining hall, bowing slightly, as he placed a hand over his chest. A message from the entertainment district, he announced. Delkia has captured Simon. Morris, dining with calm precision, set down his fork. His lips curled into a pleased smile, though his eyes flashed with fury at the thought of wasted opportunities. Gunther was a fool, he fumed inwardly. Losing the gravity chamber like that? I worked hard to acquire it from the Garum Association. To soothe his frustration, he grabbed a chicken thigh and bit into it with gusto. Chewing thoughtfully, his expression shifted to one of unbridled excitement. It doesn't matter, he thought, his mind racing with plans. Soon, the demonic sword will be mine. As Morris dined, one of his men emerged from a swirling portal, his face etched with suspicion. This feels too convenient, the man said, his voice low. Something isn't right. Morris, without opening his eyes, waved a hand dismissively, muttering a spell under his breath to nullify bad luck. Don't worry, he said confidently. It's handled. The man's gaze didn't waver. My instincts have never been wrong, he insisted. I'll go scout the location ahead of time. Morris finally opened his eyes, his expression sharp. Fine, he relented, but don't act rashly. Do only what's necessary. Yes, sir, the man replied before disappearing back into the portal. As he resumed his meal, Morris's thoughts turned to Sparnia's mercenaries. Annoying meddlers, he thought, his brow furrowing. They should stick to doing what they're paid for, unless they have their eyes on the demonic sword too. Minutes later, Morris's paranoia faded as he climbed into his ornate carriage. As it raced through the city streets, he ordered his driver to clear the way, leaving residents shocked by the display of power. Let's see what Delki has done, he thought with anticipation. Upon arriving at the entertainment district, Morris stepped out of the carriage, his face alight with enthusiasm. Throwing open the door to Delkia's establishment, he announced, I've arrived. In her private room, Delkia had laid Cyan, still unconscious, on her bed. She sat beside him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. You came early, she teased Morris as he entered. You could have taken your time. Her tongue darted out nervously, and she began touching it with her fingers. But I suppose it doesn't matter. The fun's about to begin. Morris's grin widened, though his eyes stayed on Cyan. I don't need him, he said cheerfully. Just the object he's carrying. Delkia smirked, crossing her arms. Don't worry, I've already taken it from him. Hearing this, Morris's excitement grew. Good, he said, extending his hand eagerly. Hand it over. But Delkia didn't comply. Instead, she pulled a rope near her bed, her smirk deepening. Don't be so impatient. You're in for a surprise. The curtains in the room parted slowly, revealing a shocking scene. A figure with white hair was bound by a red fog, their arms suspended in midair. Around them lay the mutilated bodies of several men. In the middle of the carnage was Delkia's body, tied by her wrists, her face bruised and lifeless. Morris's confident demeanor crumbled instantly. His face paled as sweat began to bead on his forehead. What is this? He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Delkia, standing near him, extended her hand toward the grotesque display. Isn't this what you wanted? She asked mockingly. Her voice dripped with malice as she gestured toward the horrifying scene. Morris's eyes darted frantically, piecing together the nightmare before him. She's dissecting humans, he realized in horror. As he looked closer at the figure in the middle, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That's Delkia's body. The smugness vanished from Morris's face, replaced by sheer terror. He finally understood that he wasn't in control and that he had walked straight into a trap. Morris spun around, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. Staring at the false Delkia, he demanded, Who are you? The woman smirked, unfazed by his outburst. Don't be so rude, she replied, her voice calm yet chilling. Slowly, she ran her hand across her face, causing the disguise to dissolve. The woman beneath the illusion was none other than Kiram. Once her true form was revealed, Kiram's smile widened as she locked eyes with Morris. I'm the demonic sword you've been so desperate to possess, she said, her tone dripping with mockery. Morris's jaw dropped as the realization hit him like a brick. His legs gave out, and he fell onto the floor, staring at Kiram in utter disbelief. Impossible. The demonic sword can turn into a human. Kiram chuckled softly, clearly enjoying his reaction. Her presence exuded an unshakable confidence that only deepened Morris's dread. Suddenly, Cyan, who had been feigning paralysis, sat up, his intense gaze locking onto Morris. You know too much, he said coldly, his voice cutting through the tension. Morris's heart sank. His instinct screamed that he was in over his head. Desperate, he shut his eyes and screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for the Shadow Assassin squad. Help! Get in here now, he bellowed. Cyan, visibly annoyed, covered his ears. This guy's way too noisy, he muttered. Before Morris could continue his shrieking, Cyan closed the distance and delivered a swift blow to his neck. Shut up, Cyan said bluntly as Morris crumpled to his knees. Rolling up his sleeves, Cyan's expression turned darker. Since you're so eager to see your men, he said with a cruel smile, I'll send you to meet them. Cyan extended his arms outward, releasing a dense, menacing fog that quickly filled the room. Using his swamp of mist ability, Cyan turned Morris's shadow into a swirling pool of darkness that began to consume his body. Morris's panic escalated as he felt his body being pulled into the shadowy abyss. Cyan stepped closer, his piercing eyes studying him. You gave Gunther the artifact and Delkia the paralyzing medicine, didn't you? He asked rhetorically, his tone icy. Morris, his voice trembling, begged for mercy. I'll never do it again. Please, I'm sorry. Cyan smiled faintly, though the warmth never reached his eyes. I'll make sure you never can, he said, bidding him farewell. The shadow fully enveloped Morris, dragging him into its eerie depths. Desperate, Morris extended a hand upward, pleading for forgiveness. His cries echoed faintly as he vanished into the darkness. Within the shadow, Morris collided with something cold and lifeless. Turning in fear, he saw the body of one of the assassins from the Shadow Assassin Squad. His heart pounded as the realization hit him. He was already trapped in the same grave he had dug for others. Clutching his neck, Morris gasped for air, his fear mounting until the shadow consumed him completely. As the fog dissipated, Cyan turned away, his mind already shifting to the next target. Delkia is next, he muttered. Kiram approached Cyan, her steps deliberate and calm. Leave her to me, she said with a soft but firm tone. Cyan glanced at her, reading the seriousness in her expression. With a nod, he stepped aside, leaving the room and trusting Kiram to handle the final piece of the puzzle. Cyan hesitated, but ultimately decided to trust Kiram, though his expression betrayed his concern. Don't cross the line, he warned her, his voice firm. Kiram smiled reassuringly. I promise I won't, she said sweetly, though the gleam in her eyes hinted otherwise. She turned toward Delkia, placing a hand on her waist as she leaned in. How dare you lay a finger on my owner, she whispered coldly. Delkia, her face battered and bruised, slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, only to meet Kiram's unrelenting gaze. Kiram's smile widened with emotion as she began cracking her knuckles. Oh, good, she said, her voice tinged with malice. You're awake. Perfect. Get ready, I'm going to divide you into 1,000 pieces. Delkia's eyes filled with terror, and she began to tremble. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for forgiveness, her voice shaking. Please, I swear I won't ever do anything like that again. Kiram wasn't moved by her pleas. With no hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch to Delkia's face, sending her reeling with a scream of pain. Cyan left the room, his steps slow but steady. As Delkia's cries echoed behind him, his expression grew serious. His gaze drifted to the door for a moment before he shook his head and moved on. She'll handle it, he thought. But just as he turned away, his senses sharpened. He felt a familiar manna nearby, one that sent a chill down his spine. Stopping abruptly, Cyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The world around him seemed to shift as he found himself in an entirely different place. Looking around, he realized he was in a domain of the fog. A thick, blue mist began to gather, swirling unnaturally. Cyan's instincts screamed at him that this was bad. The fog seemed alive, its presence oppressive and disorienting. Cyan's heartbeat quickened as he braced himself. From the fog, a soft laugh echoed, mocking his reaction. What's the matter? The voice teased. You look scared. The blue mist coalesced into a single point above him, taking on a humanoid form. Descending gracefully to the ground was none other than Linza Nihilov, one of Lambaster's managers. Cyan stared at her, stunned. His fear was palpable. She's part of the mist too, he thought. His mind raced to process what was happening. Linza's gaze was calm, her smile serene. It seems Sarika hasn't told you much about me, she said lightly. Her voice carried an air of confidence as she studied Cyan. So, this is why you're going around killing the other city managers? She landed softly on the ground, her movements deliberate. Cyan extended his hand, releasing fog of his own in preparation. His voice was steady, but his eyes burned with determination. Thanks for coming, he said sarcastically. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Linza's smile didn't falter. Oh, how polite of you, she replied mockingly. Cyan's lips curled into a smirk. Should I call you senior colleague? Then, he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Or maybe just traitor? Linza's expression remained composed as she held up a ring, the red fog swirling ominously around it. Her smile grew more confident as she responded, Don't misunderstand. I'm not the one who's going to fight you. Cyan's instincts flared as something approached him at great speed. Spinning around, he barely deflected an incoming attack in time. His gaze darted to the attacker, his body tensing. A smile played on Linza's lips as she casually said, Why don't you say hello? Cyan's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure. Lisa, he thought, his voice caught in his throat. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Linza's body pulsed with energy as she observed him with amusement. You two know each other, don't you? She asked knowingly. Lisa's stance was aggressive, her knife gleaming in the misty light. Her gaze, filled with hatred, locked onto Cyan. Simon, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. I'll eliminate you. Without warning, Lisa launched herself at Cyan. Her attacks were relentless, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Cyan enveloped his hands in fog, blocking each blow, but her ferocity made him falter. Lisa, stop, he pleaded. This has nothing to do with you. My fight is with Linza. But Lisa didn't waver. Her piercing eyes bore into him as she delivered another powerful strike. Cyan gritted his teeth, realizing she wasn't listening. There's no choice, he thought grimly. As her relentless attacks continued, Cyan's glowing eyes narrowed with determination. He surged toward her, deciding to knock her out before she could do any more damage. Cyan activated his wave of bloodthirst technique, joining his hands and unleashing a burst of concentrated energy. The wave struck Lisa with immense force, sending her flying backward. For a moment, Cyan thought it was over, but to his surprise, she recovered mid-air, landing gracefully. Lisa braced herself with her hands and feet, stopping her momentum. Despite the direct hit, she stood tall, her gaze never leaving Cyan. She's still standing, Cyan muttered, a hint of admiration creeping into his voice. She's been trained thoroughly, too thoroughly. Lisa dusted herself off, her expression unyielding. Her strength was undeniable, and Cyan realized she had withstood an attack that should have incapacitated most opponents. As Cyan prepared for another round, Linza approached with her arms behind her back, her smile infuriatingly serene. Why did you hesitate? She asked teasingly. You could have killed her if you wanted. Cyan's gaze shifted to Linza, calm but firm. How much longer are you going to hide in the fog? He asked coldly. Linza chuckled, her smile growing wider. Oh, I'm just here to watch. I wanted to see how the boy Sarika trained would fare against Lisa, who was trained by me. Cyan's expression turned serious. You know Sarika? He asked, his voice low with suspicion. What's your relationship with him? Linza's form began to fade into the fog, her voice carrying a playful tone. That's a story for another time, she said cryptically. For now, focus on what's in front of you. Her words snapped Cyan out of his trance. His focus returned to Lisa, who was already preparing for another attack. Cyan went on high alert, bracing himself for the next move. I'll have to end this quickly, he thought, steeling himself for the battle ahead. Lisa activated her Rain of Needles ability, summoning an array of knives that hovered in the air. Her piercing gaze locked onto Cyan, and with a swift motion, she launched the knives at him. Cyan moved with precision, dodging the barrage effortlessly. He backflipped out of harm's way and landed gracefully. But as he was regaining his footing, Lisa took the opportunity to leap into the air, descending with another powerful strike. Using all her strength, she slashed downward. Cyan, quick to react, wrapped his hands in mana and raised his arms to block the attack. The blade met his defense, and though her assault was powerful, Cyan held steady. Lisa's hands trembled as she pressed against him, her eyes filled with hatred. You'll pay, she hissed, her voice shaking with emotion. Gunther was my last remaining family, and you took him from me? Cyan, gripping the blade with his mana-wrapped hands, remained calm. His sharp gaze locked onto Lisa's eyes. Something clicked. This isn't just her hatred, he realized. It's Linza's influence. The faint flicker of Linza's meddling became apparent as Cyan pieced it together. A fragment of memory, he thought, planted to twist her feelings. This was a trap from the start. Recognizing the danger of staying close, Cyan moved with incredible speed. Before Lisa could react, he grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off balance. Shock flashed across her face as Cyan hurled her onto her back. She hit the ground hard, and before she could recover, Cyan climbed on top of her, forcing her to drop her knife. Lisa's panic mounted as Cyan gripped her neck tightly. Using his other hand, he delivered a decisive blow to her head. Her body went limp as she lost consciousness. Cyan let out a small sigh of relief, his plan to incapacitate her successfully executed. Standing up, his expression darkened as he addressed the mist swirling in the air. That's one down, he said coldly. Now, it's just the two of us. The mist above began to gather, swirling ominously before forming the shape of Linza. She descended gracefully, her calm smile never faltering. What are you talking about? She asked mockingly. I thought you knew. This fog is me. Cyan's sharp eyes followed her movements, his expression unreadable. I'll admit, he said, I was surprised you were fogged. But what surprises me more is how far you'll go to pretend. Linza tilted her head, confusion flickering across her face. Pretend, she echoed. What are you talking about? Cyan pointed at her, a confident smile spreading across his lips. That ring on your finger, he said, his voice steady. It's the Ring of Anbaris, an artifact that lets its wearer absorb mana or divine authority. You've been using it to mimic fog. Linza's calm demeanor cracked slightly as her gaze turned alert. He knows, she thought, her mind racing. Cyan ran a hand over his neck, his confident smirk unwavering. I don't know how you got it, he continued, but one thing is clear. You're an imposter. The air between them grew tense as Linza's confusion deepened. She could no longer feign ignorance. Cyan's sharp insight had exposed her ploy, leaving the mistborn figure on edge. What will you do now? Cyan asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Linza, her composure shattered, raised her hand to display the Ring of Anbaris, which emitted a powerful blue fog. Her eyes burned with fury as she ordered Cyan to submit under absolute power. Cyan remained calm, watching her with measured intensity. She's already fallen into the trap, he thought, but before he could act, Linza activated the ring's mist barrier ability. A powerful barrier of black and blue mist expanded rapidly, trapping Cyan and the unconscious Lisa within. Linza descended gracefully, her confident smile returning. This is a realm only I can control, she declared. Here, I reign supreme. Her voice dripped with pride as she approached Cyan. How does it feel to be powerless? With a dramatic flourish, Linza summoned a dagger, its blade shimmering with unnatural energy. It's time for you to say goodbye to this world, she said, preparing to strike. But just as Linza raised her weapon, an unfamiliar voice broke through the tension. How fortunate I am to find you here, the voice said, filled with quiet menace. Linza's eyes widened in fear and confusion. What? She whispered, her gaze darting around the misty realm. A crack formed behind her, the air splitting apart with a sinister groan. Linza began to sweat, panic creeping into her features. Emerging from the crack was Kiram, her expression simmering with anger. Linza tightened her grip on her dagger and turned to face the intruder. Upon seeing Kiram, her fear deepened. She broke into my realm? Linza stammered internally. The realization hit her hard. She's as strong as Eru, the god of black mist. Kiram stepped through the rift, her posture casual yet intimidating. She placed a hand on her hip, her piercing gaze fixed on Linza. Why is it, Kiram began, her voice deceptively sweet, that people keep chasing what's mine? Tell me, Linza, how many pieces should I cut you into? Linza's expression faltered as recognition dawned. The demonic sword. Kiram, she whispered, her mind reeling. She braced herself, going on full alert. The possibility of facing someone with power akin to a god was a terrifying prospect. Kiram's confident grin widened. Let's start by getting rid of this mess, she said, snapping her fingers. The misty realm trembled violently as cracks spread across the barrier Linza had created. Within moments, the barrier shattered, its pieces dissolving into nothingness. Linza looked up in panic, her eyes darting frantically as the realm collapsed around her. How? She thought, terror gripping her. She destroyed my realm so easily. The power of the ring faded, and Cyan found himself freed from its effects. Stretching slightly, he turned to Kiram with a calm expression. What took you so long? He asked, his tone dry. Kiram, already irritated, turned to him with a scowl. Excuse me, she snapped, her tone sharp. I just saved your life, and you're complaining? Cyan crossed his arms, his voice steady but faintly chastising. It could have been dangerous. Next time, don't take so long. Kiram's expression twisted into one of frustration, her aura flaring slightly as she glared at him. Dangerous? She repeated, incredulous. Do you hear yourself right now? The tension between them hung in the air, but despite her irritation, Kiram couldn't entirely hide the satisfaction she felt at tearing down Linza's plans. Linza, meanwhile, stood frozen, her confidence completely eroded as she realized she was outmatched. Linza's composure shattered. Reaching out to the side with trembling hands, she snarled, Shut up. There's no way Cyan could be the successor. Her furious gaze fixed on Cyan as she clenched her fists. There hasn't been a successor in 300 years. A child like him could never be chosen. Kiram, watching with an amused yet puzzled expression, raised a hand to her mouth. What's her problem? She asked Cyan mockingly. Cyan shrugged slightly, his calm demeanor unwavering. I already made her angry before. This is just her usual tantrum, he replied coolly. Linza's eyes blazed with fury. You're just a child, she spat, her voice trembling with frustration. There's no way I'll let a false successor like you stand before me. With clenched teeth, she lunged toward them, her body radiating raw anger. Kiram's gaze turned steely as she began to disintegrate into her true form, the demonic sword. The transformation was fluid and swift, leaving Cyan armed and ready. Gripping the blade tightly, he smirked. You're way too emotional to be a good assassin, he quipped. Linza summoned her strength and activated Accelerating Mist Storm, a skill that amplified her speed. Cyan followed suit, and the two clashed at incredible velocity, their swords slicing through the air in rapid, powerful swings. The sheer force of their strikes sent shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the ground beneath them. Despite her skill, the difference in strength became apparent. Cyan's attacks overpowered her, and with a final, decisive blow, Linza was sent flying backward. She landed hard on her back, her dagger slipping from her grip and embedding itself in the ground. Cyan's form radiated with an intense energy, the power of the black mist swirling around him. His confident gaze bore into Linza as he stepped forward. Do you still doubt me? He asked, his tone light but taunting. Kiram decided to assert her true authority, her presence growing even more menacing. Linza, now seated on the ground, watched in shock as Cyan wielded the black mist power. Cyan extended the demonic sword toward the sky, summoning an enormous ball of energy. The fog around him shifted, forming a mask over his face, making him appear even more fearsome. Go ahead, he challenged, his voice echoing with power. Block this with your precious ring. Linza's confidence crumbled. Her throat tightened, and she swallowed hard. Her gaze locked on the destructive force Cyan had summoned. The energy orb shot toward her, tearing through everything in its path. Linza froze, her body paralyzed with fear. She had no means to stop it. As the attack closed in, Linza's mind flashed back to her past in the Black Mist Temple. A few years ago, Sarika stood before her with a calm, unreadable expression. Are you leaving? She asked, her voice steady. Linza, her back turned, replied with a confident smile. Yes, I'm tired of waiting for the successor to appear in this place. Her tone carried no remorse. Sarika nodded, remaining tranquil. It's a shame, she said softly, accepting Linza's decision. Her calm gaze lingered on Linza. But no, I'm not coming to kill you. Linza turned, a teasing grin on her face. Why not? Aren't I a threat? Sarika's gaze sharpened slightly. Because there's no reason to, she replied. There are far worse people to deal with. Don't worry about it. But her tone shifted to one of quiet warning as she added. However, the moment you become contaminated by the mist, I'll be the one to purify you. As the energy orb bore down on her, Linza's confident facade shattered. The memory of Sarika's promise rang in her mind, and for the first time in years, she felt truly afraid. Cyan's unrelenting attack left her no room for escape, and the moment of reckoning drew closer. Linza trembled in fear as Cyan's devastating attack pierced her defenses, severing her fingers and leaving a gaping hole in her body. Her strength waned as she collapsed to the ground. How did it come to this? She thought, her gaze empty. Her mind raced back to the moment she had turned her back on Sarika, driven by her ambition to create her own organization, where the powerful could rise and rule. In the past, Sarika's calm, piercing expression had lingered as Linza turned away. Take care of yourself, Sarika had said, her voice measured but firm. For a moment, Linza hesitated, a small smile breaking through her confident facade. She had walked away, leaving the organization that waited for the successor, determined to forge her own path. Hidden ambitions had fueled her, ambitions to step out of the shadows and command her own power. Now kneeling before Cyan, Linza's head hung low, her voice barely audible. Sarika, she murmured, the name escaping her lips like a whispered regret. Her trembling gaze lifted to meet Cyan's. Tears streamed down her face. Tell Sarika, I was wrong. Her voice cracked, the admission cutting deeper than any wound. Please end this quickly. Cyan, his expression calm yet solemn, extended his hand toward her. Her body began to dissolve into mist, her form dissipating as the remnants of her existence faded. Cyan's eyes fixed on the transformation, his thoughts heavy. No one can predict their own downfall, he mused. It's happened to me before, too. As Linza's life ended, the misty domain she had created began to dissolve, revealing the world outside. Cyan raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. One of the buildings stood out. It was the Lambaster Cage Hotel. Though unsure how he had ended up here, he was relieved. At least this saves me some time, he thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet, pained voice. Why did you spare her life? Cyan turned to see Lisa, standing amidst the dissipating mist. Her injuries were evident as she clutched a wound on her arm, her gaze burdened with guilt. She tried to kill you, Lisa said, her voice tinged with confusion. And she knew about the miss. Why would you let her live? Cyan regarded her silently, his calm eyes betraying no emotion. Lisa, overwhelmed with guilt, looked away. There's no reason for you to keep me alive either, she said, her voice trembling. Cyan stepped closer, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Are you planning to tell anyone about me? He asked bluntly. Lisa froze, her breath hitching. No, she said softly. I won't tell anyone. Cyan's expression softened slightly as he stepped back. Then there's no need to kill you, he replied indifferently. Lisa's shoulders sagged in relief, though her guilt remained heavy. Why does he show mercy to someone like me? She wondered silently, her gaze fixed on the ground. Cyan, uninterested in her inner turmoil, turned his focus back to the hotel. There's still more to do, he thought as he prepared for the next challenge ahead. With a tired and confused expression, Lisa asked quietly, What am I supposed to do now? Before Cyan could respond, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. The door swung open, and the girl from before, accompanied by the guards, rushed into the room. Her face was etched with worry as she ran toward Lisa. Are you okay? She asked, her voice trembling. Lisa stared at the girl in surprise. The girl clenched her fists, her eyes welling with tears. You disappeared so suddenly, she cried. Her voice cracked with emotion as she threw her arms around Lisa, holding her tightly. She didn't care about Lisa's wounds or the situation. They had frightened her, and she vowed never to lose sight of Lisa again. Lisa's eyes softened, a light of joy flickering within them. She gently embraced the girl, smiling as she asked, Are you hurt anywhere? The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself in Lisa's arms. Don't ever leave me alone again, she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. The guard stood silently nearby, observing the heartfelt scene with quiet respect. Lisa, moved by the girl's sincerity, let out a warm laugh. We were only apart for a little while, she said soothingly, stroking the girl's hair. There's no need to cry so much. Watching the scene unfold, Cyan's gaze softened. He saw in Lisa a chance for redemption, a path forward where she could make a difference. After a moment, he spoke. Lisa, he said calmly, you should manage this district for now. With the other managers gone, someone has to take responsibility. Lisa looked up at Cyan, uncertain. Me? She asked hesitantly. Cyan nodded. Make sure this girl doesn't grow up to become someone like you. Or Gunther, he said, his voice firm but kind. Lisa's uncertainty lingered, but the sincerity in Cyan's words reassured her. She met his gaze and nodded. I'll do my best, she said, though her voice still wavered. Cyan walked over to the girl and knelt down, stroking her head gently. Behave well, all right? He said with a kind smile. The girl looked up at him, her hands clasped over her chest. Are you leaving? She asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Cyan stood, his gaze calm and resolute. Yes, he replied. Take care of yourself. The guards and Lisa watched silently as Cyan began to walk away, his back turned to them. Lisa, still uncertain about the future, called out, Will you come back? Cyan paused, raising his hand in a casual wave. Maybe, he replied without looking back. Lisa brought her hand to her mouth, her smile bittersweet. You have to come back, she said firmly. Hearing this, Cyan smiled faintly. I will, he thought to himself, though his expression held a tinge of sadness. As Cyan continued to walk away, memories from his past life surfaced, the city engulfed in flames, chaos reigning over the streets. He closed his eyes briefly, pushing the images aside. Not this time, he resolved silently. Next time, things will be different. His figure disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a district and a city on the verge of transformation. A few hours later, Cyan arrived at Miss Slayer's temple, holding Linza's dagger. He approached Sarika, who was sitting atop a floating stone, her expression serene yet expectant. As Cyan handed her the dagger, it began to emit a suffocating energy, sending a chill through the air. Sarika's eyes widened as she examined the dagger. You purified Linza, she said softly, her tone filled with disbelief. A small smile formed on her lips. I didn't think you'd actually manage it. Cyan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze steady. Did you send me knowing how difficult it would be? He asked, his tone calm but accusatory. Sarika pointed the dagger at him playfully, her eyes sparkling with joy. What if I did? She teased. You have questions, don't you? Cyan raised his head, his expression calm but curious. What was your relationship with Linza? He asked. And are you part of Mist too? Sarika's smile widened as memories flooded back. Yes, I'm part of Mist, she confirmed. Linza and I used to train together, back when things were simpler. Her voice grew softer as she recalled the past. But one day, Linza turned her back on me. She left, taking the ring of Anbari's with her. The ring meant to be passed down only to the master of the hall. Cyan listened silently as Sarika's gaze grew distant, her mind replaying the moment Linza walked away. She didn't like where Mist was heading, Sarika continued. So, she left without saying a word. Cyan reached into his pocket and pulled out Linza's ring. Holding it up, he asked, Is this the ring of Anbari's? Sarika descended gracefully from her floating stone, landing softly in front of him. Her eyes locked onto the ring, and she nodded. Yes, It was meant to be mine, she admitted. Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of old resentment beneath the surface. Cyan observed her carefully, questions swirling in his mind. Before he could speak, Sarika rested her hand on her waist and smiled. But I don't need it anymore, she said confidently. I've grown stronger without it. Cyan's attention shifted back to the ring. He had assumed the entire mission had been about retrieving it. But now, this revelation left him unsettled. So, she didn't send me for the ring, he thought. Then why? Kiram manifested nearby, crossing her arms as her sharp eyes analyzed the scene. Her voice broke the silence. You're resentful, she observed, her tone flat but knowing. Sarika turned slightly, her back to them. She closed her eyes, her expression softening. I'm only fulfilling a promise, she said quietly. The power of the ring, it breaks most minds. People become corrupted by it, unable to resist its pull. Cyan turned his head toward Kiram, his expression betraying a flicker of confusion. How do you two know each other? He asked, holding the ring tightly. Kiram didn't answer directly, her serene expression unchanged. Sarika, however, chuckled softly. It's not about the ring anymore, she said, her voice light but firm. It's about what happens next. Her words lingered in the air, leaving Cyan with more questions than answers. What promise? He wondered silently. And what is she planning now? Despite his growing curiosity, Cyan kept his composure, silently resolving to uncover the deeper truths behind Sarika, Kiram, and the enigmatic legacy of Mist. Cyan and Kiram stood in thoughtful silence, processing Sarika's cryptic demeanor. After a moment, Cyan spoke, his voice steady but questioning. Is this some kind of test? Sarika offered no immediate response, her silence drawing tension into the air. The ring of Anbaris began to emit a sinister aura, its dark energy palpable. Cyan's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fist. So that's it, he thought. She's testing me to see if I'll succumb to the power of the ring. He turned his gaze back to Sarika, his expression calm but sharp. Let me guess, he said coolly. If I fall victim to the ring's power, you'll purify me too. Is that why you don't like me being the successor? Kiram, standing beside him, frowned and placed a hand under her chin, her mind racing. Could that be true? She wondered. Sarika finally turned slightly toward them, her smile faint but deliberate. It's nothing personal, she said lightly. I just wanted to see if you'll be a disaster for humanity. Or a hero. This kind of test is normal for a successor, isn't it? Her gaze shifted to Kiram, her tone turning teasing. Maybe you made a bad choice. Kiram's eyes flared with anger, her voice rising. What did you just say? She snapped. Cyan, his own confusion lingering, pocketed the ring. Despite his reservations, part of him believed Sarika might have good intentions, or at least something resembling them. At Lewin Academy, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the campus in golden hues. The dean stood by a large window, his arms clasped behind his back as he watched the sunset. The warm light did little to ease the heavy atmosphere. With instructor Nella's sudden disappearance, the students had grown restless, their anxiety spreading like wildfire. Turning from the window, the dean wore a serious expression. This is a great burden, he murmured, his voice low, especially for someone so newly appointed. But I trust him. His thoughts were interrupted by the quiet approach of a man. Boris stepped into the room, bowing slightly as he placed a hand over his chest in a sign of respect. Don't worry, Dean, Boris said with a kind smile. I'll do my best to be understanding with the students. The dean nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Boris. Boris bowed again before turning and walking toward the door. His demeanor remained pleasant, but as he left, the dean's sharp gaze followed him. A flicker of suspicion crossed the dean's face. That manna, he thought, his brows furrowing. It's strange. The dean lingered in thought for a moment before shifting his attention back to the darkening campus, the tension of unanswered questions weighing heavily in the quiet room. Sarika entered the dean's office in a hurry, holding a book tightly against her chest. Apologies for being late, she said breathlessly, her gaze quickly locking onto Boris. Her face shifted from surprise to unease as she sensed his presence. Boris turned toward her, placing his hand over his chest in a polite gesture. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said with a kind smile. I'm Boris, the newly appointed instructor. As he walked past her, Sarika's instincts flared. His manna, she thought, panic creeping into her expression. She turned sharply, her piercing gaze following him. It reeks of blood, she realized, her mind racing. Despite Boris's composed demeanor, she knew he was dangerous. The dean, still seated, looked at the floor, his expression heavy. Boris is from the capital, he said quietly, his tone laden with suspicion. Skilled and polite, yes. But his manna is strange. He looked up at Sarika. Keep a close watch on him. Adjusting her glasses with a finger, Sarika nodded. Understood. She resolved to investigate further, her concern deepening. No matter how much he masks it, she thought, the stench of blood in his mana cannot be hidden. Boris exited the office with his usual calm smile, though his aura felt like a specter of death looming over the academy. The next day, a banner bearing the symbol of Lewin Academy was raised proudly in the city. Excitement buzzed among the knights and guards as they prepared to welcome everyone to the City of Harmony. Among the crowd was Princess Erin, walking alongside Leximus, her trusted companion. Erin's eyes darted over the sea of guards, her expression growing tense. "Why are there so many guards?" she murmured, her tone tinged with unease. Leximus, observing the same scene, couldn't hide her discomfort. "It's overwhelming," she agreed. "I heard security increased after the blood banquet, but this is—" Their conversation halted abruptly when someone caught their attention. Standing in a quiet corner was Lunav, her hands resting demurely on her abdomen. "Lunav?" Erin's confusion was evident as she stopped in her tracks. Lunav, noticing their gaze, offered a kind smile. Despite the tension, Erin felt a glimmer of relief. Later, the group strolled through a beautiful park. The peaceful setting allowed Erin to feel at ease. "I'm glad you're okay," she said earnestly to Lunav. Lunav smiled warmly. "It's all thanks to you," she replied. Erin's expression turned guilty. "But I didn't do anything," she admitted, her voice heavy with remorse. "You were locked up because of me." Lunav closed her eyes, shaking her head gently. "I'm fine," she said with a calm smile. "I'm a big girl. Don't blame yourself." Leximus, observing the exchange, placed a hand over her mouth. "You're beautiful," she said, clearly impressed by Lunav's composure and grace. Erin extended a hand toward Leximus. "Leximus, this is Lunav," she said, introducing the two. As they spoke, a figure appeared before them, bowing politely. It was Boris. "Greetings," he said, his voice smooth and respectful. "I'm Boris, the newly appointed instructor." Erin's gaze turned calm and measured as she responded. "Yes, I've heard about you." Her voice was steady, but her mind raced with questions. Why is his presence so unnerving? She wondered silently, sensing that Boris's arrival would soon disrupt their fragile peace. Erin observed Boris with a calm expression as he explained his role. "I teach mana applications," he said, his tone polite. Boris then turned to Erin, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. "Do you have some free time?" "It won't take long." Lunav's gaze narrowed as she studied him intently. Her instincts told her Boris was dangerous. "Erin," she said cautiously, "wait a moment." Erin, slightly confused, hesitated. "It's just a mana evaluation," she said, her voice uncertain. "What could go wrong?" With a polite bow, Boris assured her, "I'm only reviewing mana ranges. If I may." His hand hovered near her monosphere. Erin complied, summoning the glowing sphere of mana into her palm. As Boris observed the monosphere, his expression darkened imperceptibly. His lips twitched into a subtle, almost predatory smile. Lunav's unease deepened, and she clenched her fists. Something's not right, she thought. Boris placed his hand near the monosphere, his tone calm, yet unsettling. "This will only take a moment," he said as he activated his power. The atmosphere grew heavier. Before Boris could proceed further, a hand shot out and grabbed Erin's wrist, making the monosphere vanish instantly. Startled, Erin turned, only to freeze when she saw who had intervened. It was Cyan. Boris immediately went on alert, stepping back slightly as his sharp gaze fixed on the newcomer. Erin, however, was caught off guard. "Cyan," she stammered, her cheeks flushing with surprise and confusion. "What are you doing here?" Cyan didn't respond to her. His fiery eyes locked onto Boris with unmasked fury, his posture rigid and imposing. What is he doing in Lewin? Cyan thought, his instincts screaming danger. Cyan's mind briefly drifted to the incursion war of the Demon King's army, nearly 1,002 years before Lewin's founding. The battlefield had been a scene of unparalleled chaos. Corpses littered the ground, and monstrous creatures loomed over the land, bringing despair wherever they tread. A lone priest stood against one such monstrosity, raising his hands to the sky as he summoned a golden barrier of protection. The barrier glowed brightly, shielding what few knights remained. But a massive claw, sharp and filled with otherworldly power, struck the barrier with devastating force. The ground itself fractured under the shockwave. The priest screamed, his voice trembling with determination as he poured all his strength into maintaining the barrier. But the monster's power was overwhelming. The golden shield shattered, and the priest was crushed beneath the beast's claw, leaving behind a crater soaked in blood. Nearby, the leader of a knightly unit gritted his teeth as despair filled his heart. Yet he refused to give in. "Reform the lines," he roared to his soldiers, ordering them to press forward, even as the tide of darkness threatened to consume them all. Cyan's grip on Erin's wrist tightened slightly, his fiery gaze not wavering from Boris. The memories of battle and betrayal flashed in his mind, blending with the present. Boris tilted his head, his calm demeanor masking a subtle tension. You interrupted, he said smoothly. I was simply evaluating her mana. I'm sure you were, Cyan replied coldly, his tone sharp. But you don't belong here, Boris. The tension between the two was palpable, the weight of Cyan's words thickening the air. Erin looked between them, her confusion growing as Lunav stood silently, her hand resting on her abdomen, her worried gaze fixed on Boris. What is Boris hiding? Cyan wondered, his mind racing. And why does his mana feel so familiar and so wrong? Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a priest pointed toward the horizon with wide eyes. Someone's approaching, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with both fear and hope. From the sky, Cyan descended, sword in hand, moving with incredible speed. He struck the giant spider-like monster with a series of devastating slashes, wounding it deeply. The creature screamed in agony, its monstrous voice echoing across the battlefield. As Cyan landed gracefully, the captain of the knights stared at him, his eyes filling with joy and relief. The rumors are true, the captain thought, a smile breaking across his weary face. He had believed Cyan was fighting on the western lines, but the timing of his arrival couldn't have been more perfect. One of the priests nearby grinned, his faith restored. Cyan has come to save us, he said, his voice brimming with hope. Cyan, his expression serious, addressed the injured. Step back. I'll handle this, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. The enormous spider, sensing its survival threatened, opened its grotesque mouth and began charging a powerful mana ball. Cyan stood his ground, but just as the energy surged toward him, he disappeared from sight in an instant, leaving no trace. The monster unleashed its attack, a devastating burst of energy that obliterated everything in its path. Smiling wickedly, the spider believed Cyan to be dead. However, a calm voice from above shattered its confidence. Too slow, Cyan said, resting his sword casually on his shoulder. He was perched on the spider's head, his expression one of mild amusement. So this is a special rank monster, he mused aloud. I'm a little excited. The spider's confidence turned to dread. It began to sweat, its fear mounting as it realized Cyan had closed the distance without being detected. Summoning his void sphere ability, Cyan extended his hand and began forming a powerful orb of concentrated energy. As the sphere grew, Cyan leaped into the air and hurled it at the spider's head. The sphere hit its mark, obliterating the creature's head entirely. Its massive body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and defeated. From the edge of the battlefield, Boris observed the spectacle. He began clapping slowly, a wide smile on his face. Impressive, he said, his voice filled with mock admiration. It's no wonder Askell values you so highly. Cyan turned sharply toward Boris, his piercing gaze locking onto the man. Memories surfaced, and Cyan's expression darkened. I remember you, he said coldly. You were in the rear guard with Askell. Boris's smile didn't waver. He placed a hand behind his back and approached Cyan, his manner calm, yet unnerving. He touched his cheek lightly, as if amused by the interaction. Yes, he admitted. I heard the northern lines needed reinforcements, so I came to help. But it seems you've already taken care of things. Cyan closed his eyes, his expression hardening as he dismissed Boris's words. Something's off, he thought, but he decided not to pursue the matter further. There were larger battles to fight, and Boris's intentions could wait. For now, hours after the battle, a bonfire crackled in the camp. Cyan placed his sword against a stone, sat atop it, and stared into the flames. The firelight danced across his face as he spoke, his tone calm but tinged with bitterness. Everyone here is on the verge of dying, and this war, it's endless. Boris remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cyan as he stirred the fire with a branch. Cyan's voice grew quieter, more introspective. It's been a year since the Verts commanded the elite knights to deliver the crown to Emperor Enel. And what's changed? The monsters took advantage when the lions weakened. This war has no end. The fire flared brighter, reflecting the emptiness in Cyan's expression. All of this is because of Emperor Enel's greed. If Askell hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't even be here. Boris placed his hands on his hips and smiled faintly. Risky words, he said, his tone light but layered with something darker. But I understand. I'm in the same situation as you. I can't say otherwise. Cyan's eyes snapped toward him, surprised. I thought the Emperor brought you here. Boris chuckled, closing his eyes as he flashed a confident smile. No, I wasn't summoned by the Emperor. Askell personally selected me for my talents. He believed my personality was compatible with his. Boris approached the spider's corpse, extending his hand as his mana flared. Using his power, he began extracting the lingering energy from the monster's remains. The void sphere that Cyan had used to kill the creature reappeared in Boris's hand. Cyan watched intently as Boris manipulated the mana, shaping it into a smaller, concentrated ball. I collect residual mana and transform it into spheres, Boris explained casually. He held the ball up, inspecting it like a prized artifact. My power allows me to store mana. Useful, isn't it? Fog began to emanate faintly from Cyan's body, catching Boris's attention. His curious gaze lingered, studying Cyan's mana. Unique, Boris thought, his smile growing wider. Cyan noticed Boris's fixation and frowned. Is something wrong with my mana? He asked, his tone wary. Boris held up the glowing mana ball, his expression unreadable save for the faint trace of an evil smile. Not at all, he said smoothly. In fact, it's remarkable. You might just be the person I've been looking for. Cyan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the danger in Boris's words, recalling the earlier moments when Askell and Boris had begun to take an unusual interest in him. The memory faded as Cyan's focus returned to the present. Gripping Princess Erin's wrist, he stepped between her and Boris, leaving everyone stunned. His gaze burned with a murderous intent. Not again, Cyan thought fiercely. I won't make the same mistake. Boris's demeanor shifted, his polite facade masking the tension in his posture. He didn't recognize Cyan at first, but after a moment, realization dawned. His eyes widened slightly as he took a closer look. It's him, Boris thought. Leximus, standing nearby, panicked. Cyan, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Why are you acting like this? Boris raised a hand, touching his temple as if calming himself. It's a misunderstanding, he said, extending his other hand toward the group. His voice remained soothing. I'm simply checking the students' skill levels, as any good instructor would. Cyan's piercing gaze didn't waver. I've never heard of any instructor needing to do something like this, he said coldly. His firm tone made it clear he didn't buy Boris's explanation. You don't belong here. The weight of Cyan's words hung heavily in the air, the tension between the two palpable. Boris's charm couldn't hide the creeping suspicion Cyan had of his true motives. Whatever his game is, Cyan thought, I won't let him play it here. Boris raised his hands in a placating gesture, a kind smile on his face. Please, there's no need to do anything if you feel pressured, he said gently, turning to Princess Erin. My apologies if I made you uncomfortable. Erin, still flustered, placed a hand near her mouth. Her cheeks were red as a tomato as she nodded quickly. It's all right, she stammered, clearly embarrassed. Cyan's hostile gaze didn't soften. You should leave, he said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Before anyone feels even more uncomfortable. Boris hesitated, his polite facade momentarily faltering. With a nervous smile, he decided not to push further. Bowing slightly, he placed a hand over his chest and said, Of course. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. He turned and walked away, his steps unhurried but deliberate. Cyan watched him leave, his eyes narrowing as he silently observed Boris's every move. Nearby, Luna's attention also lingered on Boris. Her expression grew thoughtful as she tried to recall whether she had heard of him before. With a serious expression, Leximus turned to Cyan. Let go of Erin's hand, she said pointedly. Cyan blinked, then glanced at Erin. He hadn't realized he was still holding her wrist. With a calm look, he released her hand and apologized. Sorry. Erin touched her wrist, a small smile breaking through her flustered state. I'm sure you had your reasons, she said confidently. Then, as if her composure suddenly crumbled, her face turned crimson once more. She grabbed Leximus's hand abruptly. We have something urgent to do, she said hurriedly before dragging Leximus away, leaving Cyan and Lunav staring after her, bewildered by her behavior. Lunav turned to Cyan, her curiosity piqued. Do you know Boris? She asked. Cyan's expression remained calm. A little, he replied, offering no further explanation. Lunav smiled, impressed. That's incredible. I've never heard of him before. Cyan's gaze hardened slightly as he turned away. Don't try to learn more about him, he warned. And whatever you do, stay away from him. Lunav blinked in surprise at his sharp tone. She watched him walk off, her confusion deepening. Why is he so irritated, she wondered. And why does his warning only make me more curious? Minutes later, Cyan entered the royal hall and activated the ring of Anbaris. Fog swirled from the ring, and in an instant, a mountain of candies appeared. Cyan smiled as the room filled with a cheerful atmosphere. His young daughter squealed in delight. I'm rich, she declared, diving headfirst into the pile of sweets. Her excitement was infectious, and she giggled uncontrollably as she climbed the candy heap. Nearby, Emily, standing with her arms crossed, sighed. She's going to be impossible to handle later, she said wryly. On the other side of the room, Brian stood with his hands on his hips, a smile on his face. He chuckled as Cyan turned toward them. Good work while I was away, Cyan said with a grin. Brian bowed slightly. You've worked hard too. Emily rolled her eyes. He also worked hard at keeping me out of the kitchen, she said, pouting slightly. Cyan crossed his arms, smirking. I thought you liked it when others cooked for you, he teased. Emily huffed, but couldn't suppress the faint smile tugging at her lips. The cheerful exchange filled the hall with warmth, a brief respite from the darker events outside. After Emily sighed and expressed her frustration about being sidelined in the kitchen, Cyan turned to Brian with a mischievous grin. "Let's train," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Brian, visibly exhausted, groaned. "Right now?" he asked, his voice heavy with reluctance. "Right now," Cyan replied, pointing at him with a playful but menacing smile. Despite his lack of enthusiasm, Brian relented and went to change. Arriving at the training field, Cyan and Brian were surprised to see someone already there. A woman wielded a claymore, her breathing labored but steady as she delivered sharp, precise strikes. Her determination was evident in every swing. Brian's eyes widened. "She's handling a claymore of that size like it's nothing," he muttered, impressed. Cyan watched with a growing smile. Leximus, he thought. Her grit and focus stood out, and he couldn't help but admire her. She's going to be one of the best swordswomen on the continent someday. Deciding to test her skills, Cyan grabbed a wooden sword and descended the stairs. As he approached, Leximus noticed him and froze, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. "What are you doing here?" she asked, unsure of his intentions. Cyan rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, his smile turning playful. "Let's see how much you've improved," he said, challenging her. "Take the first step." Though hesitant, Leximus switched to a wooden sword to match him. But before she could fully prepare, Cyan vanished and reappeared above her, his sword poised to strike. Startled, Leximus barely managed to block the attack. Sparks flew as the wooden weapons clashed. "Good reflexes," Cyan said with a grin, pushing her back slightly. Leximus clenched her teeth as she struggled to hold against his strength. Why does his wooden sword feel so heavy? She thought, sweat beginning to form on her brow. Gathering her resolve, she counterattacked, forcing Cyan to step back. Her grip tightened on the sword as she charged at him with newfound determination. "I won't go easy on you," she declared, her eyes fierce. Cyan blocked her flurry of strikes effortlessly, each movement calm and precise. "Good moves," he praised, his voice tinged with excitement. "But is that all you've got?" His playful arrogance fueled her resolve. Leximus attacked with all her strength, beads of sweat running down her face. Despite her relentless efforts, Cyan dodged and parried with ease, his expression never faltering. "Come on," he taunted. "Attack like you mean to kill." Determined not to lose, Leximus's eyes gleamed with resolve as she launched herself into a final, powerful strike. Just as her sword neared him, Cyan sidestepped with lightning speed and struck her lightly on the head with the pommel of his sword. The impact was enough to make her stumble. Her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Frustration welled up within her as she clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She fell back on the ground with a thud, sitting in defeat. Cyan lowered his sword, his amused smile softening. "You've got potential," he said, his tone sincere despite his teasing. "But you're still too rigid. Learn to adapt." Leximus glared up at him, her fury slowly giving way to grudging respect. Though her pride was wounded, a spark of determination remained in her eyes. "I'll beat you someday," she thought, silently vowing to herself. Cyan, reading her expression, grinned knowingly. "I'll be waiting," his smile seemed to say. Cyan pointed his wooden sword at Leximus, his calm smile laced with a hint of seriousness. "Letting your emotions take over creates gaps in your attacks," he explained. "Be mindful of that in the future." Leximus turned her gaze away, her expression clouded with sadness. "I couldn't even land a single hit," she thought, her confidence shaken. Her grip tightened on the sword as she whispered to herself. "It must be nice to be that strong." Cyan, resting the sword on his shoulder, placed his other hand on his waist and spoke firmly yet kindly. "You're skilled," he said, his tone sincere. "Don't let this get you down. You're already capable of wielding a weapon that even most adults would struggle with." Leximus's eyes widened in surprise. His words carried weight, and for a moment, she couldn't help but blush. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she stammered, "How can you give compliments after beating me like that?" Cyan tilted his head slightly, his hand moving to his chin as he regarded her thoughtfully. "She's not going to understand what I mean," he concluded silently. With a calm nod, he decided to redirect her energy. "Keep improving," he said. "At this rate, no one will be able to beat you in a sword fight." Turning to Brian, Cyan handed him the wooden sword. "You'll train with her," he said. Brian pointed to himself in confusion. "Me?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Cyan nodded. "Yes, train her." He turned back to Leximus, his serene expression unwavering. "She'll benefit from your guidance." Leximus, still recovering from her defeat, picked up her sword and stood, her uncertainty fading as she switched to a wooden weapon. "All right," she said, her tone resolute. Brian, visibly uneasy, scratched his head as he reluctantly accepted the sword. "Where are you going?" he asked as Cyan began to walk away. "I've got something to take care of," Cyan replied without turning back. Brian sighed, a forced smile crossing his face. Looking forward to training, he muttered sarcastically, glancing at Leximus. Her sudden burst of excitement made him flinch. "This is going to be terrifying," he thought. Meanwhile, Leximus's determination rekindled. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's get started," she said enthusiastically, her energy unnerving Brian further. Leaving the training field, Cyan wandered the quiet grounds of the academy. The cool night air carried a sense of familiarity that he couldn't shake. After walking for some time, he spotted Lunev standing alone, her figure illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight. Her posture was tense, her attention fixed on a building ahead of her, the research laboratory of Instructor Boris. Cyan's instincts flared as he observed her silently. Why is she here at this hour? He wondered, growing cautious. He approached her, his steps deliberate, and spoke in a calm but curious tone. "Are you planning to go inside?" Startled, Lunev snapped out of her trance, her gaze locking onto him. "How did you know that?" she asked, her voice calm but slightly defensive. "All I did was look at the place." Cyan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. "You looked at it for a long time," he said, crossing his arms. "What are you thinking, Lunev?" Lunev hesitated, glancing back at the building. Something about her demeanor unsettled Cyan. He couldn't tell if it was curiosity, hesitation, or something deeper that drew her to Boris's laboratory. "This doesn't feel right," he thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Cyan's confusion deepened as he stared at Lunev, who seemed intent on entering Boris's laboratory. Her expression, however, was calm and resolute. "I'm curious," she said simply, her voice steady. Memories of Boris bowing politely before them filled her mind. Who is he really, she wondered. Lunev had never heard Boris's name in the Garam Association, which was strange considering his status as an Eighth Circle mage. Someone of his caliber should have been well known. Yet he was an enigma. Cyan let out a sigh, realizing she was diving headfirst into trouble. "Why should I help you?" he asked bluntly. With a sly smile, Lunev pointed at the building. "Because you hate Boris, don't you?" she teased. Cyan closed his eyes, exhaling heavily again. He didn't respond, but his actions spoke for him. "Fine," he thought reluctantly. "If she's going in, I can't leave her alone." Lunev grinned triumphantly as they waited for Boris to leave. Hours later, Boris exited the laboratory, moving silently into the night. Once the coast was clear, Cyan and Lunev approached the building. Peering around the corner, Cyan ensured there was no lingering presence. His sharp instincts confirmed they were alone. "Stay behind me," he said firmly. Lunev nodded, her trust evident despite her curiosity. Cyan placed his hand on the doorknob and used Basem, a lock-picking technique, to disable the lock. Seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a room cluttered with piles of books and shelves overflowing with tomes. The duo stood silently for a moment, taking in the scene. "What is this? A nerd's paradise?" Cyan thought sarcastically. Lunev, however, was already drawn to one of the books. "These are about ancient magic," she murmured, her voice filled with surprise. Cyan's expression shifted immediately. A strange mana presence tingled in the air, putting him on high alert. Moving toward the window, that was Kiram. "What are you doing up there?" Cyan asked, his confusion plain. "Kiram, I'm going to the roof," she replied nonchalantly. "You go ahead and do your thing." Cyan shook his head, bewildered, and turned his focus back to the room. "Cyan!" Lunev's voice broke through his thoughts. She stood by an altar, her gaze fixed on something. Cyan moved closer, his curiosity piqued. Lunev placed her hand on a book resting on the altar, different from the others in every way. Its cover was old and worn, with a gemstone embedded in the center. "This isn't just any book," Cyan muttered, his tone sharp. His instincts screamed that this artifact was far more than it appeared. Lunev lifted the book carefully, her eyes scanning its surface. As she turned it over, Cyan recognized it immediately. Hearthcrea, he thought grimly. Boris's armor. The realization hit them both like a thunderclap. This wasn't just an ordinary laboratory. It was a vault of dangerous secrets. Cyan's mind raced. What else has he hidden here? On the rooftop, Kiram crossed her arms, her face twisted in disgust. "This smell," she muttered, her voice laced with fury. "No matter how many times I encounter it, it's revolting." Her sharp gaze scanned the area, her teeth clenched. "Come out at once, Hearthcrea," she demanded. Feathers began to drift from the sky, their pristine white contrasting with the ominous tension in the air. A figure descended, a radiant angel with enormous wings and white hair. A smile played on his lips as he landed gracefully. "It's been a long time," Hearthcrea said, his tone light. "How surprising to see you awake after 3 centuries. Kiram," her fury barely contained, offered a forced smile. I was in a good mood, she said tersely. But you've just ruined it. Hearthkria's cheerful expression didn't falter as he studied her. Your personality hasn't changed one bit, he said with a laugh. Perhaps that's why you chose Cyan as the successor. Of all the people, Kiram's composure cracked, her eyes blazing with anger. What are you insinuating? She growled, her hand twitching as if ready to strike. Hearthkria descended to the roof, raising a calming hand. Relax, he said smoothly. I'm here to help. Kiram's mind raced with questions, her expression shifting to confusion. Help me? With what? She asked, her voice skeptical. Hearthkria smiled knowingly, raising a single finger. The gesture only fueled Kiram's irritation. What the hell are you trying to do? She spat, her forced smile returning as her rage simmered beneath the surface. Inside the laboratory, Lunav opened the mysterious book with careful hands. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the contents. I've never seen anything like this, she murmured, her fingers trailing across the page. The text was written in a secret language filled with complex symbols, more like a code than ordinary writing. Cyan observed in silence, his unease growing. What is this? He muttered, his instinct screaming that the book was dangerous. It looks unfinished, Lunav said, her voice thoughtful as she touched an illustration of a sun. Her gaze grew distant as she began muttering. The sun, dark clouds, fog. Cyan's eyes widened in alarm. His heart raced, his instincts sharpening. Without hesitation, he reached out and slammed the book shut, startling Lunav. What are you doing? She asked, confused and slightly offended by his abruptness. Cyan's gaze was steely, his voice low and serious. This book has to be destroyed, he said firmly. Lunav's expression filled with questions. Why? What's in it? She asked, her mind struggling to process his urgency. Cyan's attention remained fixed on the closed book, his body tense. This book, he thought to himself, is responsible for the blood banquet and countless other catastrophes. The tension in the laboratory escalated when a calm, authoritative voice broke the silence. I can't let that happen, it said. Cyan's expression shifted instantly. Turning, his eyes locked onto Boris, who stood at the doorway. His presence was startling. Cyan hadn't sensed him at all, distracted by the cursed book. A chill ran down his spine as he clenched his teeth, realizing the situation had taken a dangerous turn. The book on the altar began to glow with an intense golden light. The radiance was so blinding that Cyan and Lunav had to shield their eyes and step back. Suddenly, the book shot into Boris's hand as if it belonged there. Placing his other hand on his chest, Boris closed his eyes and smiled. I was debating whether to visit you, he said smoothly, but what a coincidence to find you here instead. Though I must say, spying on me is unpleasant. Cyan's anger boiled over, but before he could act, Lunav's confusion deepened. What's going on? She wondered aloud, her eyes darting between Cyan and Boris. Boris's eyes gleamed dangerously as he extended his hand toward Lunav. I believe she should leave us alone, he said with unnerving politeness. In an instant, a burst of energy sent Lunav flying backward. She crashed through the window with a deafening shatter, disappearing into the night. Cyan's heart dropped as he stared in shock, his mind racing. She's safe, Boris assured with a smile, as if reading Cyan's thoughts. I sent her to her dorm. A bit rough, perhaps, but nothing to worry about. The broken window framed Boris's imposing figure as he held the glowing book, now pulsating with golden energy. His expression was disturbingly casual, but his eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. I've been looking forward to this, Boris said, his smile widening. You fascinate me, Cyan. The version of you that the world sees, and the version you keep hidden. Cyan went on full alert, his eyes narrowing. This isn't good, he thought. His instincts screamed to attack, but something restrained him. Hearthkria. The book, Hearthkria, radiated a powerful golden aura that filled the room. Cyan's fists tightened as his frustration mounted. Why now, of all times, when Kiram isn't here? He thought bitterly. Meanwhile, on the roof, Kiram lay with her arms behind her head, her expression twisted in irritation. What is he talking about now? She muttered, her frustration evident. Hearthkria's voice, calm and almost mocking, echoed through the golden light. The person that my owner serves is one chosen by the gods, the book said, addressing Kiram. That means you're on the losing side. Kiram scoffed, closing her eyes as if dismissing the claim. Why would a demonic sword like me side with Lumendal and betray my owner? She asked with venom in her tone. Hearthkria's smile deepened, its aura intensifying. It isn't necessary, it replied cryptically. There are many ways to victory. Golden energy surged from Hearthkria, casting an ominous glow over the area. Hearthkria's attention fixed on Kiram as it delivered a warning. If you steal Cyan's body, it will be difficult, even for us, to deal with you. Kiram opened her eyes, her curiosity piqued. A sly smile spread across her face as she broke the silence. So, she said mockingly, what exactly are you planning to do? The world, as it had always been, was a realm of duality, good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. These opposing forces had clashed endlessly throughout history. Hearthkriya represented the supposed light, and Kirim the darkness, a conflict as ancient as time itself. In the Great Divine War 300 years ago, the angelic forces had triumphed over the great demon god, the forces of darkness. The surface world thrived in the light of victory, but as centuries passed, the memory of these events faded. Monuments like the statue of an angel in the city's center once commanded awe, but now they stood as relics of a forgotten age. People no longer revered the angels or their cause. Hearthkriya, seated casually on the rooftop, observed Kirim, who hugged her knees as she listened in silent contemplation. His radiant eyes gleamed, and a smile adorned his face. The darkness, he explained, makes the light shine brighter. Without darkness, we lose our purpose. Our radiance fades. Kirim's gaze turned sharp. That's the stupidest reason I've ever heard, she muttered coldly, her tone brimming with disdain. Kirim said, if I take over my owner's body and lose control, then you will stop me. Then you guys become saviors once again. Sly smile on Hearthkriya's face as he said to Kirim, yes, definitely I knew that you'd get it. Hearing his answer, Kirim's blood boiled. Her claws unsheathed instinctively as her expression darkened. Enough, she growled. Before Hearthkriya could react, Kirim lunged at him with ferocity. Her claws raked across his face, leaving glowing wounds in their wake. Shock flashed across Hearthkriya's serene visage as he staggered backward, struggling to process what had just happened. Kirim's eyes burned with fury as she snarled. You call yourselves saviors? This is all just your selfish game to stay relevant. Hearthkriya's body began to fall from the rooftop, but his calm smile remained, almost mocking. So much sorrow, he said softly, even as his form disintegrated into feathers, leaving only a concentrated energy gathering in the sky. The angel's voice lingered as golden feathers floated around Kirim. Isn't it your fate, as a demonic sword, to consume your owner's body? Have you changed your mind? These words struck a nerve. Kirim's rage gave way to a cold, cutting smile. Fate, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. You're the ones who decided we were evil. Fix your own mess. Don't expect us to play into your little fantasy. Hearthkriya's energy manifested high above, his face resting lazily on his hand, as if her outburst amused him. What a shame, he murmured, almost wistfully. I thought perhaps you and Eru could be reasoned with. It's been a pleasure, truly. His voice grew faint, and his form vanished entirely, scattering into the night as radiant feathers. Kirim's piercing gaze remained fixed on the fading feathers, her mind a whirlwind of anger and confusion. What did Eru do? She muttered, her voice low and trembling. Hearthkriya's parting words gnawed at her, his cryptic tone implying schemes far beyond her immediate understanding. Still, one thing was clear. She would not be a pawn in their game. Inside Boris's laboratory, the air was heavy with unspoken words. Boris, unfazed, prepared tea and sat at the table. Gesturing toward a cup, he smiled warmly. High-quality black tea from Spania, he said. I'm not sure if you'd like it. Cyan remained composed, his expression calm. Why are you so interested in me? He asked directly. Boris chuckled, extending his hands in an almost exaggerated gesture. It's natural for an instructor to take an interest in talent, he replied with ease. Cyan's eyes narrowed slightly. You barely attend the classes, he pointed out, his tone suspicious. Feigning surprise, Boris tilted his head. And why is that? He asked, his smile unwavering. Cyan didn't hesitate. Because there isn't much to learn, he said bluntly. The air grew tense as Boris closed his eyes, his demeanor still outwardly calm. I wonder, he mused, if the Dean and the Duke are aware of your unique perspective? Cyan leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Let's skip the small talk, he said firmly. What's your point? Boris opened his eyes, his calm expression unwavering. Have we met before? He asked, his voice carrying a subtle weight. Cyan's jaw tightened, his suspicion deepening. Why does he think that? He wondered silently. Boris leaned back, recalling their earlier encounter. His mind lingered on the moment Cyan had grabbed Princess Erin's hand. That look in his eyes, Boris thought. The hatred, it was unmistakable. Smiling slightly, he extended a hand towards Cyan. Your reaction when we first met, it was memorable. Cyan stirred his tea absently, his gaze distant. No, he said finally, his voice steady. It's just as surprising to me that I've never heard of you before. A mage with an 8th grade mana circle should be famous. Boris's smile faltered for a brief moment. His gaze turned guarded. I prefer a quiet life, he said smoothly. Cyan wasn't convinced. He leaned forward slightly. Where are you from? He pressed. A very rural area, Boris replied quickly, his tone almost dismissive. You wouldn't have heard of it. The tension in the room was palpable. Cyan stirred his tea slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on Boris. He's lying, he concluded. Even in my past life, he went to great lengths to hide the truth. Breaking the silence, Cyan rested his head on his fist. Anything else you'd like to know about me? He asked, his tone cool and detached. Boris's cheerful facade returned instantly. It's getting late, he said with a smile. We can always continue this conversation another time. Cyan stood, leaving the table and stepping out into the moonlit night. The broken window cast silver beams across the room, illuminating the tension that lingered even after Cyan's departure. Alone in the laboratory, Boris returned the glowing book to the altar. His fingers lingered on its surface as he observed it in silence. His thoughts churned as he replayed their interaction. Cyan is cold, he thought, his smile fading. So cold it's difficult to know what he's thinking. No wonder Askell felt threatened by him. Turning back to the altar, Boris's eyes gleamed with a new understanding. And now I see why, he mused. Cyan is the one helping Princess Erin. For Boris, the game was only beginning. For Cyan, the pieces on the board were growing more unpredictable by the second. In the dim light of the laboratory, Boris placed his hand on the ancient book resting on the altar. A white feather materialized above its surface, hovering delicately. His expression darkened. The younger brother of the Savior, blessed by Lumendal, wielding a demonic sword, he mused. What a disgrace. Behind him, Hearthcrea manifested, his radiant presence illuminating the room. A sly smile crossed the angel's face. Perhaps it's a matter of destiny, Hearthcrea said, his tone calm but deliberate. Boris opened the book, flipping through its pages, his smile widening with every turn. An interesting way to view it, he replied, his voice carrying a note of intrigue. Hearthcrea turned his gaze outward, his expression thoughtful. As the owner of Kiram, Cyan might be the darkness we've been searching for all this time, he said, his voice carrying a quiet certainty. Reaching a page adorned with the illustration of the sun, Boris placed his hand over the image. His thoughts aligned with Hearthcrea's words. If Cyan is the darkness, then he will help Askell shine even brighter, just as the prophecy foretold, he murmured. The imagery of the black mist concealing the sun came to mind as he closed the book, his eyes alight with joy. The ascension of the Savior is about to begin, Boris declared with excitement. Elsewhere, Kiram stepped through a swirling portal into the kingdom of Eru, the air heavy with mist and tension. Her boots echoed against the ground as she entered, her gaze fixed downward, fists clenched at her sides. Ahead of her, Eru sat on his shadowy throne, his piercing gaze settling on her. Eru's calm voice broke the silence. Kiram, he said, his tone measured. I wasn't expecting you. What brings you here? Resting her hand on her waist, Kiram smirked, though her fury simmered beneath the surface. She began walking toward him. You already know, she said sharply. I just met Hearthcrea, and I didn't realize how close he was to your domain. Suspicion flickered in Eru's eyes. He tilted his head slightly. Did he try something? He asked, his voice even. Kiram's eyes flared with rage. You knew, she shouted, her voice rising. You knew, and you've done nothing. Her teeth clenched as she confronted him. Did you forget? They're the ones who expelled you. Eru's form dissolved into mist, reappearing behind her with disarming silence. His voice carried a quiet sadness. There is no place lower than the one where I've already fallen, he said. What is left for me to fear? The weight of his words surprised Kiram. She turned, her rage momentarily giving way to confusion. What do you mean? She asked, her voice trembling. Eru's gaze softened as he observed her. You're angry because they want to use Cyan, he said, his tone somber. And you? Kiram's fist tightened. Of course I'm angry. Do you even care? She demanded. This isn't about me, it's about Cyan. Eru turned his back on her, his movements slow and deliberate. Isn't this your wish? He asked, his voice carrying an edge of finality. Kiram blinked, her anger wavering. What are you talking about? She asked, her tone now curious, but wary. With a wave of his hand, Eru summoned a card, its surface glowing with red mana. Using his finger, he began inscribing it, his strokes precise and deliberate. Your wish is to protect Cyan, he said, not looking up. So, I will make it come true. Finishing his writing, Eru handed the card to her. Carry this decree, he instructed. All of Mist will help you protect Cyan. Kiram's cold gaze fell on the card as she took it. Her rage returned in full force as realization dawned. You're not going to do anything yourself, are you? She said bitterly. Has something happened with Lumendals? Eru's silence was deafening, and though his expression didn't change, the weight of his inaction spoke volumes. Kiram's grip on the card tightened, her resolve strengthening even as her questions remained unanswered. If he won't act, then I'll do it myself, she thought, her determination burning like a flame in the mist-filled room. Eru's glowing eyes dimmed slightly, his expression solemn as Kiram's accusations pierced the air. Every decision he had made had been for his daughter's sake, but those words carried no weight for Kiram now. She turned her back on him, her fists clenched in fury. I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses, she snapped, her voice cold and biting. Consumed by hatred, she stepped toward the portal, her glare burning with contempt. Pointing at Eru, she delivered her parting shot. Stay locked up forever, coward. Eru stood in silence, her words sinking deep. Though he remained composed, an undeniable sadness hung over him, knowing that her anger wasn't entirely unjustified. In the city where the angel statue loomed, A solemn ritual took place in a grand hall adorned with angelic effigies. Several women in white hoods lined up reverently, their white hair glinting under the light. At the center stood a leader holding a ceremonial sword, facing a lone knight. The leader's voice echoed through the chamber. Will you, as a proxy of the great god of light, Lumendal, swear to act as a ray of hope against the cruel darkness? She gripped the sword tightly, her tone heavy with purpose. Will you swear to fight and die on the battlefield, should the need arise? The blue-haired knight stood silently, her gaze steady yet contemplative. Alice Vert, after a moment's hesitation, took a deep breath and spoke with determination. I swear to accept the will of the god of light, Lumendal. As her words resonated through the hall, her eyes began to glow with conviction. Yet, deep down, a seed of doubt lingered. Is this truly the right path? She wondered silently. The Empire had been aggressively recruiting talented individuals into the Knights of Light, deploying them to the front lines to face calamities. Even during catastrophic events like the Blood Banquet, the Royal Guard had failed to act effectively. This reality weighed on Alice as she stood before the angel statue, gazing at it with mixed emotions. Joining the Knights of Light had been her dream since childhood, but now that she was here, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Her thoughts were interrupted by a cheerful voice. Congratulations. Startled, Alice turned, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't help but smile when she saw her friend Cecilia standing nearby. Cecilia! Alice exclaimed, her joy breaking through her nerves. Cecilia's proud smile radiated warmth as she approached. You've finally achieved your dream, she said with genuine delight. Alice flushed nervously and waved her hands in denial. You're Lady Cecilia now. I should address you properly. Cecilia placed her hands over her abdomen, her tone gentle but firm. Alice, when we're alone, you can address me however you like. Still, Alice knelt before her friend out of respect, shaking her head. I can't. You're my superior now. Cecilia's composure faltered as she grew visibly nervous. Please don't kneel, she panicked, her voice trembling. Later, the two friends sat on a bench by a serene fountain in the city park. The gentle sound of water offered a sense of calm as Alice voiced her concerns. I don't know if I've chosen the right path, she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Cecilia listened intently, her gaze steady. You've never been one to stray from the right path, Alice, she said softly. I've known you for a long time. Trust yourself. You'll do what's right. Alice looked at Cecilia, her friend's unwavering belief in her lighting a small flame of hope. Thank you, she said, her voice quiet but sincere. As the night deepened, the two friends sat in silence, their bond unspoken but strong, ready to face the challenges ahead. Alice, her eyes closed, let out a sigh, her heart heavy with unresolved emotions. I can still hear their screams, she admitted softly, her voice tinged with anguish. People crying for help. Cecilia, standing beside her, regarded her friend with a serious expression. There's only one way to find out if the front lines are where you truly belong, she said, her tone calm but resolute. Alice's gaze shifted, her confusion and curiosity evident. Before she could ask, Cecilia stood up, a smile spreading across her face. Join me when I head to the front line, she suggested, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. Duke Villiers has entrusted us with an important mission, one that we must fulfill together. Hearing this, Alice's jaw dropped in shock. Father gave us a mission? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Brian strapped on his boots and gripped his sword with determination. His eyes gleamed as he prepared for the unknown. Where are you going? Someone asked. Brian turned to face them, his expression serious. I don't know, he admitted. I was only told to get ready. Emily, standing behind him, watched silently, her usual cheerfulness replaced by quiet concern. Nana placed her hands over her chest, her gaze sorrowful. Will I not see you for a long time again? She asked hesitantly. Before Brian could answer, the sound of boots approaching drew their attention. A calm voice interrupted. Not this time. All eyes turned to see Cyan, his expression serene yet firm. Addressing Nana, he said, Don't worry. He then turned to Brian, a faint smile on his lips. Are you ready? Brian nodded. Yes, he replied confidently. I've prepared as instructed, but I still don't know where we're going. Cyan extended his hand, revealing the ring, which emitted an intense red mist. We're going to the Valley of Lemia, he revealed. Emily gasped, her face a mix of surprise and confusion. Isn't it the place we went to before? It's so far away. Without addressing her concern, Cyan used the ring's power to open a portal. With this, he said calmly, we'll arrive immediately. He gestured for Brian to hurry, his urgency evident. Brian followed without hesitation, while deep inside, Cyan braced himself for what he knew. This was the day Alice was fated to die. Mounted on horses, the Knights of Light arrived at the front lines. The scene was tense, the air thick with the anticipation of battle. A bearded man, Sir Yulkin, the captain of the squadron, raised his voice, ordering the troops to halt. He turned back to face Alice, a broad smile on his face. "Thank you for joining us, Lady Alice," he said with genuine appreciation. Alice, riding beside Cecilia, forced a smile. "Please, Sir Yulkin," she said, her tone slightly flustered. "Don't call me miss." As the troops advanced, Alice's attention fell on the battlefield ahead, a stark reminder of the dangers they were about to face. Sir Yulkin noticed her unease and turned to her with a reassuring smile. "It's truly admirable that you've come here as a knight of light," he said sincerely. Alice nodded, though her mind was clouded with doubt. "Am I truly ready for this?" she wondered, clutching the reins of her horse tightly. Beside her, Cecilia's unwavering presence gave her a small measure of comfort, even as they rode into the unknown. With a forced smile and a nervous tone, Alice pleaded with Sir Yulkin, "Please stop praising me so much. I still have so much to learn." Yulkin, his scarred eye giving him an air of rugged wisdom, smiled warmly. "You'll do just fine," he said confidently. "The Duke will be proud of you." Dismounting from his horse, Yulkin gestured for Alice to do the same. She followed hesitantly, still uneasy. "And stop calling me miss," she added, her voice soft but insistent. Yulkin chuckled heartily as he led her forward. "The Duke is waiting for you." Alice's heart raced as she approached her father. The Duke, tall and imposing, stood at the edge of the encampment, gazing out over the battlefield. His stoic expression made it clear that his thoughts were elsewhere. Gathering her courage, Alice brought her feet together and placed a hand over her chest in a formal salute. "Alice Vert, eldest daughter of the Vert family," she said with practiced precision. "I came as quickly as I could after receiving your message." The Duke turned to her, his face betraying no warmth or pride. "Today, the third and fourth princes, as well as the second princess, are visiting," he stated coldly. "Prepare yourself." Though his words lacked emotion, Alice's eyes brightened with joy. "Yes, father," she replied cheerfully. Despite his distance, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of happiness. The Duke turned again, his gaze sharp. "They've arrived," he said curtly. Alice turned, her curiosity piqued. A procession of knights and carriages approached, their presence heavy with formality. The atmosphere tensed as the carriages stopped, and the royals began to disembark. The third prince, Fabian Severus, stepped out first. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, muttering, "What is that awful smell?" His younger brother, Nervian Severus, followed, covering his nose. "How can anyone live in such a filthy place?" he scoffed, his disdain evident. Then, the second princess, Violet Severus, emerged with a graceful demeanor. She offered a kind smile. "The Vert family has always worked tirelessly on the front lines," she said diplomatically. As the princes and princess approached, the Duke and the Knights of Light bowed deeply in respect. "It is an honor to host you," the Duke said formally. Nervian, clearly unimpressed, huffed as he climbed back into the carriage. "Let's get this over with quickly," he muttered. "These visits are meaningless formalities." Fabian, however, remained outside, glaring at the Duke. "And what about magical beast attacks?" he asked sharply. "Are there any threats?" The Duke, unperturbed, responded with a confident smile. "Even in the rear guard, the magical beasts here are minor. There's no need for concern." At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps caught everyone's attention. A figure approached from the direction of the camp. The Duke turned, his expression softening into a rare smile of pride. "There is nothing to worry about," he said firmly. "We have the finest knight the Vert family has ever produced." Askel Vert stepped into view, his eyes calm and steady. His presence exuded an aura of assurance, and his tranquil demeanor silenced the air of unease. It had been years since he had last seen his father. Alice's gaze locked onto Askel, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Curiosity, confusion, and admiration all mixing in equal measure. "Brother," she thought silently, unsure of what his arrival would mean for the unfolding events. The Duke approached Askel, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, a proud smile softened his usually stern features. "I trust you'll fulfill your mission with excellence," he said, his voice filled with rare warmth. Askel locked eyes with his father, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I won't disappoint you," he promised, his words steady and resolute. Fabian's sharp voice cut through the moment. "Take care of the beasts before they get anywhere near us," he ordered Askel, his expression one of disdain. "Unlike them, we are far too valuable to risk." The second princess, Violet, offered a softer contrast. Her gaze settled on Askel, a kind smile gracing her lips. "I trust you to ensure our safety," she said, her tone gentle but sincere. For Askel, her words were a rare honor. His eyes dropped to the ground briefly, his heart swelling with quiet pride. "It's an honor to serve you," he said, his voice subdued yet genuine. Violet looked around, noticing something, or rather, someone missing. Why hasn't Lionel come with you? She asked, her curiosity evident. He's usually by your side for formal events like this. Askell's penetrating gaze met hers. After a pause, he replied with a serene smile. An unexpected commitment arose. He entrusted me with the task of escorting the twins and you. Though his explanation seemed reasonable, Violet couldn't shake a lingering suspicion. Still, she nodded, choosing to accept his words. Having Count Askell as our escort is reassuring, she said before stepping into the carriage. The Knights of Light stood at attention, their somber silence creating an uneasy tension. Askell's intense stare followed the carriage as it moved, his expression inscrutable. Alice's eyes drifted to her brother, observing him with a suspicious gaze. Why is he here? She wondered. Askell always escorts the first prince. Why has he come to the front to accompany the twins and Princess Violet? Her curiosity was interrupted as Askell turned toward her. His voice broke her trance. I heard you join the Knights of Light, he said, his tone calm, but carrying an unsettling weight. Top of your class. Congratulations. Alice froze, her eyes widening in surprise. There was something familiar in the way he looked at her, a gaze filled with concealed hatred. It stirred a memory. Alice was 9 years old, celebrating her birthday in her room. Askell had entered, his presence both comforting and commanding. He stroked her head gently, congratulating her on her special day. Little Alice had clutched a scroll in her small hands, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity and joy. What is this, brother? She had asked, her voice full of wonder. It's a level 4 magic scroll, Askell explained, kneeling beside her. You can't use it now, but when you grow stronger, when you reach level 4 magical power, you'll be able to use it someday. Her admiration for her brother deepened that day. She cherished the scroll as a reminder of her aspirations to grow stronger. Years later, when Alice finally achieved level 4 magical power, she sat in her room, the scroll in her hands once more. She opened it with reverence, placing her hand over its surface. A magic circle began to glow, intricate and beautiful. Before she could fully activate it, a firm hand grabbed her wrist. Startled, Alice turned to see Cecilia standing beside her, her expression stern. What are you doing? Cecilia demanded, her grip unrelenting. Alice's confusion mirrored in her wide eyes. She began, but Cecilia cut her off. Do you have any idea what this scroll is meant to do? Cecilia asked, her voice both protective and urgent. Alice faltered, realizing for the first time that her brother's gift might have held a purpose she hadn't yet understood, and perhaps one far darker than she had ever imagined. In the memory, Cecilia's panicked voice cut through Alice's confusion. That's a medium-level magical beast summoning scroll, she exclaimed. If you had activated it, something serious could have happened. You could have died. Alice's heart sank as she realized the gravity of the situation. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she stared at the scroll, her mind racing. Did Askell know the danger when he gave it to her? The implications weighed heavily on her. Back in the present, Askell turned away from Alice and began walking toward the carriages. Her gaze followed him, filled with unanswered questions. The strange energy surrounding him made her uneasy. Why had he done this? What was happening to her brother? She wondered as the carriages departed. The Knights of Light escorted the royal entourage, their movements tense. Inside the carriage, the third prince, Fabian, couldn't hide his irritation. Did Brother Lionel really assign Askell to escort us? He grumbled. Fabian crossed his arms, his expression sour. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It's suspicious, he muttered. Could they be plotting something? Princess Violet sat across from them, her demeanor serious. Assigning someone as skilled as Askell to protect us is reason enough to be suspicious, she said matter-of-factly. Her piercing gaze met her brother's. You know what kind of person Lionel is. Prepare yourselves if you want to survive. Her words hung heavy in the air. Fabian and Nervian fell silent, their unease growing. The carriage ride continued, but an ominous tension lingered. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, rattling the carriage. The twins exchanged worried glances, while Nervian turned to the window in alarm. What's going on? He demanded. Outside, Alice sprinted toward the carriages, her expression panicked. We're under attack, she yelled, her voice sharp with urgency. Her gaze locked on the carriage. Evacuate immediately. As she spoke, a colossal antararch, a supreme magical beast, emerged from the earth. Its deafening roar sent a wave of fear through the knights, many of whom stepped back instinctively. The sheer presence of the creature created an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Nervian clutched the carriage window, his teeth clenched tightly in terror. What is that thing? He stammered. It's a terrestrial dragon, Fabian whispered, his face pale. Panic flashed in his eyes as the reality of their situation set in. They said supreme-level magical beasts wouldn't appear here. The Antararch struck the ground with massive force, sending the knights flying. The princes and princess screamed as the carriage rocked violently. Alice threw open the carriage door, her voice calm but commanding. "Get out!" Now, she ordered. The royals scrambled to comply, but as they disembarked, the dragon's massive tail swung toward them with deadly force. Thinking quickly, Alice activated a protection shield, intercepting the tail's attack and saving their lives. The shield shimmered as it absorbed the impact, and Alice's gaze locked on the beast with unwavering determination. "Move forward," she shouted at the royals. "Don't stop." Her voice was steady despite the chaos. This made no sense. There shouldn't have been magical beasts in the rear guard. Consumed by fear, Nervian lost his composure. Without waiting for his siblings or the knights, he turned and bolted into the distance, running wildly in a blind panic. "Get back here, you coward!" Fabian yelled after him, his frustration barely masking his own fear. Alice gritted her teeth, maintaining the shield as the Antararch roared again. "This isn't right," she thought grimly. "Why is this happening here?" She glanced back at the royals. "I'll protect them, no matter what." Fabian shouted after his fleeing brother. "Stop running, you coward." His voice carried a mix of anger and disbelief as Nervian vanished into the chaos. Meanwhile, the princess lay on the ground, shaken by the commotion. As she struggled to regain her composure, her attention was drawn to an ominous presence approaching them. Alice and Violet turned, their eyes widening in fear. It was Askell, his sword unsheathed and his demeanor cold. His gaze, once filled with familial warmth, now radiated malice. "I can protect you," Askell said, his voice calm yet menacing, "if you come to my side." Violet's face twisted with anger. Clenching her teeth, she thought, "You've been waiting for this, haven't you? Planning to kill me in the chaos." Alice, observing her brother's behavior, was struck with suspicion. What had happened to him? Her thoughts were interrupted when a powerful gust of wind struck the beast, forcing it to recoil and giving Alice's shield a brief reprieve. Alice turned to see the source of the attack. "Cecilia!" she exclaimed, relief washing over her as her friend stood ready to assist. Cecilia nodded firmly. "Alice, get to my side," she called. Without hesitation, Alice grabbed the princess by the arm, whispering an apology before pulling her to safety. Violet, confused but compliant, asked, "Where are we going?" Cecilia answered sharply, "Out of here. That's our first priority." Her tone left no room for debate. Alice glanced back as they retreated, her heart heavy with unease. Why had Askell's gaze been filled with murderous intent toward Violet? Panic crept in her mind as she watched him face the beast, unmoving. The massive beast raised its claw, preparing to strike. "Askell, be careful," Alice shouted, her voice trembling with concern. To her astonishment, Askell made no effort to evade. As the claw descended, a golden magical barrier manifested around him, effortlessly blocking the attack. Alice froze, her eyes wide in shock. Such power! Cecilia grabbed her arm, urging her to move. "We have to go now." Askell retaliated with a surge of golden energy, the barrier expanding outward and hurling the beast skyward. The Antararch roared, its body flailing as it was launched. It crashed back to the ground moments later, enraged but undeterred. The Knights of Light scrambled to regroup as their captain barked orders to form ranks. Askell's attention briefly shifted to the fleeing Alice and Violet. Seeing that they had escaped, he clenched his teeth in frustration, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. The beast rose again, its glowing form radiating power as it charged a mana ball in its gaping maw. The intense energy caused the knights to shield their eyes, certain that their end had come. At the last moment, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Retreat!" All eyes turned skyward as Askell descended like a bolt of golden lightning. His sword, imbued with radiant mana, sliced clean through the mana ball with a devastating explosion. The sheer force of his strike dissipated the beast's attack and sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Askell landed gracefully, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes locked onto the beast with unyielding determination. This thing was a nuisance, nothing more. The Antararch roared, baring its fangs as it prepared for another attack. Askell smirked coldly, his voice low but resolute. "You made me lose sight of my target," he muttered. "I won't let it happen again." With golden mana surging through his blade, Askell prepared to deliver a finishing blow. The battlefield was chaos, but the scene near Alice Vert was even more chilling. Her brother, Askell, waged war against the monstrous Antararch in the distance, his golden barrier shaking the earth with its radiance. Yet the real storm was brewing far closer. As Alice turned to help the fallen princess, her concern was genuine. Extending a hand, she asked, "Are you hurt?" The princess, feigning weakness, gazed at the ground with sweat dripping from her brow. but her eyes suddenly lit with malice. A proud, twisted smile spread across her face. I don't fall so easily, she hissed. Alice froze, her confusion palpable. Before she could process the change, a sharp pain tore through her abdomen. Her breath hitched, her vision blurred. Turning slowly, she saw the blade, Cecilia's blade, buried deep in her stomach. Cecilia, why? Alice's voice trembled, filled with betrayal and disbelief. Cecilia remained silent, sweat pooling on her brow, her gaze fixed on the ground. She yanked the sword free, the motion cold and deliberate. Blood sprayed, and Alice collapsed onto the ground, clutching her wound, writhing in agony. The princess approached, arms crossed, a smug smile on her lips. Her gaze was piercing as she looked down at Alice. So, you're Askelvert's little sister, she sneered. I knew something was off when Lionel didn't show up. He always has a hand in everything. Her tone was calm, but laced with venom. She turned to Cecilia, who stood frozen, guilt and horror battling in her mind. The princess dismissed her ally's hesitation with a glance, then continued, You Vert are always so ambitious. Did you think I wouldn't notice your pathetic attempts to protect me? Askel's little sister, trying to play hero. Alice's breathing was labored, her vision narrowing. It's of a misunderstanding, she whispered, her voice faltering. I only wanted to keep you safe. The princess interrupted with a laugh, mocking Alice's sincerity. Oh, save it. Do you think I'm blind to your family schemes? I won't let you or your brother kill me like a fool. With a flourish, the princess produced a scroll, unfurled it, and threw it to the ground. A magic circle ignited beneath her feet, the glowing runes casting eerie light over the scene. She turned to Alice one last time, her eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction. Pray to Lumendal if you want, little knight, she taunted, her voice dripping with condescension. Maybe he'll save you. But I doubt it. The circle's light intensified, and with a flash, the princess and Cecilia vanished, leaving Alice bleeding and alone. Lying on the cold earth, Alice clenched her teeth against the searing pain. Her mind raced, replaying every moment that had led her here. Was her trust in Cecilia misplaced? Did her brother know all along? Tears welled in her eyes, not from the pain of her wound, but from the ache of betrayal. As the betrayal set in, Alice's eyes blazed with rage and sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her wound, disbelief and despair swirling within her. Why? She wondered. Why had Cecilia, her dearest friend, turned against her? Even as she cried, Alice refused to give in. The ground trembled under the stomps of approaching monsters. Turning, she saw a pack of grotesque beasts with dog-like heads closing in, their intent to devour her clear in their predatory stares. With gritted teeth, Alice drove her sword into the ground for support, willing herself to rise. I won't die here, she muttered, one hand clutching her abdomen to staunch the bleeding. She staggered upright, her heart pounding with a fierce determination. Her fingers twitched as she began channeling her energy. She wasn't ready to let go, not without answers. She would survive. She had to. The monsters lunged at her. Alice gripped her sword tightly and drew on her own blood, channeling Yin's power. Her crimson lifeblood swirled in the air, forming razor-sharp spears that hovered protectively around her. Closing her eyes and steadying her breathing, she extended her hand, summoning the last reserves of her strength. I'll ask you myself, Cecilia, she whispered, as the first beast leapt forward. Alice thrust her hand outward, sending a blood spear hurtling into the monster. It yelped and collapsed mid-air, its body convulsing as it hit the ground. The other beasts hesitated, growling and circling her warily. Come on, then, Alice shouted, her voice defiant. Her spears hovered like a barrier around her, as she prepared to fight for her life. Miles away, Princess Violet appeared in a luxurious chamber as a glowing magic circle faded beneath her feet. She sat on the plush bed, exhaling deeply. For the first time in hours, she allowed herself to feel relieved. That place was vile, she muttered, fanning herself dramatically. Even the air was disgusting. Cecilia stood nearby, silent and tense. Her shoulders were stiff, her gaze fixed on the floor. Violet, noticing her companion's quiet demeanor, turned toward her. Don't you agree, Cecilia? Yes, Cecilia replied, her voice faint, her eyes brimming with regret. Her mind betrayed her as memories surfaced. Alice's laughter as they shared ice cream in their youth, her bright eyes full of happiness. The stark contrast to the bloodied, betrayed woman she had left behind twisted like a knife in Cecilia's heart. Violet tilted her head, her tone turning sharper. Why didn't you kill her? Cecilia snapped out of her reverie, her head whipping toward the princess. What? You heard me. Violet's calm, yet icy gaze pierced her. You could have ended Alice right then and there. That was the order, wasn't it? She gestured dismissively. You left her alive. Cecilia turned her face away, her hands trembling slightly. The beasts, they'll finish her soon enough. On the battlefield, Alice's blood-forged swords pierced through beast after beast. Her strength was waning, her breath ragged, but she pushed forward, determined. Just as she prepared to attack again, exhaustion finally overtook her. She drove her sword into the ground, fell to her knees, and closed her eyes. A fleeting sense of relief washed over her. Was it finally over? But the moment of peace didn't last. As she stared blankly at the ground, contemplating what she would tell the knights. Knowing no one would believe that Princess Violet had tried to kill her, a low growl reached her ears. Her body stiffened as a massive beast sniffed at the corpse of its fallen kin. Slowly, she turned, her eyes widening in horror. Salamanders, high-level magical beasts, and they were staring straight at her. Their massive bodies oozed fire and saliva, their scorching gazes locked onto their next prey, her. Panic gripped Alice. Her mind screamed for a way out, but her body refused to move. One of the beasts reared its head, flames crackling in its maw as it prepared to unleash a deadly fireball. Terror swallowed her whole. She was out of options. Then, in a blur of speed, a figure appeared. Cyan unsheathed his sword, his blade flashing like lightning as he activated the fog sword technique, rushing fog storm. Before the beast could release its fireball, precise slashes tore through its body. Alice barely registered what was happening. One moment she was bracing for death. The next, the salamander's severed head landed behind her with a sickening thud. Her body froze, her mind struggling to catch up. A strong hand grabbed her shoulder. "Sorry about this," a voice said before she was suddenly lifted into someone's arms and carried away just as the beast's molten body collapsed where she had been moments before. Dazed, she looked up. Brian. Relief and confusion warred inside her. The realization hit. If Brian was here, then that masked swordsman. Could it be? The remaining salamanders roared in fury, their fallen comrade fueling their rage. Rivers of molten lava spewed from their mouths, threatening to consume everything. Brian landed in a lower area, placing Alice down against a stone wall. She clutched her head, overwhelmed, while Brian clenched his teeth. "Just hang on," he muttered. Alice lifted her head and froze. Lava was cascading toward them. Then, something unexpected happened. With a loud thud, a sword, Kiram, landed before them. Their eyes locked onto it, puzzled. As the lava threatened to consume them, a figure emerged. Kiram. She stomped the ground with force and scowled. "What's with all this lava? Do they have stomach issues or something?" Hope flickered in Brian's eyes. He grinned. "You're the best." Kiram raised her hands skyward, summoning a powerful magical barrier, just in time to shield them from the lava. Furious, she glared at the beasts. "Stop spewing magma like a bunch of sick dragons." With the barrier in place, Cyan prepared to finish the fight. Upon Kiram's command, he activated thick fog third technique, fog descent, vanishing in an instant and reappearing above the salamanders. His eyes gleamed as he summoned a powerful manosphere, void sphere. The beasts, sensing danger, launched fireballs in retaliation, but Cyan was faster. His next move, division, unleashed a storm of magical orbs that sliced through their heads with deadly precision. Within seconds, the salamanders were no more, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. As the battlefield quieted, Alice and Brian ascended from their shelter. The pool of lava before them still held remnants of the fallen creatures, their severed heads floating aimlessly. And in the center of it all stood Cyan. Alice hesitated, then approached him. She had her suspicions, but she never truly expected. With a trembling hand, she reached out and removed his mask. Tears welled in her eyes. Brian, watching from behind, smiled, feeling a rare sense of peace. Cyan met Alice's gaze, his lips curling into a warm, familiar smile. "Glad I wasn't too late." As Brian worked to heal her wounds, Alice mumbled something under her breath. "Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy," she admitted, frustration lacing her voice. "I didn't even notice until now. How stupid can I be?" Even though she was berating herself, she declared she would still uphold the family's will. Cyan shook his head. "This isn't your fault, Alice. The real ones to blame are Princess Violet and Cecilia." His tone darkened. "And Askell." Hearing that name, Alice jolted upright. Brian panicked. Hey, I'm not done healing you yet." Ignoring him, Alice fixed Cyan with a sharp gaze. "Wait, are you saying Askell was involved in this? Do you know something?" She tried to reason it out. If Askell was involved, then it must have been under their father's orders. Cyan, however, was unwavering. "No, Askell suggested it." Alice clenched her fists. "Father does whatever Askell asks him to do? But why?" Cyan's expression darkened. "So Askell can be the one to carry out the family's will." Alice's jaw tightened as fury bubbled inside her. So he's willing to kill his own sister for it? A sharp pang of pain shot through her, and she collapsed onto her knees. Alice. Cyan crouched beside her, concerned. Through gritted teeth, she asked, "Are you sure about this?" Cyan nodded. "You know what Askell is really like, don't you?" Alice exhaled sharply. "I thought I was the only one who noticed, but Cyan did too." Her voice wavered slightly. "But how? Father, and the others don't seem to see it at all." Then her mind drifted back to the battle earlier. "There was something off about him," she murmured. It was like some invisible force was protecting him. Cyan's expression grew serious. He had sensed it too. There was a moment in the fight when he was certain he had reached Askell, but something had stopped him. Something unseen. A power that even deflected the demonic sword. His voice was barely above a whisper as realization struck him. "There's only one explanation." Alice's eyes hardened. "We need to tell Father. Now." Cyan hesitated. "You know he won't listen to us." Alice knew there was a possibility. "If I go alone, maybe. But if we go together." Cyan's gaze turned serious. He took a deep breath before speaking. "Alice, trust me on this. If we push too hard and fail, we won't just be in trouble. The entire Order of the Knights of Light could turn against us." Cyan's thoughts drifted to the Knights of Light in his past life. Back then, Askell was revered. Everyone admired him, trusted him, even worshipped him like he was their savior. Cyan had been one of them. No one ever questioned Askell. To them, he was a hero, beyond doubt or suspicion. But looking back, Cyan found it bizarre. Askell wasn't just respected. He was treated like a divine figure. There should have been skeptics, yet even the most self-serving individuals had unwavering faith in him. The Duke, who met a tragic end. Emperor Lionel, who only cared about his own ambitions. Boris, whose sole pursuit was the truth. All of them trusted Askell without hesitation. Even Cyan himself. He had believed in Askell up until the bitter end, until that final betrayal. That memory still burned inside him, but one question haunted him more than the anger. Why had he trusted Askell so blindly? The answer was clear. Askell was no ordinary man. He was an absolute figure, the chosen inheritor of Lionel's divine authority, the so-called savior of the world. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the knights stood firm, bracing themselves as the massive monster loomed over them. Its enormous foot came crashing down, ready to flatten them. In sheer panic, Nervian clung desperately to his brother, Fabian, wailing, "We're gonna die. We're all gonna die. Get off me, you idiots!" Fabian snapped, shoving him away. Askell, unfazed, charged forward. Fabian couldn't help but admire him. "Damn, that guy's something else." Askell barely acknowledged him. "Stay back." The monster roared, its throat glowing ominously. A moment later, it unleashed a devastating laser beam. Nervian shrieked and clung to Fabian again. "Doom is upon you, S. Get off me, you moron." Fabian growled, trying to pry him off. Askell, ignoring their antics, raised his shield. Aegis, the shield of judgment. The beam hurtled toward them, obliterating everything in its path. But then, Askell activated Titanic, a massive energy shield. The ground trembled as the destructive beam slammed into it, dispersing on impact. The monster, clearly enraged, unleashed another barrage of beams. But Askell was already on the move. He dashed past the attacks and, in one swift strike, sliced the beast clean in half. A guttural groan escaped the creature as its body split, blood gushing from the wound. Then silence. The battlefield erupted in cheers. "Askell saved us. He's stronger than a dragon." Fabian gave him an approving nod. "Not bad." Nervian, still shaking, clutched his brother's sleeve. "We have to tell Father what he did for us." Askell, for a split second, frowned. But then, like clockwork, he put on a practiced smile. It was an honor to serve. From a distance, Alice watched, her expression troubled. The savior? Someone like him was chosen by Lumendal? She couldn't believe it. And yet the world did. Cyan's voice was calm, but firm. Lumendal needed a savior. That's all. It never mattered who they were. Alice clenched her fists. But Askell. He was chosen by the most powerful god, Cyan interrupted. Denying it would be considered sacrilege. Alice felt a hollow pit in her chest. She had spent her whole life believing in Lumendal, placing her faith in his divine will. But now it was hard to accept. Cyan's expression remained unreadable. "Be careful, Alice. If you question this too openly, you might turn every Lumendal follower against you." She swallowed hard, sadness flickering in her eyes. "Ow, how do you even know all this?" Cyan hesitated, avoiding her gaze. "I can't tell you. Not yet." Alice frowned. "Why?" "Because I can't let you get involved any more than you already are." Silence hung between them. Then, Alice exhaled, offering a small smile. "I trust you, Cyan. If there's a reason you can't tell me, I'll wait. But one day, promise me you will." Don't carry this alone. A genuine smile crossed Cyan's face. Okay. Alice turned to Brian. Thanks for healing me. Brian's face immediately turned red. It's nothing. He stammered, flustered. Behind him, Cyan stood glaring daggers at him, radiating an aura of pure menace. His expression screamed, "Why are you so happy right now?" Brian noticed and instantly started sweating bullets. Cyan, ignoring Brian's silent suffering, looked at Alice. What's your plan now? Alice's eyes darkened. First, I need to resolve this mess. I need to talk to Cecilia and find out why she betrayed me. Cyan crossed his arms. I'll help. Alice raised an eyebrow. How do you know where she is? Cyan calmly said to Alice that she couldn't have gone far. At Violet's safe house, Cecilia suddenly tensed. Violet, lounging nearby, noticed. What's wrong? Cecilia's voice was tight. Someone's coming. Violet scoffed. Impossible. No one but me knows this place. Before Cecilia could argue, the sound of shattering glass exploded through the room. Violet screamed as a blade whizzed past her face, embedding itself deep into the wall. Cecilia's eyes widened. She recognized that sword. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Askell examined the markings left on the ground. His sharp eyes took in the remnants of a teleportation spell. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. A magic scroll. He turned to the knights. Find a shelter nearby. Stay alert. One of the knights suddenly stiffened. Sir, you need to see this. Askell approached, following his gaze. They stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down into the valley below. A swarm of massive monsters crawled through the land, their grotesque forms shifting in the moonlight. One knight swallowed hard. Do you think Princess Violet is all right? Askell's expression was unreadable. He merely muttered, we'll see. Then, with an air of command, he turned to his men. Prepare yourselves. Protect the princes. The chase was relentless. Cecilia pursued the intruder with unwavering focus. The sheer presence of mana and bloodlust radiating from him made her expect an elite warrior. But as soon as she caught sight of the figure, she froze in disbelief. What? Just a kid? Her instinct screamed that there had to be someone else with him. Dismissing any assumptions, she activated Windwalker, accelerating her movements. Stay sharp. Don't let your guard down. Then an attack. A blade sliced through the air toward her. Cecilia reacted instantly, swinging her sword to counter, but the kid dodged effortlessly. Her eyes narrowed. That movement, I've never seen anything like it. It's not from the verts. The masked intruder remained silent. Cecilia's gaze flicked to the sword embedded in the wall earlier. That was your throw, wasn't it? Did you manage to save Alice again? Still no response. Irritated, she let out a slow breath, her mana spiking dangerously. Fine, she said coldly. If you won't talk, let's see if you can scream. With that, she launched forward at blinding speed. Cecilia's sword cut through the air, swift and precise. Too fast for the eye to follow. Yet, the masked kid evaded every single strike. Her blade barely grazed his ear, but it wasn't enough. Cecilia gritted her teeth. No way. There are only a handful of knights in the order who can match me in speed. But this kid, determined not to be toyed with, she leaped onto a tree, then launched herself from above. You think I'm going to let you underestimate me? She activated Sharp Storm, a devastating attack that sent a massive energy beam tearing through the forest. Trees splintered into nothing. The ground exploded, leaving a gaping crater. The battlefield was left in utter ruin. And yet, the masked intruder stood unscathed. A small, black sphere flickered in his palm. Cecilia's heart dropped. That's Void Sphere. Before she could react, he activated Obsidian. The sphere split in half, unleashing a dark force that slammed into her. Pain seared through her body as she let out a sharp scream. The force tore through the area, causing even more destruction. Her vision blurred as she collapsed. As footsteps approached, Cecilia clenched her teeth. I lost pathetically. She let out a bitter chuckle. Never thought I'd die in a place like this. Her voice was weak as she looked up at him. You're like a grim reaper, she murmured. Still won't say a word? The masked figure crouched down, meeting her gaze. But instead of delivering a finishing blow, he simply said, I'm curious about something. Cecilia blinked. What? You look relieved? She froze. I expected you to look more tormented, he added. For the first time, Cecilia had no words. Cecilia let out a trembling breath. This is retribution. She smiled bitterly. I deserve this kind of ending. A voice cut through the silence. Retribution? For what? Cecilia's body stiffened. She knew that voice. Her eyes widened in shock as Alice stepped forward, leaning against Brian for support. Alice's gaze bored into her, unreadable but intense. Cecilia could barely process it. Alice, you're alive? Alice's hands clenched into fists. Shut up. Her voice shook with emotion. Just answer me. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Why, Cecilia? Why did you betray me? Cecilia's lips trembled. Then she broke. She cried. Through her sobs, she began to speak. My hometown, it was a small village. Her voice was raw, pained. One day it was wiped out. Monsters destroyed everything. She swallowed hard. I was the only one left, barely alive. I thought I was going to die too until they found me. Alice listened in stunned silence. A knight saw me, told me to wait, told me I was safe. Cecilia's voice turned distant, like she was reliving the moment. Then, someone ordered a child to bring me food and water. The knight obeyed immediately. She let out a hollow laugh. That child was royalty. For Cecilia, it had been a miracle. The royal knights had arrived just before her last breath. And the one who saved her, Princess Violet. Alice's heart sank. She took me in. She saved my life, Cecilia continued. So when the time came to repay that debt, I did what I was told. Her voice broke. I was ordered to infiltrate the Vert household, to get close to you, and wait for further instructions. Alice's breath caught in her throat. Cecilia's expression twisted with regret. That's how I became a maid in your family's estate. That's how I met you. She let out a shaky breath. And I should have never stayed. Her voice cracked. I should have died in the ruins of my village. Silence. Then, softly, she whispered. The order finally came. Alice could barely force out the words. To kill me? Cecilia nodded, tears streaking down her face. Princess Violet saw you as a threat, Alice. Because of your family. Alice's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Cecilia looked away. It was because of Prince Lunel and Askell. Alice's breath hitched. Princess Violet always feared the Verts. She believed your family was loyal to Lunel. Cecilia's voice wavered, and that paranoia only grew stronger. Alice remained silent. She became consumed by it. She only trusts herself, no one else. And yet, I still served her. Cecilia squeezed her eyes shut. But you were different. Her lips quivered. And I betrayed you. She finally looked at Alice, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm so sorry, Alice. I never wanted to disappoint you. Cyan took a step forward, his glare sharp and unforgiving. Cut the bullshit. The air around him darkened, thick with unrestrained bloodlust. His voice was cold, merciless. If you think just admitting your mistakes is enough for forgiveness, you're dead wrong. Cecilia's breath hitched. She recognized him now. You, young Master C? Alice quickly stepped in. Cyan, wait. Her voice was urgent. Give me a moment to think. Cyan didn't lower his blade. His fury didn't waver. This isn't something to think about, Alice, he said, voice sharp. He pointed his sword at Cecilia, his intent to kill crystal clear. This isn't some light matter. Cecilia exhaled, her voice steady despite the tension. I know. Alice's heart pounded. Cyan, stop. Just wait. She turned to him, desperate. We should at least hear her out. Let her explain everything before deciding. Brian, sensing her distress, placed a hand on her shoulder. Alice, calm down. His voice was gentle, reassuring. Trust young Master Cyan for now. Alice hesitated. But Cyan didn't move. He simply lifted his dagger, preparing for the final strike. Alice's eyes widened. Then, no! Her scream ripped through the night. Cecilia flinched as the blade came down. Somewhere else, a door exploded into pieces. Inside Princess Violet's safe house, the princess jerked upright, her body tensing. Who's there? She demanded. Then she noticed Cecilia was gone. Her breath hitched. Panic flashed in her eyes. No, this can't be. A shadow stepped through the ruined entrance. Violet's face went pale. How'd he find this place? Askell stood in the doorway, his face dark, expression unreadable. Without a word, he took a step forward. I've come to escort you, Your Highness. Violet tightened her grip on her wrist, a faint smirk playing on her lips. You look like you're about to kill me, she remarked, her tone laced with amusement. Isn't it a bit rude to just barge in like this? Askell met her gaze without hesitation. I did plan to kill you, he admitted. Then, without missing a beat, he added, the original plan was for Fabian, Nerovian, and you, all of you, to die at the hands of the monster. Violet's eyes widened in shock. Do you really think you can escape the consequences of something so disgraceful? She challenged. At that moment, she attempted to send a letter, but before she could, Askell struck. Activating his technique, God's Stinger, he aimed directly for her hand. A sharp cry escaped Violet's lips as the attack landed, and within seconds, the letter she had been holding was reduced to ashes. Askell, his voice edged with anger, declared, I'm not finished yet. Clutching her injured hand, Violet shot him a glare. How persistent. Do you really plan to see this through to the end? Askell took a step closer. Who knows? Maybe I will. His words left Violet momentarily confused. But then, Askell's eyes flickered toward a sword embedded in the wall. Alice's sword. A look of realization crossed his face as he turned back to Violet. "Where's my sister?" A wicked grin spread across Violet's lips. "I had her killed," she said without a hint of remorse. "I wasn't sure she was working with Lionel, but she was your sister after all." Her expression darkened, eyes gleaming with twisted delight. "In the end, I suppose it was for the best. And do you plan on avenging her?" A smirk tugged at Askel's lips. "No," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I was just thinking, I might need to change my plans." Violet stiffened, her amusement faltering. His reaction was unexpected. "Change your plans?" she echoed, unease creeping in. Without another word, Askel reached for Alice's sword, pulling it free from the wall. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "You seem surprisingly calm, given the situation." He studied her for a moment before continuing. "Eliminating those you even slightly suspect. I have to admit, that's a smart approach." Then, with a knowing grin, he added, "In that sense, you're nothing like Lionel." "That actually surprises me." Violet's mind raced. Does he not care about his sister at all? What is he after? Then Askel spoke again, his tone firm. "The plan was doomed from the start. A complete failure. That's what I'll tell Lionel." Violet narrowed her eyes. "Then what is it you want from me?" Stepping closer, Askel leaned in slightly. "I'm suggesting that you join me instead." Violet's eyes widened as she asked, "Weren't you on Lionel's side?" A wild grin spread across Askel's face. "Who told you we were anything more than business partners?" he replied. Violet leaned back on her bed, arms crossed. "And you expect me to believe that?" Askel shrugged. "Believe what you want. But Prince Lionel is just a part of my plan." Hearing this, Violet chuckled. "Are you trying to take over the Empire or something?" She shook her head. "If that's the case, I won't be of any help to you." Askel turned away slightly, as if noticing something. "It doesn't matter who takes over the Empire," he muttered. Violet narrowed her eyes. "Then tell me, what is it that you do want?" Askel's expression darkened. "The eradication of evil. My goal is to wipe it from this world." Violet let out a small laugh. "Are you serious?" He smirked. "Who knows?" But before she could say more, Askel suddenly tensed. It seems evil just made its entrance. A noise echoed from outside, sending a chill through the air. Violet stiffened. Sweat beaded on Askel's forehead. "This mana, it's strange. Ominous. It's sending shivers through my entire body." A loud crack split the air as something tore through the roof. Purple energy surged into the room, and Askel's eyes widened. "This feels more like bloodlust than mana. I've never sensed anything like it before." A sphere of dark energy materialized before them, shattering the remains of the roof. Both of them recoiled in shock. "What is this?" Violet shouted. Then, Askel noticed movement outside the ruined cottage. His gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, an attack was already upon him. He barely dodged, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who the hell are you?" A figure stepped forward. "Cyan. The evil you've been searching for," Cyan said coolly. "And also, your end." Without warning, Cyan unleashed his technique, Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. A flurry of swift, deadly strikes rained down on Askel. Askel dodged each attack, his body moving on instinct. But the sheer force of the strikes sent Violet into a panic. She let out a scream as one of Cyan's attacks slashed dangerously close. Seeing the incoming strike, Askel reacted instantly. Activating his technique, EXI, he created a barrier around Violet, shielding her from harm while pulling her out of the collapsing cottage. The force of Cyan's attack shattered everything around them. Violet gasped as she took in the destruction. The remains of her so-called safe house reduced to rubble. Askel, still blocking Cyan's relentless assault, was forced back several steps. He finally landed near Violet, breathing heavily. She looked at him, concern flickering in her eyes. "Are you all right, Mr. Askels?" Askel's eyes narrowed as he quickly noticed Cyan preparing another strike. "He's still attacking." Cyan raised his hand, summoning a glowing red sphere. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward Askel. Reacting instantly, Askel activated his technique, Askelon. His sword cut clean through the sphere, dispersing it in an instant. But Cyan didn't stop. He lunged at Askel with terrifying speed. He knows spatial magic too? Askel realized, gritting his teeth as he braced for impact. Before Cyan's attack could land, a surge of yellow, electric waves crackled through the air, intercepting the strike. The sudden force sent Cyan flying backward. Even Kiram, who had been standing nearby, let out a pained cry from the shock. As Cyan hit the ground, Askel turned to Violet. "This guy, he's not just some ordinary enemy." Violet stood frozen, overwhelmed by everything unfolding around her. She clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling. Tears welled in her eyes. Askel glanced at her and spoke firmly. "Calm down. I'll win this fight." His confidence caught Violet off guard, and her face flushed slightly. "All right," she mumbled. Meanwhile, Cyan sat up, clutching his side. Kirim, what's wrong? He asked. Kirim groaned in pain. That hurt like hell, she muttered. That electric wave, it felt like my entire body was being torn apart. Cyan's expression darkened. Tisich must be Askel's hidden power protecting him. How annoying. Askel pointed his sword at Cyan, his gaze unwavering. What's wrong? Why did you stop? His tone turned sharp. Didn't you just say you were my in? Then come at me. Cyan clenched his fists, seething with frustration. I'd love to kill him right now. But after seeing what his power can do, I need to fall back. Just then, Violet's gaze shifted. Among the debris, she spotted a familiar sword, Cecilia's sword. Her eyes widened in shock. Scattered nearby were other belongings she recognized. Her heart pounded. That's Cecilia's stuff, she shouted, turning to Cyan with a mixture of fear and rage. What the hell did you do to her? Cyan's eyes remained cold. I purified her. Violet's breath caught. Purified? What does that even mean? Askel's voice cut through the silence. It means she's already dead. His words hit Violet like a dagger to the chest. Askel turned his attention back to Cyan, his expression dark. So that was your goal all along? Who ordered you to kill her? A crimson aura flared around Cyan's body as he responded in an icy tone. We are missed. Those who do not forgive. His voice was void of emotion. Her purification was not ordered by a person, but by reason. Hearing this, Askel's mind raced. Missed, so they're active again. So the rumors were true. Before he could press further, Cyan's body flickered, and in the next moment, he was gone. Violet gasped, scanning the area. He disappeared. He vanished into thin air. Askel lowered his head, deep in thought. More obstacles, more people interfering with my plans. His mind raced. Was it them all along? Have they been the ones pulling the strings from the shadows? Meanwhile, atop a mountain near the river, Cyan landed. Kirim collapsed onto the ground, clutching her head tightly. Damn it, my head. I thought I was going to die from that attack earlier, she groaned. Cyan stood in front of her, watching silently. Was it really that bad? He asked. Kirim, still holding her head, took a shaky breath. Yeah, I've never felt pain like that before. She slowly lifted her head, gritting her teeth. We couldn't even touch him. This is way more complicated than I thought. Cyan remained quiet for a moment before speaking. There's a solution. Kirim's eyes snapped to him. What is it? She asked urgently. Without a word, Cyan pulled out a set of elemental stones. They glowed faintly in his palm. Duran Dark's elemental stones, he said. The purity of gods. His gaze darkened. It's only a hypothesis, but if we use these, we might be able to defeat him. Kirim's expression shifted to alarm. She grabbed his wrist tightly. No, don't do it. Her voice trembled as she looked at him. Did you bring those just for this? Cyan, if you use them, they could kill you. Before Cyan could respond, a new voice cut through the air. Cyan. Both of them turned. Alice had arrived. Cyan met her gaze before looking back at Kirim. I know it's dangerous, he admitted, but this is the only way. His grip on the stone tightened. His crimson eyes burned with determination. I have to protect people now, he murmured. I won't make the same mistake I did in my past life. A surge of energy pulsed through him as he clenched the stone even harder. If my opponent is unreasonably strong, then I'll become just as strong to match him. The scene shifts as Alice hands something over to Cecilia. Curious, Cecilia asks what it is. Alice explains that it's Marion's token, an item that grants access to the restricted spirit realm. With it, Cecilia can enter Fruina. However, Alice warns her to be cautious. Moved by Alice's gesture, Cecilia thanks her with a trembling voice, guilt weighing heavily on her. But Alice coldly turns away, making it clear that she hasn't forgiven her and doesn't want to see her again. Cecilia clenches her fists, accepting Alice's words with a heavy heart, and quietly says she'll leave. Overhead, Cyan watches their exchange in silence. Kirim, Cyan's spiritual guide, questions if letting Cecilia go is really the right choice. Cyan replies that he already killed her once in his past life. Back then, she was crushed by guilt for taking his sister's life, and there was no need to go any further. By sparing her this time, he believes she will eventually repay her debt. Cecilia remembers the moment she kneeled before Cyan, pleading for mercy. He had told her that this wasn't something that could be forgiven, and despite Alice's desperate attempts to stop him, he struck Cecilia down to avenge his sister. But he knows her death back then was just one chapter. Sooner or later, he will collect what is owed. Until then, she must remain hidden until he calls for her. As she reflects, a thought lingers. Does Cyan somehow see the future? It almost feels as if he knows exactly when she will have a chance to atone. Determined, she steels herself, prepared to repay her debt with her life when the time comes. Noticing Cyan's weary expression, Kirim asks if he's feeling unwell. Before he can answer, Alice calls out to Kiram. Kiram questions why she let Cecilia leave so easily, but Alice brushes it off, instead thanking her for saving her life. She admits she's a bit late in expressing her gratitude, but notes that dealing with a demonic soul like Kiram won't be easy. Kiram smirks, dismissing it as nothing. Alice studies her for a moment before commenting that she seems similar to a demon sword and asks if she's close to Cyan. Kiram immediately denies any personal attachment, stating that their relationship is strictly that of master and subject. Then, her expression darkens as she warns Alice not to even think about taking Cyan's body from her. The sudden shift in her tone catches Alice off guard, making her realize that Kiram isn't as easygoing as she first assumed. At the Lunar Academy, Dean Kindle received a letter. As he reads through it, the message is clear. I have found the answers to all my questions, and as a result, I've decided to leave the Knights of Light. Just as I suspected, they have strayed from their righteous path. The people they protect are unworthy, and the will of the household is being corrupted. My father is simply allowing it to happen. I will visit you soon, as there is something I wish to discuss. Until then, please take good care of Cyan. My brother Askell and Prince Louis Bell will keep you updated more frequently than I can. Letting out a sigh, Dean Kindle leans back, thinking to himself that both families are an absolute mess. Still, since she asked, he'll at least pretend to care about Cyan. Beside him, Boris arrives, apologizing for the wait. The dean casually asks how he's adjusting to life at the academy. Boris replies that he's slowly getting used to it. Without wasting any time, the dean gets straight to the point. When was Boris planning to tell him that he was working for Prince Louis Bell, his grandson? And more importantly, why did he keep it a secret? Boris, unfazed, explains that he wasn't hiding anything. He simply didn't think it was relevant to his position at the academy. However, the dean presses on, asking what Boris's real reason for coming here was. Boris finally reveals that he's searching for someone. The dean narrows his eyes and asks if he's found them. Boris responds that he believes so. Hearing this, the dean's expression darkens. His voice drops as he warns Boris to stop immediately, especially if the person he's looking for is a child. With a sharp glare, he makes it clear, whatever Boris is planning, it ends now. The weight of his words is enough to startle Boris, who quickly assures him that he understands. Outside the villa, Boris speaks with his angel, Kriya. He admits that he wasn't expecting such a strong reaction from the dean and starts to suspect that Cyan has powerful connections. As he finishes writing a report noting how intriguing Cyan is, the paper suddenly lifts on its own and disappears, delivered to its intended destination. Kriya then asks what Boris plans to do next, warning him that if another human gets involved, things could become even more complicated. Boris acknowledges the risk, but remains confident. The angel cautions him further, reminding him that Kiram is different. He has a physical body. But Boris only smirks. Then I'll just sever Kiram's connection first, he says. Kriya finds the idea brilliant, but Boris simply tells him to leave everything to him. A sudden voice breaks the silence from behind. What did you want to see me for, Mr. Boris? It was Sarika. Boris had been expecting her and greeted her with a composed smile, thanking her for coming. Sarika, however, cut straight to the point. She had been meaning to meet him as well. Boris shifts the conversation to Cyan, pointing out how he rarely attends lessons and spends most of his time in the dormitory. Yet his skills are extraordinary. Sarika shrugs, suggesting that perhaps Cyan is simply a natural-born genius, which must have piqued Boris's interest. With a sly grin, Boris nods. Indeed. But now, I find myself interested in those around him as well. He steps closer, his gaze sharpening. Sarika doesn't flinch. Her voice is cold as ice. That's not going to happen. Boris smirks and murmurs under his breath, the flower of black mist. As he speaks, a strange energy ripples through the air. Sarika, sensing danger, discreetly begins preparing a spell behind her back. But Boris is quicker. With a flick of his wrist, a spell ignites, and from the ground erupts a monstrous creature, an enormous hellhound with countless glowing eyes and massive, gaping jaws. It lunges at Sarika with terrifying speed, engulfing her in an instant before vanishing into the void. Watching the scene unfold, Boris allows himself a moment of satisfaction. But then, a violent surge of energy shatters the hellhound from the inside out, obliterating the creature in a single strike. From the swirling remnants of the broken beast, Sarika emerges, untouched, her presence radiating with dark, ethereal energy. The black mist swirls around her, shielding her completely. Boris takes a step back, his expression shifting from amusement to shock. He had gravely underestimated her. Sarika lands gracefully on the ground, her eyes locked onto him. "I don't know how you figured out who I really am," she states, her voice steady and unwavering. "But if you're so eager to die, I'll gladly make that happen." Boris remains unfazed, his smirk unwavering. He casually pulls out his spellbook and flips it open. "It won't be that easy to make me give up," he says confidently. Sarika narrows her eyes, taken aback by his overwhelming self-assurance. Without hesitation, she summons a legion of heirs, surrounding him in an instant. "Then I'll begin your purification," she declares. Boris merely chuckles as he swiftly turns the pages of his book, preparing his next move. "I could take on all of you," he replies, grinning. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Nana, who is caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Cyan and Brian. Overcome with excitement, she leaps onto Cyan, calling him father. Brian, completely ignoring the moment, clutches his stomach and turns to Emily. "I'm starving. Got anything to eat?" he asks. Cyan watches Nana in silence, noticing how much she has grown. It's becoming harder to hug her properly now. Curious, he asks what she's been up to. With a bright smile, Nana eagerly responds that she's been doing well under Sarika's guidance, just as Cyan instructed. As he gently pats her head, he realizes how much she has endured. The training must have been brutal, but it was necessary. Controlling her breakdowns was essential. As a half-dragon, half-human, Cyan could never allow the horrors of the banquet of blood to repeat themselves. The Hallmaster's methods may be harsh, but when it comes to controlling one's instincts, no one is better than Sarika. Acknowledging her efforts, he says, "It must have been tough." "Good job." Nana beams. "Yeah, but it's not raining today," she adds cryptically. Cyan raises an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" Before she can answer, Hiram cuts in. "She means purification," she explains nonchalantly. Sarika is currently attempting to purify Boris. Cyan's expression darkens instantly. "What? There's no way I'm allowing that. Do you even understand what you're dealing with?" Hiram crosses her arms. "You're worried about the ancient scripture, aren't you?" She tilts her head slightly. "Or do you not trust Sarika and air to handle it?" Cyan glares at her. "Are you even aware that Hearthkriya is involved?" His tone is sharp, accusatory. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Hiram stiffens, nervously avoiding his gaze. I didn't think it was necessary," she admits, sweat forming at her temple. Cyan exhales sharply. "There's no time to waste." "I'm going," he declares. Boris's bloodline is too dangerous to ignore. He then turns to Brian. "Stay here and take care of Emily and Nana." Brian, still munching on cookies, hesitates. "Man, I feel kind of bad for not helping." Cyan glances at him. "What are you even eating?" Brian shrugs, holding up another cookie. "I'm just really hungry. Want me to come with you?" Cyan shakes his head. "No, I'll handle this with Kiram." As he prepares to leave, he eyes Brian curiously. He's the only person who can actually tolerate Emily's cooking. Meanwhile, Emily sparkles with joy, absolutely delighted that someone is finally appreciating her unique culinary skills. Brian hesitates before asking, "So, should we just wait here?" Cyan shakes his head. "No, take Nana and Emily to Brno." Nana's eyes widen in shock. "What? Why do we have to leave?" Cyan's tone is firm. "Staying here is too dangerous. I'll come visit once everything is dealt with." As the farewell stretches on, Kiram groans in frustration. "Enough with the dramatics. Let's go already." The scene shifts to the battlefield, where the tide is turned in Boris's favor. Sarika, breathless and weary, watches him with growing hatred. The more she looks at him, the more despicable he seems. With a flick of his wrist, Boris summons an army of monsters and zombies, their grotesque forms tearing through her mist with ease. As she observes the creatures, a dark suspicion creeps into her mind. These twisted beings carry the same ominous aura as those from the banquet of blood. Could Boris have been behind that massacre, too? Before she can dwell on the thought, more zombies appear, their contorted bodies radiating unnatural strength. Boris smirks, holding his ominous spellbook. "Tired already?" he taunts. "This is just the appetizer. The main course and dessert are still to come." With a snap of his fingers, his dark magic surges, sending the horde lunging toward her. Sarika moves with precision, dodging their attacks before unleashing her technique, sword-crushing folkstorm. A surge of power ripples through the battlefield. shattering the charging zombies into dust. Without hesitation, she follows up with Folk Sword, 8 fluttering petals, slicing through the remaining enemies with swift, elegant strikes. But just as she regains her footing, a sudden shift occurs. The Bloodthirst Wave activates, amplifying her mana and expanding her reach. Yet, before she can capitalize on it, a barrage of flaming arrows rains down from above. She quickly realizes her technique is useless against them and scrambles to evade the relentless assault. Glancing at Boris, she grits her teeth. He's continuously casting high-level spells, giving her no window to strike. Worse, the marionettes are now reading her movements. One lunges to grab her, but she narrowly evades its grasp. Sarika makes a swift decision. Activating the puppeteering technique, she forces the marionette's stored mana to detonate from within. A deafening explosion erupts, sending her hurtling backward. The sheer force of the blast makes it clear. These marionettes aren't ordinary. They contain an immense concentration of mana. Undeterred, she targets another set of marionettes, triggering another powerful explosion. However, the impact sends her crashing to the ground. Boris seizes the opportunity. Flipping to the final pages of his spellbook, he leaps toward her, his grin widening. With a flick of his hand, he summons the Warhammer. The massive weapon descends with crushing force, smashing into Sarika with such power that the ground beneath her erupts in a blinding explosion. The massive hammer slams down, nearly crushing Sarika into the ground. The light around her dims as dust and debris settle. Boris strides toward her, a satisfied smirk on his face. What a shame, he muses. But to his surprise, a weak voice responds. I think I understand now. Sarika lies on the shattered battlefield, her gaze locked onto the marionettes encircling her. Your marionettes, they can track an opponent's mana. They're not just ordinary puppets. Boris pauses, intrigued by her sharp insight. Closing his scripture, he listens as Sarika continues. And that spellbook of yours, it's not just a conduit. The mana radiating from it, it's beyond anything normal. For a brief moment, Boris is caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to analyze his power so precisely while on the brink of defeat. Then, with a wicked grin, he brushes off her words. Does it even matter now? With a flick of his fingers, he activates Imaginarium, summoning even more marionettes from the ground. Raising a bow into the air, he sneers, I've got plenty of puppets to play with. Just give up already. The marionette's aura darkens, becoming even more ominous. But instead of recoiling, Sarika suddenly tosses her weapon aside. A surge of overwhelming energy radiates from her body. Sorry, but I'm not the type to give up, she says, her voice firm. At that moment, her expansion ability activates. A massive presence engulfs the battlefield as a colossal beast emerges, the Mammoth of Greed. The monstrous entity's mere existence sends a shiver down Boris's spine. Staring in disbelief, he mutters, How? How can a mere girl summon something like that? The mana he once sensed from Sarika is gone, replaced by something far more monstrous. The beast lets out an earth-shaking roar, striking terror into the marionettes. Boris's creations attempt to flee, but escape is impossible. The Mammoth of Greed launches a devastating punch, driving them deep into the ground. Those that manage to latch onto the beast's body are instantly impaled by countless thorns erupting from its flesh. Boris grits his teeth in frustration. Losing his carefully crafted marionettes so easily is infuriating. The fact that Sarika managed to manifest a demon familiar purely from mana, it's beyond impressive. But he smirks. He knows this won't last long. Right now, Sarika is nothing but an empty shell. Summoning such a powerful entity must have drained her completely. She doesn't even have enough mana left to cast a basic spell. This was your mistake, Boris mutters, reopening his scripture to unleash his next spell. But the moment he glances back at Sarika, she's gone. Before he can react, a voice whispers right behind him. You speak as if you're untouchable. Sarika stands inches away, ready to strike. Boris reacts instantly, activating his absorption barrier just in time to block Sarika's attack. But something feels off. His eyes widen as he realizes he can't track her movements anymore. How is she moving this fast without using magic? He mutters, struggling to keep up. Sarika doesn't let up. She launches a relentless assault against the barrier, each strike causing fractures to spiderweb across it. With one final devastating blow, the the defense shatters. Boris barely has time to react before Sarika's blade closes in. Desperate, he casts another protection spell, but she tears through it instantly. Then, a brutal punch crashes into his chest, sending him hurtling miles away. As Boris struggles to push himself up, Sarika is already above him. She grabs his face with an iron grip and slams him back into the ground, shaking the battlefield. A sharp realization dawns on him. She's not giving him any room to cast another spell. Sarika stands over him, blade poised for the final strike. But just as she moves to finish it, Boris mutters under his breath, "If that's the case, I'll skip the incantation." A hidden spell activates, mind creation, triggering a sudden explosion that propels them both into the air. Boris wastes no time. While midair, he conjures the Judgment Spear, unleashing a deadly barrage of magical spears towards Sarika. But she's faster. She reads the attack and maneuvers through the deadly storm, dodging every single one. Then in a flash, she counters. A powerful kick slams into Boris's face, sending him crashing back down, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Battered and bruised, Boris groans, realizing the battle has gone on too long. Before Sarika can close in again, Boris retreats into a protective barrier and summons Lord Hearthcrea. At the sight of the divine summon, Sarika's expression darkens. The weapon of God. The ancient spellbook speaks, its voice echoing through the battlefield. Unknown entity detected. Insufficient information. Probability high that subject is one of Air's countless servants. Sarika narrows her eyes. Leaping back, she studies the situation. The summon continues its analysis. Correction. Subject's abilities suggest higher rank than anticipated. In Boris's current state, it's clear he can't win. That's when Sarika notices it. Blood drips from Boris's face. Her gaze sharpens. You're from the Black Blood tribe, aren't you?" Her voice is laced with suspicion. "I thought your kind was extinct." Boris exhales heavily, shaking his head. "That's why I tried to avoid shedding my blood. But this is unfortunate." He raises his hand slightly, watching the crimson streaks against his palm. The marionettes of the Banquet of Blood, the Daystones, both were creations of the Black Blood tribe. Sarika's eyes widen slightly as the realization hits. The massacre, the Banquet of Blood, the dark puppeteering magic. Everything falls into place. She now understands the truth behind Boris Hilam's identity. Now that his identity is out in the open, Boris knows staying here any longer will be difficult. "What a shame," he mutters. Before he can finish, Sarika cuts him off. "Shut up," she snaps, surging toward him with deadly intent. Boris sighs, already preparing another spell. "I guess I'll have to see you another time," he smirks. But Sarika has no intention of letting him escape. Summoning her beast once more, she launches a direct assault. She and the massive creature strike the ceiling of the barrier simultaneously, aiming to shatter it from above. However, the protective shield remains unbroken. The spellbook of Hearthcrea stirs, its aura growing irritated by their relentless attacks. Within the ancient tome, the angel's spirit begins to respond, reacting to their aggression. Boris clenches his teeth. "Damn it, I forgot the angel could track their movements." Sarika takes a step back, her gaze flicking to the countless marionettes Boris sacrificed to maintain the shield. "If it weren't for that spell book, you'd be dead already," she mutters under her breath. Then, a sudden flash of light erupts behind her. Her eyes narrow. "Someone just entered my domain. Does he have an ally?" she wonders aloud. In that instant, a familiar figure bursts onto the battlefield. Cyan, weapon in hand. He charges straight for the barrier. Boris's smirk vanishes. His face darkens with recognition. The Duke of Cyan. Why is this guy here? But there's no time to react. With blinding speed, Cyan strikes the protective barrier and shatters it into pieces. A surge of purple and gold energy rips through the air, crackling with intensity. The battlefield trembles as Kiram emerges from the wreckage, her unease evident as she takes in the chaotic scene before her. She stomps forward, sending golden debris scattering. Her crimson eyes gleam dangerously as she utters Hearthcrea's name. Hearthcrea, standing tall with an abnormally long wing, eyes her with suspicion. He demands to know how she found him and why she's here. Kiram smirks, stepping in closer. With a cold edge in her voice, she remarks that tracking hypocrites like him is second nature. His stench alone is enough to make her sick. Hearthcrea's expression hardens. He warns her that he already gave her a chance. Now, there's no turning back. She chose the wrong side. Without hesitation, he swings his wing, activating the supreme authority. A massive eye materializes at the center of the barrier, locking onto Kirim and Cyan. The pressure is suffocating, but they refuse to waver. In defiance, Kirim summons a mammon, its roar splitting the air. Debris crashes down as Kirim struggles to stay on her feet, muttering a curse under her breath. The eye looms ominously as Sarika casts a wary glance at Cyan. She wonders if he truly grasps the power of the supreme god. Clutching his demonic sword, Cyan pushes forward against the radiant golden barrier. Sarika's doubt deepens. Could this power be something beyond the sword itself? Then, without warning, Eru unleashes a surge of energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Sarika's eyes widen. Eru had been hiding something, or rather, someone far more dangerous than he let on. After a tense pause, Eru turns to Lord Hearthcrea. I will assist Cyan, he declares. Boris, standing nearby, urgently calls out to Hearthcrea. That boy, the master of the demon blade, must be taken down now. But Hearthcrea doesn't move. He shakes his head, his voice grim. We're not strong enough to face him. Cyan's aura burns with lethal intent as he sets his sights on Borislaum. Without a word, he surges forward, golden flames swirling violently around him. Finally, he reaches the spellbook. Without hesitation, he swings his sword, aiming straight for the sculpture of Hearthcrea. Hearthcrea reacts instantly, blocking the strike, but Cyan refuses to be stopped. His blade tears through the barrier with ease, before slamming directly into Boris. A chilling realization washes over Boris. This kid, he's far more dangerous than I thought. Above them, a swirling black haze devours the sun. Boris's blood runs cold. He recognizes it instantly, an ominous sign, one tied to Cyan Vert. There's no more time to hesitate. While Hearthcrea's barrier still holds, Boris makes his move. He must eliminate Cyan before he becomes a threat to Askel. A fierce clash erupts, sending a shockwave of mana across the battlefield. The intensity of the battle weighs on Kirim. She worries that Cyan won't be able to hold out much longer. Without warning, a crimson-eyed giant, Mammon, bursts onto the scene. Its monstrous jaws snap open as it hurls its targets through the air with terrifying force. Boris and Cyan now radiate a suffocating, menacing aura. In a flash, Cyan's blade plunges deep into Boris's chest. Before Boris can react, Cyan's forksword ability activates. Massive roots, as unyielding as an ancient tree, erupt from the ground, locking Boris in place. Gritting his teeth, Boris refuses to go down so easily. He summons a hellhound, its fiery breath roaring toward Cyan. But before the flames can reach him, Sarika intervenes. Using the unified demonic human form, a secret technique, she grabs Cyan and pulls him away from danger. Cyan barely has time to process what happened before he senses it, the overwhelming power radiating from the Hallmaster. He stares at her in disbelief, shaken by the sheer intensity of her aura. Just then, a blinding streak of light crashes into the battlefield. The impact triggers a massive explosion, sending debris flying. Sarika's expression darkens. She immediately realizes that her fort domain has been shattered. The culprit? The power of a god's weapon. As the dust settles, Boris takes the opportunity to escape. Sarika clenches her fists, frustration burning in her eyes. We failed the purification. Cyan turns to her, demanding to know why she stopped him. Sarika, still shaken, snaps back that he should at least thank the one who saved him. But Cyan only scoffs. Save me, he retorts. I was the one who saved you. Sarika freezes, momentarily thrown off by his words. What are you even talking about? Standing behind him, she fumes at Cyan's complete lack of gratitude. Meanwhile, Cyan ignores her and turns his attention to Kirim. His grip tightens around his sword as he asks if she's okay. Kirim, unfazed, casually replies, I think I'll take a nap. Even after colliding directly with Boris, she doesn't let the pain show. But Cyan knows this was just the beginning. The real battle is still ahead. And for that, he has no choice but to use that. In the bustling streets of Brno, merchants call out their wares while travelers weave through the crowd. Among them, Alice walks with purpose until her eyes suddenly lock onto a familiar figure. Dean Kundal. She hadn't expected to see him outside the academy, and the sight takes her by surprise. Seated at a quiet table, the dean takes a sip of his coffee, glancing at Alice with a small smile. It's been a while since I last stepped out of the academy, he remarks. Alice, still caught off guard, listens as he continues. Your letters, he explains. They're the reason I'm here. And from what I gather, this situation is quite serious. Alice hesitates before asking, is it because I quit being a knight? The dean chuckles, shaking his head. I saw that decision coming a long time ago, he says. You've been trying to uphold the legacy of your house. But in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing compared to the roles played by Askell and Laenell. Then his expression shifts slightly. Alice, do you know anything about Askell? Alice responded thoughtfully, noting that with the Empire's most gifted individuals flocking to the Knights of Light, Askell was poised to rise as the commander of the Empire's strongest force. The dean nodded, adding that his grandson, Laenell, widely known as the Amicable, might one day stand beside Askell, sharing that command and shaping the future of the Empire together. However, Alice's expression darkened with concern. She hesitated before asking what the Chancellor thought of it all. Since Prince Laenell was his grandson, his opinion carried significant weight. The dean fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, he recalled a conversation from some time ago, one initiated by her brother, Cyan. Cyan had asked him a single question. Did he value the Empire's prosperity more, or the honor of his own house? It was an unusual inquiry, but in hindsight, it felt almost prophetic. Cyan had been looking ahead, warning him that he was too indifferent to the future that was fast approaching. Alice's eyes widened. What exactly did Cyan see? She asked, unable to hide her curiosity. The dean sighed, admitting that even he wasn't entirely sure. But there was one thing he was certain of: she needed to leave the Empire. Alice stiffened at his sudden command. Leave? What? His voice was grave as he explained. A great storm is coming. Chaos will consume the Empire. I will do what I can to stop it, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Alice's heartbeat quickened. You truly believe that? She pressed. The dean exhaled slowly before revealing the harsh truth. The signs are already there. A coup is brewing. There are forces moving to seize the throne from within. The bustling streets of Brno come into view as Nana arrives, mesmerized by the city's lively atmosphere. The energy of the urban center is unlike anything she's seen before. As she weaves through the streets, her attention is drawn to a fruit vendor proudly displaying his fresh produce. The shopkeeper eagerly waves her over, boasting that the fruits are perfectly chilled. Just then, Nana's gaze shifts to a group of rough-looking men. She points at them without hesitation, bluntly calling them strange. The bystanders bristle at her words, their expressions turning hostile. Sensing trouble, Brian quickly steps in. He apologizes on Nana's behalf before sternly reminding her that pointing at people is rude. Emily, watching the exchange, chuckles. All kids are like that, she remarks casually. But Brian remains tense. He warns them to avoid unnecessary attention and reminds them of Cyan's orders. They must reach the safe house without incident. Their survival depends on making their cover story believable. Emily nods and advises them to act naturally, blending in as an ordinary family. Suddenly, Brian freezes. His eyes lock onto something in the crowd, and without a word, he rushes forward. Brian, wait for us. Emily calls after him as she and Nana struggle to keep up. As they push through the crowded street, Nana hesitates for a brief moment, glancing back at something before continuing forward. Meanwhile, Alice sits by a window, lost in thought. Dean Cundall's words replay in her mind. A coup is already in motion. She struggles to process the idea. Askell and Laenell, plotting something like this? She never would have believed it. But somehow, Dean Cundall and Cyan had known all along. Before she can dwell on it further, the door swings open. Emily and Brian step inside. Alice looks up in shock. How did you find me? Emily smiles. It's been a while, Alice. The two exchange greetings before Alice turns to Brian. You were missed too, she adds. Curious, Alice asks if they've been staying at the academy with Cyan. Emily nods. The young master needs my support. Alice blinks, stunned. Cyan, living with two women? Before she can fully process that, Brian drops another surprise. We're only here for 3 days, he says. Alice stares at him in disbelief. 3 days, she echoes. Just then, Brian tenses. A realization dawns on him. Wait, someone's missing. Alice frowns. Who? Brian's expression darkens with guilt. Nana. She was with us just moments ago. Emily steps forward. We need to find her. Anyone close to Cyan is important to me as well. The scene shifts to Reno, a picturesque coastal city where the sea glistens under the sun. A man pushes open a wooden door, stepping onto the dock. His voice cuts through the salty air. "Tell the captain, it's time." Inside a large chamber, sailors gather. The crew is ready to set sail, murmuring about the generous pay for this trip. In a corner, a dark-haired boy stands beside a wolf-like companion. His sharp eyes scan the room. Among the gathered figures, he recognizes someone, a familiar kid from earlier. By the water's edge, Nana wanders without a care, completely unfazed by her surroundings. One of the men nearby watches her in disbelief, murmuring about how strange it is for a child to roam alone so fearlessly. The dark-haired boy steps forward, studying her. With an easygoing tone, he asks, "Where's your family?" Nana simply points toward the docks as raindrops begin to fall. The boy raises an eyebrow when Nana suddenly sniffs the air, muttering about a familiar scent. Behind him, a wolfman grins wickedly. "An easy catch," he mutters. "Might fetch a nice bribe." The boy turns back to Nana and flashes a friendly smile. "How about I take you somewhere with lots of tasty treats?" At the mention of sweets, Nana's eyes light up. "Candy," she repeats excitedly. The boy hesitates. Surely, she's too old to fall for something so simple. But to his surprise, Nana eagerly nods, completely taken by the idea. Before she can follow, a young noble with jet black hair steps in, calmly reminding her of a rule she should know by now. Never trust strangers who offer candy. But Nana, already lost in her excitement, ignores him. The wolf-like companion playfully calls her over, and without hesitation, Nana chants about sweets and follows them. She does recall Cyan warning her once. Following someone's words blindly will only lead to trouble. But that thought is fleeting. Right now, all she cares about is candy. The strangers lead her down a narrow, shadowy path. "There's plenty of candy inside," one of them says with a smirk. For a brief moment, something nags at Nana. Cyan's words echo in her mind. But her craving gets the better of her, and she hurries forward. Behind her, the men chuckle, mocking her for being so gullible. "Another easy prize," one scoffs. Inside, Nana hums to herself as she eagerly searches for the promised sweets. But as she ventures deeper, the excitement in her eyes fades. Rows of barred cages stretch before her. Children, their faces pale with fear, watch silently from behind the iron bars. Their eyes plead for help. She stops in front of a tall, foreboding doorway, her back stiffening. A creeping doubt settles over her. Realization strikes. She's been tricked. She turns slightly, whispering to no one in particular, "Papa, I messed up." But just then, her nose twitches. A familiar scent lingers in the air. Without another thought, she rushes toward it, her feet carrying her down a dimly lit corridor. At the end of the passage, a heavy cloth drapes over a large cage. From within, eerie sounds stir the silence. Hesitating only for a second, Nana reaches out and pulls the cloth away, revealing two monstrous, high-ranking red gnolls, their golden eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. Most would recoil in terror, but Nana simply tilts her head. Then, she reaches her small hand through the bars and gently pats one of them on the head. "Good boy," she says casually. Instantly, the gnoll's aggressive snarl softens into something almost tame. Curious, she leans in. "How'd you end up here, little guy?" The gnoll lets out a soft woof, shifting restlessly in the cage. Grinning, Nana places both hands on the iron bars. "Don't worry, I'll get you out." With a slight push, the metal bends effortlessly beneath her touch. The door creaks open. Just as the gnoll steps forward, a voice calls from behind. From the shadows, a soft voice calls out. Nana turns to see a group of elven children trapped behind another set of iron bars. Their wide, desperate eyes plead for help. The little demon dragon girl doesn't hesitate. With the same effortless strength, she bends the bars and sets them free. The scene shifts. A mysterious lord reclines in his chair, a massive chained wolf resting beside him. Before him, the wolfmen and the newly freed elves stand in formation. One of them steps forward. "We're all ready now, Captain." The captain, a red gnoll, towering and battle-worn, sits alongside the CEO of the Merchant Union. He nods approvingly. "Good. Now, we just need to set sail from the harbor." A merchant smirks. "With Morris gone, the Gray Merchant Union is finished. No more fees, no more restrictions. Our profits are about to skyrocket." Another adds. The Garum Association pays more for younger captives. Once this job is done, bonuses all around. A dwarf grumbles, arms crossed. First Albus, now the Gray Merchant Union. I don't like this. Feels off. Then, with a chuckle, he mutters, call it women's intuition. The wolfman and elf beside him exchange confused looks. Unbothered, the red knoll waves off their concerns. There's nothing to fear. We have our knoll champion. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rips through the harbor. A wave of purple energy surges through the sky, and before their horrified eyes, their ship is obliterated. Flames and smoke rise into the air. The red knoll jolts to his feet, fury in his voice. Who did this? Above them, a figure perches on a ledge, silhouetted against the burning wreckage. A voice rings out, childlike, but laced with something far more dangerous. Bad adults. Then, in a flash, she leaps down, landing before them in her fully transformed dragon demonic form. Nana's golden eyes glow with raw power. Her wings spread wide as she glares at them. Nana can't forgive bad adults. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.